Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Chainsaw Man, Dual Kamui 1 cm Chapter 1 Double Kamui. Brain storage. I'm Hayakawa Aki. A handsome boy with black hair, green eyes and a slightly childish face introduced himself to Otonashi Chiya with a cold expression. Because next, he and the other party are about to form a partner. Hello, my name is Otonashi Chiya. We are partners in this commission. Please give me your guidance. Otonashi Chiya smiled and extended his hand to Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki looked at his hand and hesitated for a while, as if a little hesitant, before reaching out her hand to shake his. Otonashi Chiya did not dislike the cold and difficult Hayakawa Aki. Because he is a time traveler, he knows very well what kind of person Hayakawa Aki is, and he also knows what caused Hayakawa Aki to become like this. This is the world of Chainsaw Man. He is located in Tokyo, Japan, and the current timeline is 1993, which is different from 1997 in the main line of the original work. Therefore, at this time, Hayakawa Aki had not yet tied his hair into a bun, nor had he become a public security demon hunter, but was instead working as a civilian demon hunter. Your eyes should be your demonic power, right? From the very beginning, Hayakawa Aki was somewhat concerned about the other party's blood-red eyes. There were even strange shapes in the blood-red eyes, which looked very different. That's right. Otonashi Chiya did not deny it, but in reality, this was a cheat that came with his time travel, the Mangekyō Sharingan, Kamui. And it's double Kamui. In a world like Chainsaw Man, that is similar to modern society but with countless monsters called demons running rampant on the earth, it would be difficult to deal with it without cheat. Demons come from human beings' fear of everything in the world, including animals, plants, and various concepts. The scarier a thing is, the stronger the demon with that name is. There are demons as weak as chicken demons and apple demons, as strong as dark demons and death demons. There are all kinds of strange demons. Otonashi Chiya has watched both Hokage and Chainsaw Man, and knows that the space-time ninjutsu of Double Kamui is extremely superb no matter which world it is placed in, but it also has great side effects. Advertisement after all, it's not the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, let alone Double Kamui. The consumption of a single Kamui is very exaggerated. But it's not without a solution, the system is still relatively humane. Host. Otonashi Chiya, age, 18, strength, 10, average for ordinary people is 10. Speed, 11, average for ordinary people is 10, chi and blood, 12, the average value of ordinary people is 10. Allocated attribute points. 1. Otonashi Chiya moved his mind, and the system panel appeared before his eyes. No one could see it except himself. Strength and speed are easy to understand, but the chi and blood attribute is more complicated. It affects vitality and self-healing ability. Vitality, in layman's terms, is blood volume. The things that were originally consumed when using the Sharingan were also changed by the system, and what needed to be consumed were his vitality and pupil power. Therefore, the solution is to improve the chi and blood attribute. When the chi and blood is strong enough, not only can you use the Kamui pupil technique at will, but your whole body including your eyes can heal itself, unless you die or go blind. Then the most important thing is how to obtain attribute points. There are not many ways. One is to hunt demons, and the other is to activate achievements. The only attribute he has now is the one he obtained when he first met Hayakawa Aki. Ding! Host activates the achievement, partnering with Hayakawa Aki, and gains attribute points. 2. Now that I have completed my partnership with Hayakawa Aki, I have gained 2 more attributes. Unfortunately, the achievements that can be unlocked are limited, and the system does not indicate which achievements can be activated. Hunting demons is still the most practical way. Otonashi Chiya said to himself. Therefore, the first thing he did when he traveled through time was to find a civilian stronghold. A stronghold composed of civilian demon hunters, which would specifically issue commissions for hunting demons and also provide a place for entertainment. Since normal human weapons are unable to deal with brutal and powerful demons, a special profession called demon hunter has gradually emerged. By signing a contract with the demon, one can obtain the demon's power and thus have the ability to hunt demons. Of course, making a contract with the devil comes with a price, ranging from losing some things to losing your life. There is a distinction between civilian and public security demon hunters. Public security demon hunters are generally stronger and more formal. They are an official unit established by the Japanese government, and the threshold for becoming a public security demon hunter is also high. The threshold for becoming a civilian demon hunter is relatively low. All one has to do is find a way to make a contract with the devil to gain power and be able to hunt demons. As a result, there are all kinds of people in the civilian strongholds. Advertisement. What surprised Otonashi Chiya was that he happened to meet Hayakawa Aki, a very important second male character in the original work, as soon as he arrived at the private base. Hayakawa Aki was taking a commission at the time, but the commission required at least 2 civilian demon hunters to act together. It seemed that no one wanted to partner with Hayakawa Aki for a while, so he took the initiative to partner with Hayakawa Aki. But let me be frank. The goal of this commission is not simple. If you drag your feet, I will not care about you. Hayakawa Aki said bluntly in a cold tone. Although he was in urgent need of a temporary partner, he had never seen a young man in white before. The information registered at the base also showed that he was a newcomer who had never carried out any commission. His words were rather harsh, but he also stated directly that the demon that needed to be hunted this time was very dangerous, and he hoped that the other party would retreat when faced with difficulty. It's okay. I'll try not to hold you back. Otonashi Chiya still smiled kindly. Hayakawa Aki was silent and didn't say anything more. I hope this guy can survive by then. That Hayakawa guy is so cool, is there really anyone willing to partner with him? The guy who's partnering with him looks really unfamiliar, he should be the new guy who just came today. That's not surprising. Although I don't like Hayakawa Aki, I have to say that he is really strong. A newcomer who dares to carry out a mission with him is really fearless. At this time, Otonashi Chiya could vaguely hear other civilian demon hunters around him talking about him and Hayakawa Aki. He looked over and saw those people staring at his Mangekyō Sharingan for a moment before they all looked away in panic and fear. They felt that if they stared into the boy's strange eyes for a while longer, they would be deeply trapped in them and even lose themselves. They didn't dare to say a word about this strange young man of unknown origin. By the way, Otonashi Chiya's Dual Kamui cannot be turned on and off freely, but they will not consume mana permanently like Kakashi. This is a benefit given to him by the system, and his Japanese Grandmaster is also given by the system. Hayakawa Aki noticed the reactions of those people. It was also the first time he saw Otonashi Chiya's strange demonic power. But for a newcomer with no practical experience, it still feels very uncertain. Chapter 2. First encounter with the devil. After leaving the civilian base, Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki walked to the location specified in the request. On the way, he had almost no communication with Hayakawa Aki. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 3, Chi and Blood, 15. Allocated attribute points. 0, Otonashi Chiya allocated all his 3 attributes to Chi and Blood, in preparation for the upcoming battle with the devil. He suddenly felt that his vitality had become much stronger, but it was still far from enough. He estimated that any use of the Kamui eye technique would hollow out his body in an instant. It could only be said that it was at least better than before. When they arrived at the destination, Hayakawa Aki said, "We're already here. Follow me and don't run around." All I saw before me was an old, abandoned stone bridge. Under the bridge was a dirty, smelly ditch. The water level was very shallow, with all kinds of garbage floating on it. There were no pedestrians walking near the bridge. On the side of the stone bridge, there is a large hole connected to the nearby mountain. It is pitch black inside and no one knows how deep it is. According to the information provided by the commission, the devil is hiding in here. After saying that, Hayakawa Aki walked directly into the bridge tunnel and said, "I'll explore in the front, you keep an eye on the situation behind." Otonashi Chiya didn't say anything, but just walked silently behind Hayakawa Aki. It can be seen that Hayakawa Aki already has the weapon of the cursed demon, Saws, at this time, which is placed behind him. If he remembered correctly, Hayakawa Aki was around 20 years old in the original timeline, but he had already signed a contract with the cursed devil at that time. If you stab the target 3 times with the weapon designated by the cursed demon, the target will be killed instantly, but the price is. For example, in the original work, Hayakawa Aki had less than 2 years left to live before he had a snowball fight with Denji. Although the cursed demon has not performed very well so far, it is mainly because the enemies it faces are too strong for it. It has made 2 rare appearances, and both encounters are creatures that cannot be truly killed, such as the katana and the chainsaw man. Otherwise, this instant ability is still very strong. I just don't know if Hayakawa Aki has made a contract with other demons at this time. The demon power of the cursed demon, which has such a high cost, must not be used casually. Apart from this, the other knife hanging on Hayakawa Aki's waist should be just an ordinary knife. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya himself also had a katana hanging around his waist. This was a very common weapon in Japan, which he had bought casually at a private settlement. Wait. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya suddenly whispered. Possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan, his eyesight and insight far surpassing those of ordinary people are his most basic abilities. Even in this pitch-black bridge tunnel, he can see clearly. He saw the demon lurking in the deepest part from afar. It looked like a crayfish, but it was many times larger than a normal crayfish. It can be vaguely seen that this demon is scarlet all over, at least 2 meters tall and even longer. Its thick shell is full of pits and sharp spikes. On its pointed head are 6 huge eyeballs covered with bloodshot, similar to human eyes. Its several pairs of tentacles are like thick whips and look very lethal. Its huge pair of pincers can easily smash a person into meat paste. Ding! Host activates the achievement, First Encounter with the Devil, and gains attribute points. 1. Although Hayakawa Aki had a flashlight, the light was limited and he still couldn't see what was going on deep in the bridge tunnel. So he wondered, what's wrong? I saw the devil. It was the crayfish devil designated by the client. Otonashi Chiya whispered. The task information provided by the client described it as a crayfish demon. Crayfish is another name for crayfish, which basically matches the image of the demon in front of him. Where? Hayakawa Aki was immediately surprised. How could he see so clearly in such an environment? But at the same time, the crayfish demon had also discovered that 2 humans had broken in. The crayfish demon immediately attacked the 2 of them, and the dozen or so curious human hands at the bottom ran very fast. Any slight movement of such a huge body would cause quite a stir, especially in the extremely quiet depths of the bridge tunnel. Here it comes. Otonashi Chiya growled. Advertisement. Hayakawa Aki had already been prepared in his heart. It was difficult to hide in such a small space, so he could only face the attack head-on. He drew the sword from his waist to block the attack of the crayfish demon, but was immediately knocked away by its huge brute force. He, stupid humans, I didn't expect you to come to my door. I can have a good meal again. The smell of humans is so delicious. The crayfish demon was in no hurry to chase after him, but instead laughed arrogantly. Hayakawa Aki managed to keep himself steady. His originally clean clothes were already mostly soaked by the dirty water. He immediately said to Otonashi Chiya, "It's hard to move here. Let's lead it out. If you can't dodge flexibly, fighting the devil with brute force is almost like seeking death, unless you use the power of the devil." Otonashi Chiya thought to himself that it seemed that Hayakawa Aki had only signed a contract with the cursed demon at present, and the fox demon should have joined the Tokyo Public Security Bureau later. You have no chance to get out, prepare to die. The crayfish demon would naturally not let the fat meat that was about to reach its mouth fly away, and used its whip-like tentacles to wrap around Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki respectively. However, in the eyes of Otonashi Chiya Mangekyō Sharingan, the crayfish demon's movements are completely slow motion. In other words, at the moment when the tentacle was about to attack, he had already seen through the tentacle's complete next movement trajectory. This is somewhat similar to the eye ability of Hayakawa Aki after he made a contract with the future devil in the original work, but the principle is actually completely different. The principle of the future devil's eyes is to see the future 2 seconds later, while the principle of Mangekyō Sharingan is insight, which can also be understood as prediction. That's right, it's extremely accurate prediction. As long as the opponent makes a move, he can accurately perceive the entire trajectory of the action that has not yet happened. Following this trajectory, Otonashi Chiya avoided any possibility of being touched by the tentacles. He just moved his feet casually, and the tentacles almost brushed past him, but did not touch a single hair of his. On the other side, Hayakawa Aki quickly retreated and avoided the attack in time. He couldn't see clearly in such a dark environment, and when he saw that Otonashi Chiya didn't make any obvious evasive moves, he thought he was in danger. "Otonashi!" Hayakawa Aki shouted worriedly and immediately picked up the flashlight that had fallen on the ground, only to find that Otonashi Chiya was unharmed. Just at this moment, he clearly saw Otonashi Chiya holding a sword and cutting off the tentacle of the lobster demon. The blood splashing in the air was reflected by the scarlet blood eyes. Only then did he realize that the young man in front of him was far from as simple as he had originally thought. Chapter 3: Successful Hunting, Ga. The crayfish demon howled immediately, not only because of the pain in its tentacles, but also because of the anger at being injured by humans. In a rage, the crayfish demon smashed Otonashi Chiya with both of its giant claws. If it were an ordinary person, it would be basically difficult to dodge an attack with such a large range. But Otonashi Chiya is not an ordinary person. With his Mangekyō Sharingan, he can capture the dynamics of everything around him and accurately predict the situation. The crayfish demon will never be able to touch him. He even dared to rush forward from under the giant pincers. He had predicted that when the giant pincers came down, he would not be able to touch him as he rushed forward. Thus he closed the distance between himself and the crayfish demon, sword in hand, ready to attack. Seeing this scene, Hayakawa Aki's heart suddenly tightened. In his opinion, this was an extremely risky move with a very low margin of error, and one could be life-threatening if not careful. This is indeed true for ordinary people, and the tolerance rate may be less than 10%, but for Otonashi Chiya it is 100%, and there is no possibility of error at all. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya stabbed the crayfish demon's abdomen with the sword in his hand. The carapace on the crayfish demon is not all round. Many parts such as the tentacles and abdomen are not protected by the carapace, and a sharp enough sword can cause damage to it. Puchi. The sword stabbed to the deepest point and then pulled out, and the demon's blood immediately splashed out from the wound. Seeing such smooth and rapid connection of movements, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but be stunned. Is this guy really a newcomer? However, Hayakawa Aki quickly came to his senses. He couldn't just stand there and watch, so he immediately attacked the crayfish demon from behind. But the back and tail are basically protected by thick shells, so he can only use the sword to cut at the legs, which are those things that look like human hands. Maybe the claws of the crayfish demon were too heavy, so it was slow to lift them. Taking advantage of this gap, Otonashi Chiya ripped open the crayfish demon's belly, and countless intestines flowed out. Advertisement: Hayakawa Aki also cut off most of the crayfish demon's legs. Ah! As the crayfish demon screamed, Otonashi Chiya dealt it the final blow, stabbing it from the chest upwards into the head, and soon it was completely motionless. Ding! Host activates the achievement, First Demon Hunting, and gains attribute points. 5. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the crayfish demon, and obtained attribute points. 9. Of course, the attribute points you can get from hunting different demons are also different. The stronger the demon, the more attribute points you can get after hunting it. The strength of the crayfish demon is definitely not very strong, but it is not weak either. At least it is much stronger than the tomato demon. There are indeed many more humans who are afraid of crayfish than those who are afraid of tomatoes. Hunting a crayfish demon gives 9 attributes, which is reasonable. Moreover, demons are actually recyclable resources, and can never be killed completely. Because demons can be resurrected in hell after death. After death in hell, one can be reincarnated into the human world, but at this time one will lose his previous memories, so it is called reincarnation. Unless you are eaten by the chainsaw demon, there will be endless resurrection and reincarnation. He should be dead, right? Aki Hayakawa kicked the crayfish demon's body to make sure it was unresponsive. Yeah, dead. Otonashi Chiya responded, swung the sword in his hand casually, the blood on the blade flew out, and then put the sword into the scabbard. He had not used the Kamui eye technique at all just now. He was worried that with his current energy and blood, his body would be drained in an instant, or even blinded. However, the basic ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan is already so strong. Unless he encounters a demon that is too strong, there is really no need for him to use eye techniques with such serious side effects. Otonashi Chiya didn't think much about it and once again maxed out all the allocable attribute points on the Chi and Blood attribute. Ding! Allocation completed. HP plus 1-5. Advertisement. Chi and Blood. 30. Allocated attribute points. 0. Now Otonashi Chiya's energy and blood are 3 times that of an ordinary person. His super vitality and self-healing ability give him the confidence to use the Kamui eye technique. Then I'll ask someone to deal with the demon's corpse. Hayakawa Aki then walked out of the bridge tunnel and started making a phone call. By the time I finished the call, Otonashi Chiya had already come out. Hayakawa Aki looked back and saw that Otonashi Chiya's body was only stained with some blood, and the dirty water and mud were only on the soles of his shoes. In contrast, he himself looked much more disheveled, with his clothes mixed with a lot of dirty water, mud and blood, and the smell was extremely foul. Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but ask, "Are you really a newcomer?" "Of course, I just had better luck and signed a contract with a stronger devil." Otonashi Chiya smiled modestly. From now on, no matter who he is with, he will only explain the ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan as the demonic power obtained after making a contract with a certain demon. He will never let anyone know the existence of the system and the truth about Kamui. After all, even if the side effects of Dual Kamui are eliminated, it is not completely unsolvable, and there will still be a slight weakness. This is too controversial and can easily affect the reading experience, so a small paragraph of the original text has been deleted. Although the weaknesses of a single eye Kamui are insignificant, and the dual eye Kamui reduce the weaknesses to an almost negligible level, it never hurts to be cautious. It is difficult to compare the combat power of Hokage and Chainsaw Man in the worldview, because the abilities of the Demon of Darkness, the Demon of Domination, and the Demon of War are too abstract. Even if Otonashi Chiya has double Kamui, he dare not be too careless. Alright. Hayakawa Aki subconsciously looked into Otonashi Chiya's eyes. He felt that the power of the devil should have changed the appearance of Otonashi's eyes and made them stronger, which could be seen from Otonashi's extraordinary eyesight and his performance when fighting the devil. I guess the price to pay is not small. Little did they know that this was merely the basic ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Otonashi Chiya didn't have to pay any price, and that the true ability of Kamui was far more than that. Chapter 4. Distribution of remuneration. A few minutes later, a truck drove up. These are the people that Hayakawa Aki called to transport the demon corpse. After all, it is impossible for them to drag such a heavy demon corpse away with their bare hands. Otonashi Chiya does have a method. He can use his right eye Kamui to absorb the demon's corpse into the Kamui space, another space, and then transfer the corpse out when he reaches the civilian base. But there is no need for this. The side effects of Kamui are so great that it would be a waste of talent to use it to transport the demon corpses. Accompanying the truck were 2 police cars, which were responsible for handling the scene. Otherwise, the large amount of bloodline in the bridge tunnel would definitely cause trouble if discovered by people who were unaware of the situation. They took the truck driver and 2 policemen into the bridge tunnel, and with the help of flashlights and lighting helmets, they saw the full picture of the devil's body. The truck driver immediately exclaimed, "Wow! Hayakawa, the demon you hunted this time is not ordinary, it's amazing. He has been doing this kind of work for many years, specializing in helping demon hunters transport demon corpses, so he has seen a lot of demons and has no fear of demon corpses." Even the 2 policemen next to him are not as calm as him. As soon as he saw the hard shell and thick claws, he knew it was a very tricky demon. He didn't expect that Hayakawa Aki could hunt even this kind of demon. "No, he killed her, it has nothing to do with me." Hayakawa Aki shook his head and spoke truthfully. He knew full well that he hadn't been of much help, as Otonashi was basically fighting the crayfish demon head-on. Although he could kill him if he wanted to, he would definitely have to use the power of the cursed demon. The truck driver then looked at Otonashi Chiya next to Hayakawa Aki in surprise. When he first saw the young man, he felt he was a stranger and thought he was a new folk demon hunter. Apart from his strange eyes, the simple smile on his face made him look harmless. At first glance, he didn't expect him to be a ruthless person. "I didn't expect this boy to be so fierce." The 2 policemen also looked at Otonashi Chiya with surprise, and felt in their hearts that more and more young people are becoming demon hunters nowadays. However, although they are unwilling to pay the price to sign a contract with the devil, they will not have any prejudice against demon hunters. After all, only demon hunters can hunt demons and protect people from harm by demons. Otonashi Chiya smiled but said nothing. He did not like to brag about himself. Afterwards, the truck driver called several people to use tools to move the demon's corpse into the car, and used special measures to reduce the smell emitted by the demon's corpse as much as possible to avoid affecting passers-by during transportation. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki took a police car, which took them to a civilian base. The truck carrying the demon's corpse also arrived at the underground garage of the civilian base at about the same time, where it was convenient for the handover to the civilian base. That is to say, The corpse of the crayfish demon will be taken over by the civilian base, because the main purpose of the money issued by the commission is the demon's corpse. At this time, Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki were sitting on chairs at the front desk of the base. Gentlemen, we have received the demon corpse. Please wait patiently for us to check it. Once we confirm that there is no problem, we will settle the commission for you too. The female staff at the front desk said to them with a smile. Hayakawa Aki remained silent. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly, okay. The young man next to him is Chu Jun's. At this time, the female staff member said again. This young woman seemed to be quite familiar with Hayakawa Aki and they even called each other by their names. However, before she finished her words, Hayakawa Aki responded coldly, just a temporary partner. Otonashi Chiya could tell at a glance that the young woman was somewhat interested in Hayakawa Akira, but at that time Hayakawa Akira was still burdened with the deep hatred of the murder of his family and had no intention of falling in love at all. I thought Hayakawa-kun finally had a friend, and a handsome boy at that. Even though Hayakawa Aki's attitude was very cold, the young woman did not seem to be dissatisfied at all. The young woman was not exaggerating, Otonashi Chiya was indeed good-looking. His handsome facial features and soft, innocent smile give people a sense of intimacy, and the Kamui-shaped Mangekyō Sharingan adds a bit of mystery to him. Hayakawa Aki simply didn't want to answer anymore. Now he didn't want to get too close to anyone. The only thing in his mind was revenge. After a while, the base confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the body of the crayfish demon. He directly gave 400,000 in cash to Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki as the reward for the commission. The largest denomination of Japanese yen is 10,000, and 400,000 yen is actually 40 banknotes. Advertisement. Of course, it is profitable for the sponsor to spend so much money to issue this commission. For example, the demon corpse can be sold on the black market. A demon corpse can be sold for at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of yen. The crayfish demon can be sold for about 500,000 or 600,000 yen. The financier makes money from the price difference by providing information related to demons and asking demon hunters to do the work. Oh, I just realized that Hayakawa Aki and that strange boy are back. It looks like they completed the commission? That should be the case. I remember the reward for the commission was about 400,000. A target of this level must be strong. Hayakawa Aki is really strong. Some people in the stronghold started talking again. At this time, Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki were dividing the rewards. Otonashi Chiya thought of splitting it in half, so he gave 20 of the banknotes to Hayakawa Aki. But Hayakawa Aki immediately refused. No, I didn't contribute much, you take it all. Why do you have to be so calculating about killing a demon? Just keep it. Otonashi Chiya didn't bother to talk nonsense with Hayakawa Aki and directly stuffed 200,000 yen into Hayakawa Aki's pocket. He didn't like to care about such things, and Hayakawa Aki was a person he admired before. If he really wanted to take this into account, he would have to calculate the respective contributions of himself and Hayakawa Aki, and then distribute the rewards based on the proportions. This would be too troublesome, and he was too lazy to do it. Hayakawa Aki had no choice but to accept it. At the same time he kept Otonashi Chiya in mind. It's a pleasant cooperation this time. We hope we can cooperate again in the future. Otonashi Chiya knew what Hayakawa Aki was thinking and that he only wanted to be a temporary partner, so he took the initiative to say this and Hayakawa Aki would not make it difficult. Hayakawa Aki nodded, thinking that this was a good idea. Many people around were surprised to hear the conversation between Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki. They originally thought that it was Hayakawa Aki who completed the commission with his strong ability, but they didn't expect that it was just the opposite. The boy who seemed to be a newcomer was actually stronger than Hayakawa Aki. Moreover, this young man no longer wanted to partner with Hayakawa Aki, so someone immediately thought of inviting this young man to join the team. Chapter 5. Denji. After a while, 2 men and 1 woman walked up to Otonashi Chiya. The middle-aged man who led the group invited Otonashi Chiya. Young man, I recognize your ability. Are you interested in joining us? Otonashi Chiya was about to decline, but then several groups of people came to invite him, and even a small group of more than a dozen people appeared. Under the regular system of the public security, the unit is class, such as the Demon Exorcism class and the Anti-Demon Special class. One class is a team, and there are partners in the team, usually 2 or 3 people. Routine patrols and small missions are carried out by partners of 2 or 3 people, while major missions require the entire team to act together. Only particularly serious accidents will mobilize the entire public security force. People in the public also followed suit, but it was not so formal. They could form groups in any way they wanted, with several people working together, and there were also small groups. Otonashi Chiya suddenly had a headache after receiving so many invitations. They all knew how strong Hayakawa Aki was. Now that a young man stronger than Hayakawa Aki had appeared, he naturally became a popular, hot commodity. Some want to curry favor with others, and of course there are also some individuals who have ulterior motives. Seeing that Otonashi Chiya was in trouble, Hayakawa Aki at the side immediately spoke up to help him out. Although we are only temporary partners, it does not mean that the partnership is terminated. You should find someone else. Ah, is that so? Well, that can't be helped. What a pity. Everyone dispersed tactfully. It is difficult for them to invite people since the partnership has not been dissolved, and even if they want to poach people, they can't do it openly. Thank you. At this time, Otonashi Chiya whispered. Nothing, you can always call me if you need anything in the future. Hayakawa Akira's theory. What he was referring to were commissions similar to today's. There are often commissions that have requirements for the demon hunter's battle record or number of people, and these commissions are often more difficult. Okay. Otonashi Chiya was naturally happy to do so. He actually prefers to hunt demons alone, so he was reluctant when faced with those people's invitation just now. It would be best to be able to partner flexibly with Hayakawa Aki and act together when necessary. Chu Jun said he didn't want any friends, but he's still very honest in his heart. At this time, the young female staff member just now teased Hayakawa Aki. I was only doing this to repay a favor, Hayakawa Aki explained expressionlessly. Advertisement. The young woman smiled without saying anything, as if she had seen through everything. However, the person who knows Hayakawa Akira best is Otonashi Chiya. He knows very well that although Hayakawa Akira often speaks harshly and has a bad attitude, he is actually very kind and will occasionally show this kind of duplicity. Subsequently, Otonashi Chiya left the civilian base. He planned to go to a large bank in Japan to apply for a savings card so that he could deposit money into the card more conveniently. As a time traveler, he hadn't used cash for a long time, so he was not used to it. However, when entering the bank door, Otonashi Chiya could feel the security guard's eyes fixed on him. Maybe because his eyes are so special, security guards in places like banks will definitely pay special attention to people who are a little weird, such as demons. In the world of Chainsaw Man, in addition to humans and demons, there are also demons and weapon men. Another translation of weapon man is demon man, but for convenience, this book uses weapon man all the time. Not many people know about weapons, but anyone who has received compulsory education will learn about demons. The devil is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He looks like a human on the outside, but is a complete devil on the inside. Except for a few exceptions, most demons, like devils, regard humans as food and objects of abuse. However, it is not difficult to identify demons. For example, they have horns on their heads, gills on their mouths, thorns on their cheeks, etc. Of course, having eyes that are different from those of ordinary people is not included. I want to apply for a card. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to the staff. Okay, sir, please check what type of bank card you need. The staff said respectfully. Otonashi Chiya randomly picked a bank card that had the same function as the savings card in his previous life. This is it. When checking his identity, he had to admit that the Japanese national identity fabricated by the system was flawless. His background was that his parents died at the hands of a gun demon, his house was destroyed, and he survived by chance and wandered alone in Tokyo with little cash. After the staff checked his identity and confirmed it was correct, they issued him a bank card. After getting the bank card, he immediately deposited all 200,000 yen into the card. Next, Otonashi Chiya had to rent a house. When he first came here, he didn't even have a place to live. Based on the principle of proximity, he rented an apartment directly near the civilian stronghold. Because Otonashi Chiya had extraordinary eyesight, he inadvertently saw the names of all the residents on the mailbox when he was on the first floor of the apartment building, and immediately spotted Hayakawa Aki among the densely packed names. However, the house he rented was on the 4th floor, while Hayakawa Aki lived on the 6th floor. After all, this apartment was the closest to the private base, so it was not surprising that Hayakawa Aki would rent here given his situation. It would be a coincidence if Hayakawa Aki was his neighbor. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already moved into the house he rented. It had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a private bathroom, and a kitchen, but there was no furniture. He had heard that rental houses in Japan did not come with furniture, so he had to buy the furniture himself and then ask the moving company to help him move it in. Advertisement. After working for several hours, Otonashi Chiya finally solved the accommodation problem in the evening and could finally sleep well. The next morning, he fried 2 eggs and heated a cup of milk for breakfast and went out. He is now in urgent need of hunting demons to gain attribute points, and plans to go to the civilian base to see if there are any commissions he can take. Brother, you just completed a commission yesterday. Are you taking on another one so soon? When Otonashi Chiya accepted a single request, the waitress asked him in a surprised tone. Even Chu Jun needs to rest for a few days. Usually demon hunters have to recuperate for a while after a battle because using demonic power comes at a price. Why does he need to rest? Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask. In his impression, didn't Hayakawa Aki not use the devil's power yesterday? Ah, don't you know, Chu Jun usually relies on some kind of demonic power to strengthen his body when fighting demons, but he has always refused to tell others what kind of demon it is. The waitress explained. I see. If the other party hadn't told him, Otonashi Chiya really wouldn't have known about it. Since this didn't happen in the original book, it is estimated that when Hayakawa Aki joined the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, he terminated the contract with the current devil and contracted a fox devil instead. After all, signing a contract with multiple devils is not a good thing, and it will cost more. Come to think of it, it is impossible for Hayakawa Aki to live among the people just by relying on the cursed demon. If so, his lifespan would have been sucked dry long ago. Suginami District. It is one of Tokyo's 23 special wards, located in western Tokyo and has a rich natural environment. In order to carry out the commission, Otonashi Chiya took the subway to Suginami Ward. The target of the commission is the Ant Devil, and the reward is over 200,000 yen. At this time, Otonashi Chiya arrived at the detailed location provided by the commission, a field. But he not only saw the devil, he also saw a familiar figure. Is that Densi? Etc. As the male protagonist of the original novel, shouldn't Densi be a male? How can there be long golden hair? Chapter 6 Left Eye Kamui. Although it was far away, Otonashi Chiya was absolutely confident in his eyesight. He could see it clearly, although it was difficult to tell whether the thin and gaunt figure was a man or woman. The waist-length golden hair was not something a man could have. And the thing that little girl was holding was Pochita in chainsaw form, so it must be Denji. Could it be that there was some bug in the world of Chainsaw Man that he traveled to, causing Densi to become a feminine person? While Otonashi Chiya's brain was a little confused, Denji in the distance was fighting the ant demon. Normal ants are not even the size of a fingernail, but the ant demon is several times larger than the electric ant. There are countless sharp teeth in its bloody mouth, and its 6 legs are all skinny like human legs. Although not many people are afraid of ants, the amazing strength and tenacious vitality of ants themselves mean that the giant ant demon is definitely not weak. Pochita, it's time to go. With cold sweat on his face, Denji rushed towards the ant demon with Pochita in his hand. She was at the end of her rope. If she didn't hunt the ant demons and make money to pay off her debts, she would have to sell her organs tomorrow. So no matter how dangerous it was, she had no choice but to go ahead with it. However, at that time, Denji was not proficient in the use of Pochita, and his frail body had no strength, so he was no match for the ant demon. She tried to saw off one of the ant demon's legs, but was knocked down by its huge tentacle. No, I can't beat him. Densi still showed a look of panic after all. But the more frightened she was, the stronger the ant demon became. Seeing that Denji was in danger, Otonashi Chiya certainly would not sit idly by. It was definitely too late to run over now. His left eye suddenly widened and bloodshot appeared in the white of his eye. Kamui's left eye focused on the ant demon's head, and the space-distorting Uzumaki appeared out of thin air and broke the ant demon's neck directly through the air. This is one of the functions of left eye Kamui, which can also be called offensive Kamui. Moreover, the double Kamui with 2 eyes merged together makes the speed of space Uzumaki formation and transmission significantly faster. The principle of breaking the devil's neck from long distances, teleportation. Huh? As the head hit the ground, the ant demon also fell down with a loud bang. Advertisement, ding. Host successfully hunted down the ant demon and obtained attribute points. 7. Densi was frightened at once, still sitting on the ground and forgetting to get up, looking at the ant demon in front of him with a blank face. What happened? Why did it die suddenly? Denji said in shock. Wow, at this time, Pochita had returned to his normal, orange dog form and rubbed against Densi's body. Otonashi Chiya walked towards Denji, feeling some discomfort in his body, and a strong stinging sensation in his left eye, even with a trace of blood flowing out. He gently covered his left eye with his left hand, feeling a little bitter, it's still a bit forced. The chi and blood attributes have been increased to 30, which is 3 times that of an ordinary person. Even a slight use of Kamui's ability still has such a big side effect. Fortunately, his recovery ability is 3 times that of an ordinary person, so he will be able to recover on his own slowly. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 7, chi and blood, 37. Allocated attribute points. 0. Otonashi Chiya immediately allocated the attribute points obtained from hunting the ant demon to chi and blood. His body immediately felt better and the stinging sensation in his left eye also subsided. The dual Kamui are heaven-defyingly powerful, but I can't use them as I wish. This is so frustrating. This makes Otonashi Chiya more eager to hunt more demons to gain attribute points. At this time, Dyunki looked around, wanting to know who killed the ant demon, and as a result, he saw a handsome big brother walking not far away. Yes. Was it you who saved me just now? Denji asked. Otonashi Chiya smiled and nodded. Ding! Host activates the achievement, First Electric Encounter, and gains attribute points. 1. Ding! Host activates the achievement, First Encounter with Pochita, and gains attribute points. 1. Advertisement. Previously, Otonashi Chiya had only seen the side and back, and now he could see Denji's front clearly. His facial features had not changed much from the original. The only change was that they were more delicate, and he had a mouthful of teeth shaped like shark teeth. But his face was dirty, and his long golden hair was messy and dirty, as if he hadn't taken a shower or washed his hair for many days. Only his dark red eyes were clear and bright. His clothes were worn, dirty and thin, and he was thin and severely malnourished. Since this is not the timeline of the original story, Denji is still relatively young. Otonashi Chiya first called the truck driver and notified the police, waiting for them to deal with the demon's body. Listening to the voice of the phone call, Dyunki seemed to be thinking about something. After she hesitated for a while, she waited for Otonashi Chiya to hang up the phone before she said, Big brother, can you give me some of the demon's body? Densi's expression and tone were cautious, for fear of angering the other party, but she was already desperate, and even if she could get a small piece of the demon's corpse in exchange for some money, it would be helpful. Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya shook his head. It's not that he is cold-blooded, but even if he gave the entire demon corpse to Denji, it would be useless. It all started with Densi's life experience. His family broke up when he was young, his mother died of a heart attack, and his father was an alcoholic who borrowed huge amounts of high-interest loans from the gang. Even her father once went crazy and wanted to kill her, and she had no choice but to kill her father in self-defense. Then, with the interference of the gang, she was burdened with nearly 100 million high-interest loans left by her father. In short, Even if Otonashi Chiya gave the entire body of the ant demon to Denji, it would not be able to fill the bottomless pit of usury of the gangsters, and the current situation would not change at all. Denji could only be forced by the gangsters to sell his body to make money and become a money-making tool without freedom. Seeing his older brother shaking his head, Denji lowered his head with sad eyes, his heart filled with despair. But she didn't make a fuss or cry. She knew that others had no obligation to help her, and it was good enough that they could save her just now. Otonashi Chiya sighed distressed-edly. How much debt do you still have to pay off? Denji was stunned for a moment, and started to calculate with a silly look on her face. After a while, she realized that something was wrong. Why did this strange big brother know about her debt? She looked up in confusion and was about to ask. There are still nearly 100 million, right? Otonashi Chiya has already spoken. This demon corpse can't help you change the current situation. Why not change your thinking and solve the problem from the root? Chapter 7 Denji's Favor. What idea? Upon hearing that the problem could be solved from the root, Denji immediately put aside his previous doubts. Kill the creditor. Otonashi Chiya said bluntly. Under Japanese law, as long as the children do not inherit their father's estate, they do not have to repay their father's debts, so your debts are illegal, including usury, but the gangs will not care about this, they will only squeeze you to death, so the only way is to kill your creditor. Even if you inherit the estate, you don't have to pay off the remaining debts as long as you use up the estate, but loan sharks won't reason with you. Amazing. I didn't know this at all. Denji was stunned when he heard this. How could she understand the law when she never went to school? She had been forced to pay back the debt since the day her father died, and she thought that this was what she had to do, and that she would be killed if she didn't pay back the debt. But I'm too weak. There are so many of them. I can't defeat them at all. Deunki knows his own weight. Don't worry, I will help you. Those rabble are nothing to be afraid of. Otonashi Chiya has decided to save Denji. Although one day 4 years later, Denji will merge with Vegeta to become Chainsaw Man, and his life will be completely changed. But these 4 years were extremely painful and tortuous. Starving and being bullied were just commonplace. Moreover, since Deunki in this world was a girl, she would probably be forced to sell her body. In the original novel, the gang even planned to force Denji, a boy, to sell his body. They would do anything to make money for them. Now that he has traveled through time, there is no way he can just sit back and watch. But then again, it seems that Denji has just signed a contract with Vegeta not long ago. Although his body is malnourished, there are no serious problems and every part of his body looks intact. Really? Denji couldn't believe it. Apart from her mother who passed away early, she has always been despised and abused since she was a child. It is a luxury for her to be treated normally and not be despised. She dare not even think that anyone will help her or care about her. Of course it's true. Otonashi Chiya heading out. Very good. Denji's face immediately showed surprise. She didn't know how long she hadn't been so happy. Advertisement, ding. Host activates the achievement, Denji's Intimacy, LV1, and gains attribute points. 2. Hearing the system prompt, Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. Is there such an achievement? And looking at the suffix of this achievement, it has a, LV1, which seems to have multiple stages. But how do you know about my debt? This should be the first time we meet, right? At this time, Denji remembered his doubts just now. You should know that signing a contract with a devil can gain the power of the devil. This is one of my abilities. I can see part of other people's memories. Otonashi Chiya calmly said to Denji, but this is my secret, don't tell anyone else. Denji was slightly stunned. The other party was willing to tell her such a secret. Doesn't that mean that the other party already regarded her as someone he could trust? She nodded vigorously immediately. Yes, I will never tell anyone. However, she never considered the truthfulness of the other party's words. Otonashi Chiya knew that Denji was so naive, but he did not intend to deceive Denji maliciously. After all, he could not tell anyone about his identity as a time traveler. He continued, besides, I have a grudge against that gang. Isn't the enemy of my enemy my friend? This is true. In the original work, many public security demon hunters, especially Ji, died at the hands of the gang. The mastermind was a certain weapon man, who could also be called Waste Knife. Of course, the real mastermind behind the scenes was actually Makima. And Waste Knife's grandfather is Denji's biggest creditor, the old B*****************, D who was transformed into a corpse, so they are actually from the same gang. Otonashi Chiya naturally dislikes this gang and is determined to wipe them out. Oh. Denji nodded without any doubt. By the way, are your eyes okay? At this time, Denji stared at Otonashi Chiya's left eye. She had noticed the bloodline under Otonashi's left eye a long time ago, and seeing that it had not been wiped off, she couldn't help but remind him. It's okay. This is just the price of using demonic power. Otonashi Chiya then remembered that he forgot to wipe off the blood flowing from his left eye, and now it has solidified into bloodline. He wiped off the bloodline and continued, we'll eliminate the gangs, and you won't have to continue paying your debts. That's a good idea indeed. But soon Denji showed a worried expression again, but as for the two of us, is it okay? Advertisement. Although she had just witnessed the big brother's strength with her own eyes, the gangsters were more numerous and powerful. And she knew she had no fighting power. Strictly speaking, she only had her big brother, who was fighting against the entire gang for her. No problem. Just as Otonashi Chiya opened his mouth, he heard a growling sound coming from Denji's stomach. Denji lowered his head and touched his stomach. He was not as shy as other girls would be about this kind of thing. I just had a piece of bread before we set out. How come I'm hungry again so soon? Woof woof. At this time, Pochita rubbed Densi's calf with his head, and his voice was very gentle, as if he was comforting Densi. Densi then squatted down and hugged Pochita. Pochita, you must be hungry too. There are 2 slices of bread left at home. Let's go back and eat them. Go home and pack up the things you want to take with you, and then follow me. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said, Dianki didn't react at first. Of course, if you still want to continue living in that kind of hut, I respect your wishes. Otonashi Chiya supplementary path. Densi finally reacted and quickly shook his head. No. Who would want to live in that shabby little house? That's no problem. You and Pochita go home first. I have something important to deal with and I'll be away for a while. I'll come to your house to find you after I'm done. Otonashi Chiya has come up with a plan. Okay. Denji ran home with Pochita in his arms, looking very happy. She still couldn't believe that she had met such a good person today who was willing to help her fight the entire gang alone. She ran a few steps and turned back to wave to Otonashi Chiya. Goodbye, big brother. Be sure to come find me later, we agreed. Must. Otonashi Chiya's smile path. Looking at that gentle and handsome smile, Densi immediately ran away with Pochita in his arms, looking a little shy. What should I do, Pochita? I think I've fallen in love with that older brother. Ding. Host activates the achievement, Densi's Intimacy, LV2, and gains attribute points. 4. Chapter 8 Friending Zombie Demons. As Denji ran home, Otonashi Chiya headed in another direction. About half an hour later, he finally found the place he remembered, but it took him a long time because he was searching blindly. In front of me was a long abandoned house with a rusty door and weeds growing everywhere. There was no sign of anyone nearby, and it looked very desolate. I hope the zombie demon will be in here. Otonashi Chiya's way of thinking. His plan to deal with the gang was to start with this demon. Although the old man who oppressed Denji was the boss of the gang, he might have become confused due to his age, and in the original work he actually wanted to obtain this kind of devil power. Damn, this is. In the end, he was zombified and died. This time, Otonashi Chiya will use the characteristics of the zombie demon in advance to make the gangsters zombie. Before entering the abandoned house, he added all his existing attribute points to Chi and Blood. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 8, Chi and Blood, 45. Allocated attribute points. 0. He hasn't fully recovered from the energy he's consumed in hunting the ant demons. Hopefully, the remaining 45 HP will allow him to use Kamui's abilities 2 or 3 times, which shouldn't be a big problem. Otonashi Chiya simply pushed up the door of the house. Perhaps because it had been abandoned for too long, the door was broken and could be opened easily. There was no electricity and the big house was very dark. However, his Mangekyō Sharingan could still clearly see the zombie demon hiding in the innermost part, and there were several humans who had been transformed into zombies at some point and were standing next to the zombie demon. The body of the zombie demon is very tall, at least 5 or 6 meters tall, and its appearance is a human chest cavity, with a brain without a shell. Below the chest cavity are many intestines connected to the back of the brain of those zombie humans. There is also a huge, disgusting human face on the chest, which is actually the real head of the demon. Devil, I have something to talk to you about. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya came in and got straight to the point. You want to sign a contract with me? Sure, this is the face on the right side of the zombie demon's chest speaking. You seem to have made a mistake. I didn't negotiate with you. Otonashi Chiya's voice gradually turned cold. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to listen to me obediently, and the other is to die. What? The sad demon was immediately furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Otonashi Chiya was too lazy to continue talking to the sad demon, so he drew the sword from his waist and prepared to take action directly. I know. You are the demon hunter. Damn demon hunter. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Zombie demons hate demon hunters very much, because its fellow men will be killed. It rarely attacks humans on its own initiative. It is the foolish humans who come to it to make a contract, so it naturally has no reason to refuse. Otherwise, there would definitely be far more servants around it than just these few. Everyone, come on. Chop this damn demon hunter into pieces. The Zangshi demon gave orders to the Zangshi nearby, and those Zangshi immediately roared and surrounded Otonashi Chiya. However, these zombies were extremely weak. In Otonashi Chiya's eyes, their movements were as slow as turtles and they could not pose any threat to him. With the basic ability of Mangekyō Sharingan alone, holding a katana can be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the zombified human and obtained attribute points. 1. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the zombified human and obtained attribute points. 1. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. As the heads of the zombies fell to the ground one after another, Otonashi Chiya gained attribute points one after another. It seems that these zombified humans can also be considered demons. It is reasonable to only give them 1 attribute point because they are too weak. Advertisement. In a short while, he gained 7 attribute points. All my servants. The zombie demon has realized that the human boy in front of him is very powerful. Without Zangshi to drive it, it had no strength of its own, and its attitude changed immediately. Wait, demon hunters are all good people, not annoying at all. Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. This guy was weaker than he expected, and without his servants he was nothing. Stop talking nonsense and sign a contract with me. I can spare your life, but you have to help deal with certain people. Otonashi Chiya placed the tip of his sword directly against the head of the Zangshi demon, forcing the guy to sign a contract with him. Signing a contract does not only allow you to gain devil power, but also to do what he said. For example, the initial contract between Densi and Pochita was to help each other survive. Pochita did not give Densi the power of the devil, but became Densi's dependent partner. Therefore, as long as the contract is established, the zombie demon must do things for him obediently. As long as you don't make excessive demands, I will sign a contract with you. The zombie demon was afraid of death and had no choice but to agree. The demons that were reincarnated from hell to the human world basically lost their previous memories. If they are not well informed, many demons do not know that they can be resurrected in hell after death. The same is true for zombie demons, who think that death is death, so they are afraid of death. It won't be too much. You just need to take the initiative to make a contract with them and let them gain your demonic power and turn into zombies. As he spoke, Otonashi Chiya's eyes gradually widened, his expression became cold and somewhat scary, completely lacking his usual gentle and sunny feeling. The mad demon's impression of the human boy became even worse, but it didn't dare to say it out loud. It was clearly the devil, but the human boy in front of it seemed more terrifying to it. I promise you, but I can't walk around the streets in such a shabby state. How can I find those people you mentioned? The zombie demon is very self-aware. With its conspicuous appearance, it will definitely be besieged by many demon hunters once it runs out. It's very simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Otonashi Chiya's right eyes suddenly widened and bloodshot appeared just like last time. The Zangshi demon was immediately frightened by the strange eyes. What do you want to do? Chapter 9 Kamui Space. Close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you to. Otonashi Chiya first emphasized the sad demon. The Zangshi demon didn't ask why. It had already signed a contract with Otonashi Chiya, so it had to obey. The contract cannot be violated. The party that violates the contract will die immediately, no matter how strong you are. So Otonashi Chiya will definitely spare its life in the end. The mad demon closed his eyes obediently and didn't dare to open them for a moment. Then, a space-distorting Uzumaki sucked the entire Zangshi demon into Otonashi Chiya's right eye, thus teleporting it into Kamui space. Although the left and right eyes can use the functions of the other eye after the binocular Kamui is merged, the consumption in this case will be greater. So he deliberately used his left and right eyes independently, with the left eye attacking Kamui and the right eye defending Kamui, so as to minimize the consumption. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. What did you do to me? A zombie demon of this size definitely couldn't have been unaware of the pain when it was twisted, and it howled in pain. Not to mention the sad demon, Otonashi Chiya himself felt a little uncomfortable. Because how big an object can be transferred into the Kamui space depends on the pupil power and chakra amount, and in his case it is the pupil power and vitality. The zombie demon is so big that it's quite difficult to deal with it. This is my demonic power. I have placed you somewhere else so that no one can find you, but you cannot open your eyes. I will let you out when I get there. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Kamui space is equivalent to his own private space, and what he says can also be directly transmitted into Kamui space. He didn't let the Zangshi demon open his eyes because the Kamui space was one of his secrets. This was closely related to the principle of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Kamui, ability, and he would try not to let others know. Okay, I understand. The zombie demon is very obedient. It found that it could not smell the scent of the human boy at all. Even without opening its eyes, the surrounding environment gave it a strange and unknown feeling. I really don't know what the demon hunter did and where the hell he took it to. So demon hunter is really annoying, disgusting. At the same time, Densi had already packed the things he wanted to take with him and had been waiting for Otonashi Chiya at home for more than half an hour. At first, she was very excited to talk to Pochita about the big brother advertisement, but as time went by and the older brother still hadn't shown up, she began to feel uneasy. Pochita, that big brother should just have some troubles that he hasn't dealt with yet, right? He didn't abandon us, did he? Denji held Pochita in his arms and kept looking out the window, but he never saw the figure he was thinking about. Her expression had long since changed from excitement to calm, and this sentence was just self-comfort. Because even if the older brother suddenly changed his mind and abandoned her and Pochita, it would be normal. After all, those gangsters were too strong, and there was almost no one who was not afraid of them. Woo, Pochita's expression also looked a little depressed. I'm so hungry. Let's eat a piece of bread first. Densi took the bag of bread from the table. The bread was the cheapest of the cheap, hard and tasteless, but she had no choice. Even a bag like this needs to be divided into several meals. We can only eat one piece, and the remaining piece must be left for Big Brother. Denji only took out a piece of bread and broke it in half, giving half of it to Pochita. She still didn't give up the last glimmer of hope in her heart. Waited another 10 minutes. Denji's mood grew increasingly depressed, and his last glimmer of hope was about to burn out. I thought I could really escape from the sea of suffering, but it was as unreal as a dream. It turned out to be just an empty dream. From extreme excitement and anticipation to nothing, such a huge gap is really hard to bear. Densi knew that she couldn't just wait like this, because tomorrow was the last day of the month and she didn't have much time left. If I can't pay off my debts this month, I'll be forced to sell myself. At this time, Densi took a deep breath and encouraged himself and Pochita, let's go find another demon and give it a try. If we can hunt it down, we can at least hope to pay off this month's debt. Wow! Pochita also shouted enthusiastically. Just when Densi pushed open the door and prepared to leave, having given up all illusions, he saw a figure appear not far away. Densi was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes hard, and widened his eyes to confirm again that the figure was Otonashi Chiya. I'm sorry I'm late. Advertisement. Seeing Densi standing there in a daze with red eyes, Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt a little guilty. He casually said he would be away for a while, but he ended up being away for an hour. In fact, he could have come to look for Deonki a few minutes earlier, but he just went out to buy food. It's not too late, I've already packed my things. Densi wiped the tears from his eyes and said happily. At this time, Denji has not experienced so much, nor has he lost his heart, and his emotions are richer and simpler than in the original work. Don't leave in a hurry, come and eat something. Otonashi Chiya handed the plastic bag in his hand to Denji, which contained a lot of bread and snacks. This is, when I opened it for the first time, I found it was full of delicious food. Most of them were delicacies that she had seen in the store before and wanted to eat but couldn't afford. Is this all for me? Denji asked in disbelief. Yes, these are for you. I've already eaten them. Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. Denji ran back into the house with the bag in his arms, ecstatic, and Pochita followed him in excitedly. Looking at Pochita's cute and happy appearance, Otonashi Chiya felt a little emotional. He is a chainsaw demon that terrorizes hell, but he is happy to get along with humans in a friendly way. Although Pochita is just a cute orange dog, his true form or complete form is a chainsaw demon that scares most demons in hell. Since the complete chainsaw demon is in human form, the demons prefer to call it Chainsaw Man. There is also a nickname that Otonashi Chiya used to call himself in his previous life, Black Saw. Because the demons eaten by the Chainsaw Man will truly die. For example, the World War II demon was eaten, and humans were directly affected and their memories of World War II were directly erased. The World War II demon no longer exists, unless the Chainsaw Man vomits the World War II demon out of his stomach. This is the key reason why demons are afraid of the Chainsaw Man. At this moment, Pochita suddenly turned around and looked at Otonashi Chiya, wagging its tail at him with a very friendly expression. Pochita. Otonashi Chiya suddenly had the urge to pick up Pochita so that he wouldn't be attacked. He tried to pick up Pochita, and Pochita was very obedient and did not resist. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Pochita's Intimacy, LV1, and gains attribute points, 2. Chapter 10 Killing the Creditor. Listening to the system voice, Otonashi Chiya could roughly judge that he did not have much trust from Pochita before, until he kept his promise and came to find Densi just now, and brought a lot of delicious food to Densi and Pochita. Then she began to have a good impression of him. Holding Pochita in his arms, Otonashi Chiya felt even more emotional. Pochita's true strength is so strong that it can be said that except for the Root Demon, almost no demon can suppress the complete Black Saw. The demon with the name of the Root of Terror is the ceiling among demons. It is a transcendent who has never experienced death. But there are many mysteries about Black Saw, and the upper limit of his strength is still unknown. For example, when he was in hell, the 4 demons of domination, war, hunger, and death led many demons under their command to fight Black Saw, but they were never able to kill Black Saw. He always came back and almost killed the demon of war. But even such a powerful demon has always dreamed of being held in someone's arms. But it's so powerful, just imagine that Pochita in Black Saw form has. Any human or demon that gets close will be sawed into pieces. Such a simple dream has become a luxury. Maybe this is also the reason why Pochita is unwilling to transform back into Black Saw form even after his injuries have recovered. Only in this dog form can he hug Densi. At this time, Otonashi Chiya walked into the house holding Pochita. Looking at this old and dilapidated wooden house, he was sure to connect the electricity to the apartment suite he rented next. Densi, when will that creditor from the gang come looking for you again? Otonashi Chiya questions. He should come tonight, because tomorrow is the last day to pay off the debt this month, and he will come to urge me. Densi answered while wolfing down the food, muttering, it's delicious. Even though the girl in front of me is a girl, she is not reserved when eating delicious food. Then let's wait until tonight before leaving, Otonashi Chiya explains. He put Pochita down so that he could also enjoy the meal. Denji was busy eating and didn't think about the deeper meaning of Otonashi Chiya's words at all. By the way, I'm going to release a scary-looking demon later, so be prepared and don't get scared. Otonashi Chiya reminded Densi. Okay, I won't be scared. Apart from anything else, Deonki is quite courageous. Otonashi Chiya then teleported the Sangshi demon out again through his right eye Kamui and said it, you can open your eyes now. I can finally open my eyes, the zombie demon suddenly screamed. It was very tormenting for it not to be able to open its eyes. The cabin was a bit small. The zombie demon almost hit the ceiling when he came out and immediately complained, why is this place so small? Advertisement. The movement behind him made Densi turn around immediately. When he saw the zombie demon, he exclaimed, wow, so ugly. But there was almost no fear in her eyes, only disgust. You kid. Although the sad demon was very unhappy, he had to admit that he couldn't refute it. It didn't dare to do anything to Densi. After all, Otonashi Chiya was right next to it. Pochita, who didn't know the truth, immediately showed his fierce look to the zombie demon. Woo woof, woof woof. Where did this small demon come from? Go away, get out of here. The zombie demon didn't take Pochita seriously at all. Such a small dog looked very weak. Behave yourself. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said in a calm tone. The sad demon's face suddenly changed, and he shut his mouth and dared not say a word. This guy is a mad demon. Let him deal with the gang's creditor. Just wait for him to come over at night. Otonashi Chiya then gave Denji and Pochita a brief explanation of the situation. Only then did Pochita relax his guard. Big brother is so awesome, he can command such a powerful demon. As soon as Denji heard this, he felt that the zombie demon was very powerful, and he admired Otonashi Chiya even more. Yeah, I'm awesome. The zombie demon became proud. Shut up. Otonashi Chiya glanced at the sad demon calmly. Because this guy was making too much noise, he didn't want outsiders to find out that the zombie demon was here, which would easily ruin his plans for tonight. Yes. The sad demon immediately shut up. Would you like to have a taste? At this time, Deonki was still very nervous and threw a potato chip into the mouth of the zombie demon. The zombie demon started chewing. It tastes good, but it's too small to fill the gaps between my teeth. Otonashi Chiya felt a little helpless, and then talked about business. Sangshi, let's rehearse next. You just need to do what I say tonight. It is now evening. Advertisement Densi and Pochita were so full from eating snacks that they didn't even need dinner. The zombie demon also knew exactly what to do at night. Now all we have to do is wait for the gangster's creditor to come to us. By the way, besides that guy from the gang, do you have any other creditors, Densi? Otonashi Chiya isn't sure. No, everyone else's debt has been paid off, but the amount owed by the gang is too large. Densi replied. Oh, by the way, the water and electricity bills have not been paid yet, but I don't have any money now. You don't have to worry about the water and electricity bills. As for the gang's loan sharking, it will no longer exist after tonight. Otonashi Chiya said in a calm tone. Densi nodded vigorously, trusting his older brother very much. What's your big brother's name? Can you tell me? Densi still doesn't know the other person's name, and he cares about it very much. Otonashi Chiya then remembered that he had forgotten to introduce himself. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, my name is Otonashi Chiya. Then I'll call you Chiya ni-san, Denji said immediately. Otonashi Chiya smiled happily. Okay. As the night deepens, it becomes so quiet. At this moment, the sound of wheels rolling on the ground came from far away. There was no need to guess to know that it must be the gangster's creditor coming. Sure enough, after a while, there was a heavy knock on the door. Densi, tomorrow is the last day. It's time to pay your debt. Soon the door was opened, but what came into view was not Densi, but a demon. Otonashi Chiya even taught the Zangshi demon how to open doors, which it did using its own intestines. The old man with a full white beard, a hat and a pair of glasses was immediately frightened by the zombie demon in front of him. Human, do you want to sign a contract with me? I can give you powerful demonic powers? The sad demon spoke. Faced with the temptation of the devil's power, this man immediately forgot about Densi and said without hesitation. Think. Chapter 11 Zombification. In exchange for 10,000 yen, I will give you the power of the devil. The zombie devil put forward a condition. This is actually what Otonashi Chiya told him to say, because in order to get the gangster creditor to sign the contract on the spot, it must be neither without conditions nor too harsh. The gangster creditor didn't think twice and directly took out a 10,000 yen note. For a man like him, 10,000 yen was like water. As the zombie demon accepted the 10,000 yen, the contract was immediately established. The gangster creditor became demented in an instant. He didn't even know how he died, and he might not even know that he was dead. Power. Power. The gangster creditor's brain was corroded by the zombie virus, leaving only some obsession with power, and he talked to himself in a low and hoarse voice. His face became more and more hideous, his eyeballs bulged out and became bloodshot, and soon he completely turned into a zombie. Then, the Zangshi demon followed Otonashi Chiya's orders and manipulated the gangster creditor to go back and infect all his men into Zangshi. This is why Otonashi Chiya let the Zangshi demon do the work instead of doing it himself. Although he could easily kill the creditor himself, he could not eliminate the trouble all at once. Even though this guy is old and confused, the gang he runs is still very powerful. Not only in Suginami district, the influence of this gang has actually spread to the whole of Tokyo and even the whole of Japan. It should be one of the largest gangs in Japan. If he did it himself, it would be easy for the gang to know who killed this guy, and Densi would definitely be targeted as well. In this situation, if he does not eradicate the entire gang, then he and Densi will have no peace in the future. Therefore, it is best to let the zombie demon take action. Let this guy die from zombie transformation, and no one will associate it with Densi. He had also asked the Zangshi demon to keep the truth secret, and the Zangshi demon did not dare to disobey his moderate orders. Moreover, they can use Zangshi's infectious ability to wipe out all the gangsters in Suginami district at once. As for the gangsters in other places, they can only deal with them later. What is he doing? At this time, Densi poked his head out from behind the zombie demon and was surprised when he saw the appearance of the gang boss. He had just been blocked by the zombie demon. He has been demented, which means he is dead. You don't have to worry about your debt anymore. Otonashi Chiya watched the old man return to the car with an expressionless face. Although he has become zombified, he still knows what he mastered in life. The zombified demon only needs to give orders to the old man. Oh, that's great, advertisement. Densi was suddenly overjoyed. She had suffered for so long because of debt and had to live in fear every day, but now she was finally relieved. Now that we have packed our things, let's go now. Otonashi Chiya changed his mind a little at the last minute. Demon of Sorrow, let that guy send me and Denji to Narima first, and then proceed with the original plan. This also saves him and his car from having to catch the subway late at night. Okay. The sad devil responded. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya and Denji took the gangster creditor's car directly to Narima Ward where his apartment was located. When getting off the car, Densi made a face to the gangster creditor in the car and said, "Goodbye, old man." This sentence is not only a farewell, but also a farewell to her miserable life in the past. Of course, the gangster creditor would not respond. He no longer had any self-awareness. It's not far from here to my home. Let's walk back together. Otonashi Chiya held out his hand, ready to pull Densi along. Densi hesitated and said with an embarrassed look, "I'm so dirty." She didn't want to get Chiya's hands dirty, and was also worried that she would be disliked because she was too dirty. "What's that?" As he spoke, Otonashi Chiya took off his coat and put it on Densi. "It's getting a bit cold at night, so dress well and don't catch a cold." Densi was stunned for a moment and was extremely surprised. This was the first time she met someone who didn't mind her being dirty and smelly. She was no longer restrained and immediately held Otonashi Chiya's hand. The older brother's hands were warm, strong, and big, giving her a sense of security she had never experienced before. But at this moment, her little heart was beating a little fast, and a blush appeared on her face. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Densi's Intimacy, LV3, and gains attribute points, 8. This system prompt sound made Otonashi Chiya subconsciously pay attention to Densi. He began to realize that something was wrong, etc. Could it be that Densi has special feelings for me? Advertisement. Although Densi is very cute now, he is still young and in the early stages of falling in love. Due to his sense of morality, Otonashi Chiya does not have any thoughts about Densi, but treats Densi as his own sister. He didn't intend to reveal it now. After all, he was not sure whether Densi was really like that. If Densi really did something later, he would give him some advice. As for the zombie demons and the gangster creditors, Otonashi Chiya no longer needs to worry about them. The contract remains valid until the zombie demon completes the task assigned to him. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the apartment. Otonashi Chiya went upstairs with Denji and Pachita. "This is my home, and it will be your home in the future." Otonashi Chiya pointed at the door in front of him and said to Denji. Wow, it was the first time for Densi to enter such a high-end apartment, so naturally she had no idea what the suite in the apartment was like. She immediately became curious and expectant. As Otonashi Chiya opened the door, Densi seemed to have entered a new world. The living room alone was much larger than her cabin, not to mention the kitchen, toilet, bathroom and 2 bedrooms. I was very curious about the electricity and looked around. Can I really live here forever? Denji couldn't believe that what he saw was real. Of course, unless you move, then it will only be to a better place. Otonashi Chiya explains. Can I take a shower first? Densi herself was disgusted by how dirty and smelly she was, and she just wanted to take a hot bath. Go ahead, wear my clothes first, and I'll take you to buy new clothes that suit you tomorrow. Otonashi Chiya went to get a set of his own clothes and let Densi wear them first. In the bathtub, Densi was humming some familiar nursery rhymes while taking a bath. It took me half an hour to finally feel clean. She looked at the clothes Otonashi Chiya gave her, and her face turned red, not sure if it was because she had soaked in the bathtub for too long or because she was shy. This is what Chiya's brother wore, and it has his scent on it. Chapter 12 Ordinary Happiness. At this time, Densi picked up the clothes, buried his face in the clothes and took a deep breath. However, there was only the scent of laundry detergent because Otonashi Chiya had never worn this suit. After a while, Densi came out of the bathroom. She was wearing an Otonashi Chiya t-shirt and trousers. Since Densi was severely malnourished and her body had not yet fully developed, the clothes looked too big for her. The bottom of the t-shirt has reached the middle of the thigh, but luckily it is a short sleeve and my hands can still be stretched out from the cuffs. The trouser legs were so long that they dragged on the ground, and the waist of the trousers had to be held up by hands, otherwise they would fall down. It's really too big. This was within Otonashi Chiya's expectations. Fortunately, the pants were sweatpants with a belt. He immediately helped Densi tie them tightly so that at least the waistband wouldn't fall down. It's getting late, go to bed early. Otonashi Chiya looked at the time and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Children are at the age of development, and they need to eat well and sleep well to develop well. Fortunately, when he was buying furniture before, he was bored and bought the furniture for another bedroom as well, and the other bedroom just happened to have electricity. Before closing the bedroom door, Denji whispered, "Good night, Chiya ni." Woof. Pachita also seemed to be saying good night to Otonashi Chiya. Good night. Otonashi Chiya also said happily. After closing the door, Densi looked at the beautiful and soft bed in front of him and suddenly became excited. She jumped directly onto the bed, and Pachita followed suit. It's so comfortable, Denji said happily. Pachita, we are really not dreaming. Woof woof. Pachita agreed. Denji rolled around on the bed with the quilt in his arms, and suddenly stopped and asked Pachita, Pachita, Do you think Chiya likes me too? Otherwise, he wouldn't treat me like this just because he has a grudge against the gangsters, right? She had never met someone who was so kind to her, and he was more than just nice. He helped her solve her bottomless debt, paid her water and electricity bills, gave her delicious food, a soft big bed, and allowed her to take hot baths to her heart's content. At that time, Otonashi Chiya directly asked the zombie demon to put the 10,000 yen on the table in the cabin. When the person who collects the water and electricity bills goes to look for the electricity bill tomorrow, he will naturally see it. Anyway, the zombie demon does not need money. Woof, advertisement Pochita barked, but no one could understand what it said, but it was obvious that it was very happy. I had always dreamed of an ordinary life, but I didn't expect it to come true so soon, and now my life is more than ordinary. Denji couldn't help but sigh. That night, she had never slept so soundly and comfortably. Meanwhile, Otonashi Chiya was in his bedroom. He silently opened the system panel. Host. Otonashi Chiya, Strength, 10, Speed, 11. Chi and Blood, 45, Allocated Attribute Points, 17. I've used Kamui's ability 3 times today, and it was barely enough. I feel like it's time to allocate some attribute points to other attributes. Otonashi Chiya thought to himself. Although the Chi and Blood attribute is the most important at present, it does not mean that the Strength and Speed attributes are not important. In the world of Chainsaw Man, there is not only demonic power, but also physical skills. Top-level demon hunters are often also very strong in physical skills. For example, Ambien can be said to be the strongest demon hunter among pure humans. Due to his old age, he no longer has anything on his body to exchange with demons, so he now focuses on physical skills, and he can become the strongest human being purely by physical skills. As for Guangxi, he can no longer be considered a human being, but a weapon man, so he is not included in the comparison. These two are the most representative physical masters. Strength and speed are the 2 main aspects of physical training, and of course, Chi and Blood are also. Otonashi Chiya does not want to rely too much on the ability of Kamui, and after strengthening his taijutsu to a certain level, he can easily deal with strong enemies with the basic ability of Mangekyō Sharingan alone. Ding! Allocation completed. HP plus 8, Strength plus 5, Speed plus 4. Strength 15, Speed 15, Chi and Blood 53. Otonashi Chiya suddenly gained comprehensive enhancement. His whole body strength increased greatly, and his speed of movement, reaction speed and other aspects were also significantly enhanced. His plan after that was to focus on the Chi and Blood attribute, but not too far behind in strength and speed. Advertisement in this way, his arsenal is more complete, and he can use different methods to deal with different enemies. The next day, Otonashi Chiya got up early in the morning, prepared 2 breakfasts, and then went to knock on the door to wake Densi up. After a while, Densi came out sleepily, holding Pochita in his arms like a doll. Good morning, Chiya. Good morning, go wash up and have breakfast. Otonashi Chiya considered everything when buying furniture before, and there are disposable toiletries in the bathroom. The breakfast was just a simple hot milk and poached eggs, and I enjoyed it very much. She enjoys ordinary happiness very much. A very ordinary thing can make her feel happy, such as having 3 full meals a day. At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Denji, by the way, Denji, do you want to go to school? Most people your age are studying in school. If Densi wanted, it would not be difficult for him to get Densi into the school, as long as he paid enough money. Denji thought for a moment, I'm curious about what it's like to go to school, but if I go to school I won't be able to accompany Pochita. Pochita will cry. Once, she didn't see Pochita at home, so she went outside to look for her for a long time but couldn't find her. When she returned home, she found Pochita hiding in a corner and crying. So now she is inseparable from Pochita no matter where she goes. Okay, I understand. Otonashi Chiya respects Denji's wishes and will certainly not force Denji to go to school. Moreover, you don't have to go to school to get an education, you can also get an education at home. For example, hire a tutor who is not afraid of Pochita. You can try to hire one when you have enough money later. But I have to go to work soon. I'll take you to buy new clothes when I get back from get off work. You and Pochita will stay at home. You can go out and play if you want, but remember to lock the door. Here's the spare key. Otonashi Chiya handed Denji a set of spare keys. Okay, leave the housekeeping to me and Pochita. If any thief dares to come in, I'll saw him to pieces. As he spoke, Denji made movements like sawing a tree. Woof. Pochita also shouted. Otonashi Chiya smiled, feeling relieved with Denji and Pochita looking after the house. Unless Makima directly steals the house while he's away. Chapter 13 High Difficulty Commission. Makima is the demon of domination, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Putting aside the root demons, the dominant demon is one of the most powerful demons. Not only are his abilities very buggy, but his IQ is also very high. It is no exaggeration to say that it exceeds that of most humans. In the first comic of the original work, everything was designed and controlled by Makima from beginning to end, except for the miscalculation in the end when she failed to recognize Denji and Pochita. Of course, one of the main reasons why Makima is so powerful in the original work is that she signed a contract with the Japanese cabinet, which is almost like infinite resurrection. Otherwise, Makima herself is fragile, and her control ability alone would not be enough to pervert her. The so-called ability to dominate means that one can dominate all living things, including humans, animals, demons, monsters, weapon men, etc. The dominated will absolutely obey Makima, and Makima can also use the abilities of the dominated, but the specific explanation is very complicated. Makima's premise for dominating a creature is that she considers the creature to be inferior to herself, but she is too rational. For example, she couldn't even control the shore, and she controlled people like Lace and Guangxi only after she killed them because she didn't think they were inferior to herself. This is why Otonashi Chiya feels that Makima's abilities are abstract. I hope Mishima hasn't arrived yet, otherwise it will be too troublesome. Otonashi Chiya is not sure whether Makima has left Hell and come to Japan at this point in time. If Makima has already arrived, she has probably signed a contract with the cabinet, gaining the ability to be almost immortal, which is the most difficult part. Once Pachita is discovered by Mishima, he will definitely cause trouble for him. If it hasn't come yet, then it's much easier. You don't have the ability to be immortal, and the most important thing is that your ideas haven't been distorted. Demons that look similar to humans are often closer to humans. The domination demon looks completely human except for the eyes, so Makima was actually very close to humans. In the original novel, Makima would become a cruel and vicious woman, and it all came down to her having her ideas distorted by the cabinet. On the other hand, Nayuta is also a ruling demon. In the original work, he is a new ruling demon who was reincarnated into the human world after Makima died in Hell. He lost his previous memory as Makima and became very cute. Although her nature is the same as Makima's, she is completely different without the twisted ideas. P.S. From a later supplement, the latest chapter of the manga has shown that Nayuta took advantage of Denji's sleep to control Denji and obtain her memories of the Makima period. As a demon of control, Nayuta instinctively wanted to destroy Denji's happiness to obtain Pachita's heart, but gradually she fell into the happy life of having a family. The key turning point is that Nayuta was raised by Denji instead of the cabinet. Whether it's Makima or Nayuta, the dream of the ruling demon is to have a family, like Pachita. It is a simple dream, but it is very difficult to realize it. But regardless of whether Makima has come to the world or not, Otonashi Chiya still has to go to work. He has not yet collected the payment for the commission he completed yesterday, and he still has to continue hunting demons to gain more attribute points. Advertisement: soon, Otonashi Chiya came to the civilian base. The waitress knew what he was here for, and as soon as she saw him come in, she handed him the payment she had prepared. Can you help me deposit the rewards for completing commissions directly into my card in the future? Otonashi Chiya looked at the banknotes handed over by the waitress and couldn't help asking. Of course you can, just tell us the card number. The waitress said. Otonashi Chiya then read out his bank card number to the other party, who entered it directly into the civilian base's system and transferred the more than 200,000 yuan reward into his bank card in seconds. Okay, from now on we will transfer the rewards for completing the commissions directly into the card. Otonashi Chiya nodded and turned his gaze to the big screen. The above lists the possible commissions as well as the commission targets, requirements and rewards. As for the specific information, you can only see it after you decide to accept the commission, in case someone secretly hunts demons based on the information. You can see the first commission at the top. The reward is as high as 3 million yen, but it requires at least 4 demon hunters who have hunted demons, which means no newcomers are allowed. It seems that this commission is very difficult, but what Otonashi Chiya wants is a high difficulty. After all, the stronger the demon you hunt, the more attribute points you can get. Just then, Hayakawa Aki also came over early in the morning. Good morning. Otonashi Chiya greeted Hayakawa Aki when he saw her. Morning. Although Hayakawa Aki's tone was still cold, the fact that he responded was already a change. He noticed that Otonashi Chiya was looking at the big screen, and couldn't help asking, I heard that you went to hunt demons again yesterday. Don't you need to rest today? Advertisement: no, maybe my demon is quite friendly to me and the conditions he proposed are quite easy. Otonashi Chiya explained. Of course, he couldn't tell others that his heaven-defying vision and insight were basic abilities without any side effects, so this was the only explanation he could give. I see. Hayakawa Aki nodded slightly and did not doubt it. Because there are indeed many such situations in reality. The conditions that the devil proposes depend entirely on the devil's mood. The same devil may demand half of one human's life as the contract price, but may only ask for a lock of hair as the contract price for another human. In layman's terms, it depends on whether the devil likes you or not. Hey, those two guys over there, do you want to join us in taking on that 3 million yen commission? At this moment, a voice came from behind. Catch. Hayakawa Aki agreed without even looking back, because he just saw that the target of the 3 million yen commission was the demon who possessed the gun devil meat piece, and what he valued was neither the 3 million yen nor the target demon, but the gun devil meat piece. He became an orphan and a demon hunter because of the gun demon. His biggest goal in life is revenge, to kill the gun demon. According to the information he knew, the gun demon had not appeared for a long time, and he had to collect enough gun demon meat slices to find the direction of the gun demon. Although only the public security demon hunters are qualified to hold the gun demon meat slice, he is currently striving to join the Tokyo Public Security. As long as he can complete this commission, he will almost have the qualifications to join the Tokyo Public Security. Then let's go together. Otonashi Chiya also agreed. He had no interest in the gun demon meat slices, he just wanted to hunt powerful demons to gain attribute points. The team that had just been invited to form a team was a 3-person team, consisting of a blonde delinquent boy with an afro, a tall middle-aged man with a crew cut, and a high school girl in a JK school uniform. There were 5 people in total, meeting the number requirement for that commission. After the waitress confirmed that their combat record met the requirements, she allowed them to take on the commission. Chapter 14. The badness of Chunibyo. After accepting the commission, I also got the specific information. The location is in a self-built house in Narima district that has long been uninhabited. The devil is hiding in the basement of the abandoned self-built house. Then let's introduce ourselves first. It would be best if we could reveal the devil we have contracted with. It would be easier to cooperate if we understand each other's abilities. At this time, the middle-aged man with a crew cut spoke first. He seemed to be the leader of this 3-man team. My name is Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki only introduced his name and did not intend to reveal the devil he had contracted. My name is Otonashi Chiya, please give me your guidance. The same is true for Otonashi Chiya, because what kind of demon has been contracted is an important secret of the demon hunter and cannot be known to outsiders. The 3 people in front of him are just temporary partners and are not much different from outsiders. There is also the possibility that the other party might cheat and trick them into revealing the contracted devil, but then not reveal it themselves. Assholes. What do you mean by this? The bad boy with blonde afro was immediately unhappy. The high school girl immediately panicked. She never expected that something unhappy would arise just 2 minutes after forming the team. The crew-haired man immediately stopped the bad boy and said calmly, it's normal that they don't want to talk. Don't hurt the harmony of the team. Although he seemed calm, Otonashi Chiya could see the barely perceptible coldness in the crew-cut man's eyes with the help of his Mangekyō Sharingan. It would be fine if it was just some dissatisfaction, but the gloomy nature of this is quite different. Therefore, he kept an eye on this short-haired man. Next, the 3 people from the other side introduced themselves one after another. Nomura-kun, remember my name, the bad boy shouted. Takeda Yusuke, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future. The man with a crew cut said, it's my turn. My name is Kashida Tasuki, and the devil I contracted is. I'd better just talk about my abilities. I can help you recover from the injuries you suffered in battle. The high school girl seemed a little shy, but she spoke honestly about her abilities. Simply put, she is a wet nurse. Afterwards, the 5 of them walked to the commission location together. During the journey, Hayakawa Aki said nothing, but Otonashi Chiya chatted with the 3 of them casually, but that was all. Advertisement. Although the bad boy named Nomura Koro was a bit unhappy at first, he was not petty and was able to chat with Otonashi Chiya. You don't look very old, you should be a student like Kashidazuki, right? No, I'm a full-time civilian demon hunter, Otonashi Chiya replied in a calm tone. That's the same as me. I also dropped out of school to become a demon hunter. Nomura Koro held the back of his head with both hands and spoke casually. Why drop out of school? Wouldn't it be better to go to school? Otonashi Chiya asked idly. What's so good about going to school? It would be so cool to be a demon hunter and hunt those D demons. Nomura Koro scoffed at the idea of going to school. I see, Otonashi Chiya smiled but said nothing. It seems that this guy is simply a delinquent boy with a middle school syndrome, and has no idea of the dangers of the demon hunter profession. There are several thousand public security officers and civilian demon hunters in the entire Tokyo, and their average life expectancy is terribly low. Or be killed by the devil, or they pay too much for the contract and retire early in their 30s or 40s, leaving behind a host of injuries. It is extremely rare to be able to still work in his 50s like Anbian, otherwise how could he be the strongest demon hunter? But even Anbian has to admit that he is getting old. He no longer has anything on him that can make a contract with the devil, and his fighting power has been greatly reduced. It is definitely not as good as it was in his peak period when he was young. About half an hour later, they arrived at a remote place in Narima district. There is a self-built house not far ahead. This should be the right place. The middle-aged man with a crew cut, Yusuke Takeda, spoke up. Hayakawa Aki walked towards there without saying a word, as if intending to go straight in. Otonashi Chiya also did not stay here for long. Seeing this, Kinoshidazuki said in a panic. Well, shouldn't we observe the surrounding situation first? No, I've already checked and there are no traces of demons around. Otonashi Chiya said calmly without looking back. Advertisement. All right, Mu Shayue still looked cautious, and kept an eye on the movements around him as he walked. Although Nomura Koro was a little nervous, he didn't want others to see his cowardly look, so he immediately followed. Takeda Yusuke followed them in silence. Hayakawa Aki kicked the door open with one foot, his hand already on the hilt of the sword at his waist, ready to draw the sword to fight the devil at any time. Before the devil appeared, Mu Shayue, who was looking around, was frightened by the bang sound and screamed. What a coward, so easily startled. Nomura Koro's words sounded like a mockery, but there was more of a complaint in his tone. Because he was frightened by Kinoshita Suki's scream and almost lost his composure and embarrassed himself. I can't help it, Mu Shayue said somewhat aggrievedly. Quiet. At this time, Takeda Yusuke couldn't bear it anymore and scolded in a cold tone. Nomura Koro and Kinoshita Tasuki suddenly dared not say a word, as if they were both afraid of Takeda Yusuke. Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki had already entered the house and were looking for the entrance to the basement. Soon, they saw a large hole in a room. The hole looked like the entrance to the basement, but the original entrance must have been destroyed by the devil. Seeing the two men go down without any hesitation, Mangekyō couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Why was he so timid? Fortunately, there was a light in the basement, otherwise she would have been even more afraid to go down. Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki walked in the front, while Takeda Yusuke was always at the back, and they walked down the stairs. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya saw a big and long dark green tongue rushing up from the bottom. He immediately realized that this was probably an attack by a demon, and he immediately warned, "Get down quickly, something is coming up." The dark green tongue was moving very fast, but it only appeared slow in his eyes. Most people would not be able to react at all when faced with such an attack. Although Hayakawa Aki only vaguely saw that there seemed to be something underneath, he trusted Otonashi Chiya's eyes very much, and he immediately did as Otonashi Chiya reminded him. But Nomura Koro and Kinoshita Daisuke didn't react as quickly. Kinoshita Daisuke exclaimed, "Huh?" Nomura Shaoling was also a little stunned. What? By the time they reacted and wanted to lie down, it was too late. The huge tongue directly wrapped around their bodies. The densely packed bumps on the tongue increased the friction, making it even more impossible for them to break free. Otonashi Chiya had already predicted that the two guys would not be able to dodge, so he drew out the sword from his waist in advance, and at this moment he quickly cut off the giant dark green tongue. Chapter 15 The Cursed Devil's Weapon Squeak. The head of the giant tongue was cut off, and blood immediately gushed out from the severed part like a fountain. Nomura Koro and Kinoshita Daisuke, who were closest to the scene, were splattered all over their bodies, even their faces were covered with blood, and they were instantly turned into bloody men. But this is better than being eaten by the devil directly. Yusuke Takeda at the back was also splashed all over. Otonashi Chiya used his eyes to perfectly avoid all the splattered blood, while Hayakawa Aki just ran down, as if he couldn't wait to hunt down the demon. Seeing that the situation was not good, Otonashi Chiya rushed down quickly. Otherwise, he might be stolen by Hayakawa Aki. If the demon was really killed by Hayakawa Aki, he was not sure whether he could still obtain attribute points. So he definitely didn't want Hayakawa Aki to steal his head. Bah! 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 How disgusting! At this time, Nomura Shaoling was still wiping the blood off his face, and the fishy smell made him nauseous. Mangekyō was so frightened that his legs went limp and he sat on the ground. It would take him a while to recover. What are you doing? At this time, Takeda Yusuke's tone was a little cold. Nomura Koro finally wiped the blood from his eyes and opened them, only to see Takeda Yusuke staring at him coldly. Mushiyue came back to his senses and cried, I can't do it anymore. Having just had a near-death experience, she was so frightened that her legs were no longer under her control. She felt that if this continued she would become incontinent. You have to go no matter how bad it is. I don't need trash in my team. Takeda Yusuke said in a cold voice without any mercy in his eyes. Kinoshita Daisuke's face suddenly turned pale. Her retreat route had been completely blocked by Takeda Yusuke, and she was also very afraid of Takeda Yusuke. Her trembling and weak legs made it difficult for her to even stand up. She finally stood up, but someone suddenly kicked her in the back. She turned her head and saw Takeda Yusuke's disgusted eyes. Dislike her weakness and dislike her slow movements. After being kicked, Mangekyō couldn't keep his body steady at all. He could only scream in despair and roll down. Advertisement. Looking at this scene, Nomura Koro was dumbfounded. What about you? Do you want me to take you down too? At this time, Takeda Yusuke turned his gaze to Nomura Koro. No need, I can get down by myself, Nomura Koro said hurriedly. Although he was very scared, he had no choice but to go on. Otonashi Chiya heard the noise behind him, and when he turned around, he found that Kinoshita Daisuke had actually fallen down. He predicted the trajectory of Mangekyō's fall with his eyes and caught him at the most precise moment. His strength and energy attributes came in handy at this time, otherwise he would not have been able to catch him so steadily. However, Kinoshita Daisuke had fallen into coma at some point, so he could only put Kinoshita Daisuke, who was in his arms, on the ground beside him. At this time, the demon had appeared in front of Otonashi Chiya. It looked like a toad demon, with blood constantly flowing out of its big mouth. Obviously, the dark green tongue just now belonged to it. Its body is almost entirely dark green, with 4 large eyeballs protruding from its head, and its belly bulges out making a quack sound. The whole body is covered with densely packed bumps and grains, mixed with many human fingers and toes. Even people who don't have trypophobia will feel disgusted when seeing it. Damn you humans! I'm going to eat you all. Make up for it with your blood. The toad demon said angrily. As soon as it opened its mouth, more blood gushed out uncontrollably. Human flesh and blood is not only delicious to demons, the blood in it can also help demons heal their wounds. As long as it drinks some human blood, its broken tongue will quickly recover. Hayakawa Aki didn't say any nonsense to the toad demon, nor did he plan to use the ordinary sword at his waist. Instead, he got down to business right away and pulled out the knife on his back. The knife on the back looks like a katana, but when it is pulled out, you will find that it is a nail with the same length as the sword. It is a weapon with a very strange appearance, but it is actually a special weapon given by the cursed demon. Since any demon that swallowed the gun demon's flesh would be greatly strengthened, Hayakawa Aki knew that he would not be able to defeat such a demon without using the ability to curse the demon. Seeing that Hayakawa Aki was going to use the power of the cursed devil, Otonashi Chiya frowned slightly. This will not only shorten Hayakawa Aki's lifespan, but he will also most likely not be able to obtain attribute point rewards. He would definitely take action to stop it. Advertisement. However, at this moment, an unknown green fog suddenly spewed out of the toad demon's mouth and quickly spread in the air. The basement was not big to begin with, and the thick green fog suddenly filled the entire space. Otonashi Chiya turned on, hollow, immediately and did not inhale any green gas. It is called hollow, but in fact it is using the right eye Kamui, which can also be called defensive Kamui, to transfer the part of the body that is about to be attacked into the Kamui space. If you want to completely avoid the green gas, you naturally have to transfer your whole body into the Kamui space. Although Hayakawa Aki reacted quickly and covered his mouth and nose immediately, he still had to breathe and inevitably inhaled the green gas. He felt his body gradually becoming weaker, his muscles becoming increasingly weaker, and it was difficult for him to hold the weapon in his hand. Hayakawa Aki realized the effect of the green gas, but there was nothing he could do. There are only two choices, either quickly deal with the demon or quickly leave the basement. Otherwise, once his body is completely exhausted, he will be a lamb to be slaughtered. Hayakawa Aki's obsession with the gun demon was too deep. He was eager to kill the toad demon and decisively chose to quickly eliminate the demon. Curse, do it. The nail in Hayakawa Aki's hand stabbed at the toad demon. Before it pierced into the demon's body, a giant mummy-like finger in the void seemed to flick the end of the nail. This was the finger of the cursed demon. Driven by this terrifying force, the nail suddenly pierced into the body of the toad demon. At the same time, a dry mouth in the void read out a number, 1. After pulling out the nail, Hayakawa Aki attacked again, but his expression became even uglier, with cold sweat on his forehead, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Do it." The cursed demon also attacked again, flicking his finger and letting the nail easily pierce the flesh of the toad demon, too. With only the third strike left, Hayakawa Aki can use the cursed demon's power to directly kill the toad demon. This is a fatal blow. But his body reached its limit at this critical moment, and he couldn't even hold the nail in his hand. Bite. There was a crisp sound when the nail hit the ground. Hayakawa Aki was very unwilling in his heart, and his face became ferocious as he struggled, but no matter how he struggled, the strength in his body continued to weaken. Damn it. Chapter 16 Turning the Tide. Since Hayakawa Aki's third attack did not hit the toad demon, the cursed demon would not help him complete the third attack. Most demons are greedy, and cursed demons are no exception. They only do things according to the provisions of the contract and will never help more unless additional conditions are proposed that can satisfy the demon. The additional conditions that could satisfy the cursed demon would probably cost Hayakawa Aki his life. After all, the conditions of the demon's contract under normal circumstances were already excessive enough, and using the demon's power once would deduct a lot of his lifespan. Otonashi Chiya had already predicted that Hayakawa Aki didn't have the strength to stab a third time, so he didn't try to stop Hayakawa Aki deliberately. As long as the cursed demon does not formally take action to curse and kill the toad demon, Hayakawa Aki's lifespan will not be shortened. What the hell is this? At this time, Nomura Shaoling shouted. He and Takeda Yusuke, who had just walked down the stairs, were also hit. Takeda Yusuke's expression changed slightly and he realized that something was wrong. All of you die. The toad demon felt that it was about time, and its stomach suddenly swelled up. The next moment, several streams of green thick liquid shaped like sharp arrows spit out from its mouth, attacking Otonashi Chiya, Hayakawa Akira, Nomura Koro, and Takeda Yusuke at high speed. Kinoshita Tasuki, who fainted at the beginning, was ignored. At this time, Hayakawa Aki was kneeling on the ground, unable to even raise his head. He watched the attack coming but was unable to avoid it. Takeda Yusuke reacted quickly. He knew it was too late for him to escape, so he decisively grabbed Nomura Koro's shoulders with both hands and blocked himself in front of him, obviously wanting to use Nomura Koro as a shield. Nomura Koro was stunned. Takeda Yusuke was too strong for him to break free. He could only scream and struggle in vain. Judging from the speed of the green thick liquid, it was obvious that the damage was extremely high and it seemed to be corrosive. Otonashi Chiya felt that he could not wait any longer, and he was also sure that he only needed to hollow his mouth and nose to isolate the poison gas. Both of his eyes exerted force at the same time, and bloodshot appeared on the whites of his eyes. The right eye formed a space Uzumaki, sucking him into the Kamui space. At the same time, the left eye focused on Nomura Koro's side, and a space Uzumaki also formed there. Advertisement. Due to the characteristics of the double Kamui, he achieved almost seamless travel, and came out of another dimension, Uzumaki, the moment he sucked himself into the Kamui dimension. In desperation, he could only kick Nomura Koro away, making it impossible for Takeda Yusuke to use Nomura as a meat shield. Then he immediately focused his left eye on the green thick liquid that was attacking Hayakawa Aki, and the green thick liquid was immediately pulled into the Kamui space. At the same time, a space Uzumaki appeared above the head of the toad demon, and a green thick liquid flew out of the Uzumaki and hit the toad demon's eyes. The toad demon was wondering why a certain thick liquid of his had disappeared a second ago. The next second it screamed, "Ah, my eyes." In the blink of an eye, all four of its eyes were corroded by its own venom. It was no longer a question of whether it would go blind or not, but its eyeballs were gone. This is like an electric eel can electrocute itself, a lion majesty can poison itself, and a toad demon cannot withstand its own venom. And the corrosion has not stopped yet, the venom is still corroding its head. At the same time, without the shield, Yusuke Takeda was directly penetrated through the chest by the green thick liquid, and his internal organs were quickly corroded. Before he died, he stared at Otonashi Chiya with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe that he didn't see the boy's movements clearly and suddenly appeared next to him. On the other side, Hayakawa Aki was incredulous. Why did the venom suddenly disappear and reappear, and even change direction? He didn't look carefully, but only vaguely noticed that something seemed to have distorted the space. Just now, when Otonashi Chiya suddenly disappeared, there were also signs of space distortion at the place where he was. Could this also be Otonashi Chiya's demonic power? At this time, Otonashi Chiya was quietly observing the toad demon, without even looking at Takeda Yusuke. He was just a dead man. After a while, more than half of the toad demon's head had been corroded, but it was not dead yet and kept screaming. This guy is really hard to kill. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya thought to himself. Demons that possess the gun demon meat slice are far stronger than ordinary demons and are more difficult to kill than ordinary demons. This was also the reason why he did not use his left eye kamui to twist off the toad demon's head immediately. He was not sure whether the head was the vital point of this guy, nor was he sure whether this guy would die if his head was broken. Now we have the answer. Even if the head is corroded and rotten, he will not die. If Kamui uses his left eye to twist off his head, it would probably be a waste of pupil power and vitality. The effect would be worse than letting this guy's venom corrode himself. Otonashi Chiya walked quickly towards the toad demon with a sword in hand. With his mouth and nose hollowed, he could completely ignore the green poisonous gas. You can still be alive even if your head is gone, but what if you chop it into pieces? Otonashi Chiya whispered lightly, his extremely cold face revealing a murderous intent, which matched the scarlet Mangekyō Sharingan very well. Hayakawa Aki looked at Otonashi Chiya. He felt that Otonashi was like a completely different person when fighting. He was completely different from the smiling Otonashi at other times. The cold murderous intent made him a little scared. Less than a minute later, the toad demon finally stopped screaming because Otonashi Chiya had found its heart. It seems that the heart is the real weakness of the toad demon. After the heart was cut in half, it became completely silent. However, even if the heart was not destroyed, the toad demon had been chopped into dozens of pieces of flesh by Otonashi Chiya and ultimately could not escape death. The whole scene was so bloody that it was unbearable to look at. There were large intestines, small intestines and blood all over the floor, and the smell of blood filled the entire basement. Since the demon's power disappears when the demon dies, the green poison gas of the toad demon has completely disappeared. Hayakawa Aki is no longer affected by the poison gas and all his strength has been restored. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the toad demon, gun demon meat slice, and obtained attribute points, 30. It can also be seen from the attribute points that the toad demon with the gun demon meat slice is much stronger than the ordinary demon. Otonashi Chiya found the gun demon meat piece from the demon's corpse. It was a very small bullet-like thing. It's just this little thing that can instantly transform an ordinary demon into a very powerful demon. Chapter 17. Strength is not on the same level 9 years ago. Due to the frequent outbreaks of gun-related terrorist attacks in the world, people's fear of guns increased dramatically in a short period of time, and the demon of guns came to the world. In just a few minutes of appearance, it caused devastating damage worldwide, killing more than 1 million people in total. It lasted just 26 seconds in Japan, killing 57,912 people. Hayakawa Aki's family died in that disaster. Since then, in order to reduce people's fear of guns, guns have been strictly controlled, which can limit and weaken the power of the gun demon. Except for one country which is still free, America, there are gunfights every day. But the gun demon is still the gun demon after all. No matter how much it is weakened, it is still ridiculously strong. Any small piece of meat on its body can transform an ordinary demon. The source of the meat slices is that when the gun demon moves at super high speeds, parts of its body will burn and fall off. During the few minutes when it came to the world, it landed in many countries, and thus countless pieces of flesh were scattered all over the world. At this time, Hayakawa Aki had recovered a lot of strength and slowly walked to Otonashi Chiya. He looked at the piece of meat of the gun devil in Otonashi Chiya's hand, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his emotions suddenly became a little excited. So this is the meat of the gun devil. I can see you really want this thing. Otonashi Chiya backhanded the gun demon meat slice to Hayakawa Aki. There is no denying Hayakawa Aki. He looked at the piece of meat as if he was looking at an enemy with whom he had a blood feud, and the tragic scene of that year reappeared in his mind. He clenched the meat slice in his hand and controlled his emotions. This piece of meat still needs to be handed over to the client, and the client will resell it to the police. It is illegal for a civilian demon hunters to privately possess gun-carrying demon meat slices. The client is willing to pay 3 million yen for the gun devil meat slices, and can make a lot of profit by selling it to the public security. Otonashi Chiya certainly had no objection to this. He was not interested in meat slices. Come to think of it, everything that just happened was indeed your demonic power. At this time, Hayakawa Aki looked at Otonashi Chiya's eyes and saw a trace of blood flowing from his eyes. He couldn't help but continue to say with a little concern. Are your eyes okay? Have a good rest when you go back, and try not to accept any more commissions in the next few days. Advertisement, it's nothing serious. I can recover after 2 days of rest. Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. This time when he was hunting the toad demon, he used the Kamui eye technique most frequently, and his body and eye power were already overloaded. It's not obvious on the surface, but he is actually very weak, his eyes are stinging, and his vision has become blurred. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 30, Chi and Blood, 83. Due to this special situation, Otonashi Chiya allocated all attribute points to Chi and Blood, in order to recover quickly. After the distribution, he immediately felt much better. The stinging sensation in his eyes almost disappeared and his vision was no longer blurred. He would be fully recovered after some rest. If we replace the term Chi and Blood with Blood Bar, for example, his original blood bar was 10/53, and after adding 30 points it becomes 40/83. His physical condition will naturally improve a lot instantly. Huh? Am I still alive? At this time, Mushiyue, who was originally in a coma, was awakened by the strong smell of blood. She thought she was dead, and even if she didn't die from the fall, she would be eaten by the demon in the basement. I didn't expect that only some parts of my body were swollen and painful, and other than that there was nothing serious. However, the pungent smell of blood in the air immediately made her more sober. She turned her head and saw the fragments of the demon's body all over the ground. Seeing this scene, she felt so disgusted that she almost vomited. Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki were also seen standing next to the corpse, especially Otonashi Chiya, whose body was covered with a lot of blood. This shows that it must be this boy named Otonashi Chiya who killed the devil. Kinoshita Tasuki discovered that Nomura Koro was still alive and was lying close to her, taking a deep breath. She immediately walked over and asked, "Nomura, what happened just now?" As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the body of Takeda Yusuke beside her, which she had not seen just now due to her blind spot. Takeda Yusuke's body was now in a horrible state. His chest and abdominal cavities were almost completely corroded, his eyes were bulging and wide open, and he looked as if he had died with his eyes open. She screamed subconsciously, "Takeshi, Mr. Takeda is dead?" Nomura Koro was still lying there, and he was still in shock after almost losing his life. I only heard him say in a cold tone, "It would be better if he died, he almost killed me just now." Advertisement. After hearing this, Mushiyue fell silent. After all, Mr. Takeda also kicked her down the stairs, so someone might have saved her, otherwise she would have died long ago. Just now this B************** D used me as a shield. If Otonashi Chiya hadn't saved me, the dead body you see now would be me. Nomura Koro described what had just happened to him in a complicated tone. Otonashi saved you? Could it be that he saved me too? Kinoshita Tasuki guessed. It's very likely that his strength is completely on a different level than ours, and he can easily save you. Nomura Koro seemed to have doubted his life and kept lying there, not wanting to get up. In the past, he thought it was so cool that demon hunters could sign contracts with demons to gain power, so he dropped out of school and became a civilian demon hunter. It was going quite smoothly at the beginning. It was easy to deal with weaker demons, but the price paid after using the demonic power would be very painful, but it would be fine after resting for a while. It was not until today, when he accepted this commission without knowing his own limitations, that he realized that the powerful demon could leave him completely defenseless. If it weren't for Otonashi Chiya, the toad demon could easily wipe them all out. Otonashi Chiya was obviously close to his age, but his strength was stronger than any demon hunter he had ever seen. Thinking of this, Nomura Shaolin couldn't help but smile at himself. When he first formed the team, he actually dared to yell in front of others. Fortunately, others had a good temper and didn't argue with him. "It seems like you all are fine, so let's go. I've just called the truck company and the police, and they'll be here soon to deal with the scene." At this time, Otonashi Chiya came over and walked towards the stairs while talking, with Hayakawa Aki beside him. Oh. Mushiyue hurriedly followed him. She didn't want to stay in the basement any longer. Nomura Koro also quickly stood up and took a look at Takeda Yusuke's body before leaving. It's a pity that this D died, but it also made him realize the evil of human nature. Kinoshita Tasuki caught up with Otonashi Chiya and thanked him in a somewhat shy manner. Can I call you Otonashi-kun? Thank you so much for saving me. Chapter 18. Heart-to-heart talk with Hayakawa Aki. Me too, I can't repay you for saving my life. Nomura Koro bowed deeply to Otonashi Chiya. Thinking back to what happened at the beginning, he even knelt on the ground with his hands and knees prostrated, and apologized to Otonashi Chiya, and I was too arrogant before. Otonashi Chiya was a little speechless, and smiled awkwardly. It's not a big deal, let the past be the past. Yes. Nomura Shaolin then stood up and said, I have decided that I will not be a demon hunter after I return. I should still have a chance to continue my studies now. What happened today had a great impact on him, and he clearly realized how weak he was and how dangerous the profession of demon hunter was. He felt that if he continued like this, he would die soon, so it would be best for him to go back to study. Just think it through yourself. Otonashi Chiya felt somewhat relieved to see a middle school delinquent boy turn back from his wrong path. He was not a scholarly person, but the other party's behavior of dropping out of school just to become a demon hunter was too unwise. As for whether this guy can study well after returning to school, that is another matter. At least he will not be in danger of dying at any time. Unless a demon suddenly appeared in the school and attacked the students, it would be just an accidental incident, and the students who were killed were just too unlucky. After hearing what Nomura Koro said, Kinoshita Tasuki also began to consider not being a demon hunter anymore. I don't think I'll be a demon hunter anymore. I'll find another part-time job tomorrow. Kinoshita Sukiya said. She felt even more than Nomura Koro that she was not suitable to be a demon hunter. She was too timid, easily failed at critical moments, and her healing ability was also useless. A demon as powerful as the Toad Demon could kill a person with just one blow, leaving her no chance to recover. Demon hunters make money but are too dangerous. She still wants to live a good life, and she can make a living by doing other part-time jobs. By the way, Otonashi-kun will be a full-time demon hunter and won't go to school anymore? At this time, Kinoshita Dasuki asked. Maybe, I can't say for sure. Otonashi Chiya hasn't thought about going to school yet. Advertisement, the police arrived the fastest, and Otonashi Chiya and 4 others took a police car directly back to the civilian base. The demon's body is already on its way, and the spear demon meat slices are in our hands. Because we are worried, we brought them back to you personally. Otonashi Chiya personally handed the gun devil meat slice to the waitress. Okay, wait a moment then. The waitress had to wait until the demon's body was checked thoroughly before giving them the reward. Although she had noticed that there was one person missing, most likely killed by the devil, she was already used to it. It is common for civilian demon hunters to die while carrying out commissions. In contrast, she was somewhat surprised that these people were actually able to complete the commission. The target of the commission is an extremely powerful demon who has swallowed the gun demon's flesh. Under normal circumstances, civilian demon hunters are basically unable to deal with this kind of demon, and it is often handed over to public security demon hunters to deal with. While waiting, Nomura Koro and Kinoshita Dasuki suddenly left and never came back. They felt that they had barely contributed anything today, and it was no exaggeration to say that they were a drag. Of course, they didn't have the face to stay and share their rewards, so they left on their own accord. A while later, the civilian base confirmed that there was no problem with the body of the Toad Demon and paid Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki. Otonashi Chiya's payment was directly deposited into his bank card, while Hayakawa Aki received it in cash. Hayakawa Aki also planned to apply for a bank card later as it was not convenient to carry cash with him. At this time, Hayakawa Aki suddenly asked Otonashi Chiya, "Are you also a demon hunter to avenge the gun demon?" "Oh, why do you think so?" Otonashi Chiya's response. "Why don't you go to school? With your ability, it's no problem for you to work part-time as a civilian demon hunter. You can't use a childish excuse like Nomura-chan." Hayakawa Aki stated his basis. Otonashi Chiya pretended to be silent for a while, and then said, "You guessed it, I do have the idea of revenge, because my family was also killed by the gun demon. The main reason for his background is that his parents died in the disaster when the gun devil appeared, so his words and deeds must not conflict with his background." Advertisement. Hayakawa Aki's eyes flickered slightly. "It seems that we are the same. Can you talk to me?" "With pleasure." Otonashi Chiya certainly did not refuse. Hayakawa Aki deliberately found a corner where there were not many people and sat down. "Waiter, 2 glasses of juice, please." Aki Hayakawa ordered 2 drinks first. Otonashi Chiya thought that Hayakawa Aki had not started drinking yet, and it was probably only later that he was brought in by Senior Himeno to drink together, and the same was true for smoking. At this time, Hayakawa Aki was still quite serious and did not smoke or drink. Of course, Japanese law strictly prohibits minors from drinking. "My family was also killed by the demon of the gun. I no longer have any dreams except revenge." Hayakawa Akira said in a calm tone. "So you're planning on joining the Tokyo Public Security Bureau next, right?" Otonashi Chiya explains. "Yes, with the record of hunting the Toad Demon this time, I can try to apply for it." Hayakawa Aki head rode. Public security demon hunters are organized and the threshold is definitely not low. Not everyone can become a public security demon hunter. The role of the public security department is to solve powerful demons that cannot be solved by civilian demon hunters, so its strength certainly cannot be too weak. "So you're going to come along?" At this time, Hayakawa Aki asked Otonashi Chiya. "Certainly." Otonashi Chiya's way. After joining the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, he would have more opportunities to hunt powerful demons, and thus gain attribute points more efficiently. "Okay, then we'll go together to take part in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau's interview and assessment." Hayakawa Akiyoshindo. He hoped that Otonashi Chiya could join the Tokyo Public Security Bureau with him so that he could partner with Otonashi Chiya. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Hayakawa Aki's Intimacy, LV1, and gains attribute points. 2. Chapter 19 Chicken Soup is here in Hayakawa Aki's mind. Otonashi Chiya is incredibly strong. Especially his performance against the Toad Demon today, which made him feel that Otonashi Chiya was even more unfathomable. Of course it would be best if I could team up with Otonashi. In contrast, Hayakawa Aki also realized the shortcomings of his own strength and that he was a little too dependent on the cursed demon. It is definitely not a good idea to keep relying on the power of the cursed demon. In the future, you might die before you find the gun demon. After entering the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, he will apply to sign a contract with the demons there. It is said that the public security departments across Japan have taken in many demons. Some of them surrendered after being defeated, while others took the initiative to join humans. These demons specifically sign contracts with the public security demon hunters. "Just call me when the time comes," Otonashi Chiya explains. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered something. The public security department's team is called the Demon Exorcism class, right? Is there anything else besides the Demon Exorcism class? When he heard that he had to go for an interview and assessment, he remembered that in the original book, joining the Tokyo Public Security Bureau didn't seem to be that difficult. This is because Mikima founded the Anti-Demon Special Operations Class, which specializes in recruiting abnormal people. The emphasis is on abnormality, rather than strength. It can be abnormal humans, demons, monsters, and weapon people. Of course, the entire Anti-Demon Special Class is Mikima's pawn. Otonashi Chiya was wondering if it was because Mikima hadn't come to the world yet. The threshold for a normal exorcist class might indeed be very high. No, I heard there is only the demon exorcism class. Hayakawa Aki answers. He had already learned about the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and had made sufficient preparations to avenge the Gun Devil. I see. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. It seems that at this point in time, Mikima has most likely not come to the world yet. This is good news for him, because he hopes that Mikima can become Nayuta, rather than the bad woman in the original book. The key point is that he must find Mishima before the cabinet. Advertisement. The reason is very simple. The nature of the ruling demon is unchanging. Mikima without distorted ideas is no different from Nayuta. However, it is too far ahead for Otonashi Chiya to consider this now. He doesn't know when Mikima will come to the world, nor does he know in which country or place Mikima will land. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya chatted with Hayakawa Aki for a while and then left the civilian base. When they walked all the way to the downstairs of the apartment building, Hayakawa Aki realized that something was wrong. So, you live in this building too? Hayakawa Aki has no questions. Yes, I just rented it yesterday. It's on the 4th floor. Otonashi Chiya heading out. No wonder I haven't seen it before. Hayakawa Akira's theory. As the elevator was about to reach the 4th floor, Hayakawa Aki said goodbye to Otonashi Chiya. See you in a few days, and we'll go to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau after you've rested well. Otonashi Chiya walked out of the elevator. Okay, bye. It seemed like a lot had happened today, but in fact only one morning had passed. It was just after 11 o'clock in the morning when Otonashi Chiya returned home. He knocked on the door and said, Densei, Pochita, I'm back. When he heard Chiya's brother's voice, Densei immediately ran out of the room. Because his trouser legs were too long, he almost stepped on them and fell. Pochita also ran out. Welcome back, Densei opened the door and said happily. This scene has a very family feel. Otonashi Chiya smiled slightly. Then I changed into home slippers. Since she hadn't bought slippers for Dionki yet, she went barefoot. But the floor at home was very clean, and her cute little feet were still as white as jade. Is Chiya already off work so soon? Denji asked curiously. Advertisement. She thought that brother Chiya would not be back until very late, so she had prepared to cook lunch and dinner by herself, and also prepare a portion for brother Chiya when he came back in the evening. I didn't expect to come back so early, it's not even noon yet. Because when she was a child, her father was still working and would come home very late every day drunk, and would beat and scold her if he was unhappy. Yeah, I said I was going to work, but in fact I just went to a civilian base to take a commission, and I came back after hunting down demons. Otonashi Chiya explained. Oh, no wonder it feels a bit bloody. Denji discovered that Chiya's brother's coat was missing and there was some bloodline on his pants. Otonashi Chiya simply threw away his coat. It was stained with the blood of the toad demon. There was no point in keeping it. No matter how many times he washed it, there would probably still be some smell and traces left. Are you a little hungry? I'll go prepare lunch now. Otonashi Chiya went to the kitchen and put on an apron. There were ingredients in the refrigerator that he had prepared in advance, so he didn't have to buy them at the last minute. Okay. Densei felt a little regretful, as she had wanted to wait for Chiya's brother to come back and make one for him herself. Now she didn't have a good reason, because she was worried that her cooking skills were not good enough, and she was embarrassed to let brother Chiya taste what she made without a good reason. Because he often watched tutorials online and tried to cook in his previous life, Otonashi Chiya's cooking skills have become quite good. Plus now that he has the Mangekyō Sharingan, he finds that these eyes have greatly enhanced his cooking skills, allowing his cooking skills to reach a new level. Otonashi Chiya cooked the rice first, then made a dish of braised beef and a dish of steamed fish, and added the hen soup that had been stewed before leaving the house in the morning, which was cooked on time and kept warm automatically. That's about it for lunch. If you make too much, it will be wasted. Chicken soup is here. Otonashi Chiya first brought out a pot of chicken soup. Your body is still growing, so you need more nutritious food. As soon as Densei smelled the soup, she felt it was very fragrant. She couldn't wait to get a bowl and take a sip. The sweet taste of the chicken soup immediately hit her taste buds. Delicious. She had never eaten such delicious food since she was a child. Even when her father was alive, she often did not have enough to eat. When she had food, she could only eat what her father had left over, and it was not tasty. After her father passed away, she was not even satisfied with a piece of bread. Otonashi Chiya specially prepared a small bowl for Pochita, filled it with chicken soup and chicken and placed it on the ground. Woof, Pochita ate, wagging his tail. When it took its first bite, its tail wagged even more excitedly. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Pochita's Intimacy, LV2, and gains attribute points. 4. Chapter 20. Being misunderstood as a Lolita-con. After a delicious lunch, Dionki burped with a satisfied look on his face. This was the first time in her life that she had eaten so much and the first time that her food had tasted so delicious. But now she was even more embarrassed to show off her cooking skills in front of Chiya's brother, because her cooking skills were far worse in comparison. She silently decided in her heart that she would secretly improve her cooking skills until she could show off in front of brother Chiya. Be moderate. Overeating is not good for your health. Anyway, I can cook for you every day in the future. Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. Real? Densi suddenly became excited. Real. Otonashi Chiya nodded seriously. Yeah. Densi was delighted. But her face immediately turned slightly red because she suddenly thought, doesn't this mean that brother Chiya will accompany her for the rest of her life? Ding. Host activates achievement, electricity, LV4, gains attribute points, 15. However, at this time, Otonashi Chiya had not yet realized that Densi had wrong ideas. She thought that Densi was just very happy to eat delicious food, so his favorability progress had increased again. At this time, Densi took the initiative to collect all the bowls, chopsticks, pots, and plates, and then put them into the kitchen sink. Chiya ni, let me wash these dishes. Now Chiya's brother is the only person who is close to her and the most important person in her heart. Pochita is also important, but Pochita is a demon, not a human. She didn't want to just eat and do nothing, and was afraid that Chiya would dislike her and ignore her, so she wanted to help with housework as much as possible. Good. Otonashi Chiya looked slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Densi was so diligent and sensible. Seeing Densi walking into the kitchen with his trouser legs dragging so long, he suddenly remembered about buying clothes, so he said, Densi, let's go to the mall together later. Okay. Densi was also looking forward to buying new clothes. After washing the dishes and resting for a while, Densi's stomach was not so bloated anymore, so Otonashi Chiya took Densi out. But the problem is how to take Pochita with me when I go out. Advertisement. If Pochita were to follow Denji directly, it would definitely cause a commotion, especially in a place with a large flow of people like a shopping mall. Although Pochita looks cute, you can tell at first glance that he is a demon. The chainsaw on his head is too obvious. Most people will still be scared even if they see a cute demon. This will definitely attract security guards, police and even other civilian demon hunters. In order to avoid this unnecessary trouble, Otonashi Chiya came up with a solution. He wrapped the chainsaw on Pochita's head with a clean and soft cloth. When Pochita was not in combat, the chainsaw on his head would not rotate or extend, so it could barely be covered. Then he asked Densi to pick up Pochita. This way it will look like a doll. As long as Pochita doesn't move, it shouldn't cause a commotion among the crowd. That's a good idea indeed. Denji then emphasized to Pochita. Pochita, don't move. Listen to brother Chiya. Woof. Pochita responded, and then its body became completely still, without even blinking. If people don't look carefully, it is easy to mistake it for some kind of doll. After all, it is not strange for a little girl to carry a doll with her when she goes out, and there is no normal pet dog that looks like Pochita. You don't have to overdo it. It's okay to move or blink when you feel uncomfortable. Otonashi Chiya explains, and so he went out with Denji and Pochita. As soon as I got downstairs, I met Hayakawa Aki coming towards me at the door. He seemed to have just come back from throwing away the garbage. When Hayakawa Aki saw the little blonde girl next to Otonashi Chiya, he was stunned for a moment. His eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Otonashi Chiya with a strange look. Otonashi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Especially since the little girl was wearing clothes very similar to Otonashi Chiya's, it was easier for people to associate it with something very punishable. Otonashi Chiya immediately realized that he was misunderstood and quickly explained, it's not what you think, this is my distant sister Densi. Yeah, Hayakawa Aki's eyes were half believing and half doubting. Of course. Otonashi Chiya was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I'm Chiya's younger sister, it's our first meeting, so please give me your guidance. Advertisement. Denji knew clearly the situation Chiya's brother was facing, so he was very sensible and helped to speak up, speaking politely to Hayakawa Aki. But she was still a little unhappy in her heart, not very satisfied with her sister's identity, and her little mouth pouted slightly. Seeing that Densi was so polite and there was no sign of being intimidated on his face, Hayakawa Aki finally believed what Otonashi Chiya said. He immediately responded, hello, my name is Hayakawa Aki, I am Otonashi's colleague. Otonashi Chiya immediately touched Densi's head. Fortunately, Densi was sensible, otherwise it would be difficult for him to explain the misunderstanding. After being patted on the head, Densi's inner dissatisfaction was immediately relieved a lot, and he smiled happily. This action made them more like brother and sister in Hayakawa Aki's eyes. This suddenly reminded him of his younger brother, and his eyes dimmed for a moment, but he quickly adjusted himself. Otonashi Denji. Should I call him that? Hayakawa Aki felt that Densi should be a name. People who meet for the first time or are not familiar with each other basically will not call each other by their names, so he wanted to call Densi by his full name. Since Denji is Otonashi Chiya's sister, her last name should also be Otonashi, right? Otonashi Chiya was about to explain that Densi was not his biological sister, but Densi nodded first. Yeah, that's right, my name is Otonashi Densi. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but glance at Densi, not understanding why Densi said that. He didn't think much about it. After all, there was no harm in letting Hayakawa Aki think that Densi was his biological sister. However, Otonashi Chiya overlooked one thing, that is, in Japan, after marriage, the wife will change her surname to her husband's. It's not that he didn't know about it, of course, but Densi's cleverness made him not think of this at once. Then why is Otonashi wearing your clothes? Hayakawa Aki continued to ask. She just moved to my place yesterday, and her luggage was stolen on the way. She has no clothes to change into, so she can only wear my clothes for the time being. Otonashi Chiya explained, so I was just about to take her shopping for new clothes. I see. Hayakawa Aki nodded without any doubt. Otonashi Chiya also breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that Hayakawa Aki's expression at the beginning looked like he was about to call the police. He doesn't want to be mistaken for a Lolita complex. My reputation was almost ruined. Chapter 21 Densi wants to become more feminine. Along the way, no one really discovered that Pochita was a demon, or even that Pochita was a living creature. Unless you pay special attention, you would think it is a doll that the little girl is holding. Thus, Otonashi Chiya successfully entered the mall with Denji and Pochita. He had no knowledge of Japanese clothing brands from the 1990s, so he found a clothing store that looked larger and better decorated. Densi, just pick the one you like. Otonashi Chiya felt that he had no taste in clothes, so he let Densi choose by himself, and he could only help to see if it fit. Let me see. The store was full of clothes of various styles, which dazzled Dianki. Her eyes subconsciously looked at the trousers and shorts because she was used to wearing them. But she suddenly thought of brother Chiya. She immediately changed her mind and turned her attention to those beautiful and cute dresses, which should make her more feminine. Little sister, have you decided which clothes you want to choose? If you have chosen, you can go over there and try them on to see how they look. At this time, a pretty young female clerk came over and said to Densi. Densi saw that the older sister in front of her was beautiful, had a good figure, and felt very feminine. She immediately stood on tiptoe and whispered in the older sister's ear. Sister, can you tell me how to dress to be more feminine? The female clerk didn't expect a little girl to ask such a question, and was slightly stunned. After coming to her senses, she actually gave her opinion seriously. Femininity. I think you can try that dress, little sister, and match it with a pair of black stockings. Okay, I'll try it then. Denji nodded. Although she has never worn it, she has heard of black stockings and has also heard that men prefer this kind of stockings. I guess Chiya brother is the same, right? Since Densi and the female clerk were whispering and covered their mouths with their hands, Otonashi Chiya didn't hear what they were saying. His Mangekyō Sharingan couldn't enhance his hearing, and since he couldn't see the mouth shapes, his vision was of no use. Advertisement, but he didn't plan to ask about it. He guessed that this should be a secret topic between girls and it was not appropriate to inquire about it. Densi first placed Pochita on the sofa chair next to him, then went into the fitting room carrying the black dress and black stockings. Pochita just lay on the chair with his legs up in the air, motionless, with almost no visible flaws. To be on the safe side, Otonashi Chiya picked up Pochita and held her like a doll. Since she had never worn a dress and stockings before, it took Dianki a lot of effort to put them on. She even called the female clerk in to help her tidy them up. At this time, Densi looked at herself in the mirror. Although she looked more feminine, she always felt weird without wearing a skirt and stockings. Is it really okay? She doubted whether she was suitable to dress like this, and was also worried about what Chiya would say about it. Trust me, it's okay, the little sister looks cute. The salesgirl encouraged. Densi also plucked up his courage, straightened his clothes, and walked out. Otonashi Chiya was thinking about something when he suddenly saw Densi appear in front of him dressed like this. Brother Chiya. At this time, Densi's posture looked a little embarrassed, his face showed shyness, his eyes were a little erratic, and he was embarrassed to look Otonashi Chiya in the eye. Grasping the corners of clothes with both hands unnaturally is a common subconscious action when a person is nervous. At the same time, the female clerk hid behind the wall and only stuck half of her head out to refuel the car. She didn't know what the relationship between the little girl and the boy was, but puppy love was quite common. Puppy love is prevalent in Japan. There is not even a term, puppy love, in Japanese. There is only the term, first love. Many boys and girls have had their first love in elementary school. Apart from the age limit for marriage and the prohibition of engaging in unspeakable behavior too early, there are almost no other restrictions. However, Otonashi Chiya's ideas are still relatively conservative. After all, he was not a Japanese before he traveled through time, and his three views have almost been formed. How does it feel? Advertisement Denji asked embarrassedly. She was both excited and afraid. She was excited that Chiya would praise her, but she was afraid that she would be told that she was weird or ugly. She was so nervous that she could hear her own heartbeat. Otonashi Chiya pondered for a while and gave a fair comment. I didn't expect you to be so good at dressing, Densi. Doesn't this fit you very well? Denji's outfit brightened his eyes and he immediately felt that she became even cuter. This surprised him that Densi would actually choose this kind of outfit. Was it a suggestion from the female clerk? Hearing this, the nervousness and shyness on Densi's face suddenly turned into joy, and her heart was relieved. Then buy this. But Densi immediately started to worry again. No, wait, if this is too expensive, forget it. She had long been tired of being poor, and didn't want brother Chiya to spend too much money on her. It's okay. A set of clothes isn't that expensive, you don't have to worry about money. Otonashi Chiya said directly. I want to buy you 2 more sets of clothes, just pick whatever you like. Demon Hunter is a high-risk, high-reward profession that makes money very quickly. He had only been here for 2 or 3 days, and he already had over 1,000,000 yen. Wouldn't it be easy for him to buy a few new clothes? They weren't super famous brands. Alright. Only then did Dianki feel a little more relaxed. Then she asked the female clerk to give her some advice and chose 2 new sets of clothes of different styles, such as a white miniskirt and white stockings. She was very happy with the new clothes because her brother Chiya thought she looked cute in them. After paying, Otonashi Chiya told Densi to just wear the new skirt and there was no need to change back into the old clothes. The old clothes were put into a bag and taken away. Come on, let's go to other stores and buy some snacks, toys, games, etc. Otonashi Chiya didn't plan to go back so soon. His family was in short supply of these things, and he also had to replenish the daily necessities needed by Denji and Pochita. Otherwise, when he usually goes out, Denji and Pochita would probably be bored staying at home. Pochita is only pretending to be stupid on the surface, but he is actually very smart. Maybe he can even play games with Densi. Chapter 22. Senior GE a large bag of assorted snacks. Some toys and a few games, as well as daily necessities for Denji and Pochita. Otonashi Chiya bought these in total, and then they went home. These were basically bought for Denji and Pochita, including the games he didn't really want to play. Because computers and the internet were still in their infancy at this time, if you wanted to play games, you either had to use a handheld game console or one that was connected to a TV, not to mention the arcade games commonly seen on the streets. In his previous life, he was used to playing various mobile games and computer games, and his threshold had been raised to a certain level. He really had no interest in this kind of ancient game. On the other hand, Densi was very interested in this thing he had never seen before and couldn't wait to go home and try it. Don't worry, I'll let you have fun when we get home. At this time, Otonashi Chiya walked out of the mall with 2 large bags in his hands. Denji was holding the clothes and hugging Pochita. Although 2 of the games he bought were for handheld game consoles and the rest were games that could be played by connecting to a TV, Otonashi Chiya didn't want Densi to develop a bad habit of playing game consoles while walking on the street, so he didn't take out the handheld game console and give it to Densi. However, at this moment, the crowd far ahead suddenly became a riot. Run! A demon has appeared. Help! I don't want to die yet. Where's the demon hunter? Where is the demon hunter? Come and stop that monster. The crowd in front was fleeing in all directions, and when they heard the noise they knew a demon had appeared. Otonashi Chiya felt slightly delighted. Aren't his attribute points delivered to his door? He then grabbed Densi's hand to prevent him from being dispersed by the chaotic crowd, and led Densi towards the direction of the demon. Densi's face turned slightly red, but she knew that a demon had appeared so she didn't dare to be careless and followed brother Chiya closely. Advertisement soon. Otonashi Chiya saw the figure of a demon, who looked like the potato chip demon. The appearance is similar to that of a potato chip, but the size is naturally countless times larger than ordinary potato chips. In the center of the potato chip, there is a very ugly human face outline, and at the bottom there are 2 2-meter-long human hands running demonically. It doesn't look like it has much killing power, but the size of the demon is there. An ordinary human being would probably be half dead if he was stepped on by it. It still poses a great threat to the crowd. Densi, stand here and don't run around. I'm going to finish this quickly. Otonashi Chiya asked Densi to stand not far away from the demon. He immediately drew the sword from his waist and walked towards the potato chip demon slowly. He was the first one to arrive at the scene, and no other civilian demon hunter would compete with him for the head. Moreover, this potato chip demon is very weak just by hearing the name, and he doesn't look like a demon slice with a gun. He feels that there is no need to waste his pupil power to use the Kamui eye technique. Densi nodded obediently. She knew she couldn't help much, so she thought at least she shouldn't cause any trouble for Chiya. If she hadn't been forced into a fight before, she wouldn't have wanted to fight a dangerous demon. Although she knew that brother Chiya was very strong, she couldn't help but say, "Brother Chiya, be careful." Seeing that the human boy in front of him not only did not run away, but also walked towards him fearlessly, the potato chip demon immediately became interested. Before any ordinary people were killed, it changed its target and ran towards Otonashi Chiya. Oh my, it seems a civilian demon hunter got there first. Just then, a young woman in a special uniform appeared on the roof of a nearby low-rise house. She had an eye patch on her right eye and a cigarette in her mouth. Next to him, a handsome young man appeared. He was also wearing the same uniform, with a lip pierced on the left side of his lip and a sword on his back. He looked at the situation below and said calmly, from his appearance, he seems to be a high school student, right? Although the potato chip demon is a relatively weak demon, he looks so immature that I don't think he can do it. Otonashi Chiya noticed the 2 men out of the corner of his eye. They were clearly wearing Tokyo public security uniforms, and he even recognized both of them. The woman among them was the most familiar. She was Senior GE, who had short dark green hair and was a heavy smoker. I have some impression of the other person. He seems to be the vice captain of the Demon Exorcist Section 2 who was killed by Lace in the original work. His name is unknown, and his demonic power is the head of a fox demon. Advertisement: since the fox demon is obsessed with looks and this person's looks are pretty good, he was favored by the fox demon. Otherwise, ordinary people can only use the fox demon's left or right hand. However, Otonashi Chiya just glanced at them calmly, not surprised at all, and his attention was still focused on the potato chip demon. Because the daily duty of the Tokyo public security demon hunters is to patrol within Tokyo, this kind of demon that suddenly appears in the crowd will soon be discovered by the patrolling public security demon hunters. It just so happens that Himeno is patrolling in an Arima district. That's hard to say. I heard there are young men with great potential among the people nowadays. GE blew out a smoke ring. The man shook his head slightly. Let's wait and see. If he can't hold on any longer, I'll let the fox demon save him. Since the public security demon hunters cannot interfere with or compete for the demons discovered by the civilian demon hunters unless the civilian demon hunters are unable to deal with them, they can only watch here. At this time, the potato chip demon had already run to Otonashi Chiya, and it seemed that it wanted to eat Otonashi Chiya directly with its mouth. Otonashi Chiya casually cut off the two running hands of the potato chip demon with a knife, and easily avoided the huge body that was about to press down on him. Immediately, another knife cut its entire body in half, sending the potato chip demon directly back to hell. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the potato chip demon, and obtained attribute points. 5. This attribute point is even less than that given by the ant demon. It is really weak. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but complain in his heart. Seeing this scene, the man next to Ji said immediately, "Well, it seems that I was wrong." Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting, she discovered that the boy still had a lot of strength left. Just the way he dodged the potato chip demon when he fell down was not easy. It was so easy that his expression didn't even fluctuate during the entire battle. Although the potato chip demon was extremely weak, it was also because of this that she was completely unable to discern the boy's true strength. Ji extinguished the cigarette in his hand and threw away the butt. "Let's go down and say hello to that boy." The roof they were on was not high, so they jumped down directly with the help of the second floor balcony. Ji waved directly to the young man. "Hello, young man from the folks." Chapter 23. Are you gay? Ding. Host activates the achievement, first encounter with Ji, and gains attribute points. 1. Seeing Himeno and the other two coming over, Otonashi Chiya pretended to be slightly stunned. Then he asked knowingly, "Are you two demon hunters from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau?" He certainly couldn't show that he knew Ji, as this was the first time he met Ji. Yes. We saw your fight with the potato chip demon just now. You are very powerful." Himeno walked up to Otonashi Chiya and patted his right shoulder carelessly. His pupils almost subconsciously turned to the lower right corner. As soon as Ji raised his hand, he had already seen the trajectory of the movement and almost couldn't help but avoid Ji's hand. Ji noticed this strange detail in the other person's pupils. Before she even put her hand down to take the photo, the other person's pupils had already accurately locked onto the right shoulder she wanted to take a photo of. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, but she only saw through it without saying anything, and still patted the other person's right shoulder as if nothing had happened. "Thank you for the compliment. Otonashi Chiya is modest." Of course, he had also noticed the subtle changes on Ji's face. It seemed that his eyes had been discovered to be unusual, but it didn't matter. It would be known sooner or later anyway, so he could just explain it away with the explanation of the devil's power. "Why are you so modest? Come on, I believe in you. You will definitely do well among the common people." Himeno just had a brief chat with Otonashi Chiya and was about to leave. Although she could see that the boy's abilities were extraordinary, she had no intention of inviting him to join the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. After going through so many things in the Public Security Department, she no longer wanted to invite anyone to join the Tokyo Public Security Department, because she had seen too many colleagues sacrifice their lives just 1 or 2 years after joining the Public Security Department, including her previous partners. What's more, the boy in front of her is obviously still a young man. She still hopes that he can live among the common people. At least it is much safer if he doesn't do stupid things among the common people. At this time, Hayakawa Aki arrived here. He happened to be out and just heard that a demon appeared here, so he rushed over immediately, but now it seems that the demon has been dealt with by Otonashi Chiya. "Otonashi, you've killed the demon, but who are these two?" When Hayakawa Aki saw that the two people in front of Otonashi Chiya were wearing Tokyo Public Security uniforms, he immediately became concerned. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya shook his head slightly. "I don't know them either, I just know they're two seniors in the Public Security Department." "Oh, is this your friend? He looks like he's also a civilian demon hunter?" Ji looked at Hayakawa Aki and said, "A young man again. People are getting younger and younger these days." Hayakawa Aki is still the same, very cold towards outsiders. Even though the other party might be his future colleague, he never considered dealing with interpersonal relationships. In his eyes, nothing was important except the devil of the revenge gun. Yes, he is planning to apply to join the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Otonashi Chiya said this intentionally. After he crossed over, he started to produce the butterfly efficiency. Hayakawa Aki completed the difficult commissions such as the gun devil meat slice ahead of time, and also met Senior Himeno ahead of time. The next step is to join the Tokyo Public Security Bureau ahead of time. He thought it was a good thing for Hayakawa Aki to meet Senior Himeno in advance, so he wanted to take this opportunity to let Hayakawa Aki have more contact with Himeno. "Really? Then we will be colleagues. What's your name?" Ji was a little surprised, and then asked Hayakawa Aki. "Hayakawa Autumn." Hayakawa Aki replied expressionlessly. "You sound quite cool, but have you really thought it through? Are you sure you really want to come to our Tokyo Public Security Bureau?" Ji advised. "The public security demon hunters are much more dangerous than the civilian ones. My first 4 partners died in the past 4 years, and I haven't found the 5th partner yet. But I estimate that the 5th partner will not survive for more than 2 years." Ji downplayed the death of her partner, but in fact she was only optimistic on the surface, and no one knew how sad she was in her heart. Otonashi Chiya immediately thought that Senior Himeno's guess was quite accurate. The 5th partner did not survive for 2 years. To be more precise, they died in less than a year. In the original novel, Hayakawa Aki is Himeno's sixth partner in Tokyo Public Security, but from the current timeline, it is about half a year later, and Himeno at this time has not yet found a fifth partner. I know. There was no way Hayakawa Aki would listen to the advice. He just wanted to take revenge on the gun demon, so he had to join the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. He had long since put his own life and death aside. Seeing the scene of Hayakawa Aki and Himeno in the same frame, Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt relieved. He felt very sad when he saw Himeno's death. If it weren't for Mishima's interference, advertisement. Hayakawa Aki may still be obsessed with the devil of the revenge spear, but he and Himeno will definitely not die so early, and nor will they die so miserably. At this time, Otonashi Chiya left silently, leaving Hayakawa Aki to chat slowly with Himeno, and Densi was still waiting for him there. Densi was very obedient and stood where he was without moving a step. The smile on Otonashi Chiya's face was a little helpless. He did tell Densi not to move, but he didn't say that he couldn't move at all. Let's go. Hayakawa Aki soon realized that Otonashi Chiya was missing, but by then Otonashi Chiya had already walked away with Denji. Since you insist on joining the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, I can only wish you the best. Ji smiled and said, how about you become my fifth partner? She had already taken a liking to Hayakawa Aki the first time they met. But she didn't just look at the face. What touched her most was that Hayakawa Aki was so cold and serious, which made her want to take action. She took this boy to smoke and drink, and see how serious he would be. Don't want. However, Hayakawa Aki refused without hesitation. He has already decided to partner up with Otonashi Chiya. Ji was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Hayakawa Aki to refuse so decisively. What, don't you like me? Or have you already found a partner? That's about right. By then, that person will apply to join the public security with me. After saying that, Hayakawa Aki didn't want to waste any more time here, and he prepared to leave. Are you talking about the boy just now? Ji suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise. Wait, are you gay? Veins suddenly popped up on one side of Hayakawa Aki's forehead, and he seemed a little angry. Ji quickly said, ha ha ha, I'm just kidding, don't take it so seriously. Chapter 24 Tokyo Public Security. The record of hunting down the potato chip demon is still counted in the civilian stronghold system. The difference is that the demon's body is dealt with by Otonashi Chiya himself. He simply asked the civilian outposts to help him sell the potato chip demon's body to the black market, as he was too lazy to look for the black market himself. The private agency only takes a 2% commission, and the rest of the money goes to Otonashi Chiya. As a result, he had an additional 200,000 yen in his bank card. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was at home. He looked at the system panel and found that there were already 27 attribute points available for allocation. Ding! Distribution completed. HP plus 17, Strength plus 5, Speed plus 5. Strength 20, Speed 20, Chi and Blood 100. His focus is still on the Chi and Blood attributes. He will change his focus only when he can use the Kamui eye technique easily. 2 days later, Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki agreed to go to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau for an interview and assessment today. Only after passing these 2 steps can they become a public security demon hunter. He didn't do anything in the past 2 days. He just stayed at home with Denji and Pochita, and recovered his body and eye power. During this period, Pochita's favorability towards him has also increased, and he should be not far from level 3. Before leaving early in the morning, Otonashi Chiya told Densi, I have already cooked lunch. I may not be back at noon, so you and Pochita don't have to wait for me. Okay. Densi nodded obediently. Now with games to keep them company, she and Pochita will never be bored at home. Just as Otonashi Chiya guessed, Pochita can really play games with Denji. The game is connected to the TV and then operated with a handle. Pochita sits on the carpet and can use the handles of his 2 front legs. At first, he can't beat Densi, but later he can be on par with Densi. After Otonashi Chiya left, Denji and Pochita were ready to start the battle again. Pochita, come on, I will definitely win today, woof woof. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya waited downstairs of the apartment building for a few minutes before Hayakawa Aki came down. Let's go, let's take the subway directly, Hayakawa Akira's proposal. Because taxis are too expensive, Japanese people generally prefer to take the subway whether they are going to work or school, even if they have private cars, because traffic jams are very common in places like Tokyo. Although Hayakawa Aki is not short of money, he is used to being frugal. On the way, the two started chatting. Now it seems that Hayakawa Chiya only talks more when she is with Otonashi Chiya. By the way, what stage are you at in school? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Hayakawa Aki. He was just a little curious about this because it was not mentioned in the original book. After graduating from junior high school, I came to Tokyo to work as a demon hunter. Hayakawa Aki answers. Relying on the inheritance left by his parents, he finished junior high school in North Blue Road. During this period, he carefully studied and researched the relevant knowledge of demons, and demon hunters, and continued to search for information and intelligence about the gun demon. When he figured these things out, he immediately decided to give up on continuing his studies in high school and came to Tokyo to become a civilian demon hunter, with the goal of joining the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Because the Tokyo Public Security Bureau has conducted the most in-depth research on the gun demon, they are also actively collecting gun demon meat slices. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to come to Tokyo. He could just find a way to join the North Blue Road Public Security Bureau. I see. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. In Japan, junior high school means junior high school, and college means high school. You should have been to school, right? Hayakawa Akiya asked. I went to school, but I couldn't afford the tuition, so I stopped going. Otonashi Chiya said vaguely. Of course he went to school, but he suddenly traveled through time and space, so of course he couldn't continue to go to school. Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki have already taken the subway to the nearest station to Tokyo Public Security Bureau, and then they only need to walk for about 10 minutes. When he was almost reaching Tokyo Public Security Bureau, Otonashi Chiya had already seen the magnificent high-rise building in front of him, which was obviously the Public Security Building. Advertisement: the Public Security Building is surrounded by tall walls on all sides, and entry is only possible through access control. The guard was probably also a demon hunter, and he was also wearing a Tokyo Public Security uniform. Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki came up and revealed their identities first. We are civilian demon hunters who want to participate in the public security interview and assessment. Of course, the guard would not let them pass based on just this one sentence, but asked, what are your names? Otonashi Chiya. Autumn in Hayakawa. The guard then searched the Tokyo Public Security Bureau's system. Because the civilian-based system synchronizes the data of each demon hunter with the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, many things can be facilitated. The guard immediately searched for the two names, compared them with the facial images, and confirmed that they were the two people in front of him. Okay, you guys just go in through the main entrance and go to the second floor. Don't run around anywhere else, or you'll be at your own risk. The guard reminded. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki went to the second floor of the public security building as the guard had instructed. Are you two here for an interview? As soon as they reached the second floor, a man in a public security uniform asked them. These unfamiliar people who appear on the second floor without wearing police uniforms are most likely here to apply to join the police. That's right. Otonashi Chiya heading out, then please come this way. The man then led the way for them. Soon, they were brought into a reception room where a woman who looked to be about 30 years old was already sitting there. She should be the interviewer. At the beginning, I asked some very common basic information, and Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki answered truthfully. I have reviewed your military record and activities in the civilian sector, and they all meet the standards of our Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The interviewer was looking at the data synchronized from the private system while asking for basic information. They had hunted down the toad demon who possessed the gun demon meat slices together. This was a very good record, because one of the important strategies of the Tokyo Public Security was to collect the gun demon meat slices, try to reduce the amount of gun demon meat slices held by the demons, and weaken the strength of the demons. In particular, the data of the young man named Otonashi Chiya was the most eye-catching. This newcomer who had only been logged into the system for less than a week at the civilian base had already hunted down 4 demons, including the toad demon. This record can be said to be outrageous. You will be assigned a practical test in the afternoon. With your abilities, passing this test should not be a problem. The main purpose is to grade you based on your performance. Chapter 25 Assessment and Rating. Whenever a new person is officially recruited, he or she will be rated based on his or her performance in the actual combat assessment. This has been the practice of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau since its establishment. D, C, B, A, S, there are 5 levels in total. It goes without saying that D level will not be able to pass the assessment. Only C level is considered qualified, and S level is the strongest. After the rating is determined, different plans will be implemented for newcomers based on different ratings. Most newcomers are only at C level. At the beginning, they will partner with experienced old people, one old person guiding one newcomer or one old person guiding 2 newcomers. On weekdays, they only need to patrol and do not have to perform difficult tasks. It can be said to be an internship period, unless they give up and resign or die during the internship period. They can generally be converted to regular employees. The old employees will be required to guide the new C-level employees for at least half a year or a year before they can start formal work. The same is true for B-level newcomers, except that the internship period will be shortened to 3 months. The internship period for A-level newcomers is 1 month, and the higher the rating, the higher the initial salary, and then the salary will be increased or decreased based on performance. As for the S-ranked newcomers, since the establishment of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, there has only been one newcomer with an S rating, and that is Kishibe. At that time, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau directly parachuted Kishibe as the deputy captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1, and if he could continue to perform at the S level, he would be promoted to the captain. As a result, Kishibe lived up to everyone's expectations and became the strongest demon hunter in Japan at the fastest speed. These are what Otonashi Chiya learned from the interviewer. I'll ask someone to show you around our Tokyo Public Security Bureau later. The interviewer said. This also saves the other two from just waiting and doing nothing. By the way, I have a question. At this time, Hayakawa Aki suddenly spoke. Ask. The interviewer said. After we pass the assessment, the police should arrange for me to sign a contract with the devil, right? Hayakawa Aki is quite concerned about this matter. He thinks that his current strength is totally insufficient. Yes, you should be arranged to go to Kyoto by then. Most demons are imprisoned in Kyoto. The interviewer then made a suggestion. I see that you all have good-looking faces. You can first consider asking the fox demon. I'm sure you all know that signing a contract with a demon depends on the demon's mood. Fox demons care a lot about appearance. Those with good looks can obtain stronger demon power at a low price. Advertisement. Although the Kyoto Public Security Bureau has little presence in the original work, the real bodies of the Fox Demon and the future demon are actually in Kyoto. Okay, I'll think about it. Hayakawa Akiyoshido. I'll think about it too. Otonashi Chiya was really just considering it. Already having 2 Kamui, he basically had no intention of signing a contract with a common demon like the Fox Demon. It wouldn't help him much and would cost him his skin or hair. To put it bluntly, it was meaningless. I'd like to think of someone who's free to show you around today. The interviewer was thinking when someone suddenly pushed the door open. At the same time, Ji Yi's voice came, let me show them around. Ji Yi, it seems that you are quite free today, so I'll leave it to you. The interviewer said, why you again? As soon as he saw Himeno, Hayakawa Aki had a bad feeling. Are you so unwelcome to me? Ji Yi walked over and put his hand on Hayakawa Aki's shoulder. Hayakawa Aki frowned slightly. Come on, I'll take you to get familiar with your future workplace in advance. The initial sense of freshness is very valuable. Ji Yi said with a smile. Next, Himeno took Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki to visit all the places that could be visited, and the rest were prohibited places. While strolling in the corridor of a certain floor of the public security building, Ji Yi suddenly said mysteriously, by the way, I have something to remind you. It may not be possible for you to partner up together. What's the meaning? Hayakawa Aki's suspicious path. You'll know when the time comes. Advertisement. Ji Yi smiled playfully and kept the question in suspense on purpose. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was completely calm. He actually hoped that Hayakawa Aki could partner with Himeno. It was reasonable for an old to guide a new one. At least during the rookie period, there must be an experienced person to guide the newcomer, unless the rating is S level. After the rookie period was over, he felt that there was no need for Hayakawa Aki to partner with him since there was already Himeno Sr. With Senior Himeno's personality and methods, he can control Hayakawa Aki very well. Otonashi Chiya probably guessed what Himeno Senpai was trying to say, which was that if the ratings of him and Hayakawa Aki were too different, it would be difficult for them to partner up together. His own idea about the rating was to try his best to get an A grade. After all, he was not clear about the specific rating standards, so he didn't plan to think too much about the S grade. I was busy visiting the Tokyo Public Security Bureau in the morning, and it was already noon when I was almost done. Since the Tokyo Public Security Bureau only provided accommodation but not food, and there was no cafeteria inside, they had lunch at a nearby restaurant outside. As a senior who cares about the newbies, I will tell you something about the afternoon's assessment in advance. When lunch was almost over, Ji Yi whispered, although it is simply a real battle with the devil, if you want to get a high rating, there are still many aspects that need to be considered. I'd like to hear more about it. Otonashi Chiya is curious about what the specific criteria are. Hayakawa Akiya listened attentively. He was not absolutely confident that he could pass the test, so he thought that listening to more relevant information would definitely help. Many newcomers are only rated C level because their physical skills are too ordinary. Apart from their demonic powers, they are no different from ordinary people. This is also a common problem for many demon hunters. Ji Yi elaborated. Also, it's not just about the strength of the demon power, it's also about the price paid after using the demon power. This has an impact. Strong demon power will add points, but too high a price will also deduct points. And remember to control your facial expressions as much as possible. Staying calm when fighting a demon is also a plus. Even if you are nervous, don't show it on your face. I've talked about so many rating standards, although I'm not finished yet, I'm almost there. Finally, let's talk about the passing standard. As long as you can kill the demon, no matter how you perform, you will be ranked C at the bottom, which means you pass. So if you don't care about the rating, you can do whatever you want. Himeno told Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki the general details of the assessment. After all, this is not a secret. No matter how much you know, it still depends on your ability. Those who can pass, and those who cannot pass are all talking nonsense. You guys rest for another hour, then it's almost time for the test. After saying that, Ji Yi immediately stood up. Boss, check out. Chapter 26. Highest difficulty. An hour later, Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki had returned to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau to prepare for the assessment. The assessment site is located in the underground base of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, which includes a battlefield surrounded by explosion-proof glass on all sides. There were already several people wearing Tokyo Public Security uniforms sitting in the spectator seats outside the explosion-proof glass. Apparently, they were in charge of the ratings. Which of you two will start first? The other one can just stand outside and watch. The examiner said to the two of them, I'll go first. Hayakawa Aki takes the lead. Okay, then you go in through this door. The examiner used fingerprint recognition to open an explosion-proof door next to it, which was the entrance to the battle site. Come on. Otonashi Chiya said. Hayakawa Aki nodded, then walked into the battlefield with a calm expression. Hayakawa Aki, before the assessment officially begins, there are a few things I would like to remind you of. The examiner said to Hayakawa Aki, who had already entered the battlefield. First, you can choose demons of different difficulty levels as your opponents. The more difficult the demon is, the easier it is to get a high evaluation. But the prerequisite is that you can successfully hunt it. You must successfully hunt it to pass. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure. Second, if you can't hold on any longer, just yell to give up, and we will control the demon as soon as possible. Third, please take the assessment seriously. Even if you are very capable, we will not consider you if your attitude is not correct. That's about it. Choose the difficulty first. Just say 1, 2, or 3. 1 is the easiest and 3 is the hardest. After hearing this, Hayakawa Aki said without hesitation, 1. To him, the rating didn't matter, he just wanted to ensure he could enter the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Therefore, choosing 1 is the safest option, otherwise you will be in big trouble if you fail. Okay, if you're ready just raise your hand. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, Hayakawa Aki immediately raised his hand. Advertisement, then the assessment officially begins. Then, a huge passage opened up through the explosion-proof glass not far in front of Hayakawa Aki. The depths of the passage were pitch black, and a huge demon figure vaguely walked out from it. When I could see clearly, I found that it should be a fly demon. The fly demon in front of me was just an enlarged version of an ordinary fly, and its appearance became more disgusting and terrifying. Human, give up now, or I will show no mercy later. As soon as the fly demon comes out, persuaded to surrender. The Tokyo police do not always go on missions to hunt demons, they often capture demons and lock them up in underground bases. Some demons are of average strength and have little contract value. There are also many demons who are unwilling to sign contracts with humans, especially public security demon hunters, and they deliberately offer outrageous conditions. Even so, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau still wants to make use of the waste, and use these useless demons to test new recruits. If you lose, you die. If you win, you continue to live. Anyway, the police will definitely not let the devil go. So the fly demon can let go, it doesn't want to die. Hayakawa Aki simply ignored the fly demon, drew out the katana from his waist, and used the power of the demon to strengthen his body. He did not intend to use the power of the cursed demon, because using it would not necessarily improve his rating, and the cost of reducing his lifespan was too severe. It is only suitable to be used as a trump card, at the cost of his life, to ensure that he passes the test. The communication was fruitless and the fly demon immediately became impatient. It flapped its huge wings and rushed towards Hayakawa Aki. At first, Hayakawa Aki resisted with some difficulty, but after he figured out the fly demon's methods, he began to fight back. The fly demon's methods are relatively simple, relying on the high maneuverability of its wings. Other than that, it has no special features, just various pounces, rushes, and bites. Soon, Hayakawa Aki turned the situation around. He cut off all the legs of the fly demon, making it unable to move, and then chopped off the fly demon's head with one knife. This kind of ordinary demon is not that tenacious, and generally speaking, it will die if it loses its head. As the fly demon's head fell to the ground without any movement, the explosion-proof door opened at the same time. The assessment is over, you can come out now. Advertisement. Hearing the examiner's voice, Hayakawa Aki came out immediately. Otonashi Chiya was watching the whole battle and had a rough idea of the strength of the level 1 demon. This fly demon looks only slightly stronger than the ant demon and slightly weaker than the crayfish demon. No wonder the interviewer said that they should be able to handle it with their strength. Now we have to wait for someone to clean up the body of the fly demon. Otonashi Chiya continues to wait. The examiner opened the blast-proof door to let Hayakawa Aki out, and said, "Well done, congratulations on passing the test. However, the specific rating will be released within tomorrow. I will arrange some preparations for you before the rating is released." Okay. Hayakawa Akiyoshido. At this moment, he looked rather weak and his breathing was a bit heavy, because the price of strengthening his physique was that the devil sucked away some of his blood. The specific amount of blood sucked away depended on the extent of the use of the devil's power. Go and register more detailed information, including the demonic power you used in this battle. We at Tokyo Public Security will keep all information confidential. After speaking to Hayakawa Aki, the examiner said to Otonashi Chiya, "Otonashi Chiya, it's your turn." Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly and walked calmly into the battle arena. You have heard the precautions I told Hayakawa Aki before, so I will not repeat them. If you have any questions, ask them now and I will answer them. The examiner said, "No doubt, so what difficulty do you choose?" The examiner continued to ask. 3. Otonashi Chiya also answered immediately without hesitation. He had already thought it through while watching the game. Choosing the highest difficulty would both maximize his rating and gain more attribute points. Compared to Hayakawa Aki, he still pays more attention to ratings, because the internship period of newcomers with high ratings is not that long. For example, a level only requires 1 month. During the internship period, you cannot perform difficult tasks and can only go out on patrol. It is difficult to encounter powerful demons, and it is even difficult to kill an ordinary demon. Because ordinary demons are hunted by civilian demon hunters, the public security cannot snatch the demons that the public has discovered first. Only the demons that the public cannot solve will be handed over to the public security, and then the public security will issue relevant tasks, but rookies cannot perform such dangerous tasks. Hearing Otonashi Chiya's answer, the examiners in the spectator seats suddenly changed their expressions and became serious. The examiner who had been talking the whole time reminded him seriously, "You have to think carefully. 3 is the highest difficulty level. It is the demon who swallowed the flesh of the gun demon." Chapter 27 Physical Training Genius. They have been examiners for the Tokyo Public Security Bureau for so many years and have seen a lot. Those who dare to choose the highest difficulty level are usually overambitious and overestimate their abilities. Only a very few newcomers can pass the highest difficulty level. If you can pass it, everything will be fine, which means you are indeed very capable. On the contrary, if you fail, you will not be given the opportunity to take the test again, which is equivalent to being put on the blacklist, because it involves an attitude issue. When you are carrying out missions in the future, you should avoid such brainless, impulsive and reckless behaviors, as they may easily kill your teammates. I've thought it through. At this time, Otonashi Chiya replied calmly. In that case, let's get started. The examiner didn't continue talking nonsense, he had said all he needed to say. I have seen this boy's battle record. He did hunt down a demon with a gun-wielding demon meat slice, but the team was composed of 5 people, including Hayakawa Aki. It's much easier to hunt demons in a team than alone. I don't know where he gets his confidence from. Let's wait and see. Don't jump to conclusions too early. Maybe he really has the ability, but I don't think it's likely. The examiners whispered in the audience. Hayakawa Aki could vaguely hear some of the content on the side. He was very clear about Otonashi's strength. No, he felt that he had not yet seen Otonashi's true strength. Judging from the strength he has seen so far, passing the most difficult test should be no problem. Meanwhile, Otonashi Chiya's opponent has emerged. It looks like a gecko demon, and according to the examiner, this guy has also swallowed the gun demon meat slices. The gecko demon's strength itself should be very average. Not many people would be afraid of geckos, but it is completely different after being strengthened by the gun demon's meat slices. The size of the gecko demon is surprisingly large, not to mention compared with normal geckos which are only 20 to 30 centimeters long, it is much larger than ordinary demons. Advertisement judging by the naked eye, the combined length of the gecko demon's body and tail is a full 20 meters. This body is really too big. On the huge head there is a big eyeball full of wisdom. The eyeball is bulging and can observe all directions by rotating quickly. Its back was covered with many spikes like a stegosaurus, and any one of them looked to be 1 or 2 meters long. The gecko demon didn't say any nonsense and gave Otonashi Chiya a greeting gift at the beginning. It turned out that the spikes on its back could be fired. They flew into the air and fell towards Otonashi Chiya like a rain of arrows. However, just as the spikes shot out from the back of the gecko demon, Otonashi Chiya had already used his left eye Kamui to absorb one of the spikes into the Kamui space. At the same time, he rushed towards the gecko demon. When those spiked rain of arrows landed on the ground, he had already rushed in front of the gecko demon, and all the spikes missed. At this time, he ran along the gecko demon's front legs directly at its head. His speed attribute was twice that of an ordinary person, and his running speed was very fast. Suddenly, a space Uzumaki appeared in his right eye, and the spike that he had just sucked into the Kamui space flew out from his right eye. He directly grabbed the spike with his right hand, adjusted the direction and increased the strength, and stabbed it into the big eyeball of the gecko demon from top to bottom. Puff! Suddenly there was a sound like a balloon exploding, and the gecko demon's big eyeballs burst directly, and blood blasted all around. Although the gecko demon had fought back before his eyes were stabbed, a huge tongue of unknown length rolled towards Otonashi Chiya. But he was eventually seen clearly by his Mangekyō Sharingan, and he easily jumped onto the tongue, pulled out his katana and inserted it into the tip of the tongue, and ran towards the gecko demon's mouth. The entire tongue of the gecko demon was cut in half by Otonashi Chiya. It hurts so much, ah! Damn demon hunter! The blindness and pain made the gecko demon extremely angry. But it couldn't do anything to Otonashi Chiya, so it could only close its mouth and try to trap Otonashi Chiya inside. However, Otonashi Chiya came in with something to do, and it didn't matter to him whether the gecko demon shut up or not. He swung his sword downward with force, piercing the gecko demon's chin and cutting all the way from the chin to the brain. His strength attribute is also twice that of an ordinary person, so the sword can naturally perform amazingly in his hands. But Otonashi Chiya found that the gecko demon's injuries recovered very quickly. The tongue that he had just cut in half had closed up and was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Advertisement: it seems that the gun demon meat slice has given the gecko demon an exaggerated size, a variety of attack methods, and high-speed self-healing ability, allowing it to heal itself without drinking human blood. But the weakness is also obvious, that is, the defense is too weak and the flesh can be cut by him easily with one knife. It is not difficult to deal with demons with strong self-healing abilities. It is still the old method, just cut the demon into pieces of meat that can no longer heal itself. Next, several examiners watched with their own eyes as Otonashi Chiya chopped the huge gecko demon into pieces, with the sword in his hand almost sending sparks. But Otonashi Chiya seemed tireless, and his speed in swinging the sword became faster and faster, thanks to his chi and blood, which was 10 times that of an ordinary person. In the eyes of the examiners, this is the physical training genius they have been wanting for many years. They were shocked by the ruthless and cruel means, the amazing physical skills, and the extraordinary big heart. Even Hayakawa Aki, who had known Otonashi Chiya for a long time, showed some surprise on his face at this moment, because this time Otonashi showed a physical skill that he had never shown before. Whether it is muscle strength, running speed, reaction speed, endurance or hand-to-hand combat skills, they are all part of physical training. The screams of the gecko demon continued, but eventually they became weaker and weaker until they stopped completely. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the gecko demon, and obtained attribute points, 26. Although the gecko demon is more tiring to kill than the toad demon, its abilities are not as tricky as the toad demon, and it is reasonable that the attribute points it obtains are similar to those of the toad demon. At this time, Otonashi Chiya also found the gun demon meat slices in the corpse. The examiner was still in a daze until now. After hesitating for a while, he quickly said, "The examination is over." Otonashi Chiya walked out of the blast door and the first thing he asked was, "Can we take this gun devil meat slice?" "Of course you can. You are now a member of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and have the right to possess a gun, but just don't lose it." The examiner's tone was a little agitated, and he obviously hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya handed the gun demon meat slice to Hayakawa Aki. "I remember you wanted this thing very much." Hayakawa Aki was stunned for a moment. "Yes." Ding, host activates the achievement, Hayakawa Aki's Intimacy, LV2, and gains attribute points. 4. Chapter 28S is just the upper limit of the rating. After the assessment, Otonashi Chiya needs to register his information. There is an option of whether you need Tokyo Public Security Bureau to arrange dormitory, which will be arranged in an apartment near Tokyo Public Security Bureau. He marked, square root, because his current home is in Narima Ward, and it would be too troublesome to squeeze into the subway to go to work every day. His energy is not yet strong enough to allow him to use the Kamui I technique to teleport from his home to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau at will every day. When it came time to fill in the devil's power, Otonashi Chiya hesitated for a moment and said to the examiners, "Can I keep it a secret?" "Ah, that's okay, you don't have to fill it in," one of the examiners said. Because filling this in is just to facilitate their final rating, they need to determine what specific demonic power the newcomer used in battle. Just now, Hayakawa Aki only filled in the demon used in the assessment, and the cursed demon can be kept secret. But Otonashi Chiya's performance was so brilliant that filling this in or not would not affect the final rating. S-class is just the upper limit of the rating, not the upper limit of Otonashi Chiya, as it was said on the shore back then. That's fine. Except for the demonic power, Otonashi Chiya has filled in all the required items. That's all. Next, Jiya will lead you in the preparations. Jiya will notify you when the final ratings come out tomorrow. The examiner obviously knew about Ji-Yi's relationship with them, and it was probably that Ji-Yi had informed the examiner in advance. Although Otonashi Chiya's rating is already set in stone, there is still some uncertainty about Hayakawa Aki's rating, so let's just wait until tomorrow to announce them at the same time. After taking the elevator up from the underground base, they could see Ji-Yi waiting for them in the lobby on the first floor. "How was it? I think everything went smoothly, right?" Ji-Yi asked with a smile as soon as they met. "Yes." Hayakawa Akiyoshi's simple answer, "I'm doing pretty well." Otonashi Chiya explains. "I knew you guys would be fine. Just wait until the ratings come out tomorrow. Let me guess your ratings and see if I can guess it right." Himeno started to guess. "I'll guess Hayakawa Aki is a B level, and as for Otonashi Chiya, I'll guess A level." "That feeling, your guess probably won't be too accurate." Advertisement at this time, Hayakawa Aki spoke. "Oh, which one is not allowed?" Ji-Yi asked curiously. "You'll know when the time comes." Hayakawa Aki said lightly. He said exactly the same thing as he did last time when Ji-Yi was keeping him in suspense, and gave Ji-Yi a taste of his own medicine. Ji-Yi reacted immediately. "Okay, you are quite vindictive. Forget it. I'll take you to see your accommodation first. If you move in, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau will directly reimburse the rent and utility bills. The reimbursement will also include the cost of transportation for future missions. You will know the specific reimbursement content when the time comes." Afterwards, Himeno took Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki to the apartment suite arranged for them by the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The apartment here is more high-end than their original apartment in Narima District, but the layout of the suite is still similar. The only difference is that the entire suite is about 10 to 20 square meters larger. Contact the moving company today to move all the furniture from your original residence. If everything goes well, you can move in tonight. Ji-Yi said. "Of course, if you don't want to live here in the future, you can rent a house somewhere else, or just buy a house. With the salary level of our public security demon hunters, you can easily buy a house after working normally for 1 or 2 years." In the original novel, Himeno's home is a small detached villa that he bought himself. After all, Himeno was about 25 to 27 years old in the main storyline of the original novel, and had been working in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau for many years. According to the timeline here, Himeno is probably between 21 and 23 years old. "Okay, I'll go back and talk to my sister and then I can call the moving company." Otonashi Chiya explains. Ji-Yi immediately sighed. "So you have a sister? I also have a sister, but I don't want her to live with me. If I do this kind of work and live with my family, I will be bothered all the time." Otonashi Chiya just smiled and didn't say much. After all, his situation was different from Himeno's, and Densi was not his biological sister. As for the rest of the preparations for the new recruits, Ji-Yi has already returned to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau to help them with the procedures. For now, they just have to deal with the problem of their own housing. Otonashi Chiya first took the subway back to Narima District. "Densi, I'm back." After Densi opened the door, Otonashi Chiya got straight to business. "Due to work transfer, we have to move to a new home. I will call a moving company and it will be done tonight." If he told Denji directly about the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, he might not understand, so he just said it was a job transfer. Advertisement. Okay, Densi nodded, naturally without any objection. By the evening, with the help of the moving company, all the furniture was moved to the new home and placed. Densi was also very satisfied with the new home. After all, it was bigger and more beautiful than his previous home. But my working hours will be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. from now on. I may not be able to come back at noon. I will prepare lunch for you in advance every morning. Otonashi Chiya explains. These are the working hours that Ji told him. Unless there is a sudden urgent task, he is completely free during non-working hours. It's okay, I can do it myself, no need to trouble Chiya-ni. Now that Chiya-san's work has become even busier, Densi feels embarrassed that he has been causing Chiya-san so much trouble. It's okay. I like cooking for you. If I'm too busy sometimes, you can do it yourself. Regarding this, Otonashi Chiya feels that he has inherited a bit from his old father before he traveled through time, and both of them enjoy other people tasting the meals he cooks. After hearing this, Densi's embarrassment was alleviated a lot. 8 o'clock the next morning, Otonashi Chiya set off an hour early. He and Hayakawa Aki are already members of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, but their ratings have not yet come out, so they should go to work as usual. Hayakawa Akiya arrived early like Otonashi Chiya, but the staff in the lobby on the first floor of the Public Security Headquarters building asked them to wait for Himeno in the lounge area. It is probably because ordinary staff members do not have high authority, so Ji is qualified to lead them to deal with subsequent matters. I don't know when that guy will come. Sitting on the sofa chair in the rest area, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but say. I feel like Senior Ji is likely to get stuck. Otonashi Chiya smiled awkwardly, hoping that his guess would not come true. Hayakawa Aki glanced at his watch. It was only 8:10. He immediately became uneasy and frowned. Doesn't that mean we have to wait for more than half an hour? Chapter 29 Heading to Kyoto. Otonashi Chiya actually guessed it right. Ji, an old hand who has worked in Tokyo Public Security Bureau for several years, comes to work at the right time between 8:55 and 8:59 every day. Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki were left waiting in the rest area for more than half an hour. It was a waste of time for them to come so early today. Sorry, I seem to have kept you waiting for a long time. As soon as Ji came in, he apologized with a smile. Hayakawa Aki didn't want to say anything anymore. The staff asked us to wait for you. Is there something going on? Let me inform you of something first. The ratings are out. Your B rank is the same as what I guessed, but I did misjudge Otonashi-kun's rating. Ji looked at Otonashi Chiya with a slightly surprised look. I didn't expect you to become the second S-rank rookie in the history of our Tokyo Public Security Bureau. In the blink of an eye, you will become my boss. She knew that Otonashi-kun was very capable, but his performance in the assessment still exceeded her expectations. There was no controversy when the examiners gave Otonashi-kun his rating, and they were extremely satisfied with him. According to Captain Kishibe's experience, Otonashi-kun will skip the rookie period and be airdropped to become the vice captain of a certain demon exorcism class. The rookie period is supposed to be a stage for newcomers who lack strength, experience, and mentality to slowly adapt to the intensity of the public security. A supernova like Otonashi Chiya, who is stronger than many veteran public security officers, does not need to go through this stage. If we only consider the position without considering the seniority, Otonashi Chiya will indeed be Himeno's boss. Just good luck. Otonashi Chiya smiled modestly. You're still being modest. The examiner told me that you hunted down the most difficult demon with almost no damage. This is something that most of us senior police officers can't do. Himeno didn't give Otonashi Chiya a chance to be modest, but your next work schedule hasn't been decided yet. Before that, let's go to Kyoto first. You should know that every newcomer has a chance to sign a contract with a demon controlled by the public security. Those demons are often stronger than the demons that civilian demon hunters can contract. Not only are the demons more powerful, but the contract price is also relatively lower. This will help to strengthen your strength. Shu-kun, I recommend that you sign a contract with the Fox Demon. The interviewer seems to have told you the reason. As for Otonashi-kun, it's up to you. The Fox Demon doesn't seem to be a reinforcement for you. Otonashi-kun is too strong. He is at the same S rank as Captain Kishibe back then. Himeno feels that the Fox Demon's ability cannot match Otonashi-kun's strength. Advertisement, I don't have anything else to do anyway, so I'll go to Kyoto first. Otonashi Chiya explains. Then let's set off in a little while. Ji said. Afterwards, the three of them took the subway to Kyoto Station. Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki had already changed into the Tokyo Public Security uniforms yesterday. When they and Himeno appeared on the subway train, the passengers felt a lot more at ease. After all, although demon attacks on subway trains are rare, they do happen from time to time, and occasionally demons will even suddenly appear on the train. This is because the location where the demons are reborn in the human world after death from hell is completely random. If your luck is extremely bad, it is possible that a demon will suddenly appear on your head. When we arrive at the station later, a demon hunter from the Kyoto Public Security Bureau will pick us up. At this time, Ji said, although some of the old guys in the upper echelons of Kyoto Public Security have strange tempers, ordinary demon hunters are still easy to get along with. We don't need to contact the upper echelons this time. Soon, the subway train arrived at Kyoto Station. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw someone waiting for them. She was a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s. He was also wearing a public security uniform, which was very similar to the Tokyo Public Security uniform, as they were both suits. Long time no see, Adam. It seems that Ji knows the other party. So it was you who brought them here. Fuji Atami was also delighted. Since new recruits from the Tokyo Public Security often come to sign contracts with the demons controlled by the Kyoto Public Security, the Kyoto Public Security, have become familiar with many people from the Tokyo Public Security. I heard that Tokyo Public Security Bureau has an S-rank super rookie this time. Is he one of these two? Fuji Atami looked at Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki, but it was impossible to tell who was stronger or weaker by their appearance, although they were both quite handsome. The news that a new S-level recruit had appeared in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau not only shocked the entire Tokyo Public Security Bureau, but had even spread to the Kyoto Public Security Bureau, next door. Advertisement. The rating standards for newcomers in each region's public security are not exactly the same. If we follow the standards of the Tokyo Public Security, then other public security departments, including the Kyoto Public Security, have never had an S-level newcomer. Otherwise, Kishibe would not still be the strongest demon hunter in Japan at such an old age. Now the Tokyo Public Security Bureau has another genius who is comparable to Kishibe. Unless he dies early, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau's position in Japan will be consolidated for decades to come. Because there is also invisible competition among the public security departments of various regions, since the Tokyo Public Security Department has always had the strongest overall strength and is the most valued by the cabinet. After all, the strength of the Public Security Department plays a decisive role in the region's public security and the people's sense of security. This is why the Kyoto Public Security Bureau is like the back garden of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The demon hunters of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau can come and sign a contract whenever they want. That's this one, Otonashi Chiya, and the other one is Hayakawa Chiya. Himeno introduced Fuji Atami. Oh, I'm Fuji Atami, thank you for your guidance, it's our first meeting. Atami Fuji introduced himself. Can we go now? At this time, Hayakawa Aki asked in a cold tone. He obviously didn't want to chat here for so long. Ah, of course, sorry for my procrastination. Fuji Atami immediately apologized. It's okay, Chu-jun, you're really something, don't be so cold. Himeno put his hand on Hayakawa Aki's shoulder again. Although Hayakawa Aki did not resist, he did not want to pay any attention to Himeno. I'm wrong, let's go. Fuji Atami also felt that it was time to get down to business. Next, Fuji Atami personally drove Otonashi Chiya and the other two to the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. There were basically no unnecessary formalities. After arriving at the place, they were taken directly to the underground base by elevator. On the elevator button, there was only a -10 floor button below the -1 floor parking lot. All the demons controlled by the Kyoto Public Security Bureau are on this floor. Chapter 30. The 7 Deadly Sins. Wrath. Do you have any demons you want to sign a contract with in advance? As they walked out of the elevator, Fuji Atami asked Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki. Let me check on the fox demon first. Hayakawa Akira's theory. The interviewer and Himeno both recommended the fox demon to him, and he had also heard that many demon hunters of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau had signed contracts with fox demons. It was said that this was because fox demons were closer to humans. Not only were they very powerful and practical, but the contract cost was also very low. Otonashi Chiya responded, I don't have any idea yet. Then let's go to the fox demon room first. Fuji Atami then took them to the room where the fox demon's body was. The door looked like an ordinary iron door, but inside it was a very large space, and in front of him there was a huge fox demon lying there. It looks similar to an ordinary fox, but is extremely large. Its head alone is larger than that of an ordinary demon. It has 4 pairs of eyes on its head that are somewhat similar to the Rinnegan, but are red in color. And if I remember correctly, Otonashi Chiya, this fox demon seems to be a female. No wonder she only likes handsome guys. Anyone else wants to sign a contract? Oh, 2 handsome guys at that. When the fox demon spoke, the voice indeed sounded female. This is Hayakawa Aki. He has intentions. The other one just came with us. Fuji Atami explained to the fox demon. I see. The fox demon went straight to the point and said to Hayakawa Akira. If you want to sign a contract with me, I can let you use my head. As for the price, it will be your skin. Sometimes, if I'm in a good mood, I can just take your hair. Hearing this, Hayakawa Aki thought for a while. Advertisement. Just by looking at the fox demon's huge size, he felt that it must be very powerful, and the price of the contract was indeed as light as the rumors said. This is much better than those a-hole demons who always ask for an arm or a leg. After thinking it over, Hayakawa Aki immediately responded, okay. Then the contract is established. From now on you can use my power. The fox demon said. At this time, Chiya gently poked Hayakawa Aki with his elbow and teased. It seems that the fox demon likes your face very much. Most people can only use the fox demon's hands, and the price is not so easy. Hayakawa Aki knew that Senior Himeno was teasing him, so he remained silent. Otonashi Chiya still has absolutely no intention of making a contract with the fox demon. He actually also recognized the strength of the fox demon. In the original work, the fox demon's demonic power was so strong that it could not be dealt with by humans with weapons and some special demons. The fox demon's head could kill many demons in seconds. Roughly speaking, the fox demon is stronger than many demons that have swallowed the meat of the gun demon. The fox demon didn't say anything to Otonashi Chiya even though he knew that he didn't have any ideas. Adam, why don't you introduce a stronger demon to Otonashi-kun? Whether the contract price is high or not is another matter. Anyway, it depends on the demon's mood. At this time, Ji suggested, After all, if it weren't for the very strong demonic power, it wouldn't be much of a reinforcement for Otonashi-kun. Just tell me verbally first, and then I'll consider whether to meet them in person. Otonashi Chiya explains. Okay, there are demons stronger than the fox demon, such as the demon of the future. However, its demon power is quite special. It can see what will happen in the future, and it relies heavily on the demon hunter's own physical skills. Fuji Adam introduced. And the cost of the contract is also very high. 2 people in the public security department have signed a contract with it. One of them paid half of his life, and the other paid his eyes, taste and smell. Advertisement. Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya remembered how he wanted to complain when he read the original work. It's okay to lose the sense of taste and smell, but how can he be a demon hunter without both eyes? Can demons in the future be given a third eye? Of course, they could also be death warriors, specially used for sacrifice, so that the future demons can help see the future things that the public security wants to know. It is not surprising that there are such death squads in the public security. In the later part of the first part of the original comic, in order to kill Makima, Kishibe asked several death squads to sign a contract with the devil of hell with their lives and sent Makima to hell. Unfortunately, the plan was ruined by Pachita in the Black Saw form. I won't consider the future demon for now, let's talk about something else. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said, he knew very well that before signing a contract with the future devil, he had to let the future devil see his future, and then the future devil would propose a price based on his mood. In the original work, the future devil thought that Hayakawa Aki's snowball fight death was very interesting and made it very happy, so the request it made was very simple, with almost no cost, just to be able to see Hayakawa Aki's death with its own eyes. The demonic power that Hayakawa Aki obtained was the ability to see the future a few seconds later. Not to mention that this ability conflicts somewhat with Otonashi Chiya's Mangekyō Sharingan, he also doesn't want the future demon to see his future. The feeling of being seen through everything would make him very uncomfortable. Then, the only one who meets the requirements is the raging demon. If that doesn't work, you can go and look for other public security officers. Fuji Adam looked a little embarrassed, because the side effects of the contract with this demon were much more serious than those of the future demon, and Otonashi Chiya would probably not be willing to do so later. Raging demon, please tell me more if it's convenient for you. Otonashi Chiya was intrigued by the word rage. Isn't rage one of the 7 deadly sins? Another name is anger, which means hatred for others, revenge on others, and the intention to harm others. It is described by Dante as distorting the love of justice into revenge and hatred. He must be very strong. He also noticed the embarrassment on Fuji Adami's face and estimated that the price of the contract would be exaggerated. We in the public security department have only had one example of a contract with a furious demon. Although it greatly enhanced his strength, due to his weak will, he could easily lose control in the rage state. As for the price of the contract, it was actually not that bad. At that time, the man only gave up an ear. Fuji Adam elaborated, but losing an ear can easily lead to a bit of negative emotions, and then this bit of negative emotions was extremely amplified and twisted into hatred in the rage state. After losing control, he killed too many companions and was sentenced to death. In fact, the appearance of the furious demon is similar to that of a human woman. He is one of the few demons in Kyoto public security who actively surrenders to humans. The closer a demon's appearance is to humans, the friendlier it tends to be to humans. This is also the reason why the cost of the contract is relatively low. However, the nature of the fury ability tests the willpower of the contractor too much. Chapter 31. The Furious Queen, Kidnapping Her Body, 4th update. I've heard about that incident. Almost the entire Japanese public security circle was shocked at the time. GE sighed. A little bit of negative emotion can be magnified to the point of being out of control. I can only say that he is worthy of being a furious demon. Hayakawa Aki on the side did not say anything, but after listening to the introduction about the future devil and the angry devil, he felt that the fox devil was better after all. Although in the original work, there was no cost for Hayakawa Aki's contract with the future devil, but Otonashi Chiya traveled through time and he would definitely change Hayakawa Aki's ending. Signing a contract with the future devil would not be so cost-effective, and the price would be as serious as that of the 2 people before. Moreover, the power of the future demon is only auxiliary. Apart from seeing the future a few seconds later, it has no combat ability. Therefore, the contractor's own physical skills are very important. Hayakawa Aki's current physical skills and combat experience are far inferior to those in the main storyline of the original work. In the original work, he not only has 3 more years of public security experience, but he is also Ambien's apprentice. Therefore, the power of the future devil is too useless for the current Hayakawa Aki. I understand, but let me go meet the raging demon. Otonashi Chiya was thinking. After all, apart from the angry demon, there are no other demons that interest him in the Kyoto Public Security Bureau. He needs to meet and talk in person to find out the specific situation. Then come with me. Fuji Adami then led the way. Soon, they arrived at the door of the room where the angry demon was imprisoned. Fuji Adami opened the door and the 4 of them went in together. Since Fuji Adam did not say that the angry demon was a human-shaped demon, Otonashi Chiya was slightly stunned when he saw the appearance of the angry demon. The furious demon had delicate features, was wearing a golden dress, had a tall and proud figure, had loose blood-red hair, and his pupils were as beautiful as flawless rubies. She sat with her legs crossed on a blood-red throne, her bare feet were as white as cream, exuding the temperament of a queen. I didn't expect it to be a humanoid demon, Otonashi Chiya murmured in slight surprise. Raging demon, someone wants to talk to you about the contract. At this time, Fuji Atom said to the angry demon. However, the raging demon ignored Fuji Atom because her attention was completely focused on Otonashi Chiya's eyes. Advertisement, these eyes. What extreme anger. The furious demon couldn't help but exclaim. Since it takes a certain amount of stimulation to open the Sharingan, upgrading from 1 Megatama upwards requires going through extreme negative emotions, often resulting from witnessing the death of a loved one and thus generating extreme anger and hatred. The same is true for Mangekyō Sharingan, Kamui, so the raging demon who is very sensitive to anger is instantly attracted to Otonashi Chiya's eyes. The key reason why she was so shocked was that this human had these eyes that contained the ultimate anger, but his mind was not corroded by these eyes. This overturned her inner perception of human beings. In her perception, once human beings become extremely angry, they will lose their reason, which is what she hates. However, in reality, this pair of Mangekyō Sharingan was not opened by Otonashi Chiya at all, so the anger contained in it has nothing to do with him, and he will naturally not be affected. Are you talking about my eyes? Otonashi Chiya was a little unresponsive for a moment. After a while, he suddenly realized why the angry demon had such a big reaction. It was probably related to the mechanism of the Sharingan. Why? You can still be rational. You are obviously furious to the extreme. The furious demon was very concerned about this matter. He came in front of Otonashi Chiya in almost the blink of an eye and stared into his eyes closely from a close distance. Himeno, Hayakawa Aki and Fuji Atomi were all frightened by the sudden action of the furious demon. They subconsciously became alert and immediately took defensive postures. What do you want to do? Himeno said in a warning tone. Only Otonashi Chiya remained calm. He saw through the angry demon's actions and had no ill will towards him. The furious demon completely ignored Himeno. It seemed as if Otonashi Chiya was the only one left in her eyes. You ask me why? I don't know. Otonashi Chiya couldn't answer this question. He couldn't tell the truth. He would never reveal anything related to the system to the outside world. However, the furious demon didn't care about the reason. She only knew that the rationality of the human boy in front of her would not be affected by anger, and this was what she cared about most. I sign a contract with you. The condition is that I will follow you at all times, in this form. As soon as she finished speaking, the throne behind the angry demon turned into a beam of blood light and merged into her body. Advertisement. Her body also began to change at the same time, transforming into a golden and red double-edged sword. The throne then served as a scabbard, and the double-edged sword was put into the scabbard. Let's call it the Sword of Rage. Let me reside in the palm of your right hand. You can use my power at any time. At this time, the Sword of Fury made a sound. She wants to pursue the dream she has always longed for in this human boy. Good. Otonashi Chiya had no reason to refuse, because he discovered that Mangekyō Sharingan can actually absorb anger. Just now, when the furious demon transformed, he emitted a trace amount of anger, which he absorbed with his eyes when he tried casually. But this also consumed his pupil power and vitality. In general, the power of the angry demon undoubtedly greatly enhances his strength, and he does not have to worry about his sanity being affected by the furious demon. The price is that the burden and dependence on the chi and blood attribute is greater. But no matter what, it was much better than just using an ordinary sword, and he just happened to be in need of a suitable weapon. The contract is established. After saying that, the Sword of Rage continued to shrink and flew towards the palm of Otonashi Chiya's right hand. A mini blood mark in the shape of the Sword of Rage appeared on the palm of his right hand. Fuji Atomi, who was standing next to him, felt very unbelievable because the last person, and the only person before that, who signed a contract with the wrathful demon, only gained a part of the wrathful demon's power. On the contrary, Otonashi Chiya directly took away the wrathful demon's body. And most importantly, the man before only obtained a part of the power of the furious demon, and lost his mind after using it a few times. Will this boy be able to get into trouble if he directly uses the power of his original body? At this time, Hayakawa Aki sincerely admired Otonashi. The furious demon looked terribly strong, and as a result, Otonashi directly obtained all the power of the furious demon. But he was a little worried that Otonashi might be mentally affected by the angry demon, and hoped that a tragedy like the previous one would not happen again. Ji exclaimed. As expected of Otonashi-kun, you are so amazing that you kidnapped the true form of the demon girl. Chapter 32. Vice Captain of Exorcism Section 1. Hino Senpai, please don't say something that could be misunderstood. It will cause trouble to Otonashi. Hayakawa Aki reminded Himeno. Ji immediately laughed. Why are you so serious? But Chu-jun, you really care about Otonashi-jun. I'm really jealous. However, Ji had a smile on his face and didn't look jealous at all. Hayakawa Aki frowned. However, he gradually got used to Senior Ji's personality and said nothing. But seriously, Otonashi-kun, you better be careful. The power of an angry demon is a terrible double-edged sword. Ji's expression suddenly became unusually serious. In terms of the practicality of the devil's power, there is no better public security in Kyoto than the Furious Devil, but the price is no greater than that of the Furious Devil. It is a double-edged sword, and you will be doomed if you are not careful. Well, I have a good idea. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly without explaining why. The furious demon that resided in his palm also said nothing, because in the eyes of the furious demon, he didn't care about anyone except Otonashi Chiya. Now that we have contracted the devil, we should go back. Ji said. Let's go, then. Fuji Adam took them back to the parking lot by elevator and prepared to drive them to Kyoto Station. Although Otonashi Chiya took the angry demon's body away, the Kyoto Public Security Bureau did not prohibit such behavior. Anyway, during the contract period, the angry demon could not do evil or hurt people. If something really happened, Otonashi Chiya would be responsible. Back to Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The senior public security officials have already assigned follow-up tasks to Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki. It has been confirmed now. Shu Jun has been assigned to my Demon Exorcism Class 3. From today on, you will be my partner. I will be responsible for guiding you through the 3-month rookie period. Ji first said to Hayakawa Aki. Then the examiner's evaluation of you is not bad. You are considered to be quite outstanding among the newcomers in the past year. Otherwise, if you pass the lowest difficulty assessment, you will usually only be rated C. Hayakawa Aki nodded without objection. Although he had thought about partnering with Otonashi Chiya before, he was definitely not the kind of person who would make trouble for no reason. At the moment, Otonashi Chiya's S-level rating was indeed not suitable for him to partner with. Advertisement, then Shu Jun, please go to the 2nd floor to get your work permit. Good. As Hayakawa Aki went up the stairs, Himeno said to Otonashi Chiya, Otonashi-kun, your situation is rather special. The senior public security officials want to see you in person. No problem. Otonashi Chiya heading out. Being able to come into contact with the higher-ups of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, he can pretty much tell whether or not the demon of domination, Makima, has come to the human world. Under the guidance of Himeno, Otonashi Chiya arrived at the door of an office on the 4th floor. Ji left first and went downstairs to find Shu Jun. Otonashi Chiya knocked gently on the door and introduced his name, I am Otonashi Chiya. Come in. Then a middle-aged man's voice was heard from inside. The door was not locked. After Otonashi Chiya opened the door, he saw a middle-aged man also wearing a public security uniform sitting at the desk. The wrinkles on the man's face were already quite obvious, and his appearance was not as majestic as Otonashi Chiya had imagined. Instead, it looked somewhat kind. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Yoshimura Taki, and I'm the chief of Tokyo Public Security. The middle-aged man who called himself Yoshimura Taki said. Manager Fankin. Otonashi Chiya then said respectfully. He began to think in his heart that the chief manager Yoshimura in front of him should be the one in charge of the entire Tokyo Public Security Bureau. So, if nothing unexpected happened, Makima really has not yet come to the world. Otherwise, the power of this general manager would have been hollowed out, because in the original work, Makima was the only senior official in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau from beginning to end. Otonashi Chiya, I have learned all your information. Today, the Kyoto Public Security Bureau also sent a message. I heard that you took away the body of the furious demon? Yoshimura Taki asked. Yes, Otonashi Chiya nodded truthfully. You should have heard about the tragedy caused by the power of the angry demon before. You should be careful not to rely too much on its power, so as not to repeat the same mistake. Yoshimura Taki reminded in a calm tone. Advertisement. I'll pay attention. Otonashi Chiya responded modestly without giving any explanation. Well, now it's time to talk about work arrangements. After the decision of the leadership, including me, it has been decided that you will be assigned to the Demon Exorcism Section 1 as the vice captain. Yoshimura Taki said, the captain of Exorcist Section 1 is Kishibe. He doesn't go out in person unless it's a very important mission, so most of the time you lead Exorcist Section 1. Their leadership deliberately assigned Otonashi Chiya to the Demon Exorcist Section 1 because of the special nature of the section. Otonashi Chiya is ostensibly the vice captain but is actually doing the work of the captain, in order to allow Otonashi Chiya to grow quickly and to allow Kishibe to give him guidance when necessary. Someone originally suggested that Kishibe give Otonashi Chiya some special training first, but this was quickly rejected. Since he was an S-rank newcomer, he might be arrogant and might not be willing to receive special training. Besides, Otonashi Chiya was not a newcomer who lacked strength and experience. I see. Otonashi Chiya's way. As long as he could hunt more powerful demons, it didn't matter to him which team he was assigned to. The other question now is who will be your partner. It seems that there is no one suitable for you except Ambien. Yoshimura Taki was a little hesitant about this. Otonashi Chiya is a newcomer himself, so it is definitely impossible to pick another newcomer to be Otonashi Chiya's partner. But the stronger veterans already have partners, so there is no point in transferring the weaker ones to partner with Otonashi Chiya. The only person left is Ambien, but Ambien is also a special person. It can be said that his prestige in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau is not necessarily as high as Ambien's, it's just that Ambien does not care about political affairs and does his own thing. That's okay. I can usually go on patrol by myself. Otonashi Chiya said calmly. That's fine. When there's a suitable candidate, I'll ask for your opinion. Yoshimura Taki said, that's it for now. You can get to know your colleagues from Exorcism Section 1 today. Okay. Otonashi Chiya and Yoshimura Taki finished their conversation. When he left Yoshimura Taki's office, an idea already came into his mind. Now that it is almost certain that Makima has not yet come to the world, he decides to take the initiative. Since he didn't know when Makima would come to the world, nor where she would come, he might as well take the initiative to go to hell and completely avoid Makima being discovered by the old man in the cabinet. As for the way to hell, He certainly knew it. Chapter 33 The Voice of the Angry Demon. There is basically only one way for humans to go to hell, at least the only one that Otonashi Chiya knows of. That is to sign a contract with the Devil of Hell and be sent to hell by the Devil of Hell. He also knew who had contracts with the Devil of Hell. Shore was one of them, and then there was the German bounty hunter, Santa Claus, or the most beautiful girl, Master. However, the price of the contract with the Devil of Hell is quite high, often requiring 3 or 4 lives. The biggest problem for Otonashi Chiya is still strength. Hell can be said to be the base camp and birthplace of all demons. Even the root demons are in hell. The prerequisite for him to go to hell is that he must have the ability to protect himself in hell, otherwise he will be dead before he finds Mikima. My current strength is far from enough to wander around hell. I'll first develop in Tokyo public security for a while. When the time is right, I'll see whether to go to the shore or ask the master for help. Otonashi Chiya thought to himself. Unless he could establish a good relationship with the shore, he still felt that it was more reliable to find a master, because the master was a bounty hunter and could issue commissions to him as long as the money was paid. In the original book, the master was even willing to accept the commission to kill Mikima, so sending him to hell was a trivial matter in comparison. Otonashi Chiya's obsession with Mikima is so deep because Mikima caused too many tragedies in the original work, and those tragedies could have been avoided, including Mikima's own tragedy. It should have been the same as Nayuda, but it turned out to be a dish of ginger stir-fried pork. Next, Otonashi Chiya went to the second floor to get his work ID, which indicated that his position was the vice captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1. At this time, he happened to meet Himeno and Hayakawa Aki on the second floor. Otonashi-kun, how's it going? Have you finished talking to Mr. Yoshimura? Ji was a little curious about this matter. Well, he just told me about work, other than that there's nothing much. Otonashi Chiya explains. Himeno then said to Hayakawa Aki, Aki-kun, I am right? Yoshimura-san is very easy to talk to, and he will definitely not embarrass Otonashi-kun. Hayakawa Aki responded indifferently. It seemed that he was worrying too much. Advertisement. From this point of view, Otonashi-kun will be the vice captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1 from now on. Himeno immediately gave Otonashi Chiya a thumbs up. Very good. Now the difference between the vice captain and the captain of the Demon Exorcist Section 1 is not much. It seems that the top management has already decided on you as the successor to Captain Kishibe. The vice captain of Exorcism Class 1 is quite special, and his status is higher than that of the captains of other exorcism classes. Before Otonashi Chiya, this position had been vacant as it was prepared for Kishibe's successor. Successor, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask. Yes, but don't worry, I don't want you to be Captain Ambion's apprentice, but you will take over Captain Ambion's position in the future. Ge explained. This position naturally refers to the position of our Japan's strongest demon hunter. In the original work, Ambion claims to be the strongest demon hunter. If we don't consider the range of species, it is a bit of exaggeration, because there are many demons, monsters, and weapon men mixed in with demon hunters, but if we only consider the human range, there is nothing wrong with it. Let's not talk about the whole world. At least in Japan it is undisputed that the rising star, Octopus Brother, Hirofumi Yoshida had not yet grown up at that time. As for Otonashi Chiya, he doesn't care about the title of the strongest. I see. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. Then let's go on patrol together today. The 3 of us are assigned to patrol the same area today. Ge said. By the way, if you want to get to know your teammates, you can go to the corresponding training base after get off work. Many people are used to training physical skills at the training base after get off work. Each demon exorcism class of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau has a dedicated training base, which is located in different places and is not right next to the public security headquarters. Public security demon hunters usually train at their own training bases or go out on patrol, so they don't spend much time in the public security headquarters building. Next, Otonashi Chiya went out on patrol with Hayakawa Aki and Himeno Senpai. It's quite boring during patrol. Unless there is a demon nearby and it has not been discovered by the civilian demon hunters, otherwise you will just be wandering around. Your name is Otonashi Chiya, right? When Otonashi Chiya was bored, he suddenly heard the voice of an angry demon. But Hayakawa Aki and Himeno beside him could not hear the voice, as if he and the angry demon could have mind communication, and no third party could hear the content of their conversation. Advertisement. Yes, what's wrong? Otonashi Chiya said with a curious tone. This was the first time the angry demon spoke after taking residence in the palm of his right hand. I don't understand. I can hardly sense anger in you, but your eyes are filled with ultimate anger. The angry demon has been observing Otonashi Chiya's situation since he took up residence in him, but he still hasn't figured out the confusion in his heart. I don't know how to answer you, I can only say that this is the fact. Otonashi Chiya was determined not to tell the truth. The furious demon really couldn't figure it out, so he shifted his attention away from Otonashi Chiya. She had been detained by the Kyoto Public Security Bureau for so many years, and few demon hunters had signed a contract with her. She hadn't seen human society for a long time. It seemed to be more developed than the last time she saw it. Human society has become more advanced, and life should be better, but the anger of the people around me has not changed much from what I saw many years ago. At this time, the angry demon suddenly sighed. If only other people could suppress their anger like you, then everyone in the world would be happier and safer. Hearing the angry demon's words, Otonashi Chiya suddenly understood something. Could it be that the dreams of the rage demon and the domination demon are both a bit contradictory? A dominant demon who symbolizes domination, and whose dream is to have a family with equal relationships. The furious demon that symbolizes anger, dreams of making people not angry? You are clearly an angry demon, but you don't want humans to feel angry? Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask. That's about right. It would be best if the anger didn't exist in the first place. The furious demon spoke bluntly. If that happens, you will disappear too. It is because humans have the emotion of anger that you, a furious demon, were born. Is that okay? Otonashi Chiya asked sharply. Chapter 34 The Value of Existence. It doesn't matter even if it disappears. The furious demon hesitated for only a moment before answering. Well, it seems that you have a high level of awareness, but your dream is unrealistic. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. The furious demon remained silent, because she knew it in her heart. In fact, although the dream of the angry demon is very unrealistic, Otonashi Chiya actually knows a feasible solution. Just let Pochita eat the raging demon. Pochita is a chainsaw demon. All demons eaten by it will be forgotten by humans. Angry demons will disappear completely, and even the concept of rage will be directly erased, and human anger will no longer exist. Makima herself said that humans originally had a sixth sense, but the demon of human sixth sense was eaten by the chainsaw demon, and human sixth sense no longer exists. In addition, the existence of things such as AIDS, human sixth sense, 4 possible endings other than death when human life reaches the end, and so on have disappeared. But Otonashi Chiya cannot help the rage demon realize this dream, because it is not a good thing for humans to lose their anger. Once he loses this emotion, the consequences will be unimaginable, and he cannot bear the responsibility. From a personal perspective, he also doesn't want to lose his anger. Besides, Pochita has to be willing to do it. In the original book, Pochita was very reluctant to eat Makima. At this time, Otonashi Chiya continued to say to the rage demon, and I don't think I will be happier if I lose my anger. Anger is a double-edged sword. Just like your strength, it has both advantages and disadvantages. I can sense the anger and hatred that the human boy next to you has for the gun devil. It's so severe that it's almost blinding him. The furious demon did not refute directly, but instead used Hayakawa Aki as an example. But this is also his biggest motivation at the moment. What makes him suffer is the gun demon, not the emotion of anger itself. Otonashi Chiya explains. What's more, he has other ways to make Hayakawa Aki live a better life. There is no need to make Hayakawa Aki lose his angry mood. The furious demon still disagreed with Otonashi Chiya's point of view, and she simply stopped talking. It just so happens that you can follow me anytime now. I will slowly let you see the value of your existence. Otonashi Chiya explains. Advertisement. He also didn't expect that this angry demon would be so hard on himself. Is there any value in existence? Although the furious demon didn't say anything, she was touched and fell into deep thought. Hayakawa Aki and Ameno on the side never knew that Otonashi Chiya had been debating with the angry demon in private for so long. Except for lunch and nap time, Otonashi Chiya and his team patrolled until 5 p.m., and they also had lunch outside. After getting off work on time, Otonashi Chiya went home first. When he rang the doorbell, it was Densi, wearing an apron, who came out to open the door for him. Densi, what are you doing? Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. I want to try making dinner once, Denji explained. Then let me be Densi's taster. Otonashi Chiya took the initiative to speak. Densi nodded happily. Then Otonashi Chiya discovered that not only Denji, but Pochita was also helping in the kitchen. He was curious about what Denji and Pochita could cook together. After Densi and Pochita had been busy in the kitchen for more than 10 minutes, they brought out 2 large bowls, one containing curry and the other miso soup, both of which are very common foods in Japan. The time traveler Otonashi Chiya can only cook Huxia food, and his cooking skills are nothing like those of a Japanese. At this time, Densi helped Otonashi Chiya serve the rice, scoop a soup, and make a rice bowl with curry. She looked at Otonashi Chiya with expectation, which made Otonashi Chiya feel a little pressured for no reason. He tasted it. To be honest, it's not particularly delicious, but it's so thoughtful that it doesn't matter whether it tastes good or not. Densi didn't even take his own bowl, he just looked at brother Chiya, his heart full of anticipation. Advertisement, I love so much. Otonashi Chiya didn't comment directly on whether the food was delicious or not. Not only was he telling the truth, he also didn't want to disappoint Densi. Densi was immediately overjoyed. I learned this on TV. If Chiya likes it, I'll try to learn more new dishes in the future. Okay. Otonashi Chiya readily agreed. It's a good thing to have a hobby. After dinner, after resting for a while, Otonashi Chiya set off for the training base of the Demon Exorcism Section 1. He is now the vice captain of the Demon Exorcist Class 1, and it would be inappropriate for him not to get to know the other team members. The training base of Demon Exorcism Class 1 was not too far from the public security headquarters. He could get there in 10 minutes by taxi. The Demon Exorcism Class is different from the Anti-Demon Special Class in the original novel. The Anti-Demon Special Class is mainly composed of abnormal people and pawns in Mikima's plan, and the total number of people is not large. There are dozens of people in the Exorcism Class alone. The training base is very large and is equipped with a special 400-meter running track. At this time, a young man was smoking outside the training base. He must be a member of the Demon Exorcist Section 1. When he saw the unfamiliar face of Otonashi Chiya approaching, he immediately said, "Sorry, this is the training base of the Demon Exorcist Section 1. Can you please show me your ID? Even if the other party is wearing the same police uniform, a stranger cannot be allowed in casually. After all, this kind of suit uniform is not difficult to forge. I'm Otonashi Chiya, the Vice Captain of Demon Exorcism Section 1. Thank you for your guidance, it's our first meeting." Otonashi Chiya showed his work ID and smiled. "Oh, oops. It's Vice Captain Otonashi. I'm so sorry." The young man was immediately horrified and bowed deeply to apologize, almost jumping down from his seat. Since Japan has a strict hierarchy, this man's seemingly exaggerated reaction is not uncommon. "It's okay. After all, this is the first time we meet." Otonashi Chiya is still smiling. The young man was relieved to find Vice Captain Otonashi so kind. He immediately put out the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can, straightened his uniform, and led Otonashi Chiya. "Everyone from Section 1, Vice Captain Otonashi is here." Advertisement Chapter 35. Torturing everyone in the Demon Exorcist Class 1 has received a notice today that the S-rank newcomer Otonashi Chiya will serve as their vice captain. They hadn't met Otonashi Chiya yet, and were very curious about this newcomer who was the only one to reach S rating. Of course, they only thought about it in their hearts, and they definitely didn't dare to directly call Otonashi Chiya a newcomer. As soon as they heard that Vice Captain Otonashi was coming, they immediately stopped their training. At this moment, when Otonashi Chiya came in, he saw a group of people wearing vest training suits all looking at him. "Wow! Vice Captain Otonashi is so handsome," some little girls exclaimed when they saw Otonashi Chiya's face. "I have to say those eyes look really handsome. I really want to have a pair of the same style." Hey, aren't you already in college? Are you still not cured of your chunibyo? Although the hierarchy system is very strict, it is relatively better in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. As long as due respect is shown, it is okay to make a few jokes. However, there were also relatively conservative people like the young man just now, who reminded others in a serious manner. "Be more serious, don't let Vice Captain Otonashi leave a bad impression on us when we meet for the first time." Otonashi Chiya took a quick look and saw that most of the people present were probably adults, but most of them were young people. After all, the public security demon hunters don't have a long lifespan, they either die suddenly or retire early. "You guys should continue to train, don't worry too much about me, or you can practice with me if you have ideas." Otonashi Chiya said to everyone. "Really? You can spar with Vice Captain Otonashi? Let me try first." A sturdy young man with blue hair said eagerly. "The opportunity to fight with the deputy captain is very rare, and you probably won't have this opportunity in the future. For example, the captain on the shore is rarely seen in normal times, and only some newcomers with great potential can receive special training from the captain on the shore." The others had no interest in continuing training anymore as they all wanted to see with their own eyes the strength of the vice captain. After all, this is a real S-level rookie. They didn't get to see Captain Shore when he was a rookie decades ago, so they can't miss him this time. "Just give it your all," Otonashi Chiya kindly reminded. "Yes." The other party nodded, with a very serious attitude. Advertisement: when the public security demon hunters compete with each other in the training base, they only use physical skills, without weapons or demonic powers. The blue-haired young man got into a fighting stance and attacked Otonashi Chiya. However, all his moves were seen through by Otonashi Chiya. He only dodged and did not fight back. It was more like letting the opponent go than letting him go. The blue-haired young man tried his best but couldn't even touch him. After chasing him for a long time, he was almost exhausted. You have to know that swinging your fist in the air will consume more energy. Even professional players don't dare to swing their fists randomly in fighting competitions. If they go all out, their energy will run out in just 1 or 2 rounds. "Stop fighting. There's no way to play this." The blue-haired young man was so tortured that his mentality collapsed. Every punch, every kick, even the sneaky tricks that could easily catch people off guard were useless and could not touch Vice Captain Otonashi at all. The other people around were all dumbfounded. The blue-haired young man was not weak among the members of Demon Exorcism Section 1, but he couldn't even touch Vice Captain Otonashi. Moreover, Vice Captain Otonashi still looked very relaxed. He dodged for such a long time without even taking a breath. His endurance was too perverted. They immediately understood how Vice Captain Otonashi got his S rank rating. "Anyone else want to spar?" Otonashi Chiya asked the others. He has already regarded this as a way to get to know his teammates. Most people didn't want to go over and get bullied, but at this time a girl with a ponytail took the initiative to stand up, with a fighting spirit revealed in her eyes. "Deputy Captain, let me spar with you, bring it on." Otonashi Chiya is still the same, just dodging and not counter-attacking. The girl with a ponytail looked very powerful in boxing and kicking, but she couldn't even touch Otonashi Chiya. This was completely within everyone's expectations. Vice Captain Otonashi was simply attacking them from a dimensionality reduction perspective. Maybe because she was abused too badly by Otonashi Chiya, the girl with a ponytail not only stopped fighting but also had red eyes. Otonashi Chiya noticed something was wrong and quickly said, "No, wait a minute." But it was no use saying anything. The girl with a ponytail started crying. This made Otonashi Chiya a little bit at a loss for a moment. Advertisement: he couldn't understand why he was still crying when the other party had clearly seen him behave like this when he was sparring with the blue-haired young man just now. The others around immediately started talking in low voices. "Ah, Shaolin Xiang is really crying. If I had known, I would have stopped her from going up. I didn't expect Vice Captain Otonashi to have such a cute side. He looked a little panicked when he saw a girl crying. I thought the new Vice Captain would be very strict, but now it seems that he is easy to get along with. Yeah, if it was Captain Andean, he would teach Shaolin Xiang a lesson even more mercilessly. They have known Ishii Rinka for a long time and know that she only looks strong on the surface, but is actually very fragile inside. She will easily cry once she encounters something she cannot bear. Otonashi Chiya vaguely heard the discussions of these people and immediately thought of a solution. He deliberately pretended to be stern in his tone. If you cry again, I will have no choice but to call Captain Kane over. The result was very effective, and Ishii Rinka stopped crying immediately. The deputy captain is really mean-spirited. Ishii Rinka wiped her tears and muttered softly. Otonashi Chiya sighed slightly in his heart. If he didn't do this, he didn't know how long the other person would continue crying. At this moment, the voice of an angry demon was suddenly heard. So you have no resistance to crying girls? There was a hint of amusement in his tone, as if he had discovered something very interesting. Otonashi Chiya could tell that the angry demon was teasing him. Why? Is it not possible? Nothing, I just thought it was interesting. Otonashi Chiya didn't want to deal with the angry demon anymore. He turned to his teammates and said, anyone else want to go? Even though 2 people had been badly beaten, there were still people who wanted to go up. It wasn't because they didn't believe in evil, but because they wanted to try such a rare opportunity. Anyway, the deputy captain wouldn't hurt them. That night, Otonashi Chiya used this method of sparring to have his first contact with the members of Exorcism Section 1. Chapter 36 Recruiting Tutors. All members of Demon Exorcism Section 1 were convinced by Vice Captain Otonashi. They felt that if they only talked about physical skills, no one in the entire Tokyo Public Security Bureau except Captain Kishibe would be a match for Vice Captain Otonashi. If the demonic power was also taken into account, then they had no idea. After all, they had no idea what kind of demon Vice Captain Otonashi contracted. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that Otonashi Chiya left the training base. After returning home, Otonashi Chiya looked at Densi and suddenly remembered something. Densi, although I won't force you to go to school, studying is still very important. How about I help you find a tutor? Although Densi was a little reluctant, as she felt that studying was a boring thing, she didn't want Brother Chiya to think that she was disobedient, so she nodded and said, okay. So good. Otonashi Chiya touched Denji's head. Densi immediately chuckled and was very happy to be praised. The next day, Otonashi Chiya was still out on patrol with Hayakawa Aki and Ameno Senpei. They had been patrolling the same area for the entire week. While passing by a middle school, Otonashi Chiya suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Otonashi-kun? Ji immediately asked. You don't seem to be in school, do you? Are you missing campus life? No, I just want to find a tutor for my sister. My sister has never been to school. Otonashi Chiya explained. Although he could also go to specialized institutions to inquire, he felt that students in school were more suitable, provided they were top students. He certainly would not hire a student with average grades to teach electronics. Oh, you want to hire a tutor? Then just post the job posting on the school bulletin board. Ji said. But it seems that outsiders cannot advertise in this school casually. We just need to go and tell the principal. At this time, Hayakawa Aki opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say that we are on patrol, but after thinking about it, he did not say it. Because he considered Otonashi's feelings. Himeno then walked towards the school gate, followed by Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki. Advertisement. As long as you are not too lazy during patrol, it is okay. After all, no one is watching and the Tokyo Public Security Bureau does not strictly enforce this aspect. The security guard at the school gate saw the clothes worn by the 3 people in front of him and immediately asked, Are you demon hunters from the public security? Yes, we need to talk to the principal about something. Ji spoke first. After confirming that their work credentials were correct, the security guard showed them the way to the principal's office. When Otonashi Chiya and the other 2 entered, the security guard couldn't help but feel worried. Not only did 3 public security demon hunters suddenly show up, but one of them was the deputy captain. Could it be that a demon had appeared in the school? Soon, Otonashi Chiya and the others arrived at the office building and found the principal's office. Hello, principal. We have a job posting that we would like to ask you to post on the bulletin board on campus. Ji went straight to the point. What kind of job posting? Could it be something related to demon hunters? The principal suddenly lost his composure. If that was the case, he would be reluctant to agree even if the other party was from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Almost all the students in the school, whether junior high school or high school, are minors. No matter what he did, he could not let these children be recruited to become such dangerous demon hunters. Himeno immediately shook his head. No matter what, we would never be so heartless as to ask students to become demon hunters. Otonashi-kun, you tell me. I'm Otonashi Chiya, the vice captain of the Demon Exorcist Class 1. I'm just looking for a tutor to teach my sister. Otonashi Chiya briefly explained the situation. I see. This is a small matter. Just give me the recruitment information as soon as you have it ready. The principal agreed readily. The other party is a demon hunter from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. As long as the request is not too excessive, we must give him this face. Otonashi Chiya did not waste time and wrote the recruitment information on the spot. The hourly wage starts at 2,000 yen, and you only need to work 1 or 2 hours a day. The probation period is 1 month. You must be a high school student and be in the top 10 in your grade. An interview is required for details. An hourly wage of 2,000 yen is already a very high salary for a part-time student. The average hourly wage in Tokyo is generally around 1,000 yen. He offers double the hourly wage in order to recruit as many excellent tutors as possible. Advertisement: he's not short of money anyway. Okay, I'll ask my secretary to put this job posting on the bulletin board later. The principal said. However, at this moment, a very loud alarm suddenly sounded. Otonashi Chiya was immediately confused. What was this alarm sounding? Was a demon appearing? It can't be such a coincidence, right? A demon appears as soon as we arrive at school? Himeno's words confirmed Otonashi Chiya's suspicions. Let's go. Hayakawa Aki immediately ran out of the principal's office. He was also very knowledgeable about this aspect. In Japan, every regular school would conduct regular anti-demon drills. The alarms in the drills were much softer than this one, which meant that there really was a demon in the school. Otonashi Chiya and Himeno also quickly went downstairs. Of course, the principal did not stand there idly. He turned on the radio and informed the students to stay in their respective classrooms and not run around unless the devil approached the classroom. Most students are unaware of the location of the suddenly appearing demon, and the demon will soon be discovered and intercepted by the school's own armed personnel. If students run around, it is easy to cause a stampede or even accidentally run into the demon. Moreover, 3 demon hunters from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau happened to arrive today, and the principal had high hopes for them. Because the school's own armed personnel can only hold back the demons at best, and will eventually have to wait for civilian demon hunters to come for support. If the civilians are unable to cope with the situation, public security demon hunters will come. This time the situation is completely different. The public security demon hunter is already in the school. Then another broadcast came. The devil is on the football field. I repeat, the devil is on the football field. Teachers and students near the football field, please get away from the football field immediately. I repeat, teachers and students near the football field, please get away from the football field immediately. The broadcast was rapid and loud, and Otonashi Chiya heard it clearly. He immediately rushed towards the football field. He had almost memorized the layout of the school, including the football field, in the corridor outside the principal's office. Since he didn't have time to wait for Hayakawa Aki and Himeno couldn't catch up with him after a while. Ji immediately exclaimed. Otonashi-kun is too fast, but it's good that he arrives first to avoid casualties among students to the greatest extent. Let's change our target. Leave the demon to Otonashi. Let's go see if there are any students or teachers who haven't had time to get away from the football field yet. Akiya Hayakawa is very confident in Otonashi's ability. Chapter 37 Dongshan Zhaohong. At the same time, the students all hid obediently in the classroom, and the students who were not in the classroom almost all stayed away from the football field as much as possible. But the teaching building is not far from the football field, and many students in the classroom can see the devil on the football field through the windows. The demon looked like a football, except it was only a few meters tall and had hands and feet, which looked like mummified human hands and feet. Judging from his appearance, he should be a football devil. Oh no! There's a girl still there, and it looks like the devil has targeted her. What should I do? Someone come and save her. At this time, many students discovered that a girl was being targeted by the football demon, and they became very anxious. But they didn't dare to go down and could only worry here. The football demon raised its hands and feet, and rolled quickly with its spherical body, rolling towards the human girl. The taste of a human child is unforgettable once you have tasted it. I must taste it again today. The football demon rolled in front of the girl in a short while, intending to grab her with his hands and eat her. But the girl's legs seemed to have gone limp from fear. She fell down after running only 2 steps, and was so scared that she started crying. Woo, no, don't eat me. Just then, Otonashi Chiya arrived in time. Almost at the first encounter, the football devil's hands and feet were chopped off by his sword. Then he delivered the final blow, slicing the football demon in half, sending all kinds of intestines and lots of blood splattering out. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the football devil, and obtained attribute points, 6. This football demon was also very weak and was killed instantly by Otonashi Chiya in just a few moves. To deal with this kind of demon, there is no need for him to use the Kamui Eye technique and the power of the angry demon, otherwise it would be a pure waste. Are you okay? At this time, Otonashi Chiya looked at the girl and asked. It turned out to be a very familiar face. I'm fine. The girl wiped the tears from her face, but her legs were so weak that she couldn't stand up. Ding! Host activates the achievement, first encounter with Dongshan Zhaohong, and gains attribute points, 1. Advertisement. That's right, the girl in front of me is Dongshan Zhaohong. She has a cute face, brown hair and brown eyes, a petite figure, and is wearing a high school uniform. There's a blush on her tear-stained face. A hint of surprise suddenly flashed in Otonashi Chiya's eyes. He didn't expect to meet Dongshan Zhaohong here. However, according to the original timeline which moved forward 4 years, Dongshan Zhaohong should indeed be a high school student at this time. It turns out that Zhaohong studies in this school. Seeing that Dongshan Zhaohong was trying hard to stand up but her legs were shaking, Otonashi Chiya immediately went to help Dongshan Zhaohong. Don't push it. Sorry, my legs are weak, Dongshan Zhaohong said in an embarrassed tone. At the same time, many students in the teaching building were already fascinated by the show. That boy is so awesome and handsome. Is he also a classmate of our school? That shouldn't be the case, right? He seems to be wearing the uniform of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. I've seen public security demon hunters before, and they are all very powerful big brothers and big sisters. Not necessarily. I heard that there are some high school students like us who work part-time as demon hunters, but it seems that most of them are civilians. The students were talking so enthusiastically that they didn't notice that the alarm had been lifted. Otonashi, the demon has been dealt with. At this time, Hayakawa Aki came over. He and Senior Himeno have already confirmed that there are no students or teachers nearby who have not yet evacuated, except for the girl from Otonashi's group. After seeing the body of the football demon, he knew that Otonashi would be able to easily deal with it. Well, there should be no other demons in the school. The crisis is over. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. It seems that this girl is fine. Ji Yi observed Dongshan Zhaohong to see if she had any injuries. This child is really in trouble. She was almost eaten by a demon. It's inevitable that her legs will become weak. Yes. Otonashi Chiya responded verbally, but was thinking in his heart that even if he had not arrived in time, Dongshan Zhaohong might not be in trouble. Instead, the one who might be in trouble might be the football devil. Although Dongshan Zhaohong is so timid and like a crybaby, she is very strong when she gets ruthless. She is also one of the few people in the original novel who survived to the end. The demon that Dongshan Zhaohong contracted has always been an unsolved mystery. Advertisement, however, he was not sure whether Dongshan Zhaohong had signed a contract with the devil at this time, so he could only say that she might be fine. Are you feeling better? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Higashiyama Zhaohong in a gentle tone. Better. Dongshan Zhaohong was able to stand up and said to Otonashi Chiya, "Thank you very much." However, when she looked into Otonashi Chiya's eyes, she shyly looked away because they were too close and he was so handsome. Otonashi Chiya was also very polite and did not have any inappropriate physical contact. He let go of her hand after making sure that Dongshan Zhaohong could stand steadily. He said to Hayakawa Aki and Himeno, "Let's go and continue patrolling." "Are you leaving now? I thought Otonashi-kun would take advantage of you. Girls are easy to get when they're vulnerable." After walking a few steps, Himeno said in Otonashi Chiya's ear, "Who do you think I am?" Otonashi Chiya was a little speechless. "Ha ha ha, but that girl just now was indeed very cute and good-looking. I thought you would like her." Ji Yi said with a smile. "Whether she likes it or not, she is a student and I am a public security demon hunter. There is no point in thinking about these things." Otonashi Chiya said calmly, "That's true, Otonashi-kun is very responsible." Ji Yi suddenly felt a little melancholy. She thought of a former partner of hers who was about to marry his fiancée, but died while performing a mission the next day. The public security demon hunter is indeed not suitable to be a partner with ordinary people. Today's patrol is over and Otonashi Chiya returns home. But when he was about to reach his home, he saw Dongshan Zhaohong talking to herself in the corridor outside her house. Her face looked a little nervous, as if she was practicing something in advance. As soon as Otonashi Chiya opened her mouth, Dongshan Zhaohong trembled all over, obviously frightened. When she saw Otonashi Chiya's face, her eyes widened and she became incoherent. How could it be? Chapter 38. Academic Master Zhaohong. Because a demon appeared in the school today, the school was directly closed after the demon crisis was resolved. When Dongshan Zhaohong was about to go home, she accidentally saw the recruitment information on the bulletin board. When she saw the 2,000 yen, she was instantly attracted. It only takes 1 or 2 hours a day, and the tutoring job is not that difficult. Her grades are in line with the requirements to be in the top 10 in the grade, and she gets such a high hourly wage. She decided to go to the other party's home for the interview. The school would not randomly put advertisements on the bulletin board, so it was trustworthy. Therefore, Dongshan Zhaohong was actually practicing her self-introduction in front of Otonashi Chiya's house just now. She was afraid that she would be too nervous and perform poorly and miss this opportunity, so she wanted to wait until she had practiced enough before knocking on the door. Unexpectedly, the owner of the house suddenly came back, and she didn't expect that the other party was the public security demon hunter who saved her today. "Are you here for an interview?" Otonashi Chiya reacted quickly and realized that Dongshan Zhaohong was most likely someone who had seen the recruitment information and wanted to come for an interview. "Ah, yes." Dongshan Zhaohong nodded vigorously. Otonashi Chiya immediately went to ring the doorbell. "Densi, I'm back." "Here I come." Densi opened the door quickly. "Come in." Otonashi Chiya said to Higashiyama Zhaohong, "Okay." Dongshan Zhaohong's facial expression was obviously shy and nervous. As soon as he saw a strange girl coming to his house, and it seemed that she was brought by Chiya's brother, Densi immediately became alert. Her eyes became sharp and she kept staring at the girl. Feeling Densi's gaze and being stared at, the already timid Dongshan Zhaohong became even more nervous. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why was this little blonde girl looking at her so fiercely? But the next moment, she suddenly remembered that the recruitment information was about finding a tutor for her younger sister. The sister should be referring to this little blonde girl, right? She suddenly realized what was going on and felt relieved. She thought that it was because her little sister didn't like studying and was not welcoming to the tutor. Advertisement, but in fact, Dongshan Zhaohong was wrong. Dianki was not because of studying at all. Otonashi Chiya also noticed Densi's look and immediately reminded him, "Densi, don't be rude to the guests." "I know." Densi pouted somewhat dissatisfiedly. Otonashi Chiya also didn't quite understand what was wrong with Densi. He couldn't possibly hate studying to this extent, right? If he really hates it, he will also consider whether to hire a tutor for the child. After all, his main hope is that Densi can live a happy life, and everything else is secondary. Next, Otonashi Chiya prepared to interview Higashiyama Zhaohong in the living room. Sit down, sit anywhere you want. Otonashi Chiya wants Higashiyama Zhaohong to relax. Okay. But Dongshan Zhaohong was still a little reserved. She bowed first and then sat on the sofa. Otonashi Chiya poured a glass of water for Dongshan Zhaohong before sitting down. Then let's start the interview now. I think you should have brought your student ID and transcript with you, right? Yes, yes. Dongshan Zhaohong immediately took out the things she had prepared from her school bag and handed them to Otonashi Chiya for review. Otonashi Chiya was just going through the motions. How could he not know who the girl in front of him was? But he had to pretend that he didn't know. He glanced casually at his student ID card and then checked his transcript. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Dongshan Zhaohong is now in her second year of high school. Since her freshman year, she has been in the top 10 in the grade in every exam and even took first place once. He really didn't expect that Dongshan Zhaohong's academic performance was so good. The original book never said that Zhaohong was a top student. It can be said that it fully meets his recruitment requirements. While Otonashi Chiya was checking the materials, Dongshan Zhaohong became increasingly nervous. Her sitting posture seemed somewhat unnatural, with her hands on her knees and subconsciously grabbing her pants. At this time, Otonashi Chiya returned the student ID and other documents to Dongshan Zhaohong, and continued to ask, Dongshan Zhaohong, right? Then what time of day are you free to work part-time? Forehead. Dongshan Zhaohong thought for a while. I'm probably free from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., and after 7 p.m. every day. Advertisement. Then you can arrange your time and come over for an hour or two every afternoon or evening. Otonashi Chiya said, although I hired you as a part-time tutor, I don't want this part-time job to have too much impact on your studies. It only takes 1 or 2 hours a day. He took two aspects into consideration. First, studying for too long would be boring. Second, he didn't want to affect Dongshan Zhaohong's academic performance too much. Okay. Dongshan Zhaohong nodded seriously, but she immediately muttered in a low voice. It doesn't matter what happens in this kind of situation. Although Otonashi Chiya couldn't hear clearly and could only vaguely hear part of it, he could roughly guess what Dongshan Zhaohong was mumbling. It was simply because of family reasons. From what he knew, the Dongshan family had 9 sisters, an older brother and a younger brother, Dongshan Yeli. Note that this was only what he knew, and he was not sure if there were any unknowns. The Dongshan family could not afford to send so many children to school at the same time, and there was a serious preference for boys over girls. In the original novel, not only was Dongshan Zhaohong not allowed to go to college, she was also forced to sell her body to make money. However, Dongshan Zhaohong's weak and timid character made her dare not resist her family even though she had great strength. In short, Dongshan Zhaohong probably already knows that her family will not support her to go to college, so she feels that it doesn't matter if her studies are affected by the part-time job. I have decided to hire you. If there is no problem with the first month's probation period, I will cooperate with you for a long time. The formality of the move was almost complete, and Otonashi Chiya spoke directly. Normally, hiring a tutor requires signing a contract, but the other party is Dongshan Zhaohong, who is completely trustworthy in his mind. Huh? Dongshan Zhaohong was immediately surprised. So fast? She originally thought that the night of waiting for news would be very difficult to endure, but she didn't expect the other party to hire her directly in person. Because you are such an excellent student, I trust you. Otonashi Chiya explained with a smile. Nowhere. Dongshan Zhaohong was immediately flattered. I will definitely not let you down. Not only did she get a very satisfying part-time job, but she was also praised. At this moment, she was very happy, and her face was as cute as a red apple. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Dongshan Zhaohong's Intimacy, LV1, and gains attribute points. 2. Chapter 39. Considered a love rival, today you can try to teach the first grade content of Densi Elementary School. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce it to you. Otonashi Chiya introduced her to Higashiyama Zhaohong. She is my sister, her name is Densi. Oh. Dongshan Zhaohong nodded, and then said to Deonki who was sitting on the other side, please give me more advice. Densi had been sitting there from the beginning, and Dongshan Zhaohong could always feel Densi's eyes on her. Although Densi was reluctant in her heart, with brother Chiya beside her, she still responded obediently, please give me more advice. Dongshan Zhaohong felt a little relieved when she saw that Deonki didn't seem to dislike her very much. As for salary, do you want daily or monthly payment? I can satisfy you. Otonashi Chiya talked about wages. If possible, I still hope to settle it on the day. Dongshan Zhaohong requested weekly. No problem, I'll pay you by the day. Also, 2,000 yen is the hourly wage during the probation period, and it will increase based on your performance during the probation period. Otonashi Chiya couldn't offer Dongshan Zhaohong a very high hourly wage right away. After all, she didn't know him, and if he suddenly became too nice to her, it would easily arouse suspicion. Therefore, as soon as the probation period is over, he will definitely give Dongshan Zhaohong a salary increase, unless Dongshan Zhaohong resigns on her own. Okay, I'll try my best. The more Dongshan Zhaohong listened, the more motivated she became. Now she is full of motivation. Then I'll go back now. I'll come back to teach Deonki in the evening. Dongshan Zhaohong stood up and bowed to Otonashi Chiya again. Well, go back. Otonashi Chiya explains. After leaving the apartment, Dongshan Zhaohong walked home happily. Halfway through the journey, she suddenly remembered something. Ah, I almost forgot. This morning, her family asked her to buy potatoes and tissues that were on sale for a limited time. If she went home empty-handed, she would definitely be scolded. She immediately ran towards the supermarket. About 10 minutes later, advertisement Dongshan Zhaohong was holding 2 boxes of facial tissues and a large bag of potatoes in her hands. One of the boxes of facial tissues contained more than a dozen packs. However, just as she walked out of the supermarket, she suddenly met several girls wearing the same school uniform as her, and they happened to be her classmates. What a coincidence, Toyama-san. You were almost attacked by a demon today. You should be okay now, right? Do you need our help? You look a bit tired. The classmates are very concerned about Dongshan Zhaohong. But Dongshan Zhaohong looked frightened and ran away, leaving the female classmates confused. One of the girls even wondered if she had recognized the wrong person. I guess I remembered the name correctly? Isn't she Dongshan classmate? That's right, it's Dongshan-san. But Dongshan-san has always been like this. I've hardly ever seen her chatting or playing with other students. I heard that Dongshan's family is in financial difficulty. It seems to be true. He bought so many discounted items at once. Only after they were far away from the supermarket did Dongshan Zhaohong slow down her pace. She breathed a sigh of relief and continued walking home. Normally, she doesn't interact much with her classmates and has almost no friends. She thinks it is troublesome to get along with her classmates and doesn't like to trouble them. At this time, Dongshan Zhaohong murmured to herself, speaking of this, should I tell my parents about my part-time job? I better not tell them for now. If I don't get paid, I might get lectured. Around 7 p.m. Dongshan Zhaohong seemed to have just finished dinner and came here directly. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had just put on his police uniform and was about to go out. I just need to go out for a while, so I'll leave the electricity to you. I'll be back around 9 o'clock to settle your salary. Okay. Dongshan Zhaohong nodded. After Otonashi Chiya went out, she walked to the bedroom door, hesitated for a while, took a deep breath to prepare herself mentally, and then knocked on the door gently. Densi's sister, can I come in? Come in. A drawn-out voice could be heard coming from Densi, and the tone didn't sound very friendly. Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly felt a little nervous. She pushed open the door with a forced smile on her face. The most eye-catching things in Denji's room are the TV and various gaming equipment, all of which were bought for her by Otonashi Chiya. She is now playing a fighting game with Pochita, which is a PK between them. Advertisement. At this moment, Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly felt a little envious. Deonki had a big and beautiful bed, could play various games, and had a pet that looked a little strange but very cute. Etc. That pet is actually playing games. Dongshan Zhaohong's eyes widened immediately, thinking that she had seen it wrongly. What is going on? It's Pochita. It's a demon, not just an ordinary pet. Densi glanced at Dongshan Zhaohong and explained. Dongshan Zhaohong's reaction arc was a bit long. She was stunned for a while before she said in shock, Demon? Don't make such a fuss. Pochita won't hurt anyone. It's a very well-behaved and cute demon. Deonsi's tone sounded a bit like he was complaining about Dongshan Zhaohong's lack of knowledge. Is that so? Ahahaha. Dongshan Zhaohong's smile was a little awkward. The Pochita that Denji had mentioned did seem to be very friendly, but she was still a little scared. At this time, Densi took the initiative to put down the game controller in his hand and whispered to Pochita. Pochita, I should study and can't play games. If Chiya finds out that I am not studying seriously, he might hate me. Wow, of course, Pochita understood what Densi said and responded obediently. Seeing that Densi and Pochita were getting along so closely and harmoniously, Dongshan Zhaohong also let down her guard a little. She took out a book from her school bag and put it on the table. It was her youngest sister's first-grade textbook. Now that sister was in second grade, she no longer needed it, but fortunately the textbook had not been sold yet. Unlike her previous textbooks, which had long been sold as scrap by her parents. She remembered that boy very clearly. Oh no, the sponsor wanted her to teach him from the first grade of elementary school. I don't know many words. Can you teach me how to read and write first? Denji said with great confidence. Sure, let's start from here. Dongshan Zhaohong started by teaching about family relationships. This is dad, this is mom, this is brother, this is sister. She first taught Densi to recognize these words, but when she taught him the word, sister, Densi, who had been listening quietly, suddenly said, I'm not Chiya's biological sister, don't get me wrong. Hearing such a sudden and inexplicable sentence, Dongshan Zhaohong was slightly stunned. Looking at Densi's particularly serious eyes, Dongshan Zhaohong didn't understand what Densi meant. Is there any special meaning in being a biological sister? Little did she know that Densi had already regarded her as an enemy, in a sense. Chapter 40 Captain on the Shore Demon Exorcism Class 1 Training Base. Otonashi Chiya of course came here for his evening out, intending to exchange ideas with his teammates. This time he won't just dodge, but will actively attack and counterattack. Of course, he only used light force, just enough to make sure not to hurt anyone too badly. At this time, Otonashi Chiya's opponent's face was already a little bruised and swollen, but he still bowed and said, thank you for your advice. After all, this minor injury is nothing to the public security demon hunters like them who often wander on the edge of death. What is important is the gains from sparring. Thanks for your advice. Otonashi Chiya also responded politely. During the break, the girls from Exorcism Class 1 gathered together to chat. This new vice captain is really good, handsome and easy to get along with. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Don't even think about it, she's probably already been taken. But come to think of it, Captain Ambien was actually quite handsome when he was young. Really? But looking at Captain Ambien's current appearance, I know he must have been pretty good when he was young. It's a pity that he's old now. However, at this moment, a voice that the girls least wanted to hear suddenly came from behind them. What's old? I don't know when the shore suddenly appeared and spoke expressionlessly. In this timeline, Ambien is already about 50 years old, with a lot of stubble on his chin and temples, and some obvious wrinkles on his face. There was a stitch-cut scar on the left corner of his mouth, earrings pierced his ears, and he was tall and broad. The sudden appearance on the shore made the girls so frightened that they almost scared themselves to death. Nothing at all. Really, we didn't say anything. The girls' panicked looks betrayed them. The main reason is that they never expected that Captain Shore would suddenly come. Normally, Captain Shore rarely comes to the training base. But Ambien didn't care, he couldn't deny that he was indeed old. Captain Shore. Advertisement. Noticing the shore approaching, Otonashi Chiya immediately addressed him respectfully. Vice Captain Otonashi, I came here today to tell you something. There will be an important mission tomorrow. You should prepare in advance. Otonashi will lead the team. The shore said in a deep voice with no expression on his face. Ding. Host activates the achievement, first encounter on the shore, and gains attribute points. 1. Yes. Otonashi Chiya's way. The first time I met Captain Ambien, the feeling of oppression was indeed extraordinary. Choose 9 people now to go with you tomorrow. The target of the mission is, if nothing goes wrong, a demon that has swallowed the flesh of the gun demon. Don't be careless, and it's best if no one is sacrificed. After saying that, Ambien took out a wine jug from his arms and left while drinking. At this time, everyone present had understood the situation, and many people immediately volunteered to act together with Otonashi Chiya. Even though they knew tomorrow's mission would be dangerous, they did not show any fear. Because a considerable number of people in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau are like Hayakawa Aki, who became public security demon hunters in order to avenge the gun devil. They were all victims of the disaster caused by the gun devil. They lost their loved ones but survived, and have since made revenge their life goal. Then let's do this. 9 spots, first come, first served. Otonashi Chiya did not make any special selections, but just let them recommend themselves. He was too lazy to specifically select the 9 most elite people, and he felt it was unnecessary. If all his teammates were elite, the risk of being robbed of their lives would surely be greater, and he didn't want to joke with his attribute points. In less than 5 seconds, Otonashi Chiya had selected all 9 teammates. They are all people who have been persecuted by the gun demon. Because of their anger and hatred towards the gun demon, they become public security demon hunters. Although such a dangerous profession is not a good thing, your existence, anger, also gives them the motivation to live. At this time, Otonashi Chiya communicated with the furious demon in his heart. These are just what you see. You don't see how many people have been devastated after losing their loved ones, and many have even committed suicide. At least these people are alive and well, and there is hope that they will continue to live. Now that he has taken on the position of deputy captain, he will certainly do his job conscientiously and try his best to avoid casualties. The reason why the casualty rate of the public security demon hunters is so high is mainly because there are extremely difficult tasks from time to time. As long as he is present and can quickly hunt down the demons, everyone will naturally not sacrifice. However, the raging demon was not very moved after hearing this, so it's not a good thing after all? Don't look at the problem in such a black and white way. What I want to say is that the gun demon is the real perpetrator, causing these people to feel angry. This emotion has both good and bad sides. Aren't these the value of your existence? Otonashi Chiya is still patiently counseling the angry demons. This is much better than them becoming depressed or even committing suicide, isn't it? Advertisement. However, all he got was the angry demon's cold response. You don't have to persuade me, I don't want to listen. Never mind. Otonashi Chiya found that the character of the angry demon was really stubborn. However, it may be difficult for a demon to understand and listen to so many truths. Only when the angry demon sees certain things with his own eyes will he naturally understand. After staying at the training base until 9 o'clock, Otonashi Chiya went home. Today was special, as it was Pochita who came out to help him open the door. Pochita jumped up, bit the door handle, and used his own weight to push down to open the door. Otonashi Chiya then came in and caught Pochita hanging from the door handle, and Pochita fell down and sat on his hand. That's right. Denji should be learning from Toyama Zhaohong. Thank you, Pochita. Otonashi Chiya said to Pochita with a smile. Woof. Pochita also had a smile on his face. Then Otonashi Chiya walked into Densi's room with light footsteps, and saw Densi learning something very seriously from Toyama Zhaohong. He didn't disturb her and walked out quietly. A few minutes passed. Dongshan Zhaohong also came out of the room. Well, I should go back soon. I'll stop here for today. Dongshan Zhaohong said to Otonashi Chiya a little shyly. She has always been like this, easily shy when interacting with people. Well, it will take about 2 hours. I will give you 5,000 yuan directly. As he spoke, Otonashi Chiya directly took out a 5,000 yen note and handed it to Higashiyama Zhaohong. Thank you so much. Dongshan Zhaohong was immediately surprised. Not only was the other party very straightforward, he also gave her an extra pay. That's right, at this time, Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to do the report work. Although Sister Densi lacks knowledge, she is willing to learn and learns very quickly. She is a very smart and good child. But in fact, Denji bribed her with a bag of snacks and asked her to say nice things in front of Chiya's brother. 2 cm Chapter 41 Knowledge Explosion Otonashi Chiya can detect the details on Higashiyama Zhaohong's face with the help of Mangekyō Sharingan. Obviously Dongshan Zhaohong is not very good at lying. When she lies, her eyes become a little flustered and her face becomes redder. These are all very subtle details, but they are infinitely magnified in Otonashi Chiya's eyes. However, he saw through it but didn't say it out loud. No one had to guess, everyone knew that this was probably Densi's trick. But it was not a bad thing. It was good for Densi to be smart and naughty. He glanced over and saw that Densi was hiding behind the bedroom door and peeking at him through the gap. Okay, I understand. I'll continue to ask you to help me from tomorrow on. Otonashi Chiya smiled nonchalantly. No, I should ask you for help. Dongshan Zhaohong bowed again. Tutoring Densi was much easier than she had expected. Not only were the things he taught very simple, but Densi was also very well behaved. Apart from occasionally teasing Pachita, there was basically nothing to worry about. And he is quite curious. He will ask questions repeatedly if he doesn't understand something, but this repetition is not just once or twice. The most important thing is that she can get a high salary. If you calculate it at 5,000 yuan a day, it would be about 150,000 yuan a month, which is very high for a college student from a poor family. And you only need to spare more than 2 hours a day to work part-time, and this is just the salary during the probation period. Dongshan Zhaohong put the 5,000 yen into her school bag and went home happily. Walking on the street, she saw all kinds of delicious snacks on the street. She immediately wanted to try them and her saliva almost flowed out. Her biggest hobby is eating delicious food, but the meals her and her sisters were usually given at home were very ordinary. Any delicious food was first given to her older and younger brothers, and she herself had no money to buy anything to eat. This is also why Dianqi bribed Dongshan Zhaohong with just a bag of snacks. Wow. I tried to eat enough at dinner today, but why do I feel a little hungry again? Dongshan Zhaohong usually had a slightly melancholy look on her face, and now she became even more melancholy and touched her small belly. She had no choice but to take out the bag of snacks hidden in her school bag and eat them quickly before returning home. It would be troublesome if her parents found out. As for the 5,000 yen, she never considered using it, nor did she dare to use it. Because in her opinion, all the money earned should be given to her family. If she hides it and is discovered, she will be scolded badly. Dongshan Zhaohong resisted the urge to buy some delicious street snacks and instead used the bag of snacks that Dianqi gave her to satisfy her cravings. Advertisement: before returning home, Dongshan Zhaohong ate up all the snacks in the bag, leaving almost nothing. I threw the snack bag into the trash can, washed my hands and mouth as clean as possible, and rinsed my mouth several times. Only after making sure that everything was safe did she dare to return home. I'm back. Sister Zhaohong, welcome back. The one who opened the door for her was one of the 9 sisters, who was wearing a junior high school uniform. Almost all of the sisters have no clothes of their own. Those who are still in school basically wear school uniforms, and the older sister who is not in school wears old clothes from a few years ago. They haven't bought new clothes for a long time. Dongshan Zhaohong went to find her parents as soon as possible, only to see them sitting in the living room watching TV. Zhaohong, what did you do at night? Why did you come back so late? Seeing Zhaohong coming back, the mother immediately asked in a stern tone. Dongshan Zhaohong was a little scared and whispered, I found a part-time job. Really? What kind of part-time job did you find? My mother's expression changed immediately, and she was obviously very concerned about this. Dad was holding a newspaper in his hand, reading it while watching TV. I didn't expect Zhaohong to take the initiative to find a part-time job. This way, the burden on our family can be slightly reduced. It's a part-time job as a tutor, and this is my salary today. Dongshan Zhaohong said very honestly. He also handed the 5,000 yen in his school bag directly to his parents. 5,000 yen? My mother was immediately surprised. I remember you were out for only 2 hours that night. She was a little skeptical whether it was really a part-time tutoring job. Such a high hourly wage was usually only earned by professional tutors, and this was only her first day as a part-time tutor. She felt that Zhaohong might have taken a part-time job related to the S*X industry, but she didn't care, as long as Zhaohong could help the family make money. Oh, you are quite capable, Zhaohong. Do you make so much money every day? Dad was also surprised by the 5,000 yuan and put down the newspaper in his hand. Yes, there may be more to come. Advertisement, Dongshan Zhaohong said with a happy look on her face. She wasn't pretending, she felt happy from the bottom of her heart because she had surprised and delighted her parents and was praised for her ability. Now the mother was even more suspicious that Zhaohong was working in a brothel, but she thought it was a good thing because she had long wanted Zhaohong to go into the business after graduating from high school. Now Zhaohong has gone to the brothel to adapt herself in advance, so she won't be as resistant as before when she goes into the industry after graduation. Okay, that's great, Zhaohong. Don't give up this part-time job so easily. Yudo won't have to worry about his tuition and living expenses for a while. Dad's old face was so happy that it blossomed with smile. But the reason he was happy was simply because he could have more money to give to Yuda, who was in college. Yuta is the elder brother of the Toyama family, his name is Toyama Yuta. However, Yuta Toyama attends a private university, and the tuition alone costs over 1 million yen a year, so Zhao Hong's current salary is still not enough. Even though her parents were thinking about her brother, Dongshan Zhao Hong still had a smile on her face, although she couldn't help feeling a little lost in her heart. Meanwhile, at the Otonashi home, did Mr. Dongshan give you any homework? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Denji. Yes, she asked me to write and review the words we taught today several times to consolidate my memory. The small notebook with cartoon patterns and the pencil with a little rabbit cap on the desk were left for her by Dongshan Zhao Hong. Then you have to finish your homework tonight before playing games. If you can finish your homework on time, I will give you a reward. If you can't, there will be a punishment. Otonashi Chiya explains. Can you tell me what the reward is? Densi suddenly felt curious. Let me think. How about meeting one of your conditions? Any conditions are acceptable? Dionki suddenly became excited, his eyes flickered, and his back straightened a lot. Otonashi Chiya nodded and said, as long as the conditions are not too excessive, I will try my best to satisfy you. Dionki immediately became motivated and started writing quickly on the notebook. Great. I learned a lot of knowledge. Chapter 42. One Man is an Army, Unstoppable, Gift Plus Update. The next morning, Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Exorcism Class 1, move out. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already gathered his men. 2 cars were seen leaving the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and heading to the mission location. Many public security demon hunters have already bought cars and houses, and these 2 cars are the private cars of 2 people. Otonashi Chiya was also in the car, of course, and said to the other 4 people in the car, you will stay outside to prevent the demon from escaping. He already knew the specific information of the mission. Last night, a very powerful demon appeared in an apartment building in the suburbs. The so-called very powerful demon was the one that swallowed the meat slice of the gun demon. The first thing that happened was that civilian demon hunters went to hunt it down, but unfortunately one of them died, and several others were also injured to varying degrees. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau anticipated that civilians would be unable to deal with the demon, and notified the Demon Exorcism Section 1 to prepare when the demon first appeared last night. The subjugation mission was officially issued early this morning, and the deputy captain of Demon Exorcism Section 1, Otonashi Chiba, was in charge of leading the team. This was also the first test given to him by the Public Security Bureau. Yes, the 4 of them responded one after another. Allocated attribute points. 44. At this time, Otonashi Chiya checked the system panel and found that so many attribute points had been accumulated but not yet distributed. He immediately made the assignment so that this crusade mission could be concluded quickly. Ding! Distribution completed. HP plus 24, Strength plus 10, Speed plus 10. Strength 30, Speed 30, Chi and Blood 124. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the mission site. The 3-story but very long rectangular apartment building in front of you is where the devil appeared. The apartment building has been surrounded by police fencing to prevent unsuspecting civilians from approaching. As soon as Otonashi Chiya got out of the car, he showed his work ID to the police on the scene. We are demon hunters from the Tokyo Public Security Exorcism Division 1, and we have been ordered to come here to defeat the demons. The 2 policemen here then bowed to him, which is a common salute used by Japanese police. One of the police officers reported to him, all the survivors in the apartment building have been escorted to a safe place. The demons are probably eating the bodies of the victims inside now. Advertisement, okay, I understand. Otonashi Chiya nodded, and then said to the 9 team members behind him, as I just said, 4 people will guard outside the apartment building. If any demon escapes, intercept it immediately. The rest of you will follow me into the apartment building. After saying that, he strode into the apartment building, holding an ordinary sword in his left hand and his right hand ready to summon the Sword of Fury, at any time. Yes. The 9 people said in unison. 4 of them went to the 4 directions outside the apartment building and waited, while the other 5 quickly followed Otonashi Chiya into the apartment building. The people who came this time are demon hunters from the Exorcism Division 1, and they also have a vice captain, so they should be able to take down the demon. But the deputy captain looks very young, like a high school student. He's so young and he's actually the deputy captain. At this time, the 2 policemen whispered. Among the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, the overall strength of the Demon Exorcist Section 1 is stronger than other sections, which is something many people know. Although the apartment building only has 3 floors, there are 10 residents on each floor, with a total of 30 small suites. Otonashi Chiya and others need to search each one by one. Don't split up. Let's search each room slowly. Otonashi Chiya reminded the other 5 people. Although it would be more efficient if the 6 of them split up into groups of 2 and searched the 3 floors at the same time, he would not be able to take care of everyone's safety, and casualties would easily occur if they encountered a demon. The 5 men obeyed Vice Captain Otonashi's orders absolutely and didn't say much. As soon as they opened the first door, they saw the devil. It was a 5 or 6 meter long earthworm demon, with densely packed human fingers all over its body, a huge mouth on its head with several large and sharp barbs, and eyes so small that they were almost invisible. Otonashi Chiya reacted the fastest. He took several steps in almost one breath and swung his sword vertically to chop at the earthworm demon's head. Because the characteristic of earthworms is that they will be killed only if their brains are destroyed. If you only cut off the head without destroying the brain, this part of the head can still survive. He guessed that the earthworm demon should have inherited this trait as well. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the earthworm demon clone and obtained attribute points. 5. Otonashi Chiya's eyes suddenly changed slightly. No wonder this demon was killed so easily. It turned out to be just a clone, and there should not be any pieces of gun demon flesh in its body. The other 5 men stood there in a daze, their weapons not even warmed up yet. Ah, is the crusade over so soon? As expected of the deputy captain, he killed the B************ D demon with just one blow. Advertisement. That's not right. A demon with the gun demon meat slice shouldn't be so easy to kill, right? Otonashi Chiya didn't even look at the demon corpse, he just turned around and walked out of the room. This is not the real body of the earthworm demon, but just a clone. Let's continue searching the other rooms. Otonashi Chiya said in a deep voice. He had a hunch that there might be many clones of the earthworm demon in this apartment building. Doppelganger, I can understand what the earthworm demon said. Could there be many clones? Everyone's face turned serious. Once the number of clones exceeds a certain limit, they will be outnumbered, which will be very troublesome. Here it comes. Otonashi Chiya just walked out of the room and turned around to see several earthworm demons crawling quickly towards him in the corridor. Judging from their body lengths, they were probably just clones. The other 5 people's expressions suddenly changed and they immediately assumed fighting stances. They began to panic. Whatever they feared would come true. However, only Otonashi Chiya stepped forward quickly, dodged the bites of the earthworm demons with various difficult postures, and immediately counterattacked. A worm demon rushed directly towards his face, but he easily avoided it by leaning his torso back. He leaned back so far that the back of his head almost touched the floor, but he was still able to swing his knife back and directly destroy the earthworm demon's brain. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the earthworm demon clone and obtained attribute points. 5. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the earthworm demon clone and obtained attribute points. 5. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Otonashi Chiya moved forward and even defended and counterattacked at the same time, destroying all the demon clones with a devastating force, and he was not hurt at all. The 5 people at the back were stunned, each of them was dumbfounded. Although they knew that Vice Captain Otonashi was very strong in physical skills, they were still greatly shocked to see him kill demons with just physical skills and an ordinary sword. For a moment they didn't know what to do next and could only watch from behind. Vice Captain Otonashi is a one-man army. Chapter 43 The Furious Sword, kill instantly with one sword. Otonashi Chiya killed a total of 6 clones of the earthworm demon before he cleared out all the demons on the first floor. There are 6 demons on the first floor alone. These earthworm demons are really hard to deal with. Fortunately, the deputy captain is here. Yeah, if it were me, I wouldn't dare to use physical skills in close combat. I would probably have to use the power of the devil. If I use my demonic power to deal with all these demons, my body will soon be unable to bear it. I don't want all my skin to be eaten by fox demons. Looking at the corpses, blood, and intestines of the earthworm demons scattered all over the ground, the 5 demon hunters who went out with Otonashi Chiya sighed. While they were having a headache because the demons were too difficult, Otonashi Chiya was in a very happy mood. Because he had such a great time gaining attribute points just now. An earthworm demon's clone had 5 attribute points, and hunting this kind of demon was very easy for him. How could he gain 30 attribute points in just a short while? In contrast to the other 5 people, he actually hoped that there would be more demon clones for him to clear on the 2nd and 3rd floors. We can deal with these corpses later. We must first find the real body of the earthworm demon and deal with it. As they were talking, Otonashi Chiya walked up to the 2nd floor with a sword in hand. The others followed closely behind him. Just as he reached the corner of the 2nd floor, a huge earthworm head suddenly popped out, and its bloody mouth was wide open enough to swallow Otonashi Chiya whole. This head is at least 2 or 3 times bigger than those clones. This guy should be the real body of the earthworm demon. It was estimated that the noise downstairs just now had already attracted the attention of the earthworm demon itself, and it had ambushed at the corner of the 2nd floor in advance, waiting for him to come up. However, how could Otonashi Chiya be harmed by such a demon? Even if he was greatly strengthened by the gun demon meat, it would be useless. His body dodged to the side at an extremely fast speed, and he turned around and counterattacked with a knife, accurately cutting the neck of the earthworm demon. But what was somewhat unexpected was that this knife failed to cut off the head of the earthworm demon, and only cut about a quarter of the wound. Even the neck is one of the biggest loopholes. There is an exoskeleton on the head of the earthworm demon that looks thick and solid. The head cannot be attacked directly, and it is impossible to determine whether the weak point of the body is the brain. This is the demon with the strongest skin defense that Otonashi Chiya has ever encountered. Even though his strength is 3 times that of an ordinary person, it is difficult to break his defense if an ordinary sword is not sharp enough. Advertisement. Oh, it hurts so much. The earthworm demon howled for a while, and the wound on its neck began to heal. It shouted arrogantly, "It's useless, ha ha ha. If you can't kill me, you will be the ones who die." Get started. At this time, the 5 people following Otonashi Chiya didn't want to just stand there and watch the show anymore. 3 of them used demonic power at the same time to summon the giant claws of the fox demon through the air, and the 3 giant claws attacked the earthworm demon. 3 claw marks flashed by, and the earthworm demon's entire body was instantly cut into several pieces, and its huge head rolled to the ground. There was also a young man with a crew cut who enlarged his right arm and the axe in his right hand to twice the size and smashed them heavily on the head. The remaining person was Ishii Rinka, who was beaten to tears by Otonashi Chiya last time. She was helping them heal the flesh wounds caused by the contract price. Hiss. The fox demon is still so vicious, it ate all the skin on my left forearm. This guy should be dead, right? It seems that there is no movement anymore. It doesn't seem that simple. They all thought they could finally take a breath, and chatted while Ishii Rinka healed them. Only Otonashi Chiya stared fiercely at the head of the earthworm demon. Even though the earthworm demon's body has been broken into several pieces, the exoskeleton on its head is hardly damaged. The tiny dent on the exoskeleton was caused by the giant axe, and did not cause any substantial damage to the earthworm demon. Now this guy's head is motionless. He is probably just pretending to be dead, and will launch a surprise attack when they are off guard. You know, even this guy's clone can't be killed without destroying his brain, let alone the real body with the gun demon meat. It will only be more difficult to kill, it can't be killed so easily. At this time, Otonashi Chiya opened his right hand and silently said in his heart, Sword of Wrath. The mini blood seal on the palm of his right hand suddenly flashed with blood. Advertisement: a blood-red throne appeared out of thin air at his feet, and a golden-red double-edged sword stood upright on the throne. He also stood on the throne, with the palm of his right hand pressing on the end of the hilt. A strange thing suddenly spread in this space, not only affecting Otonashi Chiya, the contractor, but also had a slight effect on other people around him. What's going on? They feel that their emotions suddenly become a little irritable and agitated. Although it is not difficult to control them, they wonder why this happened suddenly. They turned their heads and saw that a throne and a golden red sword surrounded by a strange aura had appeared on Vice Captain Otonashi's side. Deputy Captain, is this? Okay. Otonashi Chiya shook his head slightly and suddenly drew out the Sword of Rage. The bloody throne disappeared and merged into the Sword of Rage, making it 1 meter longer. Some scarlet mysterious runes appeared on the sword. The earthworm demon was immediately alarmed by the extremely dangerous breath and dared not pretend to be dead anymore. A brand new body quickly grew out from its neck. It didn't know the angry demon, but the demon's aura was so powerful that it didn't dare to be careless at all. At this time, Otonashi Chiya held the Sword of Fury in both hands and raised it upwards. A scarlet arc-shaped sword wave flew out rapidly from the sword body. The diameter of this sword wave was as much as 4 or 5 meters. The floor and ceiling of the corridor were cracked, but the amazing speed of the sword wave remained unchanged. With unstoppable momentum, he split the newly grown body of the earthworm demon vertically into 2 halves. Even the hardest exoskeleton on the head was directly broken by this sword wave and shattered instantly. Naturally, the brain was not saved either, and the entire body of the earthworm demon, including the head, was instantly split into 2. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the earthworm demon body, and obtained attribute points, 30. The earthworm demon was killed instantly with just 1 sword. But just this 1 sword brought great negative impact to Otonashi Chiya. If his anger had not been completely absorbed by the Mangekyō Sharingan, this sword would probably have made him lose his mind in an instant. Instead, it caused a huge consumption of his eye power and vitality, which was almost the same as the consumption of directly using the Kamui eye technique. Although it would be better to attack Kamui directly in this case, there is basically no physical defense that Kamui cannot break, but if you don't try to use the power of the angry demon once, you won't know how much it will consume. Anyway, as long as you can kill the demon, it will be fine. The 5 people nearby were dumbfounded again. They didn't expect that the earthworm demon could directly grow a new body, and they didn't expect that the power of Vice Captain Otonashi's sword was so terrifying that it killed the earthworm demon instantly. Advertisement Chapter 44. Teased by the Angry Devil. When they attacked together, they only destroyed the insignificant body of the earthworm demon and could not break the exoskeleton defense on the earthworm demon's head. On the other hand, Vice Captain Otonashi solved the earthworm demon with just 1 sword, especially the huge blood-red sword wave that made their pupils tremble. This time the earthworm demon is finally dead. That must be Vice Captain Otonashi's demonic power, right? It's so shocking, and it seems that even we are affected. What kind of demon is this? Let's not speculate. The Vice Captain's demon must be an important secret that cannot be easily exposed. They had not yet recovered from the shock and were staring at the corpse of the earthworm demon in a daze. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already put the Sword of Rage back into the palm of his right hand. Even if he just held the Sword of Rage and didn't use it, it would still have a continuous weak negative effect on him. He took out the gun demon's flesh from the earthworm demon's body and put it in his trouser pocket. You are the most special human being I have ever met. Using my power like you just did would completely make anyone else lose their mind. Suddenly there was an exclamation from an enraged demon. To be honest, even if I swing the sword a few more times it won't be a big problem. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. The current limit of his chi and blood attribute is probably that he can swing the Sword of Rage nearly 10 times at a time. After exceeding this number, his Mangekyō Sharingan will temporarily be unable to absorb the anger, and it will then begin to affect his sanity. Is that so? The furious demon suddenly fell silent. Although it was hard to believe, she somehow felt that the human boy was telling the truth. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said, let's check to see if there are any demons we missed. We must make sure there is nothing to lose before we leave. Good. Yes. After this battle, They had even more respect and admiration for Vice Captain Otonashi. Not only is his physical skills extraordinary, his demonic power is also terrifying. Otonashi Chiya explored all the suites on the second floor and found 3 or 2 earthworm demon clones that looked like they had died suddenly on the spot. After all, these clones are transformed from the demonic power of the earthworm demon's original body. Once the original body dies, the demonic power will also completely dissipate at the same time. Advertisement, what a pity, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but feel regretful. These are all live attribute points, but he really had no choice. He couldn't just keep avoiding the earthworm demon's real body and kill all the clones first. He could do it alone, but his teammates who were acting with him would be in danger. No matter what, he would never completely disregard the safety of his teammates for the sake of attribute points. Unless he transfers all 5 team members into his own Kamui space, but this is totally unnecessary. Transferring 5 people at once will not only cause huge consumption to him, but also expose the secret of Kamui space. Then they went up to the 3rd floor. There were also several corpses of clones that died suddenly on the 3rd floor, and it was confirmed that there were no remaining demons. However, in the last suite on the 3rd floor, Otonashi Chiya saw a middle-aged man who was still alive and a dying little girl who was missing an arm. When he came in, he just heard the middle-aged man roaring angrily. He saw that he had chopped off his right foot, which was trapped by the collapsed wall with a kitchen knife. He completely ignored the ankle that was bleeding profusely after being chopped off. He picked up the little girl in a clumsy posture and fell to the other side. Boom! At this moment, another piece of wall collapsed and hit the place where the little girl had just been lying. Otonashi Chiya immediately kicked away the rubble blocking the door. "We are demon hunters from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. You're safe now." Ishii Rinka also hurried over to stop the bleeding of the middle-aged man and the little girl, and healed them with the power of the devil. The middle-aged man hugged the little girl tightly and cried bitterly. His eyes were red from crying. The little girl was obviously his daughter. One of his arms was eaten by a worm demon, and his life or death is unknown. Ishii Rinka couldn't help showing sadness on her face, and she comforted the middle-aged man. "Sir, your daughter still has a chance of survival, and there is a high probability that she can be rescued." What she said was not false. The power of demons has brought great changes to the medical field. Her healing ability alone has crushed many old methods. The power of demons in Tokyo Hospital is even pervert level. But generally, public security demon hunters are given priority in receiving medical treatment, and it is difficult for ordinary people to get a turn. Fortunately, her abilities alone were enough to save the father and his daughter. Otonashi Chiya went over and lifted up the collapsed wall with just one hand, and found the middle-aged man's severed foot. The demonic power in this world can restore broken arms and legs as much as possible, and directly elevates limb replantation surgery, provided that the broken limbs are found. Later, Otonashi Chiya found the little girl's severed arm in the body of an avatar that had died suddenly on the spot, and it was still quite intact. Advertisement apparently, the earthworm demon clone did not chew after biting off the little girl's arm, and did not have time to digest it. He handed the severed arm and leg to Ishii Rinka. "After that, I'll ask you to take them to the hospital. I can help them pay for the replantation surgery. How can we let the vice captain bear it alone? We also want to help." "Me too." Others also wanted to help the father and daughter. They were especially moved by the father's behavior, who decisively cut off his own foot in order to save his daughter. The cost of 2 limb replantation operations is estimated to be around 1 million yen. 1 million yen is not a large sum of money for any public security demon hunter. It would be even cheaper if the father and daughter had medical insurance. What's more, they plan to split the fee, so it will be even more insignificant after dividing it equally. Yayuki. Otonashi Chiya nodded and continued. "Ishii Rinka, please take the father and daughter away first. We will stay and explain the situation to the police." "Receive." Ishii Rinka immediately helped the father and daughter away. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to the furious demon in his heart. "You saw what happened just now, right? It was the anger that pushed the father to his limit. If it weren't for his eagerness to save his daughter would not have survived." The enraged demon did not reply. Even so, Otonashi Chiya continued to say seriously. "If that father knew you existed, I think he would thank you. At least I want to thank you now. I don't know whether you will thank me or not. I only know that you are quite sweet-mouthed. If it were a human girl, she would definitely be fooled by you." The furious demon finally spoke, with a hint of teasing in his tone. But she didn't hate it, she found it quite interesting. This time it was Otonashi Chiya's turn to be speechless. He was simply silenced. He was clearly speaking seriously. This is simply slander. Chapter 45. Return with a full load. "I'm talking to you seriously, don't slander me." Otonashi Chiya's tone was quite speechless. "Where's the slander? Didn't I just praise you for being sweet?" There was a hint of joking in the angry demon's words. "Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore." Otonashi Chiya chose to just mute the microphone. However, this was also the first time that he heard a hint of joy in the angry demon's tone, which was no longer as lifeless as usual. Does this mean that what he just said has had some effect? Then, Otonashi Chiya led the team members downstairs. "We have defeated all the demons in the apartment building. I'll need you to handle the situation on the scene." Otonashi Chiya told police. He has also called the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, who will send a special car to collect the demon corpses. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." The police immediately entered the apartment building to deal with the scene. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau's Demon Extermination Division 1 is really amazing. In less than 10 minutes, they defeated a demon that ordinary people couldn't deal with. And they don't seem to have any injuries on their bodies. They're much stronger than civilian demon hunters, right? They walked into the apartment building while talking. This was not the first time they had cooperated with the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, but the efficiency of this campaign was still shocking to them. At the same time, the 4 people who were previously called by Otonashi Chiya to guard outside also knew that the expedition was over, and everyone set off together to return to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Since there were 2 cars, and Otonashi Chiya was not in the one, everyone started chatting. I didn't do anything during this expedition. I was just looking at the scenery outside, and then it suddenly ended. I am not the same. When we were in the apartment building, Vice Captain Otonashi was the only one hunting demons. We barely helped at all. Hey, Vice Captain Otonashi is hunting demons alone? Are you kidding? I heard from the police that there are a lot of demons in there. I'm serious. Vice Captain Otonashi not only crushes us in physical skills, but his demonic power is also the strongest I've ever seen. There was a small dispute in the car. Advertisement. Those who were guarding outside at the time did not see the battle with their own eyes, so it was hard for them to believe it was real. But in the end they still believed it. After all, they had personally experienced Vice Captain Otonashi's physical skills, and there was no need for him to lie to them. This once again refreshed their understanding of the deputy captain's strength. To be honest, I didn't feel any involvement this time. It seemed like it didn't matter to me whether we were there or not. Although I feel a little guilty, it's a good thing overall. At least our lives are not in danger at all, haha. On the other side, Otonashi Chiya is allocating attribute points. This time I gained a total of 60 attribute points, which can be said to be a full load. Ding! Distribution completed. HP plus 26, Strength plus 16, Speed plus 16. Strength 46, Speed 46, Chi and Blood 150. Before he knew it, his Chi and Blood attribute had reached 150. I feel like my Chi and Blood attributes are not low now. Maybe I can try Susanoo when I have the chance. Otonashi Chiya thought at this moment. Susanoo is the ultimate offensive and defensive eye technique, the ultimate power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Not only that, he also wants to drive a Gundam. How cool. However, Kamui's Susanoo requires both eyes to open, and he could hardly imagine how terrible the consumption would be to use 2 Kamui to open Susanoo. He had never dared to have this idea before because he was afraid that Susanoo would consume too much energy and kill himself directly. You have to know that Kakashi also had the power of 6 paths given by Obito to open the complete form of Susanoo. With his current Chi and Blood strength, it is definitely far inferior to the power of 6 paths. However, Susanoo has several stages, and if it is developed slowly from the initial form stage by stage, it should be able to withstand it. Otonashi Chiya had already made up his mind. Today I tested the power of the Rage Demon, and next time I will test Susanoo. As for illusion, he doesn't seem to be able to do it. This may be because the principle of illusion is to use one's own chakra to interfere with the chakra in the opponent's body, and he has no chakra in his body, and no one in the world of Chainsaw Man has chakra at all. Soon, Otonashi Chiya and others returned to Tokyo Public Security Bureau. They had set out on their mission very early, and now they were back at just before 9 o'clock, so most of the public security demon hunters hadn't come to work yet. However, Hayakawa Aki and Himeno had already arrived and were sitting in the lounge area in the lobby. It was unusual for Himeno to not arrive at work on time today. Advertisement seeing Otonashi Chiya coming in from the door, Himeno immediately waved, "Otonashi-kun, over here." Otonashi Chiya then said to the team members beside him, "I have something to do, you go up first." Then he walked towards the lounge area. Chiya motioned him to sit on the sofa next to him and said, "I heard that you led the team to carry out the mission. Did you complete it so quickly?" "Well, it was done very smoothly." Otonashi Chiya nodded and said, "Is it the devil with a gun devil meat slice?" Hayakawa Aki asked. Before Otonashi Chiya could answer, Himeno said, "Of course. The Public Security Bureau would dispatch so many people at the same time, and their targets are usually demons with gun-like demon meat slices." So, there was a subtle change in Hayakawa Aki's expression. He also wanted to carry out this kind of subjugation mission as soon as possible. Now he went out on patrols with Senior Himeno every day, and went to the training base of the Demon Exorcism Class 3 to practice physical skills at night. He felt that this would not allow him to improve much. He still needs to fight with demons to improve quickly. Although this is also very dangerous, he is not afraid of danger. "Senior Ji, is there any way I can get through the rookie period as quickly as possible?" At this time, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but ask Himeno. "What are you thinking about? The higher-ups have already decided to let Captain Ambien take you for special training. Usually only new talents with potential are qualified to train with Captain Ambien, which means that the higher-ups think highly of you." Ji said. "So in the next 3 months, in addition to patrolling with me, you will receive special training from the captain on the shore." Hayakawa Aki's face suddenly showed a little surprise. Okay. He could accept this. At least he could become stronger quickly through special training instead of patrolling every day with nothing to do. By the way, let's have a celebration party tonight to celebrate the successful completion of Otonashi-kun's first mission as a leader. Ji suddenly suggested. "I still have to go to work tomorrow." Hayakawa Aki said sharply. Through these days of contact, he has roughly understood Senior Jia, who is both a drunkard and a smoker. Even though he was exposed, Ji Yi was still very thick-skinned and laughed, "It's okay. Why don't you come to my house and wake me up tomorrow morning?" Chapter 46 World Pattern. Hayakawa Aki sighed. This was all that could be done. He is just a newcomer and can't do anything to Senior Ji Yi. Then I'll take you to a nice restaurant tonight to reward Otonashi-kun. Ji Yi has already decided which restaurant to go to. Thank you, Senior Himeno. Otonashi Chiya's faint smile. See you tonight. Chu Jun and I won't bother you anymore. The deputy captain is also very busy. Ji Yi said, but I might want to do it after 7 p.m. Otonashi Chiya wanted to finish dinner with Densi before coming out. It's all right, as long as you can get home before 10 o'clock. Ji Yi felt that going home to sleep at 10 o'clock would not affect his patrol tomorrow. She would not ask Chu Jun to drink because Chu Jun was still a minor, so if things really went wrong, Chu Jun could still wake her up. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya has arrived at the lounge of the Demon Exorcist Section 1, located on the 3rd floor of the Public Security Headquarters building. The entire lounge is very spacious, and there are even many entertainment facilities and exercise equipment. After all, there are dozens of people in the Demon Exorcism Class 1. The team members were already sitting inside to rest. Not only the ones who had carried out the mission with him, but also the other members of the Demon Exorcism Section 1 were already waiting for him here. Deputy Captain, we have just explained the situation to everyone. All of us in Exorcism Section 1 are willing to share the cost of the surgery for the father and daughter. Let's crowdfund it later. At this time, one of them said to Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya glanced around and found that no one had an unhappy expression on their face. There is no problem with that. If someone is not happy about it, he will definitely not force it. If dozens of people crowdfund, each person will give an average of 20,000 yen. For a public security demon hunter, this is really just a small amount of money. Of course, their love and moral qualities are also undeniable. Advertisement next. With the help of crowdfunding, a total of about 1 million yen was collected and handed over to Otonashi Chiya for safekeeping. He planned to send it directly to the father and daughter later. After leaving Tokyo Public Security Bureau, Otonashi Chiya went directly to Tokyo Hospital. Ishii Rinka should have completed all the procedures for the father and daughter. I'm a demon hunter from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. May I ask if there was a demon hunter named Ishii Rinka who came here not long ago? Otonashi Chiya directly showed his public security ID to facilitate finding the person as quickly as possible. Yes, let me see. The staff immediately checked the system and informed Otonashi Chiya of the floor and house number. A few minutes later, Otonashi Chiya found the ward. The father and daughter can be seen in the same ward, with Ishii Rinka guarding nearby. Deputy Captain, Ishii Rinka immediately said respectfully. What's going on? Otonashi Chiya questions. Both the father and daughter are out of danger and are preparing for limb replantation surgery. Ishii Rinka said. Did the hospital tell me how much it would cost to replant 2 severed limbs? Otonashi Chiya continued to ask, and do the father and daughter have no other family members? The hospital said that it would cost more than 1 million yuan, and the family members said that the wife of this family happened to have returned to her parents' home recently and is on her way here now. Ishii Rinka replied. Okay, I understand. Otonashi Chiya turned and walked toward the door. I'll go downstairs to pay the bill first. I'll trouble you here for now. It's no trouble. Advertisement. Ishii Rinka's face immediately showed joy. Because she heard that Vice Captain Otonashi had already raised the money for the surgery. Otherwise, the surgery fee of more than 1 million yen would be too much of a burden for a family that can only rent an ordinary apartment. Otonashi Chiya has been traveling through time for so long and has observed some special situations. That is, the Japan in this world does not seem to have experienced a bubble economy or a bubble economy burst, just like the Soviet Union in the original work did not disintegrate. This is probably because the World War II demon was swallowed by the chainsaw demon, and people completely forgot about World War II, which directly changed the world's pattern. The reason why the gun demon has not appeared for a long time is because it was crushed by Pachita a long time ago and its body was kept by certain countries. The current world situation can be seen from the ownership rate of the gun devil in each country. The Soviet Union was the strongest, followed by the United States, and Daxia ranked third, and there was a gap after that. Japan and those EU countries are just average and are far behind Daxia. It is very likely because World War II no longer exists, Japan is no longer a dog raised by the United States, and the United States has not supported Japan, resulting in Japan's current weak national strength and economic failure. Naturally, there will be no bubble economy and burst. Otherwise, 1993 would have been the lowest point after the bursting of the bubble economy, but Otonashi Chiya didn't feel it at all. In short, the Japanese economy has neither taken off nor collapsed, and ordinary people's wages are also very ordinary. In a place like Tokyo with an extremely high consumption level, they can only maintain their daily lives at best, and many people cannot afford medical treatment. When Otonashi Chiya paid the bill and returned to the ward, the family members of the father and daughter happened to arrive. Faced with the continuous bows and thanks, he felt a little embarrassed. It's just a small favor. Then he took out another 100,000 yen and said, take these as well. They will provide nutrition for your husband and daughter, so they can recover faster. Otonashi Chiya couldn't stand being thanked all the time, so he made up an excuse and left. Tokyo Public Security Bureau, meeting room. Several senior public security officials, including Yoshimura Taki, are in a meeting. This is a meeting specially convened for Otonashi Chiya alone. The police report has come out. Except for the clones that died suddenly after the original Earthworm demon died, almost all the wounds were caused by the same person. That person is Otonashi Chiya. In that case, didn't Otonashi Chiya kill all the demons by himself? It should be. His performance is too exaggerated. He is in no way inferior to the one at the Kishibe back then. We don't have to worry about the Tokyo Public Security Bureau being in a state of lack of successors. The cabinet seems to have been impressed by Otonashi's outstanding performance and wants to use him to raise Japan's international reputation and influence, just like Kishibe and Guangxi did with the Celestial Empire.
Oh, did you say you want to join forces with any country?
It hasn't been revealed yet, but it's most likely the Soviet Union or the United States. After all, they have already cooperated with Daxia. Chapter 47. The Bad Drinking Ji, the Innocent Hayakawa Aki. Otonashi Chiya was not informed of this meeting among Tokyo's top public security officials. Otonashi Chiya naturally didn't know the content of the meeting, but the higher-ups did inform him of one thing. He could take a 10-day paid leave. This was to allow the demon hunter to fully rest and recuperate after fighting with demons. Of course, he could come back to work anytime he wanted during this period. These are some of the aspects in which the public security system has better welfare than the private sector. Not only do they have a very high basic salary, but they also receive bonuses when they kill demons. They can also take paid vacations after completing each mission, and they also have the highest quality medical insurance. But the disadvantage is that it is too dangerous, which is the only and most fatal disadvantage. Once a person dies, no matter how high the welfare is, it is useless. Although the family can get a generous inheritance and pension, that's it. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was preparing dinner at home. After making dinner, when he was halfway through eating, he said to Densi, "I'm going to have dinner with my colleagues later. You should study hard with teacher Dongshan. If there is anything delicious, I will bring it back for you." He remembered that Densi liked to eat fried meat, grilled meat and so on. Densi nodded obediently. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Otonashi Chiya met with Hayakawa Aki and Himeno at the agreed hotel. He also saw a few unfamiliar faces. Of course, Chiya had asked for his opinion in advance, and he made it clear that he didn't mind. Chiya then invited a few colleagues from the Demon Exorcist Section 3 to come over, otherwise it would be a bit too lonely if there were only the three of them. "Is this the vice captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1? I've heard of your name for a long time, but I've never seen you before." "I haven't seen him yet, but he looks much more handsome than I thought." "This is quite a coincidence. I heard that Captain Kishibe, who was also an S-rank rookie back then, was also a handsome guy." As soon as Otonashi Chiya came in, the colleagues from Exorcism Section 3 started talking. Otonashi Chiya nodded to them and said, "It's our first meeting, thank you for your guidance." Seeing that the vice captain of Demon Exorcism Section 1 was not arrogant, they became more relaxed and warmly invited Otonashi Chiya to take a seat. Come to think of it, Vice Captain Otonashi is only 18 years old, and Hayakawa Aki is also very young, so let's order more juice and drinks. "Really? Is Vice Captain Otonashi still so young? I heard that he defeated several demons by himself today." Today, Otonashi Chiya's achievements have spread throughout the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, especially some people in the Demon Exorcist Section 1 who boasted about it to their friends in other sections. After all, they would feel proud that their vice captain of the Demon Exorcist Section 1 is so strong. It's true. That's why a genius is a genius. We demon hunters can't just rely on demons. Physical talent is also important. Advertisement when they were discussing Otonashi Chiya's age and talent quite enthusiastically. At this time, Ji Yi interrupted them and said, "Come on, start eating. It's okay to talk while eating, or the food will get cold." "That's true. Then, I'll start." Japanese people have a habit of saying, "I'm eating," before they start eating. Otonashi Chiya followed the local customs and put his hands together, "I'm going to eat." Less than half an hour later, a girl who had drunk a few glasses of draft beer and was a little drunk suddenly said to Otonashi Chiya, "Otonashi-kun, why don't you come to our Demon Exorcism Section 3 and be the captain? Our captain will definitely be willing to give up his position." "It's not something I can decide." Otonashi Chiya smiled. Himeno laughed, "This girl is drunk again. Otonashi-kun, you don't have to worry about her." Hiccup. She burped right after she finished speaking, and her face was obviously flushed, making her look even drunker than that girl. At this moment, Himeno suddenly stood up and stared straight at Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki suddenly had a bad feeling. "What do you want to do?" Then, Himeno fell forward onto Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki could actually react, but he didn't want Senior Himeno to fall to the ground directly, and after hesitating for a moment, it was too late. The indescribable dividing line. Otonashi Chiya took a sip of juice with a nonchalant expression, as if nothing had happened. Everyone else was just happily watching the show, and no one went to help Hayakawa Aki at all. After all, both men and women had suffered, and they had also reminded Hayakawa Akira in advance, so they had done their best. Fortunately, this time, Senior Himeno did not vomit, and Hayakawa Aki pushed Senior Himeno away after being stunned for a few seconds. As an innocent boy, Hayakawa Aki's defense was immediately broken. He stared at Ji Yi with eyes wide open, looking angry but not quite angry. A slight blush appeared on his face. I wonder if he was too angry to speak. However, Ji Yi had already fallen asleep and started snoring. Hayakawa Aki was helpless and had no idea what to do with Senior Himeno. Forget it, forget it. Just be more careful next time. We learned our lesson the same way at the beginning. Advertisement. Someone comforted Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki fell silent and had no appetite to continue eating. He planned to go to the bathroom to calm down. Hayakawa-kun is really innocent. I hope this won't be too much of a blow to him. Then ask Himeno-senpai to take responsibility, otherwise she will probably forget it when she wakes up tomorrow. Senior Ji has fallen asleep, and we are all quite full. I think it's time for us to go back, right? At this time, everyone was talking freely. After Hayakawa Aki came back from the bathroom after calming down, everyone discussed going back. Hayakawa-kun, although it may be a little hard for you to accept, I still have to ask you to take care of Himeno-senpai. We can't take care of ourselves, and Vice Captain Otonashi probably doesn't know where Himeno-senpai's home is. Except for Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Akira, everyone present had drunk some alcohol, so only Hayakawa Akira was the most suitable person to send Himeno-senpai home. It's okay. I'm fine. Hayakawa Aki seemed to have really calmed down, and his tone was very calm. He put Himeno-senpai's arm on his shoulders. After all, he is relatively calm and won't get upset over things like that. He may still be dissatisfied in his heart, but he won't show it. Let me get you a taxi. Otonashi Chiya hailed a taxi and prepared to go back with Hayakawa Aki and Himeno. His dormitory and Hayakawa Aki's dormitory are in the same apartment building, so after sending Himeno-senpai home, they can go back together. Sitting in the car, Hayakawa Aki said nothing. Otonashi Chiya could see that Hayakawa Aki must still find it hard to accept what happened in the restaurant, so he didn't say any meaningless nonsense and directly gave Hayakawa Aki the gun demon meat slice that he found in the corpse of the earthworm demon today. Anyway, this thing is useless to him and it can't add any attribute points to him. Don't you want to take revenge on the gun devil? Let's just let today's incident go and study this thing more. Otonashi Chiya did not intend to tell Hayakawa Akira the truth about the devil with the gun so soon, because the truth was too cruel and too humorous for Hayakawa Akira, and he was afraid that Hayakawa Akira could not bear it. Right now, Hayakawa Aki's mind is still filled with hatred for the gun devil. When Senior Himeno gradually gains a place in Hayakawa Aki's heart, then Hayakawa Aki will be able to take it less seriously. Thank you very much. When Hayakawa Akiichi saw the gun devil meat slice, he was immediately moved, and the unhappiness in his heart was instantly forgotten. Chapter 48 God's Power, Susanoo. Just as Otonashi Chiya expected, a piece of gun devil meat instantly improved Hayakawa Aki's mood. But this way he couldn't tell Hayakawa Aki the secret of the gun devil right now. The secret is that the threat of the gun demon has actually disappeared long ago, and its main body has long since fallen apart. Even if Japan did not obtain the gun demon's body, the top leadership, cabinet, chose to keep it secret, because the gun demon's meat slices are also very strong, and the cabinet needs a steady supply of tools to collect meat slices for them. The toolman refers to the public security demon hunter. The cabinet has always asked the public security departments in various places to collect gun demon meat slices as an important task, especially the Tokyo Public Security Department, which attaches the most importance to gun demon. In other words, the Japanese high-ranking officials took advantage of the anger and hatred of the children who were harmed by the gun demon back then, making them willing to take the initiative to become public security demon hunters and carry out completely meaningless revenge, because the gun demon had long since fallen apart and lost his memory. More than 80% of these people ended up being killed by demons, and were completely unaware of the cabinet's ugly conspiracy until their death. This cruel and ridiculous tragedy is beyond the ability of Hayakawa Aki to bear at the moment. At night, Tokyo's night market is brightly lit and bustling. The entire street is filled with various entertainment venues, including restaurants, bars, video game arcades, cinemas, clubs, street food stalls. The flow of people is very large. But tonight's night market is not peaceful. At this time, Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki happened to pass by this street. In addition to the noise, they also heard screams and cries for help. Otonashi Chiya realized that a demon might have appeared, and immediately said to the driver, "Driver, we will get off here." Oh, the driver didn't notice what was happening, he just listened to Otonashi Chiya's order to stop the car. Hayakawa Aki reacted quickly and helped Himeno-senpai out of the car. He and Otonashi Chiya had almost the same idea. There must be a demon in that street, and he couldn't leave Himeno-senpai in the car. Otherwise the driver would be so scared when he saw the demon that he would step on the accelerator and run away. You stay here and watch over Senior Ji first. I will go and find the location of the demon. Otonashi Chiya said to Hayakawa Aki. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. Seeing Otonashi suddenly disappear, Hayakawa Aki couldn't even see which direction Otonashi went for a while. He also listened to what Otonashi said, and supported Himeno-senpai while they waited here, not making any rash moves on his own, which would have easily put Himeno-senpai in danger. Advertisement. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already transferred himself to the top of a tall building in the distance. Standing steadily on the tall building, Otonashi Chiya looked down at the night market below. His eyes immediately caught the devil's position, right below him. And there was not just one demon, but two demons coming at the same time. The crowd below had already fled in all directions, but some were injured by objects and trampled by the crowd and were unable to move. I'm afraid they will soon become food in the mouths of the devil. Otonashi Chiya certainly couldn't just sit there and watch, and he had been thinking about finding an opportunity to test Susanoo today, so here came the chance. He leaned forward and landed freely, in the moment before landing. Susanoo. Boom. With a loud bang, the broken ground kicked up a cloud of dust. Otonashi Chiya landed on the ground intact, with the light blue Susanoo ribs wrapped around his entire body, and the concrete floor under his feet was already cracked. The abilities of each pair of Mangekyō Sharingan are unique. The first and second powers of Kamui correspond to two different eye techniques, namely offensive Kamui and defensive Kamui. The third power is Susanoo, which any Mangekyō Sharingan possesses, also known as the power of God. Currently he was only using the initial form, the 2 or 3 meter high Susanoo ribs, and he could already feel that a small part of his body had been hollowed out. Susanoo is formed by the materialization of chakra, and in Otonashi Chiya's case it is materialized by vitality, which can be said to be an absolute defense. This huge noise immediately attracted the attention of the people around. What is this? Is there another demon? Damn it, why are there 3 demons in a place like this at the same time? We can only wait for the public security demon hunters to come to support us. No, that looks like a human, probably the demon hunter. At first, most people mistakenly thought that another demon had appeared because the huge blue-green rib was so eye-catching. When they looked closely, they found that there was a human boy inside the huge rib. At the same time, the attention of the 2 demons was also attracted, and no one was killed by the demons yet. Although the initial form can grow Susanoo arms, Otonashi Chiya feels that it is not enough, so he decisively advances to the first form. Crack, advertisement Susanoo began to grow rapidly with its ribs as the center, making sounds like bones growing, and grew a relatively complete upper body with a head and arms. Its appearance was that of a skull, and its height increased to nearly 10 meters, instantly surpassing the height of the 2 demons. He did not continue to advance to the second form or above, because the first form was more than enough to deal with the demon in front of him, and going any further would be serious output overflow. What the hell? Everyone around was stunned and looked up at the blue-green giant in front of them in shock. Among them were many civilian demon hunters who had just arrived. They had never seen such demonic power, and the shock it caused to their hearts was undoubtedly enormous. Even the 2 demons were stunned. They couldn't tell for a moment whether the blue giant in front of them was a human or one of their own. What the hell are you? Even if they had very sensitive noses, it was useless because there were so many humans around, and Otonashi Chiya was wrapped in Susanoo, so the demons couldn't smell him at all. Otonashi Chiya didn't waste any words with the demons. He controlled Susanoo's hands and grabbed the 2 demons, which were only 5 or 6 meters tall. It was like he was holding 2 dwarfs in his hands. Then squeeze it hard. Bang. Bang. Both demons were crushed by Susanoo's hands. Ding. Host successfully hunted down the coffee demon and obtained attribute points. 8. Ding. Host successfully hunted down the grill demon and obtained attribute points. 10. In an instant, blood, flesh, large intestines, and small intestines were flying everywhere. For the ordinary people around, this scene must be something they have never seen before in their lifetime. They were so shocked that they forgot to dodge the flying demonic flesh and stared blankly at Otonashi Chiya's Susanoo. The several civilian demon hunters present had never seen this way of hunting demons. In their eyes, the most powerful method was the fox demon power of the public security demon hunter. The young man in front of them could actually summon a giant directly. At this time, Otonashi Chiya released the Susanoo form. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he said to the civilian demon hunters in a calm tone, "I am Otonashi, the deputy captain of the Tokyo Public Security Exorcism Division 1, but I think I stole your prey?" After hearing this, the civilian demon hunters finally recovered from their shock and nodded repeatedly. No, we can't fight 2 demons at the same time. Thank you very much for your support. Chapter 49 Crazy. Assists. You should know that neither the coffee demon nor the grill demon are very weak demons. It is difficult for ordinary civilian demon hunters to deal with just one of them, let alone these 2 appear at the same time. Therefore, if Otonashi Chiya did not take action, they would not be able to defeat these 2 demons at all, and there would be no question of their prey being stolen. Then, Otonashi Chiya contacted the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and the police and stopped caring about the scene. Wait, he just said he's the vice captain of Exorcism Section 1? I just heard this afternoon that the vice captain of Section 1 seems to be the S-rank public security rookie who has become famous recently. No wonder he's S-ranked. I don't know what kind of demon he contracted, his abilities are so perverted. The demon that we couldn't defeat even if we tried our best was crushed to death by him in one blow. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with him. The civilian demon hunters sighed. At this time, Otonashi Chiya looked at the shops on this street. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he walked towards a barbecue restaurant in the distance that was not affected by the demons. Everyone was immediately curious about what he was going to do there. The owner of the barbecue restaurant was also stunned. Next, they saw Otonashi Chiya starting to select ingredients. This scene immediately shocked everyone. This person was just planning to eat barbecue. "Boss, these are it. Pack them up for me to take away later." Otonashi Chiya ordered some sausages, meatballs, chicken wings, chicken legs, etc., all of which were Densei's favorites. He did not forget to bring some delicious food back for Dionki. Freshly grilled barbecue is always better than the cold leftovers from the restaurant. The boss was stunned for a moment before nodding in a daze. Okay. Next, the boss baked the cake very hard and seriously, fearing that it would not be baked well and make customers unhappy. For him, Otonashi Chiya's quick resolution of the demon saved his business, Otherwise the demon might have destroyed his barbecue restaurant. His barbecue restaurant is more important than his life. Otonashi Chiya waited for about 10 minutes, during which time Hayakawa Akiya had already come over with Himeno-senpai, because he realized that the demon seemed to have been killed. Otonashi, are you still not full? Seeing Otonashi waiting for the barbecue, Hayakawa Aki couldn't help but ask. I'm full. I just wanted to bring some delicious food back to Densei. Otonashi Chiya said, by the way, would you like to have 2 skewers? It's my treat. No thanks, I can't eat anymore. Hayakawa Aki shook his head. After the boss packed up the barbecue, Otonashi Chiya asked, how much are these? The boss shook his head repeatedly. No, you are my lifesaver. How can I charge you money? One thing is another thing. Otonashi Chiya didn't want to take advantage of this small advantage, so he just put down a few thousand yen and left without asking the boss for change. Advertisement. He hailed another taxi, and together with Hayakawa Aki, he sent Senior Himeno back home. Senior Ji, we're already home, wake up. In front of the door, Hayakawa Aki wanted to wake up Senior Himeno. But Ji was sleeping very deeply, and it took several pushes before he finally responded. Still half asleep, he groggily responded, what? I'm home now. Where are your keys? Hayakawa Aki repeated it again. In my pocket. Ji slowly took out a bunch of keys from his trouser pocket and handed them directly to Hayakawa Aki. Hayakawa Aki then used the key to open the door and helped Himeno-senpai to the sofa in the living room. Ji fell asleep again. Wake up, this is not a bedroom. Hayakawa Aki couldn't stand this and couldn't help but remind him. Otonashi Chiya consciously did not follow them in, but waited for Hayakawa Aki outside the door. He can't help much anyway, and his presence would only delay other people. At this time, Hayakawa Aki saw honey on the table and went to make a cup of honey water for Himeno. The honey water made a sound when it was placed on the tea table, and Ji slowly opened his eyes at this time.
Chu-jun is quite considerate. Ji teased in a drunken manner.
I just can't stand seeing Himeno-senpai sleeping in the living room without taking a shower. Hayakawa Aki said indifferently. Drink this cup quickly to sober you up, then take a shower and go to bed. Yes. Ji slowly sat up and drank the glass of honey water. After a while, she was indeed more awake and felt better. Seeing that Himeno-senpai's condition had improved, Hayakawa Aki said, then Otonashi and I will leave first. Wait, at this time, Ji called out to Hayakawa Aki, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to stay and accompany me? Hayakawa Aki was silent for a moment, then said, I should go back and take a shower and go to bed. Advertisement, tisk. There was a hint of coquettishness in Ji's tone. Chu-jun is really like a hypocrite. Hayakawa Aki fell silent again. He didn't want to talk anymore, so he turned around and walked out the door. Chu-jun, come back here. Take this. When Hayakawa Aki turned around, he saw a bunch of keys flying towards him. In fact, he subconsciously reached out to catch it before he could even see what it was. Isn't this your key? Hayakawa Aki asked with a puzzled look on his face. It's okay, this is the spare key. I still have the original key here. After saying that, Jia fell directly on the sofa again. Then go, and next time when you send me home, don't wake me up. Hayakawa Aki looked at the spare key in his hand and hesitated for a while, but finally accepted it. He walked out of the door, closed the door for Senior Jia, and reminded him, Senior Jia, don't forget to lock the door. I know, Ji responded. Hearing this confused voice, Hayakawa Aki felt a little worried, but he couldn't help Senior Himeno lock the door. Why don't you stay and help her lock the door? At this time, Otonashi Chiya suddenly spoke. No, Ji-senpai is the only one at home, it's not appropriate for me to stay. Hayakawa Aki said seriously, what does it matter? You won't do anything to Himeno-senpai, right? Otonashi Chiya smiled faintly and said, what if Ji Senior forgets to lock the door and falls asleep, and a bad guy takes advantage of the opportunity to break in? Hayakawa Aki was indeed a little worried about this issue, and he became hesitant after hearing what Otonashi said. Senior Ji has given you the spare key, which means he trusts you very much, there is nothing inappropriate about it. Otonashi Chiya continued. All right, Hayakawa Aki finally compromised and decided to stay at Himeno-senpai's house tonight. After Senior Ji returns to his bedroom, he can just sleep on the sofa in the living room. Otonashi Chiya gave such a crazy assist, and it was successful. Seeing Hayakawa Aki returning to Himeno-senpai's small villa, he walked home alone in a happy mood. Chapter 50 A warm scene. When I got home, it was only around 9 o'clock. Otonashi Chiya looked calm and at ease, as if nothing had happened. I guess Densei was still studying, and it was Pachita who came out to open the door again. Woof, at this moment, Pachita seemed to be attracted by the aroma of a bag of barbecue in Otonashi Chiya's hand, and immediately came over to smell it. This is what I brought back for you to eat, Otonashi Chiya said as he touched Pachita's head. After hearing this, Pachita immediately ran into Densei's bedroom, running very fast on his 4 short legs. Woof, woof, Pachita seemed to be calling Densei to come out for some delicious food. But Denji didn't understand Pachita's cry. I'm still learning, Pachita, stop it. Densei, that's all we need to learn tonight. Come out and eat first, or it will be cold later. Otonashi Chiya also came in and called Densei, brother Chiya. When Densei turned around and saw what Chiya brother was holding, he suddenly remembered that Chiya brother had promised to bring back some delicious food. She suddenly lost interest in studying and immediately put down the pen. Dongshan Zhaohong standing by also felt that the time was about up. She had been teaching for exactly 2 hours today, so she didn't say anything. But as soon as she smelled the aroma of barbecue, she suddenly began to feel a little uneasy. Dongshan Zhaohong followed Dianqi out of the bedroom, thinking that she would leave as soon as the other party settled her daily salary, otherwise she would really cry out of greed. Otonashi Chiya immediately settled the salary for Higashiyama Zhaohong, giving her another 5,000 yen, just over the amount given. This is also quite convenient. Just give a 5,000 yen bill. Thank you so much. Dongshan Zhaohong immediately bowed to express her gratitude after receiving the extra salary. Then she was ready to rush out the door. Every second of smelling the barbecue aroma was a huge torture for her. How about you eat some barbecue before going back? At this moment, Otonashi Chiya spoke. Advertisement. Dongshan Zhaohong stopped walking immediately. She turned around and looked at Otonashi Chiya with embarrassment. The blush on her face deepened. Is it really okay for me? Of course, I bought quite a lot, and I'm quite full now. You can just share it with Densi and Pachita. Otonashi Chiya's smiled path. When he was at the barbecue restaurant, he considered Dongshan Zhaohong, so he bought a lot more. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly felt that the surprise came so suddenly and became very excited. For her, even eating a meal of meat is a luxury, let alone barbecue. Barbecue is much more expensive than buying discounted meat in the supermarket. It is a luxury that she can't afford normally. Not to mention barbecue, she has only eaten ice cream once in her life. The only time I had it was on my birthday when I was a kid. It was so delicious and I was so excited that I only took 2 bites and accidentally dropped the ice cream in my hand. Otonashi Chiya's smile was slightly awkward. Although he had long known about Dongshan Zhaohong's experience and personality, seeing Zhaohong's reaction in person was still a little. Then he changed the plate, put the barbecue on it and placed it on the dining table. I'm starting, woof. Denji and Toyama Zhaohong spoke almost at the same time, and Pachita also followed suit and put his hands together. Then Dongshan Zhaohong ate it carefully and in small bites, for she was afraid to mess it up again like she did when she ate the ice cream. So delicious. Dongshan Zhaohong took a bite and immediately burst into tears of happiness. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Dongshan Zhaohong's Intimacy, LV2, and gains attribute points. 4. Otonashi Chiya was sitting nearby, his chin supported by one hand, and he was enjoying the heartwarming scene before him. In the end, Denji ate the most, as she almost wolfed it down, followed by Pachita. Dongshan Zhaohong was rather reserved and could only eat 2 skewers, but she was already extremely satisfied. She had never been so satisfied in her life. Thank you so much. After eating, Dongshan Zhaohong said to Otonashi Chiya again. It's nothing. It's not something very expensive or special. Otonashi Chiya explains. Advertisement? No, this is already very precious to me. Dongshan Zhaohong lowered her head slightly and said with a slightly depressed look. How about this? Letting you eat midnight snacks every day is not good for your health. You can come over in the afternoon to eat something delicious, and then tutor Dianqi in the evening. Otonashi Chiya's faint smile. He could guess that Dongshan Zhaohong must have given all her salary to her family, otherwise wouldn't it be easy for her to buy this kind of barbecue with 5,000 yen a day? It was not easy for him to interfere in other people's family affairs, so he used this method to make Zhaohong happier. Is it really possible? Dongshan Zhaohong couldn't believe it. Doesn't this mean that she can eat delicious food every day from now on? Eating delicious food is her biggest hobby and dream. I never brag. Otonashi Chiya's answer path. Dongshan Zhaohong was unable to express her gratitude in words, and she directly made the dagiza gesture towards Otonashi Chiya. There are 3 types of dagiza: black kneeling, white kneeling and fake kneeling. Black kneeling is being forced to kneel and being humiliated. White kneeling is expressing gratitude that is difficult to describe in words, and fake kneeling is the most common in Japan now. For example, when the authorities cannot come up with a reasonable solution to the anger of the people, they kneel first as a sign of respect. There is a sense of rogueness that says, I have already kneeled for you, what else do you want from me? At this time, Dongshan Zhaohong's kneeling down was naturally, in vain. Otonashi Chiya felt a little numb all of a sudden. He still couldn't adapt to the Japanese custom of sitting down from the ground. Hurry up and get up. He sighed slightly and immediately helped Dongshan Zhaohong up. Dongshan Zhaohong straightened her school uniform and suddenly remembered something. How should I address you appropriately? Although she already knew the other person's name was Otonashi Chiya, she had never figured out how to address him. For example, Mr. Otonashi, who seemed to be about the same age as her, didn't seem quite right. As for the sponsor, it feels a bit weird to call him that. Otonashi-kun is a bit impolite, because this name is a bit intimate. Dongshan Zhaohong was very careful. She didn't dare to use these titles lightly, for fear of accidentally displeasing this big money sponsor. You can call me whatever you want, even just call me Otonashi. Otonashi Chiya said casually. How can this be possible? Dongshan Zhaohong felt that the name Otonashi was even more impolite. She blushed and whispered, then I'll just call you Otonashi-kun. Chapter 51. Exhausted Hayakawa Aki, gift extra 1/2. Yayuki. Otonashi Chiya gladly accepted. Okay, from now on I will call you Otonashi-kun. Dongshan Zhaohong's voice became softer and softer, and her face became redder and redder. For people who are extroverts or somewhere in between, Otonashi-kun is actually a pretty normal name, with a hint of respect. But for an introvert, especially someone as severe as Dongshan Zhaohong, who simply suffers from severe social anxiety, calling her Otonashi, or her full name will not make her feel embarrassed. Seeing Dongshan Zhaohong's reaction, Dianqi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had noticed something. She curled her lips slightly. It turned out that teacher Dongshan was an enemy. After a while, Dongshan Zhaohong realized that it was already 9:30, so she put on her school bag and prepared to go home. Then I'll go back first. Well, see you tomorrow. Otonashi Chiya bids farewell to him. The next morning, Otonashi Chiya arrived at the Tokyo Public Security Headquarters to clock in for work half an hour early. Although the senior public security officials allowed him to take a paid vacation, he still wanted to go out more often to hunt demons. At this time, he was drinking tea in the rest area, and soon he saw Hayakawa Aki and Himeno coming. Good morning, Otonashi-kun. Senior Ji is still as energetic as always. There were obvious dark circles under Hayakawa Aki's eyes, and it seemed that he did not sleep well last night, and his face looked a little tired. Good morning, by the way, Hayakawa, what's wrong with you? Otonashi Chiya asked with some concern. He was quite curious about what happened last night that made Hayakawa Aki become like this. Don't mention it. Hayakawa Aki's tone was full of helplessness. Last night, he had to spend a lot of effort to get Senior Jinye, who was sleeping on the sofa and was too lazy to move, to get up, take a shower, and go back to the bedroom to sleep again, while he himself lay on the sofa. If that were all, it would be great. However, he was awakened less than half an hour into his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw Senior Ji lying directly on top of him. This was naturally unacceptable to him. As a result, he spent the entire night on guard against Ji-senpai's night attack, and did not sleep well at all. Advertisement. Seeing that Hayakawa Aki didn't want to say anything, Otonashi Chiya didn't plan to ask any more questions. However, he could probably guess that Hayakawa Aki probably did nothing, but was harassed by Himeno-senpai. At this time, Ji not only did not look guilty at all, but also laughed and said, Chu-jun is too upright, ha 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 ha. Hayakawa Aki was a little annoyed, but he was not the kind of person who would really get angry. I won't go there again next time. No, I've already given you the spare key. From now on, I'll have to rely on you to take me home when I get drunk. Ji said with a smile. Hayakawa Aki no longer had the energy to argue with Himeno-senpai, so he sat down on the sofa next to Otonashi Chiya and leaned back in the chair with his whole body slumped. Ji sat directly next to Hayakawa Aki, still wanting to continue teasing Aki-kun. However, after a while, Hayakawa Aki's head began to shake, and after a few shakes, he fell directly onto Ji's shoulder. It seems that he is really tired. He can fall asleep like this. In this situation, Jiya stopped joking and gently placed Hayakawa Aki's head on his thigh. One hand slowly stroked Hayakawa Aki's hair, his eyes full of tenderness. I'm sorry, Chu-jun. I was a little too much last night, but I can't help it. I can't control myself when I'm drunk. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said nothing and drank tea quietly. Fortunately, there is still half an hour before the patrol starts, so Hayakawa Aki can have a good rest for a while. At exactly 9 o'clock, Himeno was still reluctant to wake up Hayakawa Aki. Otonashi Chiya didn't say anything either, because patrolling is relatively casual. As long as you arrive at the public security building to clock in on time and don't take too long to go on patrol, there won't be any problem. For example, now no one comes to remind them that it's time to go on patrol. However, Hayakawa Aki woke up a few minutes later. This was the effect of his biological clock. When Hayakawa Aki woke up, his first reaction was that it was bad. He didn't realize where he was lying yet, and immediately asked, what time is it? It's okay, it's only a few minutes past 9. If you want to sleep, it's okay to sleep for another half an hour. Himeno also wanted Hayakawa Aki to have more rest. When he saw Himeno-senpai's face and chin above his eyes, Hayakawa Aki suddenly realized that his perspective was very strange. His eyes suddenly widened, he sat up abruptly, and looked at Senior Ji with an indescribable look. Shock, confusion, complexity, depression, annoyance, all kinds of colors are in his eyes. Don't look at me like that. It was you, Chu-jun, who lay on top of me. Advertisement. Ji said seriously. If you don't know the truth, it would be hard to tell that she is lying. Hayakawa Aki rubbed his head, but he couldn't remember what had just happened. He didn't even realize when he fell asleep. In this case, he could only believe what Senior Ji said. Otonashi Chiya sat aside and said nothing, just secretly happy in his heart. Sorry Otonashi, I was careless this time. Let's go on patrol. Hayakawa Aki immediately stood up and said to Otonashi Chiya. Of course, he apologized for not going out on patrol in time, and for causing Otonashi and Himeno-senpai to wait here for him to wake up. However, after sleeping for more than half an hour, his mental state has improved a lot and he is still quite energetic. It's okay, let's go. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had a blank expression on his face, not looking angry at all, and even seemed to want to laugh. Walking down the street on daily patrol. At this time, Ji took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit it for himself. Of course she wouldn't ask Otonashi Chiya and Hayakawa Aki to smoke at the moment, after all, they're not yet adults. However, Otonashi Chiya does not plan to smoke even after he reaches adulthood. Because he once tried to smoke one on a whim but he didn't know what was going on and it went straight through his lungs, so the result was naturally terrible. He felt dizzy and uncomfortable at the time, and he never wanted to smoke again after that. I also wasted the money for a pack of cigarettes, and can only give it to classmates who can smoke. By the way, Shu Jun said before that he would never smoke or drink. It would be inconvenient to maintain good interpersonal relationships with colleagues if he did that. At this time, Ji Yi said casually, "It doesn't matter. I didn't plan to deal with any interpersonal relationships anyway." Hayakawa Aki said coldly, "I don't want to waste my time on anything other than the Gun Devil. P.S. The total gift value has reached 200, so I will update more chapters to thank everyone. If I can make it in time tonight, I will add another chapter. If not, I will make it up tomorrow. The plan is to add one more chapter on top of the daily guaranteed 2 chapters for every 100 in total gift value. Free gifts also count. The background shows that 1, generate power with love, gets 0.1. Each reader can send up to 3 gifts a day. So if 333 readers send 3, generate power with love, every day, they will actually have 100 gift values. So I hope everyone will participate more, but of course I won't force you. Chapter 52. Being mocked by the system, gift extra 2 halves. Another gun demon. Jia exhaled a puff of cigarette and said with emotion, "There are too many public security demon hunters who want to avenge the gun bastards like Chu Jun. There are a lot of such people in our Tokyo Public Security Bureau, but many of them died not long after working or resigned because they couldn't bear it. You have to think carefully. I have already prepared to die." Hayakawa Aki said this in a firm and resolute tone. "That won't do." Ji Yi's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked directly into Hayakawa Aki's eyes and said, "Aki-kun, you can't die. I don't want to see my partner die in front of me anymore." Seeing Senior Himena like this, Hayakawa Aki suddenly fell silent. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. "Okay, let's not talk about such heavy topics." At this time, Otonashi Chiya spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. "That's right. Oops, I was a little drunk just now." Ji Yi immediately returned to his usual casual self. Nothing happened today. They patrolled all day and didn't encounter any demons that they could hunt. Ding! Host activates achievement. Host returns empty-handed after a busy day, and gains attribute points. 1. Hearing this system voice, Otonashi Chiya's face suddenly turned black. This system actually mocked him. It would be fine if it was just a taunt, but only 1 attribute point was awarded, which is even more excessive than a taunt. But he also remembered that he had saved up some attribute points that had not yet been distributed. Allocated attribute points. 23, ding, allocation completed. HP plus 15, Strength plus 4, Speed plus 4. Strength. 50, Speed. 50, Chi and Blood. 165, when I got off work and went home at 5 p.m., Dongshan Zhaohong happened to come over. "Good afternoon, Otonashi-kun." She immediately greeted Otonashi Chiya, but her expression was still a little unnatural. "Advertisement, I bought a lot of snacks and fruits and kept them at home. You can eat them as you like. If no one eats them, they will go bad if they are left for too long." Otonashi Chiya said casually. "Okay. Thank you very much, I'll be welcome then." Dongshan Zhaohong said solemnly. She ate some snacks and fruits to satisfy her craving and prepared to go back home because she would be scolded if she didn't go home on time for dinner. At this time, Dongshan Zhaohong asked in a pleading tone, "Can I take some back to share with my sister and sisters?" "Of course, no problem. You can take as much as you want." Otonashi Chiya said generously. It can't be said that he was generous. These things were not worth much money. He didn't know how many snacks and fruits he could get by killing a demon. Dongshan Zhaohong smiled happily, put 2 bags of snacks and 2 apples into her school bag and went back. She didn't dare put too much at once, because if the bag was too full it would easily be discovered by her parents. Once discovered, not only would the bag be confiscated but she would also be scolded. Throughout the whole day, Otonashi Chiya only gained 1 attribute point, and it seemed that this 1 attribute point was awarded to him by the system out of pity. After this lesson, he plans to start making use of paid leave. He would not go on patrol in the next few days unless there was a sudden expedition mission. During this time, you can spend more time at home with Densi and Pachita. At this moment, Denji, who was lying on the sofa reading a comic book, suddenly said to him, "By the way, Chiya-ni, didn't you agree before that you could fulfill one of my conditions? Now I always complete the homework assigned by Toyama-sensei." "Well, I remember. Have you thought about the conditions?" Otonashi Chiya heading out. "I've thought about it. When Chiya-ni is free, I want to take Pachita out with you. The place where you work won't not have holidays, right?" Densi suddenly became a little worried about this problem. Come to think of it, today is Saturday, but Chiya-san still went to work. "Yes, I'm on vacation now. Have you decided where to go?" Otonashi Chiya explains. To be honest, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau does not have fixed holidays such as weekends. After all, this profession is too special. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau is responsible for maintaining the safety and order of the entire Tokyo. At most, some people are at work while others are resting. There must not be a situation where everyone does not work on weekends. The devil who may appear at any time will not talk to you about weekends. Advertisement but regular paid vacations are no better than 2 days off a week, especially when they're paid. That's good, but I haven't decided where to go yet. Chiya will decide. You can take us anywhere. Before Densi met brother Chiya, he couldn't even have a meal a day, let alone go out to play. So she couldn't think of where she wanted to go for a while, and her mind went blank. But as long as she is with brother Chiya, she is happy no matter where they go. Otonashi Chiya thought for a while, how about this, I'll take you and Pachita to all the places to play tomorrow. All day. Great. Densi was so surprised that he almost jumped up from the sofa. When Dongshan Zhaohong came to tutor Densi in the evening, she deliberately said to Dongshan Zhaohong, Teacher Dongshan, I have to go out and play with brother Chiya tomorrow. There was a hint of boasting in his tone, as if he was announcing to his competitors that, the advantage is mine. However, Dongshan Zhaohong did not understand the deep meaning of this sentence, and said with a smile, it's good to go out and play on the weekends. It can also relax your mood. Because in her subjective consciousness, Densi is Otonashi's sister. Isn't it quite normal for a brother to take his sister out to play together on Sundays? She had no idea why Densi had always had a slightly strange attitude towards her. Speaking of respect, I respect her as a teacher quite a bit. To be honest, he is quite well behaved, but it just feels a little weird from time to time. Densi's cute, slightly proud face suddenly changed slightly. Why was Mr. Dongshan's reaction completely different from what she had imagined? Shouldn't you be anxious? Or, did Mr. Dongshan not take her, his enemy, seriously at all? Broken. Densi suddenly felt like he had turned into a clown. Chapter 53 Behind the scenes. As expected of Mr. Dongshan, his rank is quite high. Dianqi immediately regarded Dongshan Zhaohong as a greater threat. However, she is still studying and will not deliberately ignore what teacher Dongshan says. However, Dongshan Zhaohong had no idea what Dianqi imagined her to be like. If she knew the truth, she would definitely be stunned instantly. After the tutoring session, Densi took a nice bath and went to sleep full of anticipation. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning shone on Densi's face, and Densi immediately opened his hazy eyes. The first thought in her mind was the agreement she made with Chiya's brother yesterday. She immediately woke up from her drowsiness, sat up and jumped out of bed. She finished washing up as quickly as possible and then went to wake up brother Chiya. It turned out that Chiya's brother had already gone up and was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Brother Chiya got up so early. Densi was a little surprised. You too, don't you? Otonashi Chiya came out with 3 plates of breakfast. Today's breakfast was the same as usual, 2 poached eggs, a slice of bread and a cup of heated milk for each person, and of course Pachita also had one. Breakfast doesn't need to be luxurious, as long as it is nutritionally balanced. Otonashi Chiya put Pachita's plate on the table and let Pachita sit on the table to eat. He didn't intend to treat Pachita as an ordinary pet dog. Pachita jumped casually and easily landed on the dining table, which was much higher than it. After finishing breakfast and washing the dishes, Otonashi Chiya went out with Denji and Pachita. As usual, he used soft gauze to cover the chainsaw on Pachita's head, and then Densi picked up Pachita and walked away like a rag doll. Brother Chiya, where are we going first? Denji asked expectantly. It's early in the morning, let's go climb the mountain and see the scenery. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya explains. Last night he had already roughly thought of today's itinerary, and he had to go to at least 5 different places throughout the day. The first place is Mount Takao in Tokyo. Not only can you enjoy the red leaves, but you may also be able to see Mount Fuji from Mount Takao, and climbing the mountain can also give you some exercise. Speaking of which, it's time for Dianqi to get out and exercise more. Staying at home every day is not good for your health. Otonashi Chiya, if I remember correctly, Denji seems to have inherited a heart disease from his mother. He planned to take Densi to Tokyo Hospital for a checkup tomorrow or sometime to see if the medical skills transformed by the power of the devil could cure Densi's heart disease. If it couldn't be cured, he still had a backup plan. Of course, Pachita will not be forced to merge with Denji to become the Weapon Man, Chainsaw Man. Note. Another translation of Weapon Man is Devil Man. For the sake of convenience, we will write Weapon Man uniformly. It definitely depends on Pachita's wishes. Even if Pachita is unwilling, he still has a backup plan. Densi nodded obediently. If brother Chiya could take her out to play every day, she would definitely be happy to go out and exercise every day. Otonashi Chiya first took a car to the foot of Mount Takao, and then began to climb the mountain slowly. When you climb up, you will find a place where you can take a cable car, and you can enjoy the beautiful red leaves around you while riding the cable car. But when they were halfway up the mountain, an accident was about to happen. Suddenly, a demon appeared in front of me. It looked like a leaf, but was smaller than common demons, only about 2 or 3 meters tall. It had a human head on top, which looked a bit scary. The name sounds like a very weak demon. Its only means of attack is probably to grab people with its hands and stuff them into its mouth. Weaker demons generally don't have any special means of attack. Unless you swallow the gun demon meat, you will be upgraded to a new and very powerful ability. And just by looking at the size of this leaf demon, it is clear that it definitely does not have the meat of the gun demon, otherwise its size would be at least 2 or 3 times larger. At this time, there were many people climbing the mountain like Otonashi Chiya and his friends. There were more than a dozen people around them alone. The sudden appearance of the leaf demon made these people flee in panic. Run! The devil is coming! I don't want to die, I want to go home. Suddenly, screams were heard everywhere. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya's right hand was already on the hilt of the sword, intending to kill the leaf demon with one blow. But at this moment, Densei suddenly took the initiative and said, "Brother Chiya, can you let me try?" Although Densei always felt that fighting demons was a very dangerous thing, she had never successfully hunted a demon, and always felt a little itchy and regretful. Otonashi Chiya was slightly stunned. Obviously he didn't expect Densei to suddenly make this request. But he still agreed. "Okay, but you have to be careful, don't be careless when fighting a demon." Anyway, he was just watching from the side, and once Densei was in danger, he would take action in time to kill the leaf demon. The leaf demon is such a weak guy. No matter how fast he is, he can't be faster than his Kamui. This is also a very good opportunity for Densei to exercise his skills. It is not a good thing to keep Densei in a cradle without any danger. On the contrary, it may harm Densei. "Okay, Pochita, let's go." Denji took off the gauze on Pochita's head. Pochita let out a woof and immediately changed into combat form. Of course it can't be the black saw form, in which case there would be no chance of electric shock at all. The only difference is that the chainsaw on the head has become longer and can rotate. Denji grabbed the handle on Pochita's back, almost like he was using a normal chainsaw, and quickly rushed towards the leaf demon. The leaf demon also found that the little human girl looked the most threatening and decided to eat her first. It stretched out its hand and tried to grab Deonki directly, but Deonki dodged it easily. Then a huge wound was sawed open on its body, and its intestines and blood kept flowing out. Ah! The leaf demon suddenly became furious and slapped Deonki hard. This slap was much faster than the previous one. Denji, who lacked combat experience, did not anticipate such a ferocious attack and was too late to dodge. She subconsciously closed her eyes in panic, and immediately regretted her own overestimation of her own abilities. She hoped that Brother Chiya could come to save her, but she felt it was too late. However, at this moment, a space Uzumaki suddenly appeared on the leaf demon's arm, and the arm and space were distorted by the Uzumaki. Accompanied by a shrill cry from the leaf demon, half of its arm fell directly to the ground. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Help Behind the Scenes, and gains attribute points. 5. Chapter 54K Head. Densei didn't feel anything like being hit, and immediately opened his eyes in confusion. She didn't see the space Uzumaki just now, so naturally she didn't know how the leaf demon's arm disappeared. She turned her head and found that Brother Chiya was still standing there without moving. But she still felt that it must be Brother Chiya who saved her, otherwise how could the leaf demon be missing an arm out of thin air? Denji suddenly remembered what Chiya said before, that one should not be distracted when fighting against demons. He immediately focused his attention on the leaf demon and attacked it again with the chainsaw. The leaf demon with a broken arm was slow to react due to the pain, and Densei took the opportunity to saw it randomly. The leaf demon was soon sawed to death with screams. K-head. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya's left eye Kamui suddenly widened and focused on the leaf demon's neck, and his head was suddenly twisted off by the distorted space. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Grab the Head, and gains attribute points. 5. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the leaf demon, and obtained attribute points. 5. The K-head was successful and Otonashi Chiya gained attribute points. His action was equivalent to using the head to snatch the life from an enemy who had already been reduced to a sliver of health. However, the difference is that regardless of whether it is the demon killed by Densei or not, Densei will not receive any head count or economic rewards, but Otonashi Chiya can gain attribute points. Denji didn't care who killed the leaf demon, she just knew that she defeated the leaf demon and she was very happy. Brother Chiya, did you see that? I just defeated that demon. Denji ran back excitedly and said to Otonashi Chiya. Very good, Densei is already very good. Otonashi Chiya praises the way. Advertisement. Denji laughed happily. I will have to fight more demons in the future to improve my strength. Then Pochita and I will protect Chiya ni. Denji said confidently. Although she knew that Chiya's brother was very strong, she felt that she and Pochitado could catch up if they worked hard. Okay, I'm looking forward to it, Otonashi Chiya said with a smile.
Instead of discouraging Densei, he encouraged him.
Moreover, in his opinion, what Densei said was not bragging. If Densei became the Chainsaw Man, or Pochita returned to the larger black saw form, their upper limits of strength would be higher than the other. As for whether or not you can catch up with him in terms of strength, that's not important. I will definitely work hard. Densei suddenly felt more motivated. Otonashi Chiya contacted the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and police to inform them to come and deal with the body of the leaf demon, and then he continued to climb up with Denji and Pochita. We took the cable car and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of red leaves. The red leaves all over the mountains sway in the wind, like a burning red ocean, shining brightly under the sunlight.
Densei had never seen such a beautiful scenery before. His expression gradually became stunned, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's so beautiful."
Before winter comes, we can come here often to climb the mountains and enjoy the red leaves. Otonashi Chiya explains. Then, Chiya ni, can you bring me here to climb the mountain every time you have a day off? Densei tried to make more requests. The sight of red leaves is beautiful, but it would be even better if Chiya could accompany her to enjoy it. Advertisement, sure. In fact, as long as I get up early enough, I can come here and climb the mountain for an hour or two even when I'm at work. Otonashi Chiya explains. He usually goes to work at 9 a.m., but he and Densi set out before 7 a.m. this morning. As long as they get up early enough, they can go hiking anytime they want. Oh, that's great, Densi was immediately delighted. She was originally worried that brother Chiya would not meet her somewhat willful request, but in the end he spoiled her even more. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Pachita's Intimacy, LV3, and gains attribute points, 8. Pachita's favorability has risen to level 3, probably because he also thinks the red leaves are beautiful. After taking the cable car, we went down the mountain. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said, then let's go to the arcade next. When we're done playing, we can go have lunch. Great, I heard there are a lot of really fun games in the arcade. But Densi had only heard about it and had never been to an arcade in person. I'll take you there and you'll know. Otonashi Chiya took Densi to a nearby video game arcade. Video game arcades were very popular in this era because most branch house families did not have computers and computer games were very rare, so most people would go to video game arcades if they wanted to play games. Waiter, I want to rent a private room. Otonashi Chiya specially rented a private room. Although it would be much more expensive, it would make it convenient for Pachita and Denji to play video games together. Otherwise, Pachita's identity as a devil would be exposed in crowded places. After all, whose pet dog or even ragdoll would play video games? Come to think of it, Pachita seems to be a little addicted to video games now. Chapter 55. Soviet Cooperation, Domineering Agreement, Gift Extra 1/2. Denji and Pachita played in the private room until noon, while Otonashi Chiya watched from the side and occasionally went up to play a few rounds. I went to a relatively high-end restaurant at noon, watched a movie in the cinema in the afternoon, and then went to the mall to buy a lot of things. I didn't return home until the evening. Today's outing ended here. When I got back, I was very tired and fell directly on the sofa. Pachita was still full of energy, jumping up and down on the sofa. However, the quiet days did not last long. 2 days later, Otonashi Chiya received a notice. Tokyo Public Security Chief Yoshimura suddenly called him over to discuss something with him. It was obvious that it must be a very important matter, otherwise there would be no need to discuss it in private. Otonashi Chiya went to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau as soon as possible and entered the office of General Manager Yoshimura. Otonashi, recently a resolution has been decided that you will go to the Soviet Union for a period of time in the near future. Yoshimura Taki said straight to the point. Soviet Union? What for? Otonashi Chiya asked in confusion. Of course he knew that the Soviet Union in this world had not collapsed, and even surpassed the United States in terms of military strength. But he was suddenly asked to go to the Soviet Union, and he couldn't understand why. Let me be direct. The higher-ups want to use your power to enhance our country's international status and influence, so they discussed a cooperation with the Soviet Union, and now they have signed the relevant agreement. Yoshimura Taki explained in detail. But the Soviet side is quite overbearing. There are many overbearing clauses in the agreement, including that you must go to the Soviet side to work, rather than the Soviet demon hunters coming to partner with you. I see. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. He quickly realized that it should be the same as when Guangxi came to Tokyo Public Security Bureau and partnered with the Kishibe many years ago. That time it was a collaboration between Daxia and Japan. However, in comparison, the Soviet Union was more overbearing. Unlike Guangxi who came to Japan to partner with Kishibe, he had to go to the Soviet Union to work. After all, the Soviet Union is indeed the strongest country in the world today, and it possesses the largest proportion of gun demon bodies. The deterrent power of this thing crushes nuclear bombs, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is a super weapon of the country annihilating level. A small country like Japan that does not have the gun demon body will really be directly destroyed. Advertisement except for Makima who has developed to the late stage, or the big black saw. On Pachita taking action again, Japan has no means to deal with the gun demon at all, not to mention that Makima has not yet come to the world from hell at this time. The complete spear demon can be called a top hexagonal demon with high attack, high defense and high speed, but it encountered the more top-notch Pachita and the developed domination demon. Speaking of which, although the demon of domination's dominance ability is very buggy, it still needs to be developed. Nayuta, who has not developed much, is much weaker than Makima, who has developed for a long time. In the second part of the original manga, Nayuta even has difficulty dealing with ordinary people. To put it simply, the demon of domination is a developmental demon that is relatively weak in the early stages but has a very high upper limit. At this time, Yoshimura Taki continued, although the attitude of the higher-ups seems to be unacceptable, I still want to ask about your wishes. The fact that the higher-ups signed this unfair agreement shows their attitude very clearly. They don't care about Otonashi Chiya's wishes at all. As for me, I want to know when is the latest I have to go to the Soviet Union? Otonashi Chiya asked calmly. He still has some things he can't let go of here. He hasn't settled Densi and Pachita yet. He also has to take Densi to the hospital to check for a heart disease, and the troubles from the gang have not been completely resolved. The above, mentioned by Manager Fankin, must be referring to the cabinet. This shows how impatient those old bastards in the cabinet are. It has been so many years, and they finally have another S-level genius like Kishibe. Otonashi Chiya has just joined the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and they want to use his power to cooperate with the Soviet Union. At the latest, about a month later, Yoshimura Taki replied. 1 month, that's almost enough. Otonashi Chiya then said, then I have no objection. As long as I have dealt with the unresolved matters, I can leave at any time. Okay. Yoshimura Taki didn't expect that Otonashi Chiya would agree so readily. Even if Otonashi Chiya has any objections, the cabinet won't care. Then you don't have to come to work during this period. You can take paid leave to deal with the things you want to deal with. Yoshimura Taki tried his best to relax all the restrictions on Otonashi Chiya in order to make up for his guilt towards Otonashi Chiya. I have one more condition. Otonashi Chiya's straightforward way. Advertisement, just tell me, I will try my best to satisfy you as long as it is within my ability. Yoshimura Taki said without much hesitation. There's a powerful gang in Tokyo, and they even have their hands in other places outside of Tokyo. Not only do they have a large amount of gun devil meat in their possession, they are also a potential threat to my family. Therefore, I would like to use your power to eradicate this gang. As he spoke, Otonashi Chiya's tone became increasingly cold, his face became frighteningly cold, and a murderous intent was revealed deep in his eyes. Although the gangsters in Suginami district should have been turned into zombies, there are still many gangsters in other districts. Even if the gang members can't find the mastermind behind the scenes, they can't trace it back to him in Densei. After all, they are still a threat that has not been completely eliminated. He cannot tolerate even 0.01% of the threat from this gang, so they must be eradicated completely. If the story about the devil's meat slice of illegally possessing a gun is true, we will take action against that gangster even if you don't propose this condition. When he heard the words, gun devil's meat slice, Yoshimura Taki's expression changed slightly. This happened to be Otonashi Chiya's request, and he was willing to help. He personally gave orders to the public security demon hunters and the police without the approval of his superiors. Regardless of whether the gangster really hid the meat slices, we would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Then let's wait for 3 days. We will officially start the operation 3 days later. I will personally lead the team to eliminate the main force of their gang in Tokyo. Otonashi Chiya said an approximate time, but he had other things to do before then. Okay, then I will report to your superiors that you are willing to go to the Soviet Union within a month at the latest? Yoshimura Taki confirmed it again. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Otonashi Chiya explains. It's nothing, you can go back. Yoshimura Taki nodded. Otonashi Chiya said no more. After leaving the Tokyo Public Security Bureau for a while, his right eye moved and he moved himself into his own private space. Chapter 56. Zombie Army. Gifts and updates 2 halves. Otonashi Chiya now plans to find a zombie demon to confirm whether all the gangsters in Suginami district have been transformed into zombies. When it comes to the official operation, he will no longer need to worry about the Suginami district, but will eliminate all the gang members in other places. Otonashi Chiya left coordinates at the factory where the zombie demon was located, and Kamui's ability can directly achieve extremely precise, instant teleportation. If there are no coordinates, you are not sure where you will be teleported to, and you can only teleport blindly based on your feeling. Although so many days have passed, his intuition tells him that the zombie demons should still be residing in the same place. The next moment, Otonashi Chiya transferred himself into the deserted house. His current, chi and blood, strength is already high enough to withstand the consumption of ultra-long distance transmission. However, he will definitely not use this ability all the time for now. He will only use it when there is something more important. An abandoned house in Suginami Ward, Tokyo. I have more and more servants. It's so cool, the zombie demon laughed in ecstasy. A zombie army has suddenly formed in the abandoned house, but it usually does not let the zombie army go out to cause trouble, and just wants to stay here. If a foolish human came to it and signed a contract with it, it would naturally accept it with a smile. This way it won't be targeted by the demon hunters it hates the most. What's the fun? At this moment, the zombie demon suddenly heard a familiar voice. Suddenly, a space Uzumaki appeared in front of its eyes. Otonashi Chiya flew out of the space Uzumaki and landed on the ground very steadily. You, why are you here again? The zombie demon exclaimed. It hated other demon hunters, but it was filled with fear towards the human boy in front of it. Originally, it automatically terminated the contract with Otonashi Chiya after dealing with all the gangsters in Suginami district. Otonashi Chiya could not feel it because this kind of contract is invisible whether it is signed or terminated. It thought it was completely free, but it didn't expect that the other party would come knocking again not long after the contract was terminated. How could its reaction not be big? Advertisement, why can't I come? Otonashi Chiya asked back in a cold tone. Yes, of course. The zombie demon suddenly changed his attitude and spoke very honestly. At this time, Otonashi Chiya stopped playing with the zombie demon and got down to business. Don't worry, I'm not here to embarrass you this time. I just want to confirm whether all the gang members here have been turned into zombies by you. Of course, you can trust me to do the job. The zombie demon immediately showed Otonashi Chiya his achievements and gathered all the zombies in the house. Look, these are all members of the mafia. Otonashi Chiya took a quick look and saw hundreds of zombies in the entire house. Seeing that all the gangsters in Suginami district had been transformed into zombies and gathered here, he didn't have to worry too much. Because this way they can be sure that there will be no zombies in the gang headquarters when they attack. In the original work, the reason why there are so many zombies under the gang headquarters is probably because the specific content of the contract between the gang creditor and the zombie devil is to allow all gang members in Suginami district to obtain the power of the devil, so the gang members scattered in other places in Suginami district have become zombies because of the contract. But just as the contract between the gangster and the zombie demon came into effect, the zombie demon was killed by Densei who turned into a chainsaw man, and he didn't have time to gather the zombie gang members scattered in other places. Later, this group of zombies were taken in and hidden one by one under the gang's headquarters building, using them as their own biological weapons. Okay, great job. Otonashi Chiya said calmly. Then I will go back, but I remind you that you should behave yourself in the future. If you dare to go out and hurt humans or actively lure humans to make a contract with you, I will not let you go. No, I absolutely won't, the zombie demon quickly assured. Otonashi Chiya didn't waste any more words with the zombie demon and disappeared into the space Uzumaki formed by his left eye. Seeing that Otonashi Chiya had finally left, the zombie demon heaved a sigh of relief. However, it still didn't dare to say bad things about the other party behind his back. If the other party suddenly appeared again later, it would be doomed. After Otonashi Chiya's warning, the zombie demon decided that in the future, even if any idiot came to it to sign a contract, it would just tell the other person to get lost. It has no great interest in eating humans, and turning humans into zombies is just driven by its instinct. In fact, there is no substantial benefit. At most, it is like collecting figures. The zombie army, figures, it has now are enough for it, and there is no need to risk being killed by that human boy and infect others. That's right. Advertisement at this moment, Otonashi Chiya suddenly poked his face out from the space Uzumaki, which scared the zombie demon. It's a demon, but it was almost scared to death by this elusive human boy. So demon hunters are really disgusting. I'll need to borrow your zombie army when the time comes, is that okay with you? No, I don't have any opinions at all. Returning to the Kamui space, Otonashi Chiya then transferred himself to another space coordinate, which was his own home. Before going to the Soviet Union, he had to ask Densi to have a physical examination, otherwise he would be worried. Densi, I'm taking you to the hospital for a physical checkup now. I'm afraid you might have some problems from all the years of malnutrition. Otonashi Chiya found an excuse and said, there shouldn't be any problem. Densi thought about it and changed his words, no, it seems there is something wrong. It suddenly occurred to her that she might have inherited her mother's heart disease. Thinking of this, her face suddenly became a little. If that were true, wouldn't I be dead in a few years? It's been so hard to finally live this dream life, but I can't enjoy it for many more years. Seeing the depressed look on Denji's face, Otonashi Chiya immediately comforted him. Don't worry, if it really happens, I will find a way to cure you completely. Hearing this, Denji's expression suddenly improved a lot, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, I believe in Chiya ni. After going through so many things, she has almost unconditional trust in Brother Chiya. She feels that whatever Brother Chiya says, he can definitely do it. Afterwards, Denji followed Otonashi Chiya to Tokyo Hospital by car. Since Otonashi Chiya is a demon hunter of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, and especially the vice captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1, it is essential for him to have priority here. He almost immediately made an appointment with a chief physician to conduct relevant examinations. After a series of checks, it was confirmed that there really was. This is bad news. But there is also good news, that is, Tokyo Hospital has the power of the devil that can cure it. Chapter 57. Encircle and suppress the gang. On this day, Otonashi Chiya stayed with Denji at the Tokyo Hospital. With the help of the devil's power, the attending physician successfully cured the disease. Otonashi Chiya can also rest assured that Denji will no longer have any problems with his health. After the general manager Yoshimura Taki learned about this situation, he directly reimbursed Otonashi Chiya for all the expenses at the Tokyo Hospital. After Densi recovered, he returned home happily. Otonashi Chiya planned to tell Densi that he would be sent to the Soviet Union soon. Densi, I want to tell you something. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Denji with a serious face. I will go to the Soviet Union in about a month. This is a mission assigned to me by my superiors. Soviet Union? Denji's expression suddenly changed slightly. This seems to be another country. Although she didn't know where the Soviet Union was, she knew that foreign countries were far away from Japan. Doesn't this mean that Chiya's brother won't be able to come back to see her for a long time? Well, it's a bit far, but it's still a month away, and even if I go to the Soviet Union, I will come back to see you at least once a week. Otonashi Chiya said softly. With Kamui's ability, no matter where he is in the Soviet Union or elsewhere, he can transfer himself back home at any time if he wants to. It's just a matter of consuming his vitality and pupil power. However, he had already experienced the consumption of long-distance transmission when he went to find the zombie demon before, so using it 2 or 3 times a day was no problem at all. But when he really went to the Soviet Union, he couldn't find opportunities to come back every day to see Dianki and Pachita. Coming back once or twice a week would be enough. Okay, I understand. Since Chiya brother comes back to see him once a week, Densi doesn't find it so difficult to accept. And she didn't want to appear ignorant, lest she be disliked by Brother Chiya. I feel reluctant, but I don't say it out loud because it would only make things difficult for Brother Chiya. So good. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya then rubbed Denji's head. He was not in a hurry to tell Densi too many things now, such as asking him to take good care of himself. After all, he would go to the Soviet Union in a month. He would give Densi some good instructions before leaving. Next, Otonashi Chiya's current focus will be on eradicating the gangs. During the remaining time, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and the police made full preparations for the upcoming special operation. Soon, the day of official action arrived. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau's Exorcism Division was fully mobilized, and a large number of police officers cooperated in the operation, ostensibly because they suspected that the gang was hiding guns. The Demon Exorcist Section 1, led by Otonashi Chiya, is responsible for raiding the gang's headquarters in Tokyo, a high-rise building, which is also the most important place for this gang. The privately stored guns and devil meat slices are hidden here. The rest of the demon exorcism classes all acted separately to raid local gang forces. It was equivalent to raiding all places at the same time, catching the gang off guard. Although the gangs have guns, there are still special channels to obtain guns even though Japan strictly prohibits the circulation of guns. However, using guns against demon hunters can only have a significant effect through sneak attacks. This time, the Tokyo Public Security Bureau cooperated with the police in a frontal assault and was well prepared. How could they not have things like bulletproof vests and explosion-proof shields? Right now, Otonashi Chiya has led the Demon Exorcism Section 1 to the gang headquarters, and police cars and personnel have surrounded the building. He didn't call Ambion to come, and Ambion was too lazy to move. After all, the Ambion in the original work was just slacking off the whole time, otherwise there would be no need for Dionki to deal with the useless sword, the samurai sword weapon man. And Ambion could have easily picked up the useless sword. The name, Waste Knife, is not groundless. If no one helps him to revive, he will be pure waste. Haikawa Aki can kill Waste Knife alone with the help of the power of the cursed demon. But strictly speaking, the ability of people wielding samurai swords is still very strong, such as the Ei Slash. It's just that Waste Knife himself is too useless, with an arrogant and childish personality and poor fighting skills. Advertisement of course, in the timeline where Otonashi Chiya is now, Waste Sword is just an ordinary human being, which makes him even more of a waste among wastes. At the same time, the inside of the building was in chaos. Damn it. Where are our spies inside the police force? Why is there no movement at all? Just now, my spies sent back a message. It said that the Tokyo Public Security Bureau suddenly decided to join forces with the police to eliminate us, because they suspected that we were hiding the gun devil meat slices. How did they know we have slices of meat here? Damn it, is there a traitor among us? The gang members had no idea that the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and the police would suddenly come to encircle and suppress them, because the Tokyo Public Security Bureau only issued a temporary notice to the police, and the spies planted by the gangs inside the police did not have time to send back the information. It's no use sending the message now because the police have already surrounded the gang headquarters. No matter what, we have to defend this building and never let them find the gun demon meat slice. Kill them. Let them taste the bullets. We also have demon hunters, at least we can't make life easy for them. The key point is that they really have a lot of gun devil meat slices here. Even if they don't fight to the death, they will definitely be sentenced to death after being found out about the gun devil meat slices, so they have to fight to the death. The gang members patrolling outside the gang headquarters immediately hid inside the building as soon as they saw the police coming, took out their hidden guns and were ready to shoot at any time. I'm Otonashi Chiya, the deputy captain of the Tokyo Public Security Exorcism Division 1. You don't have to rush into the building. Just stay outside and don't let any gang members escape. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was speaking to the police. The police officers all nodded to show that they obeyed the order. Then everyone in Exorcism Section 1, follow me and charge from the front. Remember to be careful of the guns in their hands. Then, let the action begin. At Otonashi Chiya's command, all members of Exorcist Section 1 attack the gang's headquarters from the front. Chapter 58 It's simply a monster. Otonashi Chiya led the way directly in front, and all the members of Exorcism Section 1 followed behind. Although walking in the front is the most dangerous, they all have great faith in the deputy captain's ability and know in their hearts that they should be concerned about their own safety. Vice Captain Otonashi had suggested in advance that they all be fully armed, so each of them was equipped with a bulletproof vest, bulletproof helmet and shield to minimize the risk of being ambushed by a hidden gun. On the positive side, they have demonic powers for both attack and defense, and are basically not afraid of firearms. Otonashi Chiya was walking in the front, so naturally he attracted the most firepower from the gangsters. The gangsters had all kinds of guns, and they shot at him crazily as if they were free. Although he could see the trajectories of all the bullets, he was too lazy to dodge and directly turned on the hollow state. At this time, it was difficult to tell whether his whole body was real or fake. His body seemed to be slightly twisted, and all the bullets penetrated his body. The gangsters who were firing guns immediately realized something was wrong. They fired so many shots, and the guy in the front didn't dodge or evade, but nothing happened. What the hell is this kid? Why can't my bullets hit him? Is this his demonic power? This is really weird. Is the power of the devil so strong? He is not afraid of bullets at all. I just don't believe it. Everyone, shoot at that guy. Kill him. The gangster's firepower suddenly became more intense, and was almost all concentrated on Otonashi Chiya. If Otonashi Chiya hadn't used hollow or dodged, he would have been hit by at least 1,000 bullets. However, no matter how powerful the gangster's firepower was, they could not stop Otonashi Chiya from approaching them step by step with an expressionless face. As Otonashi Chiya got closer and closer, he drew out the sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword dragged on the ground and moved forward. The momentum of the gangsters immediately weakened. They all began to feel fear towards this young man. No matter how many times they fired, they couldn't hit this guy. His eyes and expression were still so cold and scary. Who the hell wouldn't be afraid of him? No, don't come over here. Everyone, shoot quickly. Don't let him get any closer. But it was still of no use. Instead, 2 or 3 gangsters were accidentally injured by their own people because they were almost crazy and kept pulling the trigger. Advertisement. When he was less than 10 meters away from the nearest gangster, Otonashi Chiya suddenly burst out with terrifying speed, rushed forward and chopped off the heads of several gangsters at once. Seeing their accomplice's head fall directly to the ground, most of the gangsters in the back were suddenly frightened. Monster! Monster! Some even dropped their guns and ran away, but where could they go? Either he was killed by other members of the Demon Exorcism Section 1, or he was shot by the police outside when he ran out of the building. Those who didn't run just stood there in a daze, at a loss as to what to do. Why is there such a strong demon hunter? This is simply a monster, more terrifying than a demon. Although Otonashi Chiya has now shut down Hollow, there are not many gangsters still shooting at him, and he can easily avoid these bullets. Hollow is not a completely passive skill. To be precise, it is a passive skill that can be actively turned on and off. Once actively turned on, it can last for up to 5 minutes. If you turn it off and then turn it on again, the 5-minute duration will be refreshed. If it couldn't be turned on and off, there wouldn't be a 5-minute maintenance time setting in Hokage. Or for example, if Hollow was a purely passive skill, Obito would not be hit by Minato's Flying Thunder God. What Minato took advantage of was the loophole that Obito turned off Hollow when attacking him. P.S. I just want to explain the setting here to avoid controversy. It is actually not important and does not affect the protagonist's invincibility at all. Of course, Obito's combat experience at that time was not that rich, and he was not that proficient in the use of Kamui. Otonashi Chiya with double Kamui will only be stronger than with single Kamui, and the weakness of Kamui will be reduced to almost negligible. At this time, Otonashi Chiya dodged the bullets and quickly killed the gangsters. His figure was like a phantom, and his speed was astonishingly fast. The gangsters, who were just ordinary people, could hardly see his movements and could only have their heads chopped off in endless despair. After a while, only a dozen gangsters on the first floor were left alive. They were completely frightened and didn't even have the courage to run away. They all looked devastated, and were either sheathed themselves in fear or kneeling on the ground, kowtowing frantically to Otonashi Chiya and begging for mercy. However, there was no way Otonashi Chiya would let them go. There was no mercy in his eyes, and his extremely cold face revealed a murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, advertisement, boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen heads fell to the ground in an instant. Now there was only one gangster left, kneeling there with despair in his heart, trembling with fear all over. Wait for me for a moment. At this time, Otonashi Chiya turned around and spoke to all the members of the Demon Exorcism Section 1 behind him. When he turned around, the expression filled with cold murderous intent frightened everyone in the Demon Exorcism Class 1. Because they usually deal with Vice Captain Otonashi, who is sunny, handsome and easy to get along with, and this is the first time they have seen Vice Captain Otonashi look like this when he is fighting seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Otonashi Chiya used his right eye Kamui to transfer himself and the only remaining gang member into the Kamui space. The spatial distortion just now made the gangster feel unbearable pain. He immediately raised his head to see what was going on, but found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. This is a mysterious space that is dark but visible. The internal structure is very monotonous, with only countless gray pillars, and there is no end in sight at a glance. The gang member was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. At this moment, a very cold voice suddenly came to my ears. Tell me, where is the gun demon Meatslice hidden? And how many of your gang members are still upstairs, and how many of them are demon hunters? The man was startled at once, and he, who was already kneeling on the ground, moved back repeatedly. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Otonashi Chiya's strange blood-red eyes. He was already frightened by this monster boy and started to speak incoherently. I. Seeing this, Otonashi Chiya did not give the man any chance to slow down, and directly pressed the tip of his sword against his forehead. Are you calm now? Chapter 59. Second form Susanoo, gift extra 1/2. Calm down. Calm down. This cured the gangster's incoherent speech, and the effect was very significant. He quickly replied. The gun demon meat slices are hidden in a safe on the rooftop. There are still 500 or 600 people upstairs, including a dozen demon hunters. After listening, Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. Then he exerted a little force with his right hand, and the tip of the sword went straight through the man's forehead. He was killed here, and then thrown out of the Kamui space, randomly thrown into the pile of corpses of the gangsters. This man saw the interior of the Kamui space with his own eyes, so he naturally could not be kept alive. The scum of the gang was not worthy of his mercy. Seeing Vice Captain Otonashi suddenly disappear for a while and then suddenly come back, everyone in Exorcism Class 1 became more and more aware that the Vice Captain's demonic power was far from as simple as they originally thought. Not only can he completely avoid being hit by bullets, but he can also take someone with him and disappear out of thin air and reappear out of thin air, and then that person will also die. So, the superb physical skills that made them admire him so much were just the tip of the iceberg of Vice Captain Otonashi. At this time, Otonashi Chiya looked around and confirmed that all the gangsters on the first floor had been cleared out. But just as the members of Exorcism Section 1 were about to attack the second floor with Otonashi Chiya, they heard Otonashi Chiya say to them, "You can go out now, or just stay on the first floor. Of course, it's better to go out to avoid being affected." That's okay. Although they also wanted to follow Vice Captain Otonashi in the attack, since the Vice Captain had already said so, they could not disobey the order. And the word effect Seems to indicate that the upstairs floor might be very dangerous. Then we'll go out first, Deputy Captain, be careful. They said solemnly. They then followed orders and left the building. The police officer surrounding the building saw the demon hunters from the Public Security Exorcism Section 1 withdrawing and thought something unmanageable had happened inside the building. What's going on? Is there something dangerous in there? Advertisement. The police officer couldn't help but ask. We haven't found any dangerous places yet. Vice Captain Otonashi called us out and he attacked the second floor by himself. The person from Exorcism Section 1 immediately explained. When they were explaining, they all had mixed feelings. Vice Captain Otonashi dared to capture the entire gang headquarters by himself. Who would believe it if they told others about it? He's alone. Sure enough, the expressions on the police officers' faces were as if they had seen a ghost. They simply couldn't believe that these public security demon hunters actually let the boy named Otonashi Chiya attack alone. Even though the boy was the vice captain of the Demon Exorcism Section 1, there was no way he could take down the entire gang headquarters by himself. It's okay if you don't believe it, we are just following orders. The people in Exorcism Section 1 were too lazy to waste their time explaining it because it was difficult to explain clearly because Vice Captain Otonashi was just too absurdly strong. The police officers had nothing to say, they could only obey orders and stand by here. If any gang members escaped, they would immediately shoot and kill them, leaving no one alive. This was a death order from their superiors. To be precise, it was Chief Fankin who put pressure on the police and issued the death order. After all, the police had been secretly colluding with the gangs, and Chief Fankin was well aware of these things. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a very loud noise suddenly coming from inside the building, a deafening sound. I saw a giant blue arm directly breaking through the outer wall of the building. Just by looking at the arm, I could tell that it was a giant at least 10 meters tall. What's this? Many police officers around were alarmed by the shocking noise and the giant arm. They all became very vigilant, pointing their guns at the arm. They would shoot immediately if they judged any threat. Not to mention the police, even the members of Demon Exorcism Section 1 were stunned at first. Fortunately, someone reacted quickly and shouted, "That's Vice Captain Otonashi's demonic power, don't get hurt by mistake." Some of them had heard that last time Vice Captain Otonashi conjured up an unknown giant at the night market, and the color was the same as described in the rumors. As long as there is even a slight possibility that it is Vice Captain Otonashi's demonic power, they will never allow the police to shoot randomly. If anything happens to Vice Captain Otonashi, it will be the end. Advertisement. Almost all the police officers were amazed. How could a human being create such a thing? They had never heard of or seen such a demonic power before. But they were indeed reminded not to shoot easily. If it was really that deputy captain, the consequences would be unbearable for them. Meanwhile, inside the building, Otonashi Chiya was on the second floor. In order to finish the battle quickly, he directly activated Susanoo and even opened it to the second form in one breath. His Susanoo grew again from the skull-like appearance of the first form, with meridians and flesh growing on the basis of the skull. His vitality materialized into a code-like shape that wrapped around the entire Susanoo, and it was much taller and larger than the first form. Susanoo, which was more than 10 meters tall, directly broke through the ceiling of the second floor of the gangster building. Susanoo's head even broke through the ceiling of the fifth floor, and the outer wall was also burst by the huge arm. All the gangsters in the building were stunned. Some of the more tenacious ones even tried to attack with guns, but they couldn't break through the defense. All their shots were bounced off by Susanoo's coat, leaving no trace. It's over, we are all finished. They had never been as desperate as they were today. This feeling of despair when facing an invincible enemy made them collapse and become insane. Otonashi Chiya also gradually discovered that his chi and blood attribute determined the upper limit of Susanoo's strength. Not to mention the special forms such as the powerful equipment and fairy arts. If the complete form is the limit of Susanoo's form, then the chi and blood strength is the upper limit. For example, when he reaches the complete form of Susanoo, the upper limit of attack and defense of the complete form of Susanoo can be further raised, which depends on how high his chi and blood attribute is. Because in his case, Susanoo is essentially the embodiment of his life force, and this principle is easy to understand. In theory, Susanoo in her second form can also use her own exclusive weapon, but Otonashi Chiya is not sure what her exclusive weapon is for the time being. Try the Sword of Rage. This thought suddenly popped up in Otonashi Chiya's mind. The only special weapon he had was the Sword of Rage. P.S. I will add another chapter tonight, but I have bad news for you all. I have checked the dynamics. As the saying goes, all colleagues are enemies. To put it bluntly, I have been reported, even massively. The worst case scenario is that you will be sent to the small black room, which is also very likely to happen, because the mechanism of this website is that no matter whether you have done anything illegal or not, if there are many people reporting you, you will be sent there first. However, after adding the bookshelf, people can still read normally from the bookshelf. Once you are put in the black room, even if you are released quickly, the traffic will plummet. This is why the jealous people in the same industry like to report books with good performance crazily. When they see that we have lost a lot of royalties, they are very happy. But no matter what happens to this book, I will not fall. What doesn't kill me will make me stronger. Although the lack of new traffic will reduce my royalties, I will still keep my promise to update more chapters. After all, there are so many readers in my bookshelf, and I will definitely not let you down. Chapter 60. Susanoo's Raging Sword, Gift plus 2 halves. Now that this hypothesis came into being, Otonashi Chiya naturally wanted to test it immediately. He raised his right hand with his 5 fingers spread out, and Susanoo did exactly the same thing at the same time. As his mind moved, blood light suddenly flashed in his palm, and Susanoo also emitted a dazzling blood light. However, the rage sword did not appear in his hand, but in Susanoo's right hand. The sword was enlarged to match Susanoo's body size, more than 20 meters long. The bloody throne did not appear as before because it had merged with the sword of rage in Susanoo's hand. At this moment, the sword of rage not only has the usual strange aura surrounding it and the mysterious runes formed by the fusion with the blood throne, but it is also covered with a layer of light blue coat, materialized by Otonashi Chiya's vitality, which is the same color as Susanoo. A sword is slashed out. A scarlet arc-shaped sword wave that almost pierced through the sky and the earth suddenly flew out from Susanoo's wrath sword. The sword wave was covered with a layer of blue-green substance, which was equivalent to enchantment. It enhanced the destructive power and defense of Susanoo and the wrath sword at the cost of vitality. In a flash, the entire gang building was directly destroyed by this earth-shaking force. Boom boom boom. The building that seemed solid and stable just a few seconds ago suddenly turned into ruins. This is the result of Otonashi Chiya forcibly stopping. Only everything within the scope of the gang headquarters suffered a devastating blow. Otherwise, all buildings and creatures within a radius of 1 kilometer would be affected. This is still a conservative statement. Ding! Host activates the achievement, 100 kills, and gains attribute points, 10. Except for Otonashi Chiya, his Susanoo and the Furious Demon, there was no life in the ruins. Hundreds of gangsters were swallowed up by the sword wave that almost destroyed the world. The next stage of this achievement is likely to be 1,000 kills, but there are not thousands of gangsters in this building, and it is impossible for him to deliberately kill people randomly to complete this achievement. It seems. I accidentally messed up. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya felt that more than half of his body and pupil power were instantly drained, and the long-lost side effects and stinging sensation in his eyes came again. He immediately distributed all the existing attribute points. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 3-3, advertisement. Chi and blood. 198. After adding the points, Otonashi Chiya immediately felt better. After returning and having a good rest, everything would be fine. If only Susanoo were to use the second form, it would be strenuous but acceptable. But if she were to use her exclusive weapon, the Rage Sword, at the same time, it would be too much. Otonashi Chiya summed up in his mind. As for the third form and above, he has no plans to advance further for the time being, because the second form has the best balance and is more cost-effective, so there is no need to advance upwards at the cost of huge consumption. Ultimately, it's because the strength of Chi and blood is not high enough. When his Chi attribute reaches over 1000, he will probably be able to drive the Gundam around every day, as long as he doesn't drive the complete version. At the same time, the surrounding police officers and members of the Demon Exorcist Section 1 witnessed the building collapse with their own eyes and were all stunned. Collapsing such a tall building in an instant, is this really something a demon hunter can do? This is simply a miracle. When the building was almost collapsed, Otonashi Chiya's second form, Susanoo, also appeared in front of everyone in its true form. But his own body was blocked by the ruins, and everyone could only see a light blue giant but not him. Is this a demon? How can there be such a big demon? But didn't the people from Exorcism Class 1 say that their vice captain was also in there? Could this be the devilish power of their vice captain? How is this possible? No matter how powerful a demon hunter is, he wouldn't be so exaggerated. According to historical records, the gun demon that landed in Japan that year was also extremely huge, tens or even hundreds of meters tall. But this is only a record after all, not what they saw with their own eyes. The blue-green giant in front of them is the tallest demon they have ever seen in their lives. Even the long sword in his hand looks at least 20 meters long. Advertisement. All members of the Demon Exorcist Class 1 were also shocked by this scene. They were unable to recover from the shock for a long time and stared blankly up at the giant. Some of them had previously carried out the mission with Otonashi Chiya to defeat the Earthworm Demon. They quickly recognized the long sword in the hands of the light blue giant in front of them. Wasn't it an enlarged version of the long sword that Vice Captain Otonashi had used before? They are now even more certain that this giant is the demonic power of Vice Captain Otonashi. I remember now, that long sword was used by Vice Captain Otonashi before. I remember that too. That means this giant is definitely the Vice Captain's demonic power. All the members of Demon Exorcism Class 1 immediately understood what the Vice Captain meant when he told them to avoid being affected. It was not that there were dangerous things in the gang headquarters as they had originally guessed, but that their strength was too weak. The deputy captain was worried that when he used the devil's power, he would accidentally crush them to death like stepping on an ant. At this moment, they were filled with emotion, and they couldn't tell for a moment whether they were too weak, or Vice Captain Otonashi was too strong. In addition to the police officers and members of the Demon Exorcism Section 1, the civilians in the nearby area were of course also alarmed by the noise that seemed to have just struck a disaster, and they all saw the ruins of the building and the light blue giant in the ruins. There happened to be a bunch of police and Tokyo public security personnel surrounding the place, and the civilians thought that a demon had descended and attacked the place, causing all kinds of panic and anxiety. But at this moment, Otonashi Chiya directly released Susanoo, and the light blue giant disappeared instantly. At the same time, he has also found the gun demon meat slices, and there is quite a lot of it. It is a very serious crime for the gang to have so many of these things. But if he hadn't deliberately restrained his strength just now, this thing might have been destroyed directly, and there would be no evidence to judge all the members of this gang. However, if he was bloodthirsty, he wouldn't need any evidence. Then, Otonashi Chiya activated the hollow state and penetrated through layer after layer of broken walls and walked out of the ruins with an expressionless face. Looking at the group of police officers and team members with very rich expressions, he just said lightly. The crusade is over, everyone can go home now. Chapter 61 Zombies in Kamui Space. Everyone then realized that the crusade seemed to be over. However, the police have a new task, which is to appease the civilians in the surrounding area to prevent what happened today from causing trouble to their daily lives. The explanation is very simple. Just say that today we are cracking down on gangsters and the light blue giant is the demonic power of the public security demon hunter. Although this matter was quite troublesome, compared to that Vice Captain Otonashi who killed all the gang members with one sword and even collapsed the building, this was just a small matter. At least they didn't have to risk their lives to break into the gang headquarters, but Vice Captain Otonashi took on all the responsibilities alone. While the police were handling the follow-up matters, Otonashi Chiya contacted the captain of Exorcist Section 3 by phone. How's the situation over there? Otonashi Chiya remembered that the place that Exorcist Section 3 was responsible for conquering was the second most dangerous place after the gang headquarters, so he was more concerned about the situation there. Although he had previously told others to pack up and go home, he himself had no intention of ending his work just like that. He won't give up until he is sure that all gang members have been completely eliminated. We have just started the subjugation. How is the situation in your demon exorcism class 1? Our crusade mission has ended. I will go over to support you now. Please wait for a moment. That's all. Oh, what did you say? The crusade is over? The captain of the Demon Exorcist Section 3 didn't react at first. He was stunned for a moment before he realized it belatedly and said in shock. But at this time Otonashi Chiya had hung up the phone and transferred himself into the Kamui space. Seeing that Vice Captain Otonashi suddenly disappeared again, everyone in Exorcism Section 1 didn't want to just call it a day and go home. I guess the deputy captain has already gone to another gang base. Let's go support the other teams. Let's go, otherwise we won't do anything this time, and that's too much to bear. Today's Kamui space is not as deserted as before, because there are a lot more zombies inside, about 40 or 50 of them. There is no zombie demon among them. Otonashi Chiya just borrowed the zombies under the zombie demon. Although the zombie demon has a zombie army of several hundred people, he does not need so many zombies. Advertisement moreover, every time he transferred each zombie into the Kamui space, it consumed his vitality and pupil power. Even these 40 or 50 zombies were transferred by him in several batches. He definitely couldn't handle transferring too many at once. These zombies have no self-awareness at all and have cut off all ties with the zombie demons. Letting them stay in the Kamui space will not expose the secrets of the Kamui space. Next, Otonashi Chiya confirmed the coordinates of the Demon Exorcist Section 3. He had already scouted various territories of this gang before the operation began, and left the coordinates of each territory. Of course, the approximate location of each territory was told to him by the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, and he was not able to be omniscient and omnipotent on his own. Otonashi Chiya first transferred himself to the Demon Exorcism Section 3. Hello. What you just said was, Captain Furuta of Demon Exorcism Section 3 was so shocked that he didn't even notice that the other party had hung up the phone, and only reacted halfway through the conversation. He had no choice but to put down his phone, as the doubts in his heart could not be explained. They, Exorcist Class 3, had just arrived and arranged their formation, but Exorcist Class 1 had already finished the crusade? Isn't it said that Exorcism Section 1 is in charge of the most dangerous places? GE noticed Captain Furuta's unusual reaction and came over to ask, "What's wrong, Captain Furuta?" Vice Captain Otonashi said that their Demon Exorcism Section 1 has completed the subjugation mission. Captain Furuta's tone was filled with disbelief. Oh, really? However, GE only showed a little surprise, and there was almost no change in his expression. You didn't react at all. Captain Furuta suddenly found it hard to believe. He was stunned when he heard the news just now, but GE was so calm. After all, it's Otonashi-kun. If he's leading the team, this kind of thing wouldn't be surprising. GE said with a smile. She always felt that Otonashi's true strength was unfathomable, so no matter what incredible things happened to Otonashi, she would not react too much. What happens? At this time, Hayakawa Aki also came over and asked. Advertisement Himeno then told Hayakawa Aki exactly what Captain Furuta had just said to her. After listening to this, Hayakawa Aki nodded slightly with a blank expression. That's really nothing to be surprised about. Right? GE echoed. Captain Furuta stood there in a daze, speechless. But he roughly understood that it seemed that Himeno and Hayakawa Aki were very familiar with the strength of the Vice Captain of Demon Exorcism Class 1, and he also remembered that Himeno and Hayakawa Aki seemed to be quite familiar with the young man. However, at this moment, Captain Furuta did not notice that a space-distorting Uzumaki appeared out of nowhere behind him. Otonashi Chiya stepped out and asked again, "What's the situation?" Captain Furuta suddenly turned around and looked at Otonashi Chiya as if he had seen a ghost. When did you come? Even if the other party really ended the crusade so quickly, it had only been a while since he called him. Even if he flew a fighter jet, he would not be able to reach them in time. Didn't I just tell you? You just need to wait a moment. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Captain Furuta thought about it and realized that the other party had really said this, but most people would not care about such ambiguous words, right? The result is really just wait a moment. Don't be surprised. This is my demonic power. I have made full preparations in various gang bases in advance. Otonashi Chiya explained casually, all right. Captain Furuta could only reluctantly accept this explanation. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya was looking at a huge villa estate in front of him, which was surrounded by a large number of police cars and police officers. There are 2 locations that need to be captured. You guys will attack the villa directly from the front. I will deal with those guys in the basement. Otonashi Chiya formulated a battle plan on the spot. He had already figured it out. There was an underground fortress under the villa. Important people would hide in the underground fortress. It was estimated that Waste Knife would also hide there. Wouldn't those zombies he placed in the Kamui space come in handy? Chapter 62. The zombie army that can hold guns, okay. The original battle plan of the Demon Exorcist Section 3 was to arrange the formation and directly attack the villa. Vice Captain Otonashi's plan was not much different from their original plan, so Captain Furuta nodded without objection. Haikawa Aki and Ameno could tell that the basement Otonashi Chiya mentioned might be more dangerous, but they were basically not worried about Otonashi Chiya and just had to take care of themselves. Then, all members of Exorcist Section 3 officially invaded the villa. Otonashi Chiya activated Hollow on the spot and dived directly into the ground. No substance could stop him in the hollow state. Soon, he sneaked into the underground bunker. At this time, Otonashi Chiya's 2 Kamui eyes exerted force at the same time, opening 2 spaces Uzumaki, one far and one near, and transferred the zombies out of Kamui's space. For the time being, he only transferred out a dozen zombies, which was almost enough and could also save the consumption of vitality and pupil power. As for Susano and the like, he would not use them again in the short term, otherwise his vitality and pupil power would not be able to hold on. Now his body is only about half of its prime. After releasing the zombies, Otonashi Chiya turned on Hollow again and hid inside the wall. He could monitor the entire underground fortress by moving inside the wall without being discovered by anyone. The zombie demon had already transferred control of these zombies to Otonashi Chiya, who controlled these zombies to attack all living people in the underground fortress. Moreover, these zombies are different from the slow-moving zombies in many movies in the past. They can run and even chop people with knives. The running speed is the maximum speed in life, and there is no fatigue. The underground bunker is already on alert, and the gang fighters are keeping a close eye on the entrance. Once the villa estate above is captured, their underground bunker will soon be discovered. However, they didn't realize that zombies had already appeared behind them. At this time, a gangster with a gun felt footsteps coming from behind him. He just wanted to go to the toilet, so he planned to hand the gun to the person behind him. Help me for a while, I'm going to the toilet and will be back in a while. However, when he turned around and handed the gun to the other party, he found that the other party's face was very abnormal, and he couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with you?" Since this world is a special world where demons are rampant, all kinds of horror movies have long been banned from being broadcast in major cinemas, including zombie movies of course. Advertisements. So many people only know that there were such things as zombie movies, and have long forgotten what zombies look like. The same was true for this gangster. He couldn't think of zombies at first. This is also why zombie demons are supposed to be very strong but are actually very weak, because people haven't seen any zombie movies for a long time. At this time, the zombie was stunned for a moment after taking the gun, and under the control of Otonashi Chiya, he immediately pulled the trigger and shot at the gangster. 2 shots fired. After the man's forehead was shot, his eyes went dark and he fell backwards to the ground. The zombie immediately pounced on him, bit the man on the neck, infected him, and then continued to kill other gangsters with a gun. Huh? Where did the gunshot come from? Maybe someone is too nervous. Those policemen and public security demon hunters haven't discovered this place yet. Whose idiot's gun went off accidentally? Don't scare Lousy all of a sudden. Although the other gang members were alarmed by the 2 gunshots, they did not take it too seriously. However, after a while, several more gunshots were heard intermittently and from different directions. They gradually realized that something was wrong. No matter how serious the accident was, it wouldn't be possible for so many people to accidentally fire the gun, right? In fact, Otonashi Chiya controlled the zombies to specifically attack lone gangsters. These gangsters were caught off guard. Even if they could react and shoot in time, they could not kill the zombies unless they hit their heads. They can hardly recognize zombies at first, let alone know the possible weaknesses of zombies. Moreover, in an emergency, they just aim and shoot randomly, without having time to aim at the head. As a result, the zombies released by Otonashi Chiya were all equipped with guns, and they also infected the gang members who had been shot. The gang members who couldn't help but come to check the situation were also shot and infected one by one. The number of zombies increased, and they were surrounding the remaining gangsters in the underground bunker. At the last line of defense of the underground fortress, the gradually formed zombie army exchanged fire with the gangsters. Advertisement: the zombie army does not need any cover, they just keep moving forward, firing continuously with guns in their hands. What the hell are these? Why are they still immune to death after firing so many shots? This must be the power of the devil. Damn public security demon hunter. No. These things look like zombies, right? Regardless of whether they are or not, aim for their heads, maybe we can kill them. When most of the members had died, someone finally realized that they might be zombies. Even so, the situation cannot be reversed. The number of gangsters is decreasing, while the number of zombies is increasing instead of decreasing. After less than 10 minutes of fighting, the last line of defense fell. Although some zombies were lost, it didn't matter to Otonashi Chiya. Originally, he had only borrowed 40 or 50 zombies from the zombie demon, but now, after infection and assimilation, the number has grown to 1 or 200. Then, Otonashi Chiya controlled this group of gun-wielding zombies to attack the hiding place of the gang leader and the deputy leader. Although he is 4 years younger than in the main storyline of the original work, Otonashi Chiya still recognized the young team leader, Waste Knife, at a glance. In the original work, he was given a katana demon heart for free by Makima, but he was criticized for his personality and poor fighting skills. He was a useless sword, not to mention his current human form that doesn't even have a katana demon heart. He is pure waste. Surrounded by a group of gun-wielding personnel, with distorted features and ferocious expressions, the team leader, the deputy team leader and other people hiding here all knelt down and begged for mercy. However, there was no way the zombies would respond to these people's pleas for mercy. Otonashi Chiya's order to them was to kill everyone in the underground bunker. The zombie army was seen firing wildly at these people with guns, and did not respond at all to their screams. In the blink of an eye, each of these people was shot into pieces by bullets. Since this zombie army is directly controlled by Otonashi Chiya, the number of heads killed by zombies is also within the range of the system's judgment. Ding! Host activates the achievement, 1000 kills, and gains attribute points, 30. Chapter 63. Brushing attribute points, gifts and updates 1/2. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 30, Chi and blood, 228. In order to recover his physical condition faster, Otonashi Chiya immediately allocated the attribute points he had just obtained to Chi and blood. The gangsters in the underground fortress were the main force here, but they have all been wiped out by Otonashi Chiya. The gangsters in the villa estate above are even more of a mob. However, Otonashi Chiya has just started dealing with these zombies. He couldn't transfer so many zombies into the Kamui space. These zombies were transformed from gangsters, so there was no need to keep so many of them. With control in his hands, he can directly decide the life and death of the zombies. Except for the 30 zombies that have not been released from the Kamui space, he has directly issued death orders to the rest of the zombies. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the zombie human, and obtained attribute points, 1. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the zombie human, and obtained attribute points, 1. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket system prompt sounds kept coming from my head. However, just when this prompt sound was repeated countless times, a different sound suddenly came from the system. Ding! It is detected that the host is suspected of using a bug to gain attribute points. Hunting zombie humans will no longer gain attribute points. Ding! Host activates achievement. Mature host learns to fix bugs on his own, gains attribute points, 5. What the hell? Otonashi Chiya was speechless. He was now certain that the system had no intelligence, it was just an artificial intelligence. Oh no, an artificial idiot. If the system had any intelligence, it would not have misjudged that he was stuck in a bug. But it doesn't matter, since he has already obtained enough attribute points. He won't have many opportunities to hunt zombies in the future, unless the zombie demons become dishonest. Allocated attribute points. 105. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya checked the system panel and found that he had just gained 105 attribute points. Among them, 100 attribute points were contributed to him by the zombies. It was estimated that the system detected that he repeatedly obtained one attribute point 100 times in a short period of time, and mistakenly thought that he was using a bug to brush his attributes. Then, Otonashi Chiya transferred the 30 guns and bulletproof helmets on the ground into the Kamui space so that the remaining zombies in the Kamui space could be armed. The combat effectiveness of this type of zombie is even more effective than that of ordinary demon hunters when it comes to dealing with gangsters. You can't kill zombies without destroying their brains, but zombies also have bulletproof helmets. This is a nightmare for most gangsters who only have guns but no demonic powers. At the same time, when Otonashi Chiya completely captured the underground fortress, the Demon Exorcism Section 3 above was also beating the gangsters and forcing them to flee in panic. When Exorcist Section 3 discovered the entrance to the underground bunker, Otonashi Chiya also happened to walk out of the underground bunker. Vice Captain Otonashi, are you okay? What's going on down there now? Seeing Otonashi Chiya coming out, Captain Furuta immediately asked. I'm fine. All the gang members in the basement have been dealt with. Otonashi Chiya explains. Yeah, Captain Furuta was once again in disbelief. Because he saw that Vice Captain Otonashi was indeed unharmed, and he killed all the gangsters in the basement by himself without any injury. The shock he felt was similar to the previous phone call Vice Captain Otonashi made to him. He didn't have the chance to see what happened at the gang headquarters before, but this time he had the chance, and he couldn't wait to go into the basement to see what was going on. Thank you for your help. I'll take some people down to check it out, just in case. Captain Gushin certainly couldn't express his doubts openly, so he found a fairly reasonable excuse. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly, without reacting much to Captain Furuta's words and actions, because he didn't care about such a small matter. When Captain Gushin went down to the underground bunker, he saw corpses of gang members all over the ground. There were at least several hundred people, all dead, and most of them died in very strange ways. Distorted facial features, hideous complexions, and even skin that had begun to rot, these did not seem like the reactions a normal person would have when facing death. Could it be that these gangsters endured unimaginable pain before they died? Captain Gushin did not recognize at first that these corpses were zombie corpses. Advertisement until a member of the Demon Exorcism Section 3 team pointed it out. Captain Gushin, it seems that these guys turned into zombies before they died. Zombies? Captain Furuta was stunned for a moment before he reacted. It's actually this kind of thing, it really looks like it. The long-forgotten memories of zombies in his mind were awakened. When he thought about it carefully, the appearance of these corpses was almost the same as the zombies in the zombie movies he remembered. But how did Vice Captain Otonashi turn these people into zombies? Did he sign a contract with the zombie devil? Captain Furuta exclaimed. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of demon Vice Captain Otonashi had contracted, but before, Vice Captain Otonashi's demonic powers that were circulated in the Tokyo Public Security Circle were already 2 kinds, plus the power of this zombie demon. Wouldn't that mean there were 3 kinds of demonic powers? It is extremely rare for a demon hunter to sign a contract with 3 demons at the same time. Among the people he knows, only Captain Kishibe of the Demon Exorcism Class 1 has the same contract. It is said that Captain Kishibe has contracts with 3 demons at the same time, but it is unknown which demons they are. These 2 happen to be S-rank demon hunters from 2 different eras of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already gone to support colleagues in other places. He deployed several fully armed elite zombies to each gang stronghold to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on the gang members. He gave precise orders to all zombies, specifically to kill gang members and not to accidentally injure friendly forces. Instead, he was afraid that the elite zombies he had deployed would be accidentally injured by friendly forces, so he specifically notified the police and public security demon hunters, emphasizing that these zombies were their own people. This day suddenly became the end of the world for all members of this gang. All the gangsters in the strongholds were eliminated without leaving a single one. As for those gangsters scattered around, they are only a minority. The police will arrest and try them one by one later. The remaining living zombies were returned to the zombie demon by Otonashi Chiya. There was no point in keeping these zombies, and he would not gain attribute points by killing them, so he simply returned them to their original owners. Of course, the guns and bulletproof helmets that these zombies were originally equipped with had been taken away by him, so as to prevent the zombie demons from suddenly going out to do evil. Ding! Host activates the achievement, defeat the gangs, and gains 50 attribute points. Chapter 64. Enlighten Dongshan Zhaohong, Gifts and Updates 2 halves. After activating this achievement, Otonashi Chiya will gain 50 attribute points. This is his biggest single harvest so far, obviously a very important achievement. After all, this gang is very powerful, and it is not easy to complete the crusade. Ding! Distribution completed, HP plus 95, Strength plus 30, Speed plus 30. Strength 80, Speed 80, Chi and Blood 323. The crusade was over, and Otonashi Chiya also cleared up the attributes. As his Chi and Blood attributes stacked higher and higher, he could now use the Kamui Eye technique more casually, but certainly not to the point of being wanton. In this campaign, only some people from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau were injured and no one was killed. This is mainly because Otonashi Chiya fought on multiple fronts and provided support everywhere, and most of the gang's output was blocked by him and his zombie troops. The overall battle situation was naturally reported back to the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The zombie army was fine, but the public security high-ranking officials were most concerned about Otonashi Chiya's ability to provide rapid support on a large battlefield and the mysterious giant that appeared when they were attacking the gang headquarters. To this end, the top public security officials specially convened a secret meeting. Is there no information about Otonashi Chiya's demonic power? Except for the furious demon that he contracted with the Kyoto Public Security Bureau before, he has kept all of his demonic powers secret. It is impossible to tell what demon he contracted with just based on these dazzling performances. Although it's inevitable that people are curious, it doesn't matter what the devil that Otonashi-kun contracted is. All we need to know is that his strength has far exceeded our expectations, and he will surely shine in the Soviet Union in the future. It's a pity that once Otonashi-kun goes to the Soviet Union, he won't be able to come back for a few months or even years. During this period, we Tokyo Public Security Bureau will still have to stay on the shore. Don't worry, with Andian's extraordinary body, he can still hold on for another 10 or 20 years. The senior officials of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau still admire Otonashi Chiya, and they admire and value him more than before. Although the dark side of the Tokyo Public Security is to use people's hatred of the gun demon to attract people to become public security demon hunters, they have no qualifications and ability to change the status quo, and the attitude of the cabinet is something they cannot shake or resist. Advertisement. The most crucial point is that all countries in the world have a consistent attitude of keeping secrets. Once anyone dares to disclose this secret first, he will instantly become the target of public criticism, so there is no solution. As the chief of Tokyo Public Security, all Yoshimura Taki can do is to improve the welfare of the public security demon hunters as much as possible and collect gun demon meat slices with the idea of weakening the power of demons. On the bright side, collecting the gun demon meat slices can indeed weaken the power of the demons. Otonashi Chiya has returned home to rest. It's not that I'm physically tired, but I just want to lie on the sofa and relax. Denji and Pochita were still staying in their room playing games as usual, and it was obvious that they were becoming more and more addicted to the games. Otonashi Chiya bought more than a dozen games for Denji and Pochita. Let's buy a few new games in a couple of days, especially before we go to the Soviet Union. We should buy more and put them at home, so that they won't be bored. Otonashi Chiya thought as he lay on the sofa with his hands behind his head. But then again, if this trend continues, Pochita will sooner or later no longer want to be a chainsaw demon, and will become a video game demon, or video game man. It's not a bad thing, as long as Pochita is happy. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. It is now evening, and I know that it must be Dongshan Zhaohong who has arrived. Otonashi Chiya went over and opened the door, and sure enough, it was Dongshan Zhaohong outside the door, wearing a JK school uniform and carrying a red school bag. I'm so sorry, I'm here again, Dongshan Zhaohong said embarrassedly. Don't be so reserved. Come in, Otonashi Chiya smiled back. Even though it was not the first time that Dongshan Zhaohong had eaten food from Otonashi Chiya's house, she would still ask Otonashi Chiya before taking anything. Otonashi-kun, can I eat this? Even for a small orange, Dongshan Zhaohong would ask shyly first. Advertisement, sure. Otonashi Chiya couldn't count how many times he had answered, yes. Although he didn't really want to interfere in other people's family affairs, he finally couldn't help it. By the way, Dongshan, is there any difficulty at home? Otherwise, with the salary I give you every day, you should not be unable to afford these things, right? Otonashi Chiya really couldn't stand it anymore. Dongshan Zhaohong was so pitiful that she was sucked dry by the family all the time. She even had to ask him in an extremely humble way to eat cheap fruits and snacks. It made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he felt it necessary to guide Dongshan Zhaohong, and while he had a lot of free time before going to the Soviet Union, he wanted to help Dongshan Zhaohong get out of this vicious cycle of family difficulties as much as possible. You have to know that Dongshan Zhaohong is not without her own dreams, she just doesn't dare to resist or has become accustomed to accepting everything. Dongshan Zhaohong didn't expect the other party to suddenly ask this question, and her reaction was a little excited. After all, it directly hit the sore spot in her heart. This is indeed a bit of that. Dongshan Zhaohong's eyes were a little erratic. She felt that this kind of thing was not suitable to be said out loud. Not only would it be likely to make Otonashi laugh at her, but she might also be disliked. So the speech is also vague. If you really have any difficulties, please tell me and I may be able to help you. Otonashi Chiya spoke in a gentle tone and looked at Dongshan Zhaohong seriously. He did this mainly to encourage Dongshan Zhaohong. Being looked at so seriously by Otonashi-kun, Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly felt shy, but the entanglement in her heart was also relieved a lot, and she inexplicably had the courage to speak out. My family. They only hope that my brother who just got into college can finish college. They don't care about me and my other sisters. They told me in advance that they would not pay for my college education and told me to start earning money as soon as possible. Dongshan Zhaohong was halfway through her speech when she suddenly felt embarrassed to continue, because she really couldn't tell Otonashi-kun that her family wanted her to go into the adult industry. However, little did she know that Otonashi Chiya already knew all these things about her, but he just couldn't show it and had to pretend like he was doing now. So you want to go to college? Otonashi Chiya asked pointedly. Dongshan Zhaohong was slightly startled by the question, and then replied, yes, chapter 65 Sister Zhaohong brought her man back. In the original novel, Dongshan Zhaohong had revealed her true thoughts. She did not want to be a public security demon hunter and wanted to go to college like her brother. But it was just a thought in my mind, I didn't actually do it. Even though he had worked in the police force for so long and earned a lot of money, he always handed it over to his parents. He never even dared to spend money on buying his favorite ice cream. The only car Zhaohong was willing to spend money on was for the convenience of driving to pick up and drop off her family. In the end, this car of Zhaohong's ended up being scrapped and exploded. But Otonashi Chiya remembers one detail very clearly, that is Kishibe's special operation against Makima. After the plan to summon the devil of hell and send Makima to hell to kill him failed, Kishibe took Denji and Toyama Zhaohong and hid in a safe house where Makima would not find him. Dongshan Zhaohong thought at the time that she would have to hide from Makima forever, but she thought it was a good thing because it gave her a legitimate reason not to go home, and if she didn't go home she wouldn't have to be sucked dry by her family anymore. This detail in the original work made Otonashi Chiya guess that Dongshan Zhaohong did not want to leave this bad family, but needed a legitimate reason to convince herself, and it had to be a strong enough reason. Because Dongshan Zhaohong was very timid, so timid that she dared not cut off ties with her family. When she was forced to hide in a safe house on the shore, the first thing that came to her mind was that she finally had a reason not to go home. Since you want to go to college, don't you plan to change your current situation? At this point Otonashi Chiya asked further, well, Dongshan Zhaohong's expression suddenly became hesitant. This kind of thing was too bold for her, and she didn't have the courage to make this decision. Otonashi Chiya was not impatient, but slowly counseled Dongshan Zhaohong, think about it carefully, do you want to be bound by your family forever, or do you want to pursue your dreams freely? I don't dare. Higashiyama Zhaohong quietly revealed the reason for her hesitation, and it was a bit like she was asking Otonashi Chiya for help. After all, they are still high school students, it's understandable. Otonashi Chiya explains. Putting aside the original period for now, Dongshan Zhaohong is now just a sophomore in high school. It is normal that she doesn't dare to fall out with her family. Given Zhao Hong's parents' personalities, they would definitely get furious if she dared to disobey. Just tell me your determination. If you want to change the status quo, I can help you. Otonashi Chiya's straightforward way. Think. This time Dongshan Zhao Hong did not hesitate anymore. She had already been given a lot of courage by Otonashi's words, and she wanted to give it a try given this rare opportunity. Otherwise, not only will she not be able to go to college in the future, but she will also be forced to go to the sea. Even if she doesn't go to the sea, she can only be a demon hunter. Either path is a very bad choice for her. After spending these days together, she felt that Otonashi was a very gentle and kind boy, and also a very trustworthy person. Advertisement, okay, then from today on, you don't have to hand over a penny to your family. Otonashi Chiya said, at your age, they have the responsibility to raise you, not to use you to make money. If they don't fulfill their obligation to raise you, you don't have to care about them anymore. But I'm scared, Dongshan Zhao Hong said timidly. If she doesn't hand over her salary, her parents will definitely be angry. Don't be afraid, I will go with you. Otonashi Chiya then told Dongshan Zhao Hong the general plan, when the time comes, you will do this. After the tutoring is over in the evening, Otonashi Chiya paid 5,000 yen to Higashiyama Zhao Hong as usual, and planned to accompany Higashiyama Zhao Hong to Higashiyama's house. Densi, I have to go out for a while and will be back soon. Before leaving, Otonashi Chiya said to Denji, oh. Densi responded, but soon realized something was wrong and she quickly ran out of the room. I found out that Chiya-san was going out with Toyama-sensei. This is not good, brother Chiya. Where are you going? Denji asked immediately. Go do something, maybe deal with a family dispute. Otonashi Chiya said truthfully, he really wasn't lying. Oh, Densi saw that Chiya brother was indeed wearing the public security uniform that he usually wore at work, so he naively believed it. I didn't think that the family dispute mentioned by Chiya's brother was caused by Mr. Higashiyama. She then returned to her room with peace of mind. Ah, Pachita, you're cheating, you attacked me twice while I was away. Densi's mind instantly returned to the game. Advertisement. Dongshan House is a single-family house that occupies a large area, but it looks rather old from the outside. After all, there are more than a dozen people in Dongshan's family. How can a house that is not big enough accommodate so many people? When she arrived at the door, Dongshan Zhao Hong became more and more nervous, and she was worried about what might happen next. If Otonashi-kun hadn't been right beside her, she wouldn't have had the courage to even knock on the door. At this time, Otonashi Chiya was wearing plain clothes. He had taken off his original public security uniform and put it into the Kamui space. He would need the public security uniform later. Soon my sister came to open the door. The girl who came to open the door was wearing a junior high school uniform. Her facial features were somewhat similar to Dongshan Zhao Hong, except that she had slightly longer hair. Her thin figure was obviously caused by severe malnutrition. Sister Zhao Hong. The younger sister was halfway through her speech when she was stunned by the strange but handsome boy next to Dongshan Zhao Hong. Who is this? This is my sister's classmate, Otonashi-san. Dongshan Zhao Hong immediately explained. Although she is not good at lying, she gets easily flustered when she speaks, and it is not easy for ordinary people to tell that she is lying. Classmate, my sister almost dropped her jaw in shock and felt a little unbelievable. Is this still the Zhao Hong sister she knows? She actually brought a boy from the same class home as a guest? Hello, my name is Otonashi Chiya, and I'm a classmate of Higashiyama-san. Otonashi Chiya looked calm and introduced himself to Zhao Hong's sister with a smile. Others could hardly see any flaws on his face. Ahahaha. Dongshan Zhao Hong smiled gently to hide her shyness, but the blush on her face was uncontrollable. Although these were all Otonashi-kun's plans, she was mentally prepared. But if she said she wasn't shy about bringing boys home, she would be lying. The younger sister still hadn't recovered and stared blankly at Sister Zhao Hong and the boy as they walked into the house together. After a while, she suddenly ran to the living room and shouted. Sister Zhao Hong brought a man back from outside. Chapter 66 Xiao Zhao Hong's boyfriend. My sister's words immediately alarmed the whole family. As family members, how could they not understand Zhao Hong's character? They found it hard to believe that Zhao Hong could do such a thing as bringing a man from outside home. Dongshan Zhao Hong suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. She was shy enough to begin with, and her sister made a big fuss about it using such a misleading statement. Several sisters ran out from the living room and even the bedroom, very curious about what was going on. Wow, she actually brought back a little boy, and he's quite handsome. When did Xiao Zhao Hong suddenly become so bold? Not only did she secretly have a boyfriend, but she also brought him home directly. Sister Zhao Hong is really amazing, why don't you introduce her to us quickly? The sisters immediately became very excited. Now Otonashi Chiya saw 7 sisters directly, including Higashiyama Zhao Hong. The remaining 2 sisters might be busy or not at home. He had broadened his horizons. Although he had known for a long time that the Dongshan family had 9 sisters, he still found it a little hard to believe when he saw it with his own eyes. Don't get me wrong, he's my classmate, he's just visiting our house. Dongshan Zhao Hong hurriedly tried to explain the misunderstanding. She was mainly worried that Otonashi-kun would mind this misunderstanding. After all, she didn't think she was particularly good-looking, and her family situation was so bad, so she felt that she was destined to be disliked. Don't be so shy, Xiao Zhao Hong. Anyway, even Sister Zhao Hong dares to bring a boy home. I can't believe it. Sister Zhao Hong is also at this age, it's normal to like handsome guys. Obviously, the sisters did not listen to Zhao Hong's explanation. Dongshan Zhao Hong was both anxious and helpless. She really couldn't explain it anymore, she just hoped that Otonashi-kun wouldn't be disgusted with her because of this. What happened that's making so much noise? At this time, the Dongshan couple also came out. Advertisement. When the couple came out, the sisters present suddenly became less active than before, and either kept their mouths shut or whistled. Father. Mother. This is my classmate Otonashi Chiya. He said he wanted to come to our house and sit for a while, so I brought him here. Dongshan Zhao Hong said these words according to what she had rehearsed with Otonashi-kun before. This is what Otonashi-kun taught her to say. Oh. The father's attitude was rather casual. He had no enthusiasm for treating guests. He just wanted to show his respect. At least he didn't kick Otonashi Chiya out. Then come in and sit down. We're drinking tea too. The mother didn't say anything and her expression was rather cold. Dongshan Zhao Hong was a little dissatisfied with her parents' attitude, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. Otonashi Chiya remained calm and smiled. It's our first meeting, thank you for your guidance. Just as Otonashi Chiya was about to walk into the living room, an older sister than Higashiyama Zhao Hong suddenly whispered to him, "Sorry, boyfriend, the situation at home is a bit troublesome." Fine. Otonashi Chiya pretended that she understood nothing and did not argue with the other party about calling her boyfriend. Stop it, sis. It'll make Otonashi-san feel troubled. Dongshan Zhao Hong couldn't help but remind him. Okay, I won't call him boyfriend-kun anymore. My sister said jokingly, but I don't think he seems to be troubled. Are you thinking too much, Xiao Zhao Hong? That's just because Otonashi-kun is so gentle. Dongshan Zhao Hong was a little anxious and blurted out the words subconsciously. When she reacted, she immediately covered her mouth, but it was too late. My sister immediately understood the key details and raised her lips slightly. Oh, wasn't it Otonashi-san just now? How did it become Otonashi-kun again? When we were in school, classmates usually addressed each other as surname plus classmate, especially between male and female classmates. The honorific-like address, Otonashi-kun, actually represented a special relationship between classmates. Dongshan Zhao Hong's face suddenly turned even redder. I made such a low-level mistake, and felt annoyed and guilty. I felt that I had let down Otonashi-kun's trust in me. Dongshan Zhao Hong then quickened her pace and followed Otonashi Chiya into the living room. The other sisters did not follow them in, but eavesdropped outside the living room, which made it convenient for them to discuss the matter in private. Advertisement. I feel like it's pretty much confirmed. Even if he's not my boyfriend yet, he'll be soon. I've never heard Xiao Hong call another boy Otonashi-kun. That should be the case. With Sister Zhao Hong's personality, the boy she brought home must be someone special. I really didn't expect that Sister Zhao Hong would find a boyfriend so quickly. I thought that Sister Zhao Hong had no hope except blind dating in the future. At the same time, Otonashi Chiya and Higashiyama Zhao Hong were sitting in the living room drinking tea. However, they had to wash the cups and pour the tea themselves. The Dongshan couple was busy with their own things and didn't take their daughter's classmates seriously at all. Let me do it. Dongshan Zhao Hong hurriedly wanted to help Otonashi Chiya wash the cups and pour tea. How could it be justified to let the guests do such things by themselves? Otonashi Chiya remained calm throughout the entire process, as if he had no temper at all. After sitting for a while, he stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom." At this time, Dongshan Zhao Hong wanted to lead Otonashi Chiya, but was stopped by his father, Zhao Hong. Dongshan Zhao Hong had no choice but to sit down again. When Otonashi Chiya went to the bathroom, his father asked Zhao Hong, "Where is your salary today?" The parents' attitude was obviously worse than usual because they were too lazy to entertain Zhao Hong's classmates, and it was a hassle for them that Zhao Hong took the initiative to bring her classmates home as a guest. "I got my salary today." Dongshan Zhao Hong hesitated halfway through her speech because she was afraid of her parents' angry reaction. But when she remembered that she couldn't betray Otonashi-kun's trust, and that there was no need to be so scared with Otonashi-kun around, she mustered up her courage and said, "But I can't leave it to you anymore. I have things I want to do." When they heard Zhao Hong say that they had received their wages, the Dongshan couple felt a little better. They were about to ask for it directly when they saw Zhao Hong say this with a determined look on her face. They were stunned for a moment, including the sisters who were eavesdropping outside the living room. They all felt incredible. No one could believe that Zhao Hong could say such tough words. The father came to his senses first, and immediately glared at him and shouted, "Is there anything more important than you going to college?" The mother's expression was frighteningly ferocious, and her voice became even sharper. "You are really rebellious. How old are you and you're already so arrogant?" However, the Higashiyama couple did not notice that Otonashi Chiya had deliberately left the phone where it was, and they did not know that the phone was in recording mode. Chapter 67 or Live in My House. Gift extra 1/2. Dongshan Zhao Hong was immediately frightened by her angry parents, and a look of fear appeared on her face. I hope Otonashi-kun can come back soon. The sisters who were eavesdropping outside the living room were also startled by their parents' scolding. Although they felt that there was nothing wrong with what Zhao Hong said, they were afraid of their parents and did not dare to speak up for Zhao Hong. "Hurry up. Hand over the money. Don't even think about paying $1 less of the 5,000 today, or you won't be able to go home tonight and get out right away." The Dongshan couple threatened. Just then, the oldest sister couldn't stand it anymore. She immediately ran in and stood in front of Zhao Hong, as if she was shielding Zhao Hong from her parents' scolding. "Stop scolding me," the eldest sister said emotionally. "In your hearts, there will always be only Yuta and Nori. Don't we 9 sisters have our own freedom?" As the eldest sister, she was only in her early 20s and was forced to go out to work to earn money when she graduated from high school. Fortunately, she has a good temper and her parents did not force her to go into the sea or become a demon hunter. But Zhao Hong was the weakest and most timid among the 9 sisters, so she was bullied. Following the lead of the eldest sister, several other sisters also came in one after another. They didn't dare to rebel against their parents, but they thought that they should at least protect Zhao Hong. My father suddenly flew into a rage and was so angry that he wanted to smash things. The mother was so angry that she was shaking all over. Her dignity was actually challenged. Just when the situation was getting tense, Otonashi Chiya came back. In fact, he didn't go to the bathroom just now, but transferred himself into the Kamui space and put on the public security uniform. Otonashi Chiya calmly walked to his seat, picked up the phone he had just placed on the seat, and smiled faintly. "Uncle, Aunt, I have recorded everything you just said." "What?" My father was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned pale with horror. Because he also knows that his behavior may involve domestic violence and violation of support obligations. If the evidence is conclusive, he will be in big trouble. "Delete it for me now." The mother reacted quickly and tried to snatch Otonashi Chiya's phone. Advertisement, however, her hand went directly through Otonashi Chiya's mobile phone and even penetrated Otonashi Chiya's entire body. She lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. This is exactly Otonashi Chiya's hollow ability. He also hollowed his cell phone. At this time, Otonashi Chiya directly showed his work ID and said calmly, "I am a demon hunter of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. If you attack me without reason, I have the power to arrest you on behalf of the police." Hearing this, the Dongshan couple dared not move. They probably knew how powerful the demon hunters of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau were, especially since the boy's ID had words like Exorcism Section 1 and Deputy Captain written on it, which made it obvious that he was not an ordinary public security demon hunter. That damn girl Zhao Hong clearly said that they were classmates. How could a classmate of Zhao Hong be the deputy captain of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau? There is no doubt that this damn girl deceived them. The 6 sisters next to them were stunned for a while. How come Zhao Hong's classmate suddenly became a demon hunter of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau? They couldn't react to what was happening for a moment. Only Dongshan Zhao Hong was better off. After all, Otonashi had already told her roughly the entire plan in advance. Now she was like playing a script as if she already knew the subsequent developments. Even so, she was still very grateful in her heart that Otonashi-kun could do this for her. At this time, Otonashi Chiya called. "Are you there yet? Okay, you can come in." After hearing what the young man said on the phone, the Dongshan couple immediately felt something was wrong. Who was coming in? After a while, the doorbell rang. Otonashi Chiya went to open the door himself, and then several policemen in uniform came in. He had contacted the police in advance to send these people. Ever since his last fight against the gang, most of the police had admired him and were familiar with him. Therefore, he only needs to make a phone call, and if that doesn't work, he can directly ask manager Fankin for help. "You two are suspected of domestic violence." The police officer had already learned the situation from Otonashi Chiya, so there was no need to listen to the recording. He asked the Toyama couple as soon as he came in. "That we are not." Seeing the police coming in, the Dongshan couple were completely panicked and no longer had any of the momentum they had before. "Come on, let's go to the police station and have a good talk," the police officer said indifferently. Like Otonashi Chiya, they also couldn't stand such parents. Advertisement. Then they took the Dongshan couple away. "I guess he won't be back for a day or two. Although there is no conclusive evidence, nothing serious will happen to the Dongshan couple, but they will definitely be educated and warned. Even if they don't completely correct their behavior, they will at least be much more restrained." At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to the 6 sisters who were still stunned, "This is about all I can do for you. You must learn to resist in the future. If they dare to do it again, just call the police." The Higashiyama couple has a record at the police station this time, and it is related to Otonashi Chiya, so the police will definitely pay close attention to it. As long as the Dongshan sisters call the police again, they will rush out immediately. Oh, the sisters nodded blankly. Dongshan Zhao Hong smiled happily, and her previously worried brows now relaxed. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Dongshan Zhao Hong's Intimacy, LV3, and gains attribute points, 8. Then I'll go back first. If you have any bigger troubles, you can call me and contact me. Otonashi Chiya left a phone number for the sisters. I'll take you there. Dongshan Zhao Hong immediately chased after him. On the street in front of her home, Higashiyama Zhao Hong followed Otonashi Chiya for a distance. "Otonashi-kun, thank you so much for today." Dongshan Zhao Hong bowed deeply and expressed great gratitude. "Nothing, this is what they deserve. But they will probably be back tomorrow. What are you going to do then?" Otonashi Chiya's original intention was to resolve the matter as peacefully and effectively as possible. The Higashiyama couple deserved to be taken to the police station for education and warning. But he felt that the matter had not been completely resolved, so he asked Dongshan Zhao Hong further. "My plan then?" Dongshan Zhao Hong said bitterly. Although life at home may be more depressing in the future, I have nowhere else to go. That's easy. I can help you rent a house and deduct the money from your salary, or you can just live in my house. Otonashi Chiya's straightforward way. Anyway, he will be going to the Soviet Union in less than a month. Before he leaves, Dongshan Xiaohong can squeeze in with Dianki, or buy a new bed. It will be more convenient after he leaves. Dongshan Xiaohong seemed to have only heard the last half of the sentence, and her face suddenly turned red. Live in your house? Chapter 68. Dear Fluttering, Gifts and Updates 2 halves. Yes. When Otonashi Chiya saw Dongshan Xiaohong blushing, he realized something and immediately explained in detail. You can buy a new bed and put it in Densi's room. Her room is quite big, and then my room will be empty when I go abroad. Well, Dongshan Xiaohong suddenly felt even more embarrassed. She had just been being sentimental. In order to hide her shame, she immediately changed the subject. By the way, is Otonashi-kun going abroad? It wasn't just to change the subject, she really cared about this matter. Well, as you know, I work for the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. I have to go on a business trip to the Soviet Union for work. After that, I guess I will only be back once or twice a week at most. Otonashi Chiya explains. So that's how it is. Dongshan Xiaohong nodded slightly, feeling a little lost for some reason. With the help of Mangekyō Sharingan, Otonashi Chiya captured the hint of loss in Higashiyama Xiaohong's eyes, and his first reaction was that it was because of the salary issue. Don't worry about your salary. Your probation period will almost be over before I go abroad. Although I won't be able to sell your salary every day after that, I will sell your salary for the next week in advance when I come back every week. Otonashi Chiya had planned many things in advance. No, I'm not worried about the salary. As long as it's convenient for you, Otonashi-kun, I can pay you whenever you want. Dongshan Xiaohong said a little panicked. She didn't want to appear like a girl who was fussy about such things in front of Otonashi-kun, and she didn't want Otonashi-kun to have a bad impression of her. Well, just do as I said just now, it won't be inconvenient. Otonashi Chiya explains. Then, can I try to move into your house and stay overnight tonight? As she spoke, Dongshan Xiaohong's voice became softer and softer, as thin as a mosquito's hum, and her face became more and more red with shame. Because this kind of thing is very bold for her. Otonashi Chiya immediately said, sure, then go pack some of your things and come directly to my house. Try to sleep with Densi tonight, and I'll buy a new bed tomorrow. Okay, I'll go pack my things now. Dongshan Xiaohong returned home immediately. At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong's sisters were still a little at a loss. Their parents were taken away by the police. It was such a sudden change that it was difficult for them to adapt so quickly. Advertisement, but this is undoubtedly a good thing. Maybe they won't have to suffer so much oppression in the future. At this time, Dongshan Yeli came down from the stairs. He was another boy in the Dongshan family besides his brother Yuta. His facial features are somewhat similar to those of his sisters, and he is delicate and a bit like a girl. What just happened? Dongshan Yeli asked in a low voice with a timid look on his face. The eldest sister explained to Yi Li the whole story. Although Yi Li is a boy, he gets along well with his older sister and younger sisters, and he doesn't like his parents' discriminatory attitude towards him. However, he was still a little flustered when his parents were suddenly taken away by the police. As for his elder brother, Higashiyama Yuta, he lives in a university dormitory and seldom goes home. When he does, he almost never cares about his sisters. He is much more selfish than Higashiyama Nori. Just then, Dongshan Xiaohong came back. Xiaohong, has the boy gone home yet? The eldest sister couldn't help but ask Xiaohong. Not yet. Otonashi-kun is still waiting outside. Dongshan Xiaohong replied, then quickly climbed upstairs to her bedroom to pack her things. The sisters were suddenly confused. What did it mean? What is that boy waiting for outside? At this time, Dongshan Xiaohong began to pack the clothes and some small things she needed to take away, and put them all into a suitcase. As for the school bag, of course she always carried it on her back. Just a few minutes later, the Dongshan sisters saw Xiaohong coming down dragging a suitcase. Where are you going? Is Sister Xiaohong going to run away from home? The sisters immediately asked with concern. It's not like I'm running away from home. I'm just going to live outside for a while, and I may rarely come back during this period. Dongshan Xiaohong explained quickly. Because she didn't have much time to continue explaining, Otonashi-kun was still waiting for her outside, and she couldn't let Otonashi-kun wait too long. Is that so? However, the sisters still felt that Xiaohong's behavior was a bit strange. They looked at each other and nodded, and decided to secretly chase out to see what was going on. Advertisement as a result, Xiaohong was seen dragging her suitcase and leaving with the boy named Otonashi Chiya. After a while, the boy took the suitcase from Xiaohong. Don't make this too obvious. I see, it's really my boyfriend, we're even living together. No wonder this boy is willing to help us, so this is the reason. Sister Xiaohong is really amazing. She actually knows a deputy captain of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Could they really be classmates from school? Xiaohong was able to meet such a good boy whom she liked, and she will be able to pursue her dreams freely in the future. Naturally, they are all happy for Xiaohong from the bottom of their hearts. Now that they had figured out the situation, the Dongshan sisters stopped following Xiaohong to avoid getting discovered and getting into trouble. However, in reality, Otonashi Chiya had already noticed that these sisters were following him and Higashiyama Xiaohong from behind. But he pretended not to know. After all, these sisters didn't mean any ill will. While walking on the street, Dongshan Zhaohong felt a little embarrassed to talk to Otonashi-kun. Because I've been thinking about something. If I live in Otonashi-kun's house from now on, doesn't that mean I'm living with Otonashi-kun? After thinking about it carefully, she gradually realized how bold her decision was. She didn't know what was wrong with her before, but for some reason she suggested trying to spend the night at Otonashi's house. Will Otonashi think I'm a frivolous girl? The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became, and Dongshan Zhaohong's mind was suddenly in a mess. My face is red and hot, almost like I have a fever. What's wrong with you? Noticing the strangeness on Higashiyama Zhaohong's face, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask. Is he having a fever? It doesn't look like that. When Otonashi Chiya suddenly asked this question, Dongshan Zhaohong trembled slightly. She subconsciously turned her head and looked at Otonashi Chiya. Looking at Otonashi Chiya's handsome face, her heart, which was already full of imagination, suddenly started beating fast like a deer. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Dongshan Zhaohong's Intimacy, LV4, and gains attribute points, 15. After hearing the prompt sound from the system, Otonashi Chiya realized that the strangeness on Dongshan Zhaohong's face was not as simple as he had just thought. Chapter 69. Digging out all your secrets back home. The blush on Dongshan Zhaohong's face had not yet faded much. But at least it's not as exaggerated as the fever before. Denji, who came to open the door, saw Chiya-san and Toyama-sensei outside the door, and his eyes widened immediately. Chiya-san and Toyama-sensei went out together, and they came back together, even bringing a suitcase. Densi immediately realized what was going on and couldn't help but ask, Brother Chiya, what happened to Mr. Toyama? I just wanted to tell you that something happened at Mr. Dongshan's home, so he needs to stay at our house for the time being. Otonashi Chiya said to Densi, Teacher Toyama will probably have to squeeze into the same bed with you tonight. I will buy a new bed tomorrow. If you don't want to, I will think of other ways. Densi subconsciously wanted to say, no, Teacher Toyama was her enemy. Not only did he want to move in, but he also wanted to sleep in her bed. How could this be possible? No, wait. Densi suddenly thought of something and forced the words he was about to say back into his stomach. If she doesn't agree to let Mr. Toyama sleep with her, then Mr. Toyama will have to sleep in the same bed with Brother Chiya, right? This is even worse, absolutely not. Sure, no problem at all, Denji said excitedly. She spoke very quickly, fearing that Chiya's brother would not allow Mr. Toyama to sleep with her. Oh, really? Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. He didn't expect Densi to agree so readily. It seems that Densi and Zhaohong have a good relationship, so he feels relieved. Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly looked a little embarrassed, not knowing what to say. Her hands were grasping the corners of her clothes awkwardly, and her eyes were wandering. Because when she just realized her feelings for Otonashi-kun, she suddenly realized why Densi had given her a strange feeling before. It's obvious that Denji also likes Otonashi-kun, so he sees her as a rival in love.
It wasn't a big deal before, but now, she is really a love rival.
No wonder Densi specifically emphasized to her that she was not Otonashi's biological sister, so this is what was going on. Advertisement Dongshan Zhaohong couldn't help but feel embarrassed now. Deonki had long regarded her as a love rival, and she came to his place to stay and even wanted to sleep with Deonki. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya placed Higashiyama Zhaohong's schoolbag and suitcase in Densi's bedroom. After putting away the things and having nothing else to do, Otonashi Chiya said to Dongshan Zhaohong, It seems that you have to get up early to go to school tomorrow? Take a shower and go to bed early? Okay, I'll get my clothes and go take a shower right away. Dongshan Zhaohong said obediently. In her subconscious, she was still like when she was at Dongshan's house, and she didn't dare to delay when her parents asked her to take a bath. But after a while, Dongshan Zhaohong came out of the bathroom again and asked Otonashi Chiya, who was resting on the sofa. Why is there no water in the bathtub? Otonashi Chiya's first reaction was a bit confused, and he asked back, Why is there water in the bathtub? Shouldn't you fill it yourself? Huh? Dongshan Zhaohong was also confused. For a moment, we were both confused and you looked at me and I looked at you. But Otonashi Chiya quickly responded, Wait, let me ask you something first. Did you use the same bath water for more than a dozen people at home? He just remembered that the Japanese do have this habit, they like to share one tub of bath water with the whole family. In every household in Japan, there's a washing area next to the bathtub. Bathtubs and washing areas are standard features of Japanese bathrooms. Usually people wash themselves in the rinse area first, and then take a bath in the bathtub. They usually do not use soap, shower gel or the like in the bathtub, so the relatively clean bath water can be reused in the eyes of the Japanese. Otonashi Chiya almost forgot about this. Given the situation in the Dongshan family, it is very likely that the whole family shares the bath water. Sharing bath water is not a big problem in itself, and it can also save water, but Dongshan's family has more than a dozen people, so this is a bit too much. That's about right. Father, my brother, and my younger brother Yi Li used one tank of water first, and then when it was mother's turn, we used another tank. After that, my sisters and I used the second tank repeatedly. Dongshan Zhaohong replied. She had been accustomed to this kind of thing since she was a child, so she thought it was a very normal thing. She originally thought that Otonashi-kun's family also shared bath water, but the results seemed to be different. Alright, it turned out to be similar to what Otonashi Chiya had guessed. A dozen people sharing 2 tubs of bathwater is at least better than sharing 1 tub. You don't have to do that in my place in the future. Our habit is to drain the bath water after we use it, and then fill it with new clean water for the next person to come in. Advertisement Otonashi Chiya explains. Oh okay. Dongshan Zhaohong nodded immediately. She then went back to the bathroom and started bathing. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya suddenly heard the voice of an angry demon. I find you're quite nosy. This guy doesn't like to talk usually. He may not come out for a day or two, and when he comes out, he almost always insults him. Are you talking about Dongshan Zhaohong's affairs? How can this be called meddling in other people's business? Otonashi Chiya immediately retorted. I just can't bear to watch it anymore. If she continues like this, her life will only get worse and worse. But there's no point in telling you too much. I guess you don't really understand human emotions other than anger. What about me? Isn't that also meddling in other people's business? That's for your own good. After all, you signed a contract with me. Otonashi Chiya felt a little helpless. The furious demon was silent for a moment. By the way, what was that thing that enlarged me before? I didn't expect you could come up with so many tricks. The raging demon was probably talking about Otonashi Chiya's Susanoo, and from the tone of his voice, you can tell that he is very curious about Susanoo. Well, that's Susanoo. When you reach a certain form, you can let Susanoo use your power. Otonashi Chiya explained casually. Susanoo? I've never heard of this. Could it be the ability of your eyes? The furious demon continued to ask. You guess? Otonashi Chiya would naturally not be so honest as to tell everything to the angry devil. You're still keeping me in suspense, but you have so many secrets. Sooner or later, I'm going to dig out all your secrets. Chapter 70. It seems like a date at this time. Dongshan Zhaohong came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. She was wearing pajamas that looked old and worn out, with many patches on them. I guess they were old clothes that one of her sisters couldn't wear anymore and were given to Zhaohong to wear. Zhaohong's only new clothes are school uniforms, 2 sets each for autumn and winter. When passing through the living room, she saw Otonashi Chiya still lying on the sofa, and Dongshan Zhaohong said immediately. Then I'm going to bed first. Good night, Otonashi-kun. Well, good night. Otonashi Chiya's smile path. He was also ready to take a shower and go to bed. Dongshan Zhaohong entered Densi's room, and Densi was still playing games with Pachita. Even at this point, she still felt a little embarrassed facing Densi. She originally wanted to remind Densi that it was late and time to go to bed, but after hesitating for a while, she gave up. She got into bed without saying a word, and sat next to the wall, leaving Densi a large space to avoid him being bothered by the crowd. After a while, Densi himself noticed the time. Pachita, it's so late, let's stop here today. Denji said to Pachita. Chiya's brother had told her before that she should turn off the lights and go to bed at 10 or 11 o'clock at the latest, as staying up late would harm her health. When she saw that it was already past 10 o'clock, she stopped playing the game on her own accord. Woof, Denji and Pachita had already taken a shower before playing the game, so they closed the game, turned off the lights, and lay down on the bed. Dongshan Zhaohong pretended to be asleep, closed her eyes and did not move, so as to avoid further embarrassment. Densi also thought that Mr. Toyama had already fallen asleep, and he wanted to say something to him, so he didn't disturb him. Early morning. Otonashi Chiya got up early as usual to prepare breakfast. The only difference from the past was that this time he had to prepare 4 breakfasts, for himself, Densi, Pachita and Zhaohong. Dongshan Zhaohong has woken up and is washing up in the bathroom. Last night she brought daily necessities such as towels, toothbrushes and cups. After washing up, looking at the breakfast on the table, she felt like she was dreaming. Advertisement, I'm starting. While eating breakfast, Dongshan Zhaohong was thinking about how wonderful her future life would be. From now on, she doesn't have to worry about going to college, there is no interference from her parents, and there is such a high salary. There are still nearly 2 years before she goes to college. If she works part-time during this period and saves money, it will be enough to cover her basic expenses for college. After Denji and Pachita finished their breakfast, Otonashi Chiya took the dishes to the kitchen sink and washed them. He felt like he didn't have much to worry about now. Haikawa Aki was training with Kishibe while partnering with Senior Himeno. Denji and Pachita were almost settled, and Zhaohong's dilemma was resolved. During this period, you can spend more time at home with them and then you can go to the Soviet Union with peace of mind. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Dongshan Zhaohong, I will take you to buy a new bed later, and I can also buy you some new clothes by the way. He also knew that Dongshan Zhaohong only had school uniforms and old clothes left by her sister. Although she spent most of her time in school, she still had weekends and holidays. Japanese schools have many holidays, including winter and summer vacations, and even spring vacations. You can't wear school uniform and old clothes every day during the holidays, right? Buying new clothes? That's a bit too much trouble for you? Dongshan Zhaohong has always been embarrassed to trouble others. It's okay. After I go abroad, I'll ask you to accompany and take care of Denji and Pachita. This will have some impact on your studies. I'll just buy you new clothes to compensate you. Otonashi Chiya explains. Densi and Pachita have been dependent on each other for so long, so there is no problem for them to take care of themselves, but it would be best if they had someone to take care of them and accompany them. Of course, it won't really have much impact on Zhaohong's studies. Densi has no problem with washing clothes and cooking. Zhaohong just needs to get along with Densi and Pachita like a family after school every day. Okay. Dongshan Zhaohong nodded. Otonashi-kun not only paid her such a high salary, but also provided her with food and shelter. How could he possibly have an issue with such a small matter? Afterwards, Higashiyama Zhaohong went out with Otonashi Chiya with joy and anticipation. Walking in the mall, Dongshan Zhaohong felt that this was just like a date. At this moment, she secretly glanced at Otonashi Chiya, and her gaze met Otonashi Chiya's. She immediately looked away in a hurry, her pretty face becoming even more blushing. We have already arrived. If we go any further, we will go too far. Otonashi Chiya actually wanted to remind Zhaohong of this. Advertisement, oh. Dongshan Zhaohong's reaction was quite excited, and she was so panicked as if she had done something bad. After calming down a little, she blushed and followed Otonashi Chiya into the furniture store that she had almost gone too far. Otonashi Chiya simply asked Zhaohong to choose a bed he liked, and then contact a moving company to help him move it home. Then it's time to go buy new clothes. Then, Otonashi Chiya took Zhaohong to the clothing store. But they happened to enter a store that only sold women's clothing. The waiter at the door even specifically asked, "Excuse me, are you a couple? If not, this place is only open to girls, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya directly said to Dongshan Zhaohong, "Then just go in and choose what you like."
He didn't care. He just waited at the door until Zhaohong chose the clothes and paid. How can this be so embarrassing? Dongshan Zhaohong didn't want Otonashi-kun to wait at the door. She then said to the waiter shyly, "Hi, we are a couple." Although the waiter felt a little strange, he still let the two of them in together. Dongshan Zhaohong, like other girls, likes beautiful and cute clothes. Unfortunately, due to her family situation, she never had the opportunity to buy nice new clothes. And the first thing she asked was, how much does this cost? But when she heard the waiter say that any set would cost several thousand or even tens of thousands of yen, she felt it was too expensive. Dongshan Zhaohong immediately stood on tiptoe and whispered to Otonashi Chiya, "Otonashi-kun, why don't we go to another store? This store is too expensive. No, just buy it here. Just pick what you like. No need to worry about other issues." Otonashi Chiya also responded quietly. It is said to be very expensive, but in fact, this is the normal price in Tokyo, unless you buy poor quality or second-hand clothes. Alright, since Otonashi-kun has said so, Dongshan Zhaohong won't care about it anymore. There were indeed some clothes here that she really liked and had her eyes on, but she held back and didn't say anything because she thought they were too expensive.
Chapter 71 On the eve of going abroad, gifts and more. Dongshan Zhaohong chose two of her favorite beautiful dresses. Of course there were some clothes she also liked, but she was too embarrassed to continue choosing. Are these two sets enough? Otonashi Chiya also asked Zhaohong specifically. Enough is enough. Dongshan Zhaohong nodded repeatedly, she was already very satisfied.
Then pay the bill. Otonashi Chiya then asked the waiter to pay the bill. The two sets cost a total of 20,000 to 30,000 yen, which Dongshan Zhaohong thought was too expensive. But she seemed to have overlooked one thing. She earned 5,000 yen a day as a part-time tutor. After all, she had given all her salary to her parents before yesterday, and subconsciously she didn't think she was rich at all. After buying a new bed and new clothes, Otonashi Chiya felt that he had almost settled Zhaohong down. For the next period of time, Otonashi Chiya stayed at home with Densi and the others. Ding. Host activates the achievement. Pochita's favorability LV4 and gains attribute points 15. Closing square bracket. Ding. Host activates the achievement. Hayakawa Aki's favorability LV3 and gains attribute points 8. Closing square bracket. Ding. Host successfully hunted down the rubber demon and obtained attribute points 5. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. During this period, Otonashi Chiya activated some achievements and occasionally hunted some demons, gaining a lot of attribute points in total. Allocated attribute points 146. Currently Otonashi Chiya has accumulated 146 attribute points. However, time passed quickly, and now it is the last few days of the deadline set by the cabinet, and Otonashi Chiya has to say goodbye to Denji and others for the time being.
While eating dinner, he said to Densi, Pochita and Zhaohong, "I will be going to the Soviet Union soon. I will come back once or twice a week. Take care of yourselves when I am away." "Well, Chiya-ni, don't worry about us," Denji said with a smile on his face. But the smile on her face was a little forced. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, she still couldn't help feeling a little sad. Woof woof. Advertisement Pochita also seemed to be saying, "Don't worry.
Be safe." Dongshan Zhaohong asked with concern. There was obvious reluctance in her eyes, but she wouldn't say it. Afternoon, Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Otonashi Chiya came to the office of General Manager Yoshimura. "I have booked your flight ticket. You will leave for the Soviet Union at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please spend some time with your family tonight." Yoshimura Taki said to Otonashi Chiya. He had already discovered that Otonashi valued his family. This can be seen from the previous incident of fighting against the gangsters. At that time, he asked Otonashi about his willingness to go to the Soviet Union, and Otonashi's condition was to fight against the gangsters, saying that the gangsters threatened his sister's safety. In fact, it was similar to what Yoshimura Taki thought. One of the main reasons why Otonashi Chiya was willing to go to the Soviet Union was that the Tokyo Public Security Bureau agreed to help him eradicate the gangs. Being forced by the cabinet to go to the Soviet Union was only a secondary reason. If he really wanted to fight to the end, no one could do anything to him. Either you wait for a while until your chi and blood attribute is strong enough, then directly activate the complete form of Susanoo to intimidate the cabinet. The deterrent power of a complete form of Susanoo that is more than 100 meters and close to 200 meters is definitely not weaker than that of the complete form of the gun demon. But the most shameless method is the Kamui space. Once he enters his own Kamui space and doesn't come out, no one can do anything to him.
The means to crack Kamui's space must meet two conditions. One is the demonic power of the sometimes space type, and the other is detailed information about his Mangekyō Sharingan double Kamui. Otherwise they would not know that he entered the different space at all. Not to mention that no one can meet the second condition, there is almost no need to worry about the first condition. From beginning to end in the original work, there has never been a space-time type demon that can crack Kamui's space. It can be said that as long as Otonashi Chiya is not careless, the first sight kill of the double Kamui is invincible.
However, Otonashi Chiya felt that there was no need to confront the cabinet for the time being, because he did not want his confrontation with the cabinet to affect the daily lives of Denji, Pochita and Zhao Hong. He was not very opposed to going to the Soviet Union itself. Okay, please help Manager Fangkun, Otonashi Chiya said politely. No, we are the ones who are bothering you. Yoshimura Taki shook his head. Otonashi Chiya smiled slightly, said nothing more, turned around and left the office. When he reached the lobby on the first floor, seniors Hayakawa Aki and Himeno were already waiting for him in the lounge area. Otonashi-kun, come and sit down. Just listen to Ji said. Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly and chatted with Hayakawa Aki and Himeno in the lounge area while drinking tea as usual. Otonashi-kun, you are going to the Soviet Union tomorrow, right? It seems like we won't be able to see each other for a long time. Ji sighed with some reluctance. I remember that Lord Guangxi from the Celestial Empire seemed to have stayed in our Tokyo Public Security Bureau for 9 years before returning, although he also had a lot of paid vacation time during that time. Not for a long time, I come back at least once a week. Otonashi Chiya explains. Come back once a week. Doesn't that mean I have to take 2 flights back and forth every week?
Hayakawa Aki was immediately surprised. I don't have to take a plane every time. My demonic power can do it. Otonashi Chiya did not give any unnecessary explanation, as long as he did not reveal the principle of the Kamui eye technique. It can be said that the principles of the Kamui eye technique are closely related to the Kamui space. As long as he doesn't tell anyone, no one will ever think that he has an alien space of his own.
I see. Your demonic power is truly almighty. Ji exclaimed immediately. Hayakawa Aki was also very surprised. He knew that Otonashi's demonic power could achieve super fast movement, just like teleportation. But he didn't expect that Otonashi's demonic power could be used across seas and countries. After all, he didn't think about space teleportation. After chatting for a while, Otonashi Chiya also said a simple goodbye to Hayakawa Aki and Himeno. In the evening, Dongshin Zhaohong and Densi were both showing off their skills in the kitchen, and Pochita was also joining in the fun. It seems that she wanted to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Otonashi Chiya before he left. Dongshin Zhaohong has strong hands-on skills because of her family situation. Although she had rarely eaten delicious food, she often made delicious food for her parents, but after they were done, it was not her turn to eat. Densi has also learned a lot of cooking from watching TV recently, and has long wanted to let Brother Chiya taste her improved cooking skills. Otonashi-kun, how do you feel? Brother Chiya. At this time, Toyama Zhaohong and Densi were looking at Otonashi Chiya with great anticipation.
While looking forward to it, they are also secretly competing with each other, and neither wants to lose to the other in cooking skills. Chapter 72 Leningrad Military Headquarters. Otonashi Chiya tried them all and his comment was, they're all delicious. If he was asked to compare which one, Zhaohong's or Dionce's, tasted better, he might as well give a perfunctory answer like this. As expected, Higashiyama Zhaohong and Densi were a little dissatisfied with Otonashi Chiya's answer, but they did not show it.
They didn't ask directly who cooked better. After all, they were just competing secretly, and it would seem a bit too childish to say it directly. What are you still standing there for? Let's eat together. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said. Dongshin Zhaohong and Densi didn't think too much about it. They sat back in their seats and started together. At this time, Dongshin Zhaohong tasted one of the dishes made by Densi and found it tasted very good. She then exclaimed. Densi is amazing, the food he made is really delicious. After being praised, Densi was a little flattered. He seemed to have forgotten everything even though he was just competing. He smiled and said, it's just so-so. Sister Zhaohong's cooking skills are also great. All of a sudden, they went from competing secretly to praising each other. This is what Otonashi Chiya wants to see. After dinner, Denji and Pochita went back to their room to play games, and Otonashi Chiya discussed the salary issue with Toyama Zhaohong. Now that the probation period is over, considering that you still need to take care of Densi, I will no longer pay you by the hour. You will tutor Densi for 1 to 2 hours a day, and your fixed daily salary will be 10,000 yen. Otonashi Chiya took out 7 10,000 yuan bills from his pocket and said, I pay you 1 week's salary in advance every week. Today happens to be Saturday, so this is your salary for next week. In Japan, the first day of the week is Sunday instead of Monday, so today, Saturday, is already the last day of the week.
Okay. Dongshan Zhaohong nodded and carefully accepted the 70,000 yen. She plans to cover all household expenses in the future and save the remaining money for college. Of course, Otonashi Chiya not only gave Zhaohong his salary, he also left hundreds of thousands of dollars for Densi at one time. He had specially applied for 2 or 3 bank cards before, and gave one of them to Deonki.
The reason why he acted so casually now was that he had already received last month's salary from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The basic salary plus various bonuses totaled more than 6 million yen, not including the year-end bonus and other benefits. He made more than 6 million yuan a month, and after giving hundreds of thousands of yuan to DNC and Zhaohong, he still had about 6 million yuan left and was not short of money at all. Advertisement. However, he had already exchanged part of it into Soviet currency, namely, rubles, so he didn't have to wait until tomorrow to arrive in the Soviet Union to exchange currency temporarily. The next morning, Otonashi Chiya went to the airport to catch a flight. The trip was from Tokyo to Leningrad. Another name for Leningrad is St. Petersburg. In Otonashi Chiya's previous life, Leningrad was renamed St. Petersburg after the collapse of the Soviet Union, but in the world of Chainsaw Man, the Soviet Union did not collapse, so the name Leningrad was not changed. According to the notice from General Fangkun, he will work in the Leningrad military headquarters next. The Soviet Union is different from Japan. Japan's demon hunters are divided into public security and civilians, while the Soviet Union's demon hunters are said to be divided into military and civilians. 10 hours later, Otonashi Chiya arrived at Leningrad airport. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin and landed, a system prompt sounded suddenly in his mind. Ding! Host activates the achievement, Arrival in the Soviet Union, and receives the reward, Russian Grandmaster. Closing square bracket.
At this moment, Otonashi Chiya directly mastered Russian, and it was at the Grandmaster level, which is probably not much worse than a native Russian speaker. Soon after getting off the plane, someone greeted him. He was a young Soviet man wearing a very recognizable military uniform, probably a demon hunter from the Leningrad military. When he saw Otonashi Chiya's eyes, he was stunned for a moment. He had never seen such strange blood-red eyes.
Then he deliberately said to Otonashi Chiya in Japanese with a strong Russian accent, "You are Mr. Otonashi Chiya from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau in Japan, right?" "That's right." Otonashi Chiya nodded and spoke directly in Russian. When he heard that he was speaking Russian, the other party was stunned for a moment before reacting, "So you can speak Russian, that's much more convenient." He is one of the few demon hunters in the Leningrad military who can speak Japanese, so this time he is responsible for communicating with Otonashi Chiya. But after all, his Japanese is not very good and it feels a bit awkward to speak it, so it would be best if the other person could speak Russian. Otonashi Chiya asked directly, "So what should we do next? Should we go directly to your Leningrad military headquarters?" The young man in military uniform was surprised that Otonashi Chiya spoke Russian so well, at least much better than his Japanese. "Yes, you can just take my car and go there together later." Advertisement. After passing through airport customs, Otonashi Chiya got into the car of a young man in military uniform. In the car, he asked some questions. "Excuse me, do you know the general arrangements for my work in the future? My superiors should have made the arrangements, but I'm not sure. I only know that your partner will be that man." The young man in military uniform replied. "Which one?"
Otonashi Chiya asked with a little confusion. "He is the strongest demon hunter in our Leningrad military headquarters, but you probably don't know him yet. You will be able to meet him when you arrive at the military headquarters." The tone of the young man in military uniform sounded quite serious. It seemed that the man he was talking about must be very powerful. "Okay." Otonashi Chiya didn't say anything more. "You'll find out when you get there." Less than half an hour later, the car drove into the Leningrad military headquarters.
The architectural style here looks like a military camp, and there are people in military uniforms everywhere. Although our place is very similar to a military camp, the demon hunters working here are not soldiers in the traditional sense, and they do not need to undergo various training every day. Their daily work content is similar to that of your Japanese public security demon hunters. At this time, the young man in military uniform who was driving explained to Otonashi Chiya, "We are equivalent to a department under the military, separate from the traditional soldiers." "I see. Thanks for the explanation." Otonashi Chiya nodded. After hearing what the other party said, he roughly understood it. The only difference is the name. One is military, and the other is public security, but the work content is almost the same. "That's good enough. Once we find a parking space, you can come with me to report in." The young man in military uniform said. He thought it would be difficult to explain to the other party, but thanks to the other party's ability to speak Russian, it was much more convenient for him to explain directly in Russian. Chapter 73 Inches Czar, Shenyu. After reporting, Otonashi Chiya was assigned to the Special Operations Force First Team. All demon hunters working in the military are members of the Special Operations Force. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya met directly with the Minister of the Leningrad Military, a position that was roughly equivalent to the Chief of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. The Minister of the Military was a middle-aged man with a long, hideous-looking scar on his face, probably from a battle with a demon.
The uniform he wore was different and had medals on it. A pair of unique blood-red eyes. Are you Otonashi Chiya from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau? In the office, the military chief stood up and said to Otonashi Chiya.
Apparently he had learned about Otonashi Chiya in advance. Looking at the other person's eyes, they were indeed as strange and weird as described. Most people would not have pupils of this shape. Yes, that's me. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. You are new here. If you feel uncomfortable in the future, you can directly raise it. The attitude of the Minister of Military Affairs was also good, at least he didn't put on airs. Okay, Otonashi Chiya's way. You should already know that you will be working in the Special Operations Force Team 1. I would like to remind you that the work intensity in Team 1 is the highest, but with your previous experience in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, it should be no problem. The Minister of the Army said. Otonashi Chiya smiled but said nothing. He really didn't care and had great confidence in his double Kamui. But even if he did have any objections, he probably had no choice. This was not only an arrangement made by the Leningrad military, but also possibly by the Soviet high-level officials. And your future partner will be the captain of Special Operations Force 1.
After saying this, the Minister of the Army seemed to say to the outside of the door, Tsar, come in. Advertisement, Tsar. Otonashi Chiya was immediately puzzled. There can't be anyone really called this, right? In the Soviet era, the name Tsar was given. Isn't that a bit too much? It's just his code name. His real name is Shen Yu, but he doesn't like people calling him by his real name, so we all call him by his favorite code name, Tsar. I suggest you pay attention to that as well.
The military chief explained. I see. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. Then, there was the sound of someone pushing open the door behind me. Crunch. Otonashi Chiya turned his head and saw a tall and slender young man with delicate features walking in. No, delicate is not enough to describe it, the more precise word is beautiful. The young man was wearing a military cap. His face was not only beautiful but also very fair. The well-fitting military uniform made his figure look very slender. This was the first time Otonashi Chiya wanted to use the word, handsome, to describe a man. If a certain part of the other person's body had not been as flat as an airport, he would have almost thought that this guy was a woman. This young man must be the Shen Yu, mentioned by the Minister of Military Affairs, codenamed Tsar. However, Otonashi Chiya felt that this code name was a bit awkward. Tsar, he will be your partner from now on, and also your first partner. You two should get to know each other better. The military chief said to Shen Yu. However, Kamiju's beautiful face was as cold as ice, and she looked at Otonashi Chiya with extremely cold eyes.
Otonashi Chiya smiled, stood up and introduced himself. I'm Otonashi Chiya, from Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Shen Yu just nodded slightly to him and said nothing. As if knowing that the Minister of Military Affairs had already introduced him, Shen Yu was too lazy to say any more nonsense. Advertisement, I hope you can get my approval. Shen Yu left the office after leaving only these words. Otonashi Chiya smiled awkwardly but politely and looked at the military chief.
The Minister of the Military Department also looked like he had a headache and rubbed his forehead. The Tsar is like this, so I said that you will be his first partner. I hope you don't mind too much. He had recommended several partners to Shen Yu before, but Shen Yu did not recognize their abilities and they ultimately failed to form a formal partnership. Whether you mind or not is another matter. What kind of job should I do next? Otonashi Chiya was not going to lose his composure over such a matter, and spoke calmly. From now on, you will be his partner, but he may not recognize you as his official partner for the time being. The military minister said with an embarrassed look on his face. I already know about your previous deeds in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. I think your strength is no problem. As long as you can exert your normal strength, he will naturally not be like today. He then added, I'm sorry that you've been wronged, but it was our superiors who asked us to let Tsar partner with you. There really is no better choice than him. Although he may not be the strongest demon hunter in the entire Soviet Union, he is undoubtedly the strongest in our Leningrad military. Good guy. Otonashi Chiya was thinking that he had just arrived at the Leningrad military headquarters, and he was already being strengthened. Not only do you have to partner with the so-called strongest right away, you also have to get the recognition of this strongest. However, this intensity is not a problem for him.
It's okay. Now that I'm here, I'll try my best to cooperate with your arrangements. Otonashi Chiya said to the military chief with a faint smile. Well, then go and look at the dormitories first. You can choose any vacant dormitory you like. The Minister of the Army said. After this conversation, his first impression of the young man was quite admiring.
Most people would probably give up in their hearts, or at least frown, when they meet a troublesome partner like Shen Yu. However, the expression on this young man's face was always calm, and it could be seen that he had a very calm mind, which was probably honed by long-term fighting with demons. Chapter 74. Look down on the daily life. Because the Leningrad military headquarters was like a military camp. The dormitories for all demon hunters and staff are also within the military headquarters, but unlike traditional military barracks dormitories, the military headquarters dormitories are basically apartment suites and do not have such strict military management. Otonashi Chiya randomly chose a single-room suite, which was fully equipped with all the necessary facilities. At least he didn't have to buy the furniture himself and then move in. It was already late at night when we chose the dormitory. It's just right to go to bed directly. Tomorrow I will officially start working in the Leningrad military headquarters.
Otonashi Chiya slept normally until he woke up naturally, and just after he finished washing up, he heard someone knocking on the door. Who? Otonashi Chiya asked directly in Russian. I am the demon hunter who is responsible for taking you to familiarize yourself with the Leningrad military department. A boy's voice came from outside the door, but the tone sounded a little weak, giving people a feeling of lack of confidence. Otonashi Chiya immediately went over to open the door. It was impossible for outsiders to enter a place like the military camp. Outside the door was a short boy wearing a military uniform, who looked about the same age as him, perhaps 18 at most. Her facial features are fairly delicate, but she has some pimples on her face, and she obviously doesn't look very confident. Hello, my name is Ian, and I'm a member of the 5th Special Operations Team. The boy introduced himself. Hello, my name is Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya still stretched out his right hand out of habit. After all, the handshake when meeting for the first time is universally used. Seeing this, Ian quickly held Otonashi Chiya's right hand with both hands, appearing very respectful but a little humble. The impression given to Otonashi Chiya is much better than that guy Kamijo. Ian had his head down, but when shaking hands, he looked up at Otonashi Chiya and was immediately frightened by Otonashi Chiya's bloodshot eyes. He knew that there were many rare eye colors in the world, but this was the first time he had seen blood-red eyes, and some even had strange shapes. Otonashi Chiya could see that the other party was a little frightened by his eyes, and then explained, "This is my demon power. I'm sorry that it seems to have scared you." "Oh, no, I'm just making a fuss, advertisement." Ian apologized to Otonashi Chiya instead, then he got down to business, "Then I'll take you to our cafeteria for breakfast." This was the task assigned to him by the captain after he applied to his superiors. The task was simple, which was to take the newly arrived Otonashi Chiya to familiarize himself with all aspects of their Leningrad military headquarters. The reason why he was asked to take on this responsibility was that he was too introverted and had poor interpersonal relationships. The captain planned to use this relatively simple task to train him. He just wanted to change himself, so he accepted the task. "Okay, thank you for your help then," Otonashi Chiya gladly accepted. It would be better if someone specially took him to familiarize himself with the place, otherwise he wouldn't even know where to eat. Ian heaved a sigh of relief. He had been a little worried that this foreigner he had never met might not be easy to get along with, but now he found that his worries seemed completely unnecessary. Afterwards, Ian brought Otonashi Chiya to the cafeteria. It is the common military camp canteen, or similar to a university cafeteria. There are demon hunters in military uniforms all around, and now is the time for everyone to have breakfast. "Mr. Otonashi, you can choose anything here. It's all free, but you need to be careful not to waste food." Now that he knew Otonashi Chiya was an easygoing person, Ian wasn't as reserved as he was at the beginning. "I see. Otonashi Chiya's way." He also almost realized that Ian in front of him was timid and introverted, but he seemed to be trying hard to communicate with him. In this case, it is even less likely that he would make things difficult for the other party. However, after looking around the cafeteria, there weren't many things that Otonashi Chiya found appetizing. There was a saying circulating in the circle of overseas students in his previous life. "A waiter goes out and a cook comes back." This statement is not an exaggeration at all, because foreign food is difficult to suit the taste of Huxia people. Japanese food is okay, but the food from countries like Russia is the most difficult to get used to. But Huxia restaurants abroad are generally very expensive, so most students studying abroad have to cook for themselves, which can save money and satisfy their appetite. Finally, Otonashi Chiya randomly selected a large piece of long bread and a glass of milk. Advertisement, "Mr. Otonashi, are you used to the food?" Sitting in his seat, Ian suddenly asked Otonashi Chiya.
It's a good question, but Otonashi Chiya doesn't usually answer it so directly.
Well enough. Otonashi Chiya knew it was nonsense, so he simply didn't say anything. After all, it was impossible for the cafeteria here to change the food to suit his taste just because of him. After that, he could just find a place to eat outside or buy some groceries and cook them in the dormitory. There is a kitchen in his dormitory, which is fully equipped with all the necessary functions. That's good. If there's anything you're not used to, just tell me and I'll report it to my superiors immediately. Ian said with a smile. Moreover, Ian's smile can give people a healing feeling and looks more comfortable. Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt that it would be great if his partner was Ian. Regardless of his ability, at least he would be more comfortable to get along with than Shen Yu. Partners don't necessarily have to have equal strength, it's enough to be able to help each other. His strength can help Ian hunt demons, and Ian can also help him get familiar with this strange place, and he can also ask Ian for feedback if there is anything. "Ian, is the one next to you the demon hunter from Japan? I heard he's very strong, and he's teaming up with the captain of Team 1. I wonder who's stronger between the two of them." "You mean the guy called Czar? There's no need to compare. Czar is definitely stronger. How strong can a demon hunter be in a small place like Japan?" The demon hunters around had noticed Ian and Otonashi Chiya and started talking about it. They obviously didn't think much of a small place like Japan. After all, there was a huge gap in national strength between the Soviet Union and Japan. But Otonashi Chiya doesn't care, he's not a real Japanese anyway. Ian was a little afraid to speak in front of so many people and could only smile foolishly. However, at this moment, those people suddenly became quiet. Otonashi Chiya was a little confused about what was going on, and when he turned around, he found that it was Shen Yu who came. Others seemed to be in awe of this guy and dared to whisper about him in private, but they would never mention Shen Yu. Shen Yu walked to Otonashi Chiya's desk, and seemed to have something to ask Otonashi Chiya. Ian, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 75 Inches Handknife. Only Otonashi Chiya remained calm and said calmly, "What's the matter?" If Ian hadn't dared to move, he would have wanted to hide behind Otonashi Chiya directly. He couldn't bear the oppressive feeling of Shen Yu. "You should start working today. Follow me later. I'll be waiting for you outside." Shen Yu's expression was still as cold as before, and his tone was emotionless. After saying that, he walked out of the cafeteria. Otonashi Chiya was suddenly speechless. This guy not only has a paralyzed expression, but also has a strong aura. It turns out that he was just telling him this one thing. If you didn't know, you would think that this guy wanted to be real with him. When Shen Yu went out, Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask Ian beside him, "Has that guy always been like this?" Yes, but we'd better not talk about him anymore." Ian didn't dare to talk about Shen Yu loudly, and was obviously very afraid of Shen Yu. Alright. Otonashi Chiya did not embarrass Ian and stopped talking to him about Shen Yu. After finishing breakfast, he walked out of the cafeteria. Ian didn't dare to come out with them and remained sitting in the cafeteria. Looking at Shen Yu, Otonashi Chiya said helplessly, "So, what should we do next? You should tell me, right?" "Just follow me," Shen Yu said expressionlessly. Yes, Otonashi Chiya said in a perfunctory tone. After a while, Kanzuki brought Otonashi Chiya to a building. At first Otonashi Chiya didn't know what this place was, but after entering he found that it should be a training ground. The venue is very large, with a variety of training equipment and a special fighting arena. At this time, Shen Yue adjusted the military cap on his head with one hand and said to Otonashi Chiya, "If you can hurt me, I will recognize you as my partner." Advertisement. It was obvious that Shen Yue was planning to spar with Otonashi Chiya. "Hurt you? As long as I can hurt you a little bit, that's enough, right?" Otonashi Chiya asked calmly. "Of course, the premise is that you can really do it." Shen Yu's words sounded very confident. "Why don't you try and find out?" Otonashi Chiya took off his public security uniform and was left wearing only a short-sleeved shirt underneath. Although the climate in the Soviet Union is cold all year round, with his current, chi and blood, attributes, there is basically no such thing as being afraid of the cold. There is also heating in the room, and he doesn't like to sweat too much. Actually, he is still wearing the uniform of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. He has to wait for the military uniform specially customized for him by the Leningrad military headquarters to be produced. Shen Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and walked into the fighting arena. This was the first time Otonashi Chiya saw an expression on Kanzuki's face, as if she thought he was overestimating his abilities. Team 1's captain has a new partner. I heard it's the guy from Tokyo Public Security Bureau, right? That's right, but every time the minister finds a partner for the Tsar, it always ends in misery. They always give up after being taught a lesson in this way. He is the Tsar after all. He is too powerful to be defeated in both physical skills and demonic power. No one in our entire Leningrad military can defeat him. There were also many demon hunters in the training grounds, and they were all aware of the strength of Team 1 Captain Shen Yu. Because of this, almost none of them were optimistic about Otonashi Chiya, and some didn't even think that Otonashi Chiya had a chance to hurt Shen Yu. At this time, although Ian was very afraid of Shen Yu, he still sneaked in quietly. He knew that the Tsar would definitely bring Otonashi Chiya here. This was the Tsar's usual way of treating every partner he disapproved of. So he found this place and wanted to cheer for Otonashi Chiya. At this point, Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo were already ready in the ring, and there was no need for a referee. After all, they were just sparring. "Mr. Otonashi, come on." At this moment, Otonashi Chiya suddenly heard Ian's voice behind him. He couldn't help but look back at Ian, and was immediately moved. Ian was the only one in the audience who cheered him on. Advertisement. Others did not laugh at Ian, but thought that Ian was still too naive and too kind. "Bring it on." Kanzuki seemed a little unhappy that Otonashi Chiya was distracted when fighting him, and his tone became a little colder. Otonashi Chiya turned around, no longer smiling as before. His expression suddenly became extremely serious, and his expression was even more expressionless than Shen Yu's. He didn't intend to fight seriously at first, but wanted to use physical skills to fight Shen Yu for a few moves to see how capable this guy is. If you use the Kamui eye technique directly, it would be too bullying. Most people cannot avoid the attack of Kamui and twist their heads. Otonashi Chiya kicked hard with his back foot, and cracks suddenly appeared on the ring made of special stone. He rushed towards Shen Yu like an arrow shot from a bow and punched Shen Yu in the face with all his strength. However, Shen Yu looked proud and confident, and did not even dodge or evade, and took Otonashi Chiya's punch head on. The moment his fist hit, Otonashi Chiya immediately realized that something was wrong. His fist was numb. Moreover, his Mangekyō Sharingan saw that Shen Yu had made a move, and he did it very quickly, stabbing his abdomen with the fingertips of his palm, which was as sharp and fierce as a blade. He felt that if he didn't have the Mangekyō Sharingan, he would never be able to react to the opponent's counterattack. But the reality is that Otonashi Chiya did have it, and he hollowed the moment he realized it, and Shen Yu's palm went straight through his abdomen. Shen Yu immediately noticed something was wrong, and his pupils suddenly shrank. His hand knife actually didn't stab the other party? Since this was a split-second fight, the other people around hadn't reacted yet to what was happening, and they couldn't see Otonashi Chiya and Kamiju's movements with their naked eyes. Still they're marveling, that guy and the Tsar are both so fast. At this time, Otonashi Chiya's hollow body had also dodged, and in the instant after dodging, he used his right leg to sweep high towards Shenyue. However, the situation was the same as before. This high kick and the previous punch failed to hurt Shenyue at all. Shenyue gave Otonashi Chiya a super high-speed hand knife counterattack, but he still used hollow to make it penetrate his body. Shen Yu's hand knife counterattack failed again. Not only did Otonashi Chiya feel that Komatsuki was a little weird, Komatsuki also frowned slightly, as if Otonashi Chiya's strength was a little beyond his expectations. It was only then that the surrounding demon hunters realized that the Tsar and the young man had already exchanged several moves, but the young man had not fallen yet. Chapter 76 Breaking Absolute Defense, is this your demonic power? At this time Shen Yu couldn't help but ask, your demonic powers are pretty strong too. Otonashi Chiya also stopped attacking and smiled faintly. Shen Yu did not respond, but did not deny it either. Otonashi Chiya didn't intend to laugh with this guy anymore. The smile on his face suddenly stopped, and his left eye Kamui suddenly widened, focusing on Shen Yu's left arm. He had already seen that it was unlikely that the guy in front of him had trained himself to the point of being invulnerable to swords and guns through physical training. He must have used some kind of demonic power to strengthen his body, and his entire body was absolutely defensive. As strong as Guangxi and Anbian are, their physical defense is only much stronger than that of ordinary people if they rely purely on physical skills, but it is not to this exaggerated extent. But no matter how strong the body's defense is, it is still physical defense. Attacking Kamui can be ignored. Shen Yu suddenly felt that the space next to him was distorted by something, and was tearing his left arm. His expression changed slightly and his eyes trembled violently. Although he was caught off guard, his first reaction was that this thing was very dangerous, and he quickly tried to avoid this space Uzumaki. The speed at which the binocular Kamui distorts space is much faster than that of a single eye. Even though Shen Yu dodged immediately, a large wound was still torn on his left arm, and it could be seen that the bone was broken. If he had been a little slower, his entire arm would have been lost and he would have been transferred into Otonashi Chiya's Kamui space. What is this? It seems that Kanzuki's facial paralysis has been completely cured by Otonashi Chiya, and her beautiful face is no longer as cold as an iceberg as before. In the Leningrad military headquarters, he had never been hurt by anyone, whether human or demon. His self-confidence comes from his indestructible physical defense. But just now, the indestructible golden body that he was so proud of was broken by the opponent using some unknown strange means. Not only was he injured, but if his reaction had been a little slower, his arm would have been gone. Even so, his left arm was broken. Nothing, I just don't want to waste any more time. Otonashi Chiya said calmly, didn't you say that as long as I can hurt you, it will be fine? Then I can leave now. Advertisement. After saying that, he turned and left the fighting arena. This time it was just a small lesson for the opponent. An injury like a broken arm was nothing for a demon hunter. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau has such advanced medical care, so there is no reason why the Leningrad military department should not have it either. If an arm is broken, it can be reattached easily. You have to know that the Soviet Union was able to transform humans into weapon humans, directly transforming ordinary humans into weapon humans. A country that has this kind of technology will definitely have good medical methods. However, this was a huge psychological blow to Shen Yu. His indestructible golden body was broken for the first time, and he was probably going to doubt his life. When Otonashi Chiya stepped down from the ring and walked into the crowd, the other demon hunters subconsciously stepped back. What kind of terrifying demonic power could have caused such severe injuries to the Tsar? Shen Yu was already a monster in their eyes, and now this young man was even more of a monster among monsters. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already walked in front of Ian. Let's go, I still need you to take me to familiarize myself with this military department. He didn't mention the word recognition just now because he didn't care whether he was recognized by Shen Yu or not. If he could change partners, he would definitely prefer to partner with Ian. How about trying to apply to the Minister of Military Affairs today? Oh, Ian was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. He was also shocked by the strength Otonashi Chiya had just shown. He was actually able to suppress the Tsar. Looking at the backs of Otonashi Chiya and Ian leaving together, Shen Yu's eyes sank slightly. The broken arm didn't actually feel like anything to him as he had a very high tolerance for pain. What made him feel a little uncomfortable was something else. Afterwards, Shen Yu supported his broken left arm with his right hand and walked out of the training ground with an expressionless face. He needed to get his arm treated. Even though Shen Yu looked a little embarrassed, this Tsar was still very majestic to the demon hunters around him. They didn't dare to get close, let alone talk about anything, for fear that Shen Yu, who was in a bad mood, would take his anger out on them. Even though Shen Yu was just defeated by Otonashi Chiya, even if they all attacked together, they would still not be a match for Shen Yu. After all, if it weren't for Otonashi Chiya's Kamui eye technique that just happened to restrain Shen Yu's absolute defense, the combination of absolute defense and super high-speed hand knife counterattack would be really powerful. After Shen Yu had been gone for quite a while, the many demon hunters present dared to discuss in low voices. I can't believe it, there is actually someone who can break through the absolute defense of the Tsar. Advertisement. Although absolute defense is said to have weaknesses, that young man just twisted the Tsar's arm out of thin air. What kind of demonic power does he have? Well, I was completely dumbfounded. Fortunately, I didn't say anything before. I just thought in my heart that the Tsar would definitely win. What kind of monster did the military leaders invite? I feel like his strength is almost comparable to that of the oldest demon hunter in the Celestial Empire, right? They were already impressed by the amazing strength that Otonashi Chiya had just demonstrated, and would never dare to underestimate that young man again. Otherwise, that young man could even suppress Shen Yu. If he didn't like them, wouldn't he be able to pin them to the ground and crush them? Next, Ian continued to take Otonashi Chiya to familiarize himself with the entire Leningrad military headquarters, intending to let Otonashi Chiya get to know all the places in the military headquarters today. Mr. Otonashi, this is the swimming pool. At this time, Ian was introducing an open-air swimming pool in front of him to Otonashi Chiya. After realizing Otonashi Chiya's strength, Ian, who was already less reserved, became even more reserved. I was worried that I might not have done something well enough and Mr. Otonashi would be dissatisfied. Mr. Otonashi's extraordinary ability also brought him huge pressure. I get it, but I'm probably not even older than you, so it's a bit weird to keep calling me Mr. Otonashi. Just call me Otonashi. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but mention it. Sir is a more formal term of address, generally used to refer to all men in formal occasions. In daily life, no one would call each other sir repeatedly. This is a bit bad. Ian always called him Mr. Otonashi because he respected Otonashi Chiya very much and did not dare to be rude or neglectful in any way. What's wrong with that? I feel a little uncomfortable when you keep calling me Mr. Otonashi. Otonashi Chiya smiled awkwardly. Okay, Otonashi. Hearing Otonashi Chiya say that he was uncomfortable, Ian immediately changed his address. Chapter 77 Rejection of Shenyue. By noon, Ian had already taken Otonashi Chiya to all the places in the military headquarters. By the way, come with me to Minister Levan's office. I have something to tell him. At this time, Otonashi Chiya suddenly spoke. Oh, okay. Ian didn't ask what it was about, but nodded obediently. He then followed Otonashi Chiya to the office building where the Minister of Military Affairs was located. Arriving at the office door, Otonashi Chiya knocked gently. Minister Levan, I am Otonashi Chiya. Come in. After hearing Minister Levan's response, Otonashi Chiya opened the door and walked in. Looking at Otonashi Chiya, Minister Levan suddenly remembered what happened in the morning and couldn't help but say, I heard that you had a competition with the Tsar this morning, and you won. Sure enough, your strength is as unpredictable as described in the intelligence. He must have recognized your strength now. Minister Levan, thank you for your compliment. I came to see you this time for something. Otonashi Chiya said in a calm tone. What is it? Minister Levan asked. I think Ian might be a better partner for me, so I would like to apply to change my partner to Ian. Otonashi Chiya directly stated the purpose of his visit. Change partners. Minister Levan's expression suddenly became a little stunned. He didn't expect Otonashi Chiya to suddenly make this request, and wanted to change his partner from Shenyue to Ian. Although he had never paid much attention to Ian, he knew that Ian's strength was at the bottom of the Leningrad military, and his weak and unconfident personality made him unsuitable for being a demon hunter. Shen Yu does have a bad personality, but his strength is unquestionable. He just can't beat Otonashi Chiya. At the same time, Ian was even more shocked. He could never have imagined that Otonashi came to Minister Levan to partner with him. This was more than just flattery. He felt that he was not worthy of being Otonashi's partner. In the entire Leningrad military, only the Tsar was powerful enough to match Otonashi. He is very aware of his own strength, and if he partners with Otonashi, he will only hold Otonashi back. To be honest, even I don't have the authority to change your partner. This is all the decision of the military leaders. At this time, Minister Levan said somewhat embarrassedly. Advertisement. Their Leningrad military department was just a branch of the military. As a military minister, he had little say in the military. The top military officials were his top superiors, and he could not shake their decisions. All right. Otonashi Chiya didn't feel disappointed at all, as he had always thought the probability of success was not high. He did this mainly to make a statement, asking people not to give him any more troublesome things. Minister Levan also noticed Otonashi Chiya's dissatisfaction with Shenyue, so he continued, however, under the premise of not changing your partner, I can try to relax the restrictions on you. Except for work and missions, you don't have to contact the Tsar at other times. This is the biggest compromise he can make with his current voice. That's fine too. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. According to Minister Levan, although he is still a partner with Shen Yu, they're just colleagues when hunting demons, and he can completely avoid interacting with Shen Yu in daily life. Etc. At this time, Ian couldn't help but say, Otonashi, is this really okay? The Tsar, he was mainly worried that the Tsar would be unhappy when he heard about it. No problem, don't worry. Otonashi Chiya's faint smile. He was thinking, wasn't Shen Yu unwilling to be his partner in the first place? In this case, Shen Yu should be happy to hear this. Oh, Otonashi said so, and Ian felt much more relieved. As luck would have it, at this moment, someone suddenly pushed open the office door. Shen Yu walked in. The injury on his left arm seemed to have fully recovered, and he was wearing a new military uniform. Although his expression was still as cold as usual, when he saw Otonashi Chiya was also here, there was a subtle change on his face. You are very capable. I recognize that. From now on, I will take you to visit the military headquarters. Kamatsuki bluntly invited Otonashi Chiya. This made Otonashi Chiya a little confused. Isn't the contrast in attitude a bit too great? Ian hid directly behind Otonashi Chiya, not daring to say a word. Advertisement he had just anticipated that this might happen, because although the Tsar was cold and arrogant, he attached great importance to strength. Otonashi's strength has obviously convinced the Tsar, so it's not surprising that he would change the pervert degree. But now he was embarrassed. Not to mention Ian, even Minister Levan felt that the scene before him was a bit awkward. He simply stopped talking and let Otonashi Chiya explain himself. Being invited by Shen Yu like this, Otonashi Chiya couldn't treat Shen Yu with a bad attitude for a while. I have already made an agreement with Minister Levan that Ian will be the one to familiarize me with the military and other places in the future. Otonashi Chiya said to Shen Yue in a calm tone. Minister Levan's expression suddenly changed slightly. This kid had to involve him. There was a flash of suspicion in Shen Yu's eyes, and he looked at Ian behind Otonashi Chiya. Ian hid behind Otonashi Chiya and didn't dare to look at Shen Yue at all. Are you sure you're not kidding? There was a hint of disbelief on Shen Yu's face. He couldn't even remember who Ian was, because the weaker the person, the less interested he was in paying attention to them. This also shows that Ian is very weak, but Otonashi Chiya chooses to associate with the weak? This was something he couldn't understand. Of course I'm not kidding. Otonashi Chiya said calmly, we're just normal partners at work. He felt that this was not a big deal, he was just politely declining Shen Yu's invitation. At this time, Otonashi Chiya glanced at the time and felt that it was time to go to lunch. Then there is nothing else to do, let's go Ian. As Otonashi Chiya walked out of the office, Ian hurriedly followed him, not daring to look back at Shen Yu, as if he would explode if he looked any longer. Only Shen Yu, who lowered his head, and Minister Lewin, who had an awkward smile, were left. Shen Yu had one hand on Minister Lewin's desk, and suddenly the edge of the desk was crushed by Shen Yu's fingers. Crack. How could these fair and slender hands unleash such incredible power? However, Minister Levan said nothing, as if he had no temper at all. Chapter 78. Your codename is awkward. If Shen Yu gets angry, even Minister Lewin will not be able to suppress him. Fortunately, Shen Yu would not get furious about such things. Soon Shen Yu calmed down and said to Levan expressionlessly, Minister, why did you call me here? He came here suddenly because Minister Levan informed him of something important, but he unexpectedly met Otonashi Chiya. A demon that the local civilian organizations cannot deal with appeared in the Peterhof district. It is said that the demon ate 2 pieces of demon meat from the gun. Ordinary military demon hunters also have difficulty dealing with it. This time, I plan to send you and Otonashi Chiya to hunt the demon together and let you get used to each other. Minister Levan said. However, the current situation has undergone some unexpected changes, and he is not sure whether Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue can get along well. I see. Shen Yu said no more and immediately turned around and left the office. At the same time, Otonashi Chiya and Ian just arrived downstairs in the office building. By the way, is there a mall nearby where I can buy food ingredients? Could you please take me there? At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Ian, then I'll take you there now. Ian then walked towards the military gate, but at this time, Shen Yu had already walked down from upstairs. Shen Yu walked straight towards this side, and Ian was so scared that he couldn't move. However, Shen Yu did not cause trouble for Ian, but said to Otonashi Chiya in a cold tone. I am conveying a message on behalf of the minister. You have to go with me to the Peterhof district to hunt demons this afternoon. I understand. Let's meet here at around 1 o'clock after I finish lunch. Otonashi Chiya said calmly. If he needs to go out on a mission, he will definitely try his best to cooperate, as long as Shen Yu doesn't get sick first. Then Shen Yu walked past Otonashi Chiya and glanced at Ian faintly when passing by Ian. Ian was immediately frightened by Shen Yu's eyes, and some cold sweat broke out on his face. Fortunately, Shen Yu did not make things difficult for him, but walked away directly. Then Ian breathed a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and said to Otonashi Chiya, let's go. You don't have to be so scared of that guy. If he has an attack, just tell me directly, I'll protect you. Otonashi Chiya of course noticed Ian's fear and warned him. Okay. Advertisement. Ian immediately felt relieved. Except for Otonashi Chiya, anyone in the Leningrad military who said this was exaggerating. Only Otonashi Chiya could truly suppress Shen Yu. About 10 minutes later, Ian brought Otonashi Chiya to a shopping mall closest to the Leningrad military headquarters, which sold everything, including various ingredients. Otonashi, are you planning to buy some ingredients and cook for yourself? The food in the cafeteria doesn't suit your taste? Ian couldn't help but ask. After all, I just arrived in a foreign country and I prefer to cook for myself. Otonashi Chiya explained. Oh, then have you exchanged rubles? If not, I can help you pay first. Ian was very thoughtful and even considered whether Otonashi Chiya had exchanged currency. No, I already exchanged it before I came here, Otonashi Chiya explains. Then he bought some ingredients, seasonings, tableware, and some snacks and fruits needed for today's lunch and dinner, and then went back. Back at the Leningrad military headquarters, Otonashi, Chiya and Ian are about to separate. Then I'm going to the cafeteria to eat. Please be careful when we carry out the mission this afternoon. Ian said with concern even though he knew Otonashi was very strong. Well, don't worry. Otonashi Chiya waved goodbye and returned to his dormitory. The dormitory is fully equipped and cooking is quite convenient. Because he had been eating with Densi, Xiaohong and Pachita for a long time, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable cooking and eating by himself this time. After lunch, Otonashi Chiya took a short break, and around 1 p.m. he went downstairs in the office building to meet up with Shen Yu. As soon as I arrived at the place, I could see Shen Yu leaning against the wall with his hands folded across his chest, his head slightly lowered so that the brim of his military cap blocked his eyes, but his slender figure and fair skin were very recognizable. I am coming. At this time, Otonashi Chiya spoke. Then let's go. Shen Yu raised his head slightly, then set off. Otonashi Chiya remained silent and left the Leningrad military headquarters with Shen Yue. Halfway through the walk, Otonashi Chiya asked Shen Yu with some concern. Hey, I want to ask why you have such a big problem with Ian. Advertisement. He couldn't quite understand why Shen Yu seemed to have a lot of opinions about Ian. Ian is a new member of the 5th Squad of the Special Operations Force, and Shen Yu is the captain of the 1st Squad. And with Ian's personality, it stands to reason that he wouldn't have offended Shen Yu before, right? After a moment of silence, Shen Yu replied, First of all, I don't say hello. Secondly, I don't have a problem with him. It's just normal for the strong to look down on the weak. There doesn't need to be any reason. For example, if you are stronger than me, you don't need any reason to despise me. Obviously, not only was Shen Yu not unconvinced, he also admitted that Otonashi Chiya was stronger than him. Otonashi Chiya was speechless. Your personality is really a bit different from ordinary people. This guy not only has a strong personality, but also believes in the strong. If you are stronger than this guy, it's okay to get along with him. On the contrary, if you are weaker than this guy, I guess no one would want to get close to him. Shen Yu did not deny it. Many people say this about me. But you don't want me to call you hello, but your code name. How should I put it? It's a bit awkward.
Otonashi Chiya was slightly embarrassed. The code name, Czar, gave him a full sense of middle school, which was awkward to begin with, and he was asked to use this code name to address Shen Yu. Hearing this, Shen Yu immediately turned his head and looked at Otonashi Chiya. Is it really embarrassing? As he spoke, his cold face looked extremely serious. It was as if he was completely unaware that this code name would be awkward, and he also cared a lot about whether it would really be awkward. Quote. Kanzuki's serious expression suddenly silenced Otonashi Chiya. This guy has never discovered it, right? But it's also true that, with Shen Yu's strength, other people really don't dare to say this to Shen Yu's face. Only Otonashi Chiya can do this. If it were anyone else, they would probably be torn apart by Kamiju. Honestly, it's embarrassing. Otonashi Chiya speaks the truth. Not only does he have a sinister heart and wants to attack Shen Yu, he also doesn't want to call Shen Yu by such an awkward code name. What's wrong with just calling her by her real name?
3 centimeters. Chapter 79. Camera Demon. Hearing Otonashi Chiya say that it was awkward, Kanzuki's beautiful face stiffened slightly. Normally, he doesn't show any emotion on his face easily, which means Otonashi Chiya's words were a big blow to him. After all, this is a codename that he has always felt is in line with his own strength and temperament. No one had ever said anything wrong with this codename in front of him. Otonashi Chiya was the first and only one. But it may also be because of the different cultural influences we have received since childhood. This codename is probably very normal in the eyes of you Soviets. After hitting Shen Yue, Otonashi Chiya gently comforted Shen Yue. But what he said was indeed true. After all, Tsar comes from the Latin title, Gaisa, in ancient Rome. The two words, Gaisa, feel okay, but translated into Huxia it means Tsar. Then, Otonashi Chiya continued, then can you please take care of me as a foreigner? For example, call you by your real name? Unexpectedly, Shen Yu readily agreed, whatever you like. In fact, this is because he has already acknowledged that Otonashi Chiya is stronger than him. In his opinion, the weak have no right to refuse or resist the strong. So as long as Otonashi Chiya made a request, he would basically comply. Otonashi Chiya was a little surprised. Didn't Minister Lewin say that Shen Yu doesn't like people calling him by his real name? Unexpectedly, I agreed to him without any hesitation. Then I will call you Shen Yu from now on. When Otonashi Chiya said this, 2 demon hunters from the military happened to walk by. When they heard Otonashi Chiya say the word, Kamizuki, their eyes widened and they looked at Otonashi Chiya with extremely shocked eyes. Now almost everyone in the entire Leningrad military knew that the real name of the Tsar must never be spoken in front of the Tsar. Although this young man seemed to be the newcomer from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, it stood to reason that someone would have reminded him. At this moment, the Tsar was right next to him, and this young man actually dared to call him by his real name. Obviously, they might have just come back from outside and didn't know what happened in the morning. However, just when they thought that the young man was doomed, they heard Shen Yu respond expressionlessly, yeah. Advertisement. This time they were even more stunned. Could it be that the Tsar has become more tempered now? They were extremely suspicious, but they didn't dare to take the risk to try it. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya and Kamiju walked out of the military headquarters. After waiting for a while in front of the military gate, a car took them away. There were special people driving them to the mission site. Compared with Japan, the Soviet Union had a vast area and a sparse population, so driving a car was the most convenient. Leningrad is divided into more than a dozen administrative districts. The number of administrative districts often changes in reality, so it is written vaguely here. It is also divided into the city center and suburbs, and Peterhof is one of the suburbs. As soon as he arrived at the mission site, Otonashi Chiya saw a familiar scene. Since the police in the Soviet era were called militia or civilian police, this area was blocked by the police. But the Soviet Union had a strong mobilization capability, and at a glance there were at least hundreds of police officers surrounding the area. Then you can see some people who are not wearing police uniforms. These people should be Soviet civilian demon hunters. How is it going? Otonashi Chiya continued his habit when he was in Tokyo Public Security Bureau and asked about the situation right away. Who are you? Otonashi Chiya's uniform had not yet been customized, and the police thought he was a civilian demon hunter when they saw the ordinary clothes he was wearing. Especially the East Asian appearance made the police even more confused. At this time, Shen Yu said directly, "He is my partner, I am from the Leningrad Military Special Operations Force." Because Otonashi Chiya had told him that his codename was awkward before, he couldn't help but pause halfway through his speech before continuing, Team 1 Captain Tsar. "Oh, so you are the demon hunters from the Leningrad military, you are finally here." The police officer was immediately surprised. They're just waiting for the demon hunters from the military to come, and they are getting very anxious. Because the demons inside may rush out at any time, and their mission is to stop the demons from killing the local residents. If they are not careful, they will lose their lives. And the one who came was the Tsar, a codename that had considerable fame throughout Leningrad. Advertisement. It is rumored that the Tsar has never failed since the day he entered service, and this rumor is extremely true because many people in their police force have witnessed the strength of the Tsar. As for the partner next to the Tsar, although he is an East Asian whom they don't know at all, as the partner of the Tsar, his strength should not be bad. Now they don't have to worry about whether they can return alive. The demon that appeared this time seems to be a camera demon, and detection shows that there should be more than one gun demon flesh piece in its body. It has been injured by a civilian demon hunter. But those civilian demon hunters also suffered heavy casualties. The camera demon is now hiding in this gymnasium to recover from its injuries. There's blood from human corpses inside that can help it recover. It is also afraid of the large number of civilian demon hunters outside. It will probably not come out for a while before its injuries are healed. At this time, the police were reporting the situation to Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō. Anything else? Like, information about the camera demon? Otonashi Chiya asked carefully. However, Shen Yu said, "No need, let's just proceed." Otonashi Chiya smiled awkwardly. Shen Yu is still so arrogant and confident, but he does have the capital to be arrogant. You'll have to ask the civilian demon hunters about this. We don't know much about it, but we've heard that if you stay within the camera demon's sight range for 3 seconds, you'll be seriously injured. If you stay within the camera demon's sight range for more than 10 seconds, you might even die. The police officer said he was not particularly clear, but he still revealed the key features of the camera demon. I see, that's enough. Otonashi Chiya nodded. He just needed to know what the camera demon's abilities were. There was no need to ask in such detail. Otonashi Chiya immediately caught up with Shenyue, who was already walking away. The camera demon was hiding in the small indoor gymnasium in front. As soon as the civilian demon hunters around saw Shen Yu, they knew that there was no hope for them. It's the Tsar who's here this time, so there's nothing to worry about. We can probably go back now. No rush. We'll go in later and secretly watch the battle with our backs to the camera demon to see if the Tsar will also be a speedrunner this time. By the way, who is that boy next to him? Why is he East Asian? Did he come from Daxia? Chapter 80 Time Reversal Ability. There were 8 civilian demon hunters present, all of whom had fought against the camera demon. As for the injured civilian demon hunters, they have been sent to the hospital. They are unable to carry out the bodies of the dead, and it is already very good for them to be able to get out of the gymnasium alive. They were also aware of the camera demon's abilities, so as long as they stayed far away from it or turned their backs to it, there wouldn't be any big problems. Among these folk demon hunters, there are many little fans of Shen Yu. In their eyes, the Tsar is handsome, cool, and funny, and has absolute strength. He is popular with both men and women. So they planned to sneak in through the back door of the indoor gymnasium to watch the game and see how the Tsar dealt with the camera demon. Meanwhile, Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō have entered the small indoor gymnasium. Not long after he walked in, Otonashi Chiya used the Mangekyō Sharingan to clearly see the camera demon not far ahead. The appearance of the camera demon is a giant and ugly camera, especially the diameter of the camera head, which is at least 4 or 5 meters, and a dry mouth grows under the camera head. It has a torso, hands and legs, but they are all human limbs that have almost mummified. The height when standing is estimated to be about 10 meters. At this point the camera demon is feeding on a human corpse, specifically to recover strength and injuries by drinking blood. Otonashi Chiya naturally would not just stand there and watch. His left eye immediately focused and he unscrewed the big head of the camera demon, which was the camera, and Space Uzumaki transferred the head into the Kamui space. Shenyue found that Otonashi Chiya used the same method he used to deal with him before, and he was still a little shocked to see it again. The civilian demon hunters who entered the gymnasium from the back door happened to witness this scene. How come the camera demon's head suddenly disappeared? It is obvious that the Tsar and his partner are still so far apart. It should be some kind of demonic power that I have never seen before, but the camera demon is not so easy to kill. After drinking so much blood, the regenerative power is probably stronger. Oops, I forgot to remind the Tsar and the others. This is the most disgusting ability of the camera demon. They immediately started discussing. Advertisement. The so-called regenerative power is actually the ability of the camera demon to go back in time after being strengthened by the gun demon's flesh. At most it can go back to a few seconds ago. For example, the camera demon a few seconds ago was intact. As long as it did not die immediately, it could activate the backtracking ability in a half-dead state and instantly be full of blood a few seconds ago. They, the civilian demon hunters, are troubled by this ability of the camera demon. Of course, this ability also has a weakness, that is, it has a cooling down time, and it is not possible to go back in time at any time. Each use will extend the cooling time. For example, the first time you use the backtracking ability, it will take 10 seconds to cool down. After the second use, it will take about 20 seconds to cool down, and so on. They had previously used this cooling time to injure the camera demon, but the casualties among their civilian demon hunters were even more severe, so they had to retreat temporarily and seek help from the Leningrad military headquarters. Now that the camera demon has drunk so much human blood, not only have its injuries recovered, but the cooling down time of its backtracking ability has probably also been reset, and it may even become stronger. As expected, even without a head, the camera demon did not die immediately, and was able to activate its retracing ability normally. The next moment, the camera demon retraced his steps to become himself a few seconds ago. It's useless, he, all I heard was the camera demon laughing arrogantly. Otonashi Chiya is not aware of the camera demon's ability to look back, but his Mangekyō Sharingan, Kamui, is of the time-space type, and is more sensitive to time and space than ordinary people. The camera demon suddenly became intact, and he intuitively judged that the camera demon was most likely a space-time type ability. This guy is not simple. Let's test out all his abilities first. Otonashi Chiya immediately reminded Shenue. Also remember not to stay within the camera demon's sight range for more than 10 seconds, preferably no more than 3 seconds. Shen Yu nodded slightly. Although he was arrogant, he still listened to what Otonashi Chiya, a strong man whom he respected very much, said. The two of them launched an attack almost at the same time in tacit understanding, rushing towards the camera demon. Kamihue's speed is even faster than Otonashi Chiya, which shows that he is not inferior to Otonashi Chiya in terms of physical skills. Otonashi Chiya did not find this strange. After all, his strength and speed attributes were only 8 times that of an ordinary person, but his blood attribute was very high. Top physical warriors like Kishibe and Guangxi are definitely more than 8 times stronger and faster than ordinary people. Advertisement as Shen Yu is the strongest demon hunter in Leningrad. It is normal for her to be stronger and faster than him. Thinking of this, Otonashi Chiya remembered that he still had a lot of attribute points that had not been allocated. Ding! Distribution completed. HP plus 77, speed plus 39, strength plus 30. Strength 110, speed 119, chi and blood 400. A total of 146 attribute points were accumulated before, and this time Otonashi Chiya directly allocated all of them at once. His speed suddenly increased a lot. Although he still couldn't catch up with Shen Yu, he had no intention of competing with Shen Yu in this matter. The important thing was to get rid of the camera demon as soon as possible. Crack. At this moment, there was a sound of a camera taking a picture. This is the camera demon's attack ability, as Otonashi Chiya and Kanzuki have been within its sight for 3 seconds. An invisible attack that seemed to come from the void struck Otonashi Chiya and Shenue. Otonashi Chiya was mentally prepared. He activated the hollow state in advance. Although this invisible attack was very strange, it could not hit him at all. Shen Yu was hit, but he had no way to dodge the invisible attack. Of course, he knew in his heart that he had been in the camera demon's sight for 3 seconds, but he didn't care. He was absolutely confident in his absolute defense. Only Otonashi Chiya's methods caught him off guard, and his absolute defense cannot be broken by just anyone. After being hit, Shen Yu only paused for a moment. His body was still unharmed, and he instantly burst out with an even more astonishing speed and rushed towards the camera demon. A hand knife once again chopped off the camera demon's newly restored head. He didn't carry any weapons on him, and it seemed that his hands were his strongest weapons. Seeing that Shen Yu seemed to be trying to be cool, like a victory CG, Otonashi Chiya immediately reminded him in a deep voice. He's not dead yet, hurry up and finish him off. Chapter 81 The Strong Man from the Celestial Empire. As soon as he finished speaking, Otonashi Chiya had already slashed at the camera demon several times with the sword in his hand. But it was still a little too late, and I didn't completely kill the camera demon. The camera demon used his ability to rewind time once again, and his entire body was restored intact. At this time, the civilian demon hunters hiding in the back realized that they could not just watch like this. Its demonic power cannot be used continuously. It will take at least 10 seconds before it can be used again, and each use will extend the interval. Neither Otonashi Chiya nor Kanzuki showed any surprise at the sudden voice. Otonashi Chiya had already discovered these folk demon hunters, but he just ignored them. Shen Yu was always aloof and wouldn't easily have any emotional fluctuations. At this time Otonashi Chiya didn't want to waste any more time. A flash of blood appeared in the palm of his right hand, and the Sword of Fury instantly appeared in his hand. Now that he has mastered the power of the Raging Demon more proficiently, he did not summon the Bloody Throne this time, but the normal form of the Raging Sword. The normal form is more than enough to deal with the Camera Demon. The ultimate form of the Sword of Rage is after it is fused with the Scarlet Throne. Not only will the damage overflow severely, but it will also consume a lot more of his energy. Otonashi Chiya held the Sword of Rage in his hand and slashed it casually, not only splitting the Camera Demon's entire body into two, but also the scarlet energy of the Rage Demon invaded the Camera Demon's body, and the terrifying energy raged wildly in its body. Without giving the Camera Demon any chance to breathe, he struck out with another sword, blasting the Camera Demon's body into pieces. Suddenly, 2 pieces of the Gun Demon's flesh fell to the ground. It was obvious that these 2 pieces of flesh were originally in the body of the Camera Demon. Ding! Host successfully hunted down the Camera Demon and obtained attribute points, 40. Although the Camera Demon swallowed 2 pieces of Gun Demon meat, the attribute points obtained from hunting the Camera Demon were not many. Since few people are afraid of cameras in the first place, the Camera Demon, which is supposed to be very weak, was simply forcibly made stronger by the Gun Demon meat slice, and now possessed very tricky abilities. If you don't have the strength to crush the Camera Demon, it's really not easy to deal with the Camera Demon. Holy crap, so powerful? He killed the Camera Demon in 2 seconds? I wanted to see the Tsar perform, but ended up watching his partner perform. No wonder he is the partner of the Tsar. With his strength and East Asian looks, he must be from Daxia. I've heard that everyone in Daxia knows Kung Fu and there are many mysterious and powerful people. This scene was undoubtedly a huge shock to these civilian demon hunters who had just experienced the power of the Camera Demon. Advertisement originally, more than a dozen of them were fighting the Camera Demon together, but they were defeated by the 2 abilities of the Camera Demon, especially the time rewinding ability which was too tricky. They couldn't kill the Camera Demon in seconds. Once the Camera Demon's cooldown was over, it would backtrack, and they couldn't stay in the Camera Demon's sight for too long. The physical skills of folk demon hunters are usually only slightly stronger than those of ordinary people. The invisible attacks of the Camera Demon every 3 seconds are too much for them to handle, and the big moves that come every 10 seconds can take their lives. So they were really disgusted when fighting against the Camera Demon. It was not like that young man from Daxia who could kill the Camera Demon in seconds so easily. At the same time, Shen Yu was also attracted by the golden red sword in Otonashi Chiya's hand. He was thinking whether he could withstand the sword attack with his absolute defense. After estimating for a while, the conclusion is that there should be no problem, but it would be difficult to avoid injury. At this time, Otonashi Chiya took back the Sword of Rage. He suddenly realized something and thought to himself, my pupil power seems to have become a little stronger. In fact, he had discovered this before, but the enhancement of his pupil power was very small, so he didn't take it too seriously. But as it happened more and more times, I gradually started to care about it. This time he roughly determined one thing, that is, using the power of the angry demon can strengthen his eye power, because his use of power will be affected by the angry emotion. The principle is that the Mangekyō Sharingan absorbs the angry emotion. Although this will consume his vitality and pupil power, it is consumption while strengthening the upper limit of his pupil power. If we use the blue bar as an example, the original blue bar is 100 100ths, and after using the power of the furious demon, the blue bar becomes 95 101st. Of course, this is just an example.
Although the effect of each enhancement is very small, wouldn't it be great if the accumulation of small amounts adds up to a large one? As for the reason, it may be because the rage of the angry demon just fits his Mangekyō Dual Kamui. After all, the original owner of these eyes was an angry child. Life force can be strengthened through the Chi and blood attribute, and pupil power can also be strengthened through the angry demon. This is perfect. Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt delighted. Otherwise, if the Chi and blood attributes are stacked too high in the future, the strength of the pupil power will not be able to keep up with the strength of the vitality. Shen Yu didn't know why Otonashi Chiya was standing there, so he picked up the 2 pieces of gun demon meat on the ground so that he could go back and report. Mission accomplished. Let's go. Komatsuki said to Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya also came back to his senses at this time and nodded immediately. Before leaving, he did not forget to say to the civilian demon hunters, I will leave the scene to you and the police. Goodbye. Advertisement. After saying this, he left with Shen Yu. Oh, he actually greeted us, and he speaks Russian. What a polite young man, and he is so powerful. This means that our Leningrad will be safer from now on, with both the Tsar and this young man from the Celestial Empire.
I wonder if he knows the Lord Guangxi of the Celestial Empire. I really want to meet the Lord Guangxi. Several civilian demon hunters suddenly became very excited. At present, the official relations between the Soviet Union and Daxia are good, and the civil relations are also acceptable. In addition, they have already subjectively believed that Otonashi Chiya is from Daxia, so they have a good impression of Otonashi Chiya. Except for the military and senior military officials, ordinary people were not qualified to know that Otonashi Chiya actually came from the Tokyo Public Security Bureau.
But there is nothing wrong with saying that he is from the Celestial Empire. Return to the Leningrad military headquarters. Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yu went to Minister Levan's office first and handed over the 2 pieces of gun devil meat. Even Japan, which does not have the gun demon's body, attaches great importance to the gun demon's meat slices, not to mention the Soviet Union, which has the highest share of the gun demon's body. Because the more pieces of gun demon meat you collect, the stronger the original body will be. If the Soviet Union wants to continue to dominate the world, it must attach great importance to this thing. The gun demon meat slice that Minister Levan was most concerned about had been retrieved, and his second concern was how Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yu were getting along. Great. So how's your run-in going? Chapter 82. A woman dressed as a man. It's okay. Otonashi Chiya answered first. I really didn't feel any discomfort while carrying out the mission with Shen Yu this time. I defeated Shen Yu directly in the previous attack, and now I feel much more comfortable getting along with Shen Yu. Shen Yu didn't say anything, but didn't refute either. Minister Luan knows Shen Yu's character very well. He will immediately express any opinions he has and generally does not hide them.
The fact that Shen Yu didn't say anything showed that the 2 sides were getting along well, and Minister Luan felt a lot more relieved. This is a task assigned to him by his superiors, how could he not take it seriously? If anything went wrong between Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō, he would be the first person their superiors would blame. That's fine. I hope you can get along well in the future. Minister Levan smiled and said, according to convention, you will have 10 days of paid vacation. Unless there is a particularly important task, we will not disturb you.
Okay. It was another familiar paid vacation, and Otonashi Chiya thought that he could go back to Seed C, Zhaohong and Pochita in a few days. Go downstairs. Ian, who was not far away, happened to see Otonashi Chiya, but did not see Shen Yu who was about to walk out of the office building. He immediately came over to Otonashi Chiya and said, Otonashi, I just heard that you have completed the mission and returned. Are you not injured? No, that kind of demon can't hurt me. Otonashi Chiya's smile path. Ian nodded vigorously, thinking that he was indeed Otonashi. He really admired and even envied Otonashi. In comparison, not only was his character far worse, but his strength was also completely incomparable to Otonashi. However, Otonashi Chiya had no idea that he had become the idol that Ian admired the most and wanted to be the most. After completing the mission, you should have a paid vacation. You can take a rest today. Tomorrow I will take you to familiarize yourself with places outside the military headquarters. Ian said happily. This should be your first time in Leningrad. We have many good places here. It's indeed my first time here, so thank you for your help. Otonashi Chiya heading out. The Soviet Union had long disappeared before he traveled through time, so how could he have been to Leningrad during the Soviet era?
Advertisement, it's not a problem. This is what I should do. Ian is no longer just trying to complete the tasks assigned to him by his superiors. He considers Otonashi his idol and is happy to take Otonashi to other places where he is familiar with. At this moment, Shen Yu had already walked out of the office building. Out of the corner of his eye, Ian spotted a slender figure that he least wanted to see.
Tsar. He slowly turned his head and saw that it was indeed the person he was most afraid of. Otonashi Chiya knew what Ian was afraid of and said, I'm here. Okay. Ian also knew that Otonashi would protect him, but once he met Shen Yu in person, he couldn't help but feel scared. Shen Yu just glanced at Ian casually, then ignored him. He said directly to Otonashi Chiya, your paid vacation will start tomorrow. Let me take you to know Leningrad. Quote. Otonashi Chiya suddenly had a strong sense of deja vu. Why was it the same as last time? He had just agreed to Ian, and Shen Yu came over to invite him. This made him feel a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Seeing that Otonashi Chiya looked a little embarrassed and didn't say anything, Shen Yu couldn't help but ask. Sorry, I've already made an appointment with Ian. He will take me to familiarize myself with the places outside the military headquarters tomorrow. Otonashi Chiya could only speak frankly. Shen Yu's expression was slightly stunned. It's that Ian again. Shen Yu's gaze shifted to Ian. Ian felt that icy gaze and couldn't help but shudder.
Why do you associate with such weaklings? Kanzuki asked Otonashi Chiya in confusion. This made Otonashi Chiya a little unhappy, but he still said calmly, what's wrong with being weak? Who hasn't been weak before? Shen Yu said coldly. That will take time until he becomes stronger before he can be worthy of such words. It is true that strong people come from weak people, but not every weak person can become strong.
Let's not talk about strength. Can't I make friends with ordinary people? Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. When making friends, he never considers the strength of the friends. He just thinks that the friends are compatible or worth making friends with. Although Otonashi Chiya and Kamiju's tone remained calm throughout, the atmosphere was clearly a bit confrontational. Ian saw Otonashi and Shen Yu arguing about their own affairs, and he was more anxious than them. Don't do that. Ian hurriedly said to Otonashi Chiya. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do tomorrow. You should go with the Tsar tomorrow. This sounded like a made-up excuse. Otonashi Chiya was not likely to be fooled so easily. He said directly. Since I promised you first, I will definitely not break my promise. Well, okay. Ian didn't expect Otonashi to be so firm. Let's go. At this time, Otonashi Chiya put a hand on Ian's shoulder. He knew that there was no point in staying here and chatting with Shen Yu, as Shen Yu's personality and values had already been formed. This is just like a cyber quarrel. The two parties who are scolding each other can almost never change each other's ideas, otherwise they would not scold each other. And Ian was also scared of staying here, so he might as well just stay away from Shen Yu.
Shen Yu looked emotionless on the surface, but he was actually very angry. Watching Otonashi Chiya and Ian walking away arm in arm, he could no longer control the emotions on his face. His originally beautiful and fair face suddenly became a little gloomy, not only because Otonashi Chiya completely disagreed with the ideas he believed in, but also because he felt uncomfortable with the tightness in his chest. He didn't know what was wrong with him and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Go back and have a rest, maybe everything will be fine. Shen Yu did not live in the dormitory inside the military headquarters, but bought a detached villa outside. As the captain of the Special Operations Force First Team and the strongest person in the Leningrad military besides Otonashi Chiya, his salary is undoubtedly extremely high. It is easy for him to buy a car and a villa in Leningrad. On the way back to the villa from the military headquarters, passers-by around her still turned their heads as often as before. His military uniform, handsome facial features and tall, slender figure were all very eye-catching. He lowered the brim of his military cap slightly, as if he didn't like being stared at by so many people. Returned to the villa and closed the door. Shen Yu took off the military cap on his head, and the slightly long short hair that was originally hidden in the cap suddenly fell on his shoulders. He casually hung the cap on the wall of the entrance. If Otonashi Chiya were here and saw this long hair, he would change his previous idea that Kanzuki is a man. Chapter 83 Killing Crazy Shen Yu. Ian has returned to his dormitory. Otonashi Chiya felt a little bored in the dormitory, so he took a walk outside the Leningrad military headquarters. He planned to buy some local specialties and delicious food and bring them back for DNC and the others to eat. In the mall, Otonashi Chiya bought a lot of food unique to the Soviet Union and left the mall carrying 2 large bags. All these things didn't cost many rubles, not because they were cheap, but because the ruble had strong purchasing power. In the world of Chainsaw Man, the Soviet Union's military power has surpassed and is now superior to that of the United States, and its economy is not much worse. The exchange rate between the ruble and the US dollar has reached about 1-to-1. Even in the Soviet Union, which was about to disintegrate in the past, the exchange rate between the ruble and the US dollar was 2-to-1. It was only after the disintegration and economic collapse that the ruble began to depreciate wildly.
However, when Otonashi Chiya was halfway back to the military headquarters, he found some young men with tattoos and wearing leather jackets swaggering towards him. They had arrogant and aggressive expressions and looked like thugs. Otonashi Chiya's first reaction was that he had encountered some kind of skinhead gang. Although the Nakui demon was eaten by Pochita and the Soviet Union did not collapse, there are probably no skinheads in this world, because the skinhead's idol is a failed art student. But it does not mean that there are no gangsters like the skinheads. These gangsters probably specialize in attacking anyone except Soviets. Otonashi Chiya happened to not have a military uniform to wear, and he looked East Asian, so these young thugs thought he was easy to bully. Where are you from, kid? What are you doing in our country? Why don't you go back to where you came from? Why aren't you talking? Don't you understand Russian? Several young hooligans immediately surrounded Otonashi Chiya, looking like they could attack him at any time, and they were arrogant and vicious. However, they wanted to first find out which country this guy was from. If he was from Daxia, they would beat him lightly. If he was from another East Asian country, they would beat him to death. Because Daxia's current international situation is rather special. Although the Soviet Union is already the world hegemon, it is also afraid of being overtaken by the United States.
Therefore, during this period, both the Soviet Union and the United States are trying to win over Daxia, and both sides do not want Daxia to stand on the other side. Since the government is on good terms with the Huxia government, these low-level gangsters certainly don't dare to be too arrogant, otherwise they will easily be crushed by the police. But they still have to beat him when he needs to. This is their internal rule, and at most they will just beat him lightly. Advertisement: Otonashi Chiya's face turned colder and he didn't want to pay any attention to these young hooligans.
He didn't want to attack ordinary people casually. In addition, due to the special nature of his identity, as a foreigner and a demon hunter in the military, it was not appropriate for him to attack ordinary people. But if these thugs dare to touch him, he will definitely not show mercy. So now he just has to see what these guys want to do. If they dare to attack him first, he will kill them. Seeing that this kid didn't say anything and was very calm and composed, these young hooligans suddenly felt that they were being provoked.
They didn't care what country the boy was from and planned to beat him up first. At the same time, Shen Yu happened to pass by and saw Otonashi Chiya surrounded by gangsters. She was originally resting in the villa, but the chest tightness soon subsided on its own, so she went out to relax, and she never expected to come across this scene. Seeing this scene, Shen Yu was slightly surprised at first. He didn't expect that Otonashi Chiya would be surrounded by such social dregs. The next moment she realized what was going on. Just when those hooligans were about to beat up Otonashi Chiya, Shen Yu came over and sneered. A bunch of scum are worthy of bullying others? Shen Yu's sneer was purely one of disdain, full of contempt for these young hooligans. The young hooligans were immediately attracted by Shen Yu's voice. Although they certainly don't want to admit that they are the scum of society, they know as soon as they hear it that this is an insult to them. They were about to get angry when they saw that the other party was wearing the uniform of the Leningrad military headquarters. Their tempers came to an abrupt end and they stood there at a loss as to what to do. Normally they are at most chased by the police, and have never been taught a lesson by the military's demon hunters, but they know that the military's demon hunters are far stronger than the police. Why did we offend the demon hunters from the Leningrad military this time? The god Moonwalk approached, and when she was less than 10 meters away, she suddenly burst out with amazing speed and flashed in front of the gangster in almost an instant. Advertisement. The fingertips of his palm directly pierced into the abdomen of one of the gangsters and said coldly, "Let me teach you what bullying is." Ah! The young man had no time to react until he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and screamed, "Ah!" The other young hooligans were so frightened that they stood there for a moment, not daring to move. At this time, Shen Yu retracted her palm and licked the blood on her fingers. Her beautiful face gradually revealed a sick and crazy expression. With such an expression, she smiled and said to Otonashi Chiya, "It is inconvenient for you to do it, I will do it for you." This crazy smile made Otonashi Chiya feel a little creepy. This guy wasn't like this when he was hunting demons, so why is he killing people like he's having a mental illness? Finally, a gangster youth reacted. His eyes became fierce and he decisively took out the knife hidden on his body and stabbed Shen Yu ruthlessly. The moment the gangster stabbed Shen Yu counterattacked with a knife hand. Not only was the knife in the gangster's hand split into two halves, but the entire hand was also cut off, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the severed wrist. Shen Yu's hand knife was like being able to cut iron like mud, and human bones were almost as fragile as a piece of thin paper in front of her. On the other hand, Shen Yu herself was unharmed. It was impossible for a mere small knife to hurt her. The gangster's facial features suddenly twisted. He grabbed his broken wrist with his other hand and knelt on the ground crying, "Ah, help me." The other young hooligans had completely lost their courage and fled in all directions, leaving their two injured companions behind. But Shen Yu, who has gone crazy with killing, will not let them escape. "I was wrong. Don't kill me. Ah, help, murder." Within a few seconds, these young hooligans all lost something from their bodies. This is because Shen Yu has been able to control himself, otherwise these scum would have ended up with more than just something missing from their bodies. Ordinary people nearby who were unaware of the truth were frightened. Someone has already called the police, and the police are on the way. After all, such things as breaking arms and legs on the street must be very bloody and scary, especially the screams of those young gangsters. Chapter 84. Still sulking? Update? It was easy for Shen Yu to deal with those gangsters, and the military cap on her head hardly moved at all. After stopping, Shen Yu's previously sick expression returned to normal, but her normal expression was not quite normal either, as cold and arrogant as an iceberg. She habitually lowered the brim of her military cap slightly and looked down at those gangsters as if they were scum. "Save your life, thank me." How could those thugs hear what Shen Yu said? They were almost fainting from the pain because their hands or feet were broken. Otonashi Chiya was still standing there holding two plastic bags. However, there was no mercy in his eyes. These thugs, who were similar to the skinheads, should be severely punished. Think about it, if it wasn't him and Shen Yu who encountered these thugs this time, but an ordinary Huxia, especially if these thugs were carrying knives, then the situation would be. So he had to say that Shen Yu did a great job this time. "Thank you very much." Otonashi Chiya came over and said to Kanzuki. Not to mention that he is a demon hunter in the military. As a non-Soviet, his actions in the Soviet Union would exacerbate the situation regardless of whether he is right or wrong. The two identities of non-Soviet and military demon hunter are both debuffs, and they overlap. Once he takes action, it will cause a lot of trouble. And Shen Yu's action on his behalf was equivalent to helping him vent his anger and helping him to get rid of all his troubles. Although he is not afraid of trouble, it is definitely best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Shen Yu glanced at Otonashi Chiya and then looked away without saying anything. Because she suddenly remembered the incident between Otonashi Chiya and Ian, and her chest felt heavy again. She was thinking that it was indeed Otonashi Chiya's fault. He made her so uncomfortable, so she simply ignored him. Feeling ignored by Shen Yu, Otonashi Chiya was a little confused. Could it be that Shen Yu is sulking because of what happened before? Soon, the police arrived at the scene. Originally they were planning to arrest the man with a serious look on their faces, but when they saw the military uniform on Shen Yu, they immediately changed their attitude. Advertisement. They asked patiently and kindly, "What is going on here?" Otonashi Chiya first showed his work ID and then gave a brief description of what happened. Although he did not have a military uniform, he still had a work certificate from the Leningrad military department. Seeing that the boy was also a demon hunter from the Leningrad military, the police let Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō go directly. Then they took those young hooligans to the hospital for treatment, at least to prevent them from dying from excessive blood loss, and then carried out further interrogations. Logically speaking, Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō should also be interrogated, but the military demon hunters are special. The police have no right to arrest them. Unless a particularly serious accident occurs, the military will handle any crime committed by the military demon hunters themselves. Just like that, Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō returned to the military headquarters without any incident. Along the way, Shen Yu didn't talk to Otonashi Chiya, and Otonashi Chiya was not interested in trying to please him. The two were silent throughout the whole process. Otonashi Chiya had just returned to the dormitory and put away the things he bought from the mall when he received a notice from Minister Levan. Both he and Shen Yu were going to Minister Luan's office to simply settle what had happened today. When they arrived at the office, Minister Levan did not seem to want to blame them at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Those thugs have already admitted their identities and admitted that they took the initiative to cause trouble. Although they are somewhat responsible, our military has taken it on. You do not have to bear any responsibility. This kind of thing is just a trivial matter for the Leningrad military. The military's demon hunters are specifically responsible for hunting demons, and those gangster youths are just the dregs of society. The importance of the two sides to the Soviet Union is very different. However, the main reason is that the person who did it was Kamijō instead of Otonashi Chiya. If it was Otonashi Chiya, who is a foreigner, the situation would definitely be a lot more troublesome. For example, visa issues would easily arise. Their military would definitely not be able to interfere with the Immigration Administration Bureau responsible for visas, and senior military officials would need to step in. But Shen Yu is different. Minister Lewin is a little confused. The top military officials seem to be very tolerant of Shen Yu. Shen Yu has always been a man of his own making, the type of person who says, "If you dare to mess with me, I will kill you." So he has caused a lot of trouble before. In addition, Shen Yu's appearance does tend to attract a lot of gangsters or perverts, who would then kill them directly. But every time Shen Yu was not sanctioned, the attitude of the top military officials was to protect Shen Yu at all costs. How could Lewin, who was just a minister, dare to do anything? By the way, the military uniform customized for you is almost ready, and someone will deliver it to you today. At this time, Minister Levan said to Otonashi Chiya. Okay. Otonashi Chiya nodded. Then you can go back. There is nothing else to do. If you encounter something like this again in the future, try to let Shen Yu do it. Advertisement Minister Levan gave a reminder. Of course it is better to avoid trouble as much as possible. If anything happened to Otonashi Chiya, he was afraid that the higher-ups would blame him. Shen Yu didn't say a word throughout the whole process, and didn't say a word to Otonashi Chiya until she left. Otonashi Chiya suddenly sighed in his heart, is this guy Shen Yu such a vengeful person? Are you still angry with him now? But in reality, Shen Yu just didn't want to have that uncomfortable feeling of tightness in his chest anymore, so he simply tried to ignore Otonashi Chiya. Except for the last time when Otonashi Chiya broke her arm, she hadn't felt pain for a long time, so the tightness in her chest made her very uncomfortable. Next, Otonashi Chiya planned to go to an entertainment venue to have some tea, eat something, etc. As luck would have it, Shen Yu had the same idea as him and wanted to relax and relieve his boredom. It's a good trip all the way down. Otonashi Chiya had been wondering about this for a long time, but he didn't want to put his hot face on the cold butt. Kanzuki was also somewhat concerned, but tried to hold back and ignore Otonashi Chiya as much as possible. It wasn't until the two of them walked into the entertainment venue together that they suddenly understood. If you two are partners, please go to the same private room. The waiter gave Otonashi Chiya and Komatsuki 2 magnetic cards with the same house number. There are a lot of food, drinks and entertainment items in each private room, which are specially designed for the military demon hunters to entertain themselves. Otonashi Chiya and Kamijō had no choice but to enter the same private room. But no one spoke, just did their own thing, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Are you still angry? At this time, Otonashi Chiya finally couldn't help it. After all, he always thought that Shen Yue was sulking. Chapter 85 Go home and visit, angry? No, Shen Yu directly denied it. Although she was certainly furious at the time, the reason she ignored Otonashi Chiya now was not anger. But now the tightness in her chest had completely disappeared, so she was willing to reply. You're not angry? I thought you really held a grudge. Otonashi Chiya explains. Shen Yu didn't want to explain the reason. Just then, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Come in. Otonashi Chiya didn't lock the door, so there was no need to go over and open it. A stranger wouldn't knock on the door for no reason. Maybe he's a staff member? It turned out that the people who came in were not the staff of the entertainment venue, but Minister Levan's men, who brought 4 sets of military uniforms. Because military demon hunters often damage their uniforms when hunting demons, they will be given 2 extra sets of uniforms at the beginning. The other party then said, since you are not in the dormitory, I have to deliver the military uniform to you in person, so I came here. Okay, thank you for your help. Otonashi Chiya accepted the 4 uniforms. Please try it on first. If it doesn't fit, I'll send it back and customize it. It's a job requirement, so please cooperate. At this time, Minister Levan's men said, he is just a small figure and he will be in trouble if there is any mistake in the whole process, so he must confirm here that the customized military uniform is suitable for Otonashi Chiya before he can leave. Try it on right here. Otonashi Chiya confirmed with the other party. Yes. The other party nodded. Anyway, besides him and Otonashi Chiya, there's only the Tsar left. It's not like they have to take off all their clothes. It's okay since they are all men, right? And he would be waiting outside the door, too, as long as he doesn't mind. Otonashi Chiya pointed to Shen Yue who was standing nearby. Advertisement he definitely doesn't care about this, but who knows whether Shen Yu, a guy with a unique personality, will mind. However, Shen Yu said nothing at all. He took a sip of his drink with a calm and indifferent expression. Otonashi Chiya saw that Shen Yu didn't mind, so he said to Minister Levan's men, it seems that he doesn't mind, so please wait a moment. Okay. The other party walked out of the private room and waited outside the door. Otonashi Chiya changed clothes directly in the private room. Although he could also change clothes in the Kamui space, he didn't want to expose this function so casually in front of others. However, Otonashi Chiya had no idea that Komatsuki was a woman. In other words, he was changing clothes in front of a woman and he had no idea. Not to mention Otonashi Chiya, who had just arrived, even the other people in the Leningrad military department didn't know that the strongest man in their eyes was actually a woman. At this time, Shen Yu's gaze was obviously evasive, especially avoiding the direction of Otonashi Chiya. But with Otonashi Chiya's Mangekyō Sharingan, he immediately noticed the abnormality of Shen Yue, and he couldn't help but wonder, what is this guy doing? Don't you mind? Why do you look a little embarrassed? Otonashi Chiya quickly put on his military uniform and said to the man outside, okay, you can come in. How does it feel? Does it fit? The other party asked immediately after walking in. Yes, it fits well. While speaking, Otonashi Chiya put on his military cap. Compared to the Tokyo Public Security uniform he had been wearing before, this military uniform gave him a sense of freshness, and it felt quite comfortable and good-looking to wear. That's good. I'll go report then. The other party nodded and left the room. After Minister Levan's men left, Otonashi Chiya asked Shen Yue with some confusion. You seem a little unnatural just now. Do you really mind me changing clothes in front of you? No, it's just your illusion. At this time, the strange expression on Shen Yu's face had disappeared, and he returned to his original cold and calm expression. She would definitely not admit it or feel embarrassed about such a small matter. Otherwise, where would she keep her dignity as a strong person? As that's so, Otonashi Chiya didn't care much about this kind of thing, so he didn't ask any further questions. Advertisement until now he still hadn't thought much about it. After all, even if he had some doubts, he would not think of Shen Yu, whom he had long believed to be a man, as a woman. He also didn't care whether Shen Yu was a man or woman, he just regarded her as a comrade in arms working with him. In the evening, it's time to go back and prepare dinner. Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo separated after leaving the entertainment venue. If you didn't know, you would think they didn't know each other at all. In the next few days, apart from getting familiar with places outside the Leningrad military headquarters with Ian, Otonashi Chiya did nothing else. In a sparsely populated area like the Soviet Union, demons appear quite frequently but are too widely distributed. Except when they have special missions to perform, military demon hunters usually have little chance of encountering demons, because they are too far away and have already been preempted by civilian demon hunters. However, the entire Leningrad is very large. In these few days, Otonashi Chiya could only familiarize himself with the administrative district where the Leningrad military headquarters was located. It was impossible for him to tour the entire Leningrad. As time passed quickly, it was soon Friday. Otonashi Chiya felt it was time for him to go back home. Ian, I'm going to stay in the dormitory most of the time tomorrow and won't go out. At this time, Otonashi Chiya spoke to Ian. Ian didn't ask, after all, it was normal to want to rest in the dormitory. After closing and locking the door, and pulling the curtains shut, Otonashi Chiya prepared to pack up and go home. Of course, there were no cameras or anything like that in the dormitory. Even if there was a pinhole camera, his Mangekyō Sharingan would have discovered it long ago. The military would not be so indifferent to the privacy of demon hunters. Afterwards, he transferred all the things he had bought before, as well as the new food he bought in the past few days that he thought was good, directly into his Kamui space. This way you can take everything home at once. If you don't consider the consumption of the two Kamui, it's really very convenient to move things. Moreover, his current chi and blood strength is high enough, so this kind of consumption is no longer a big pressure for him. The next moment, Otonashi Chiya transferred himself from the Kamui space to the coordinates he had left at home before. Tokyo, Japan. Denji was watching TV in the living room when an Uzumaki suddenly appeared in front of him, distorting the space. She had seen Chiya's ability more than once, so after a moment of hesitation, she immediately realized that Chiya had returned. Under her excited and surprised gaze, Otonashi Chiya walked out of space Uzumaki. Brother Chiya, you're finally back. Denji immediately jumped up from the sofa and rushed over to hug Otonashi Chiya. Chapter 86 Zhao Hong's parent-teacher meeting. I haven't seen Brother Chiya for several days, and this period has been very difficult for Denji. It was as if I had returned to the time when I depended on Pachita for survival. But there are also big differences. Now she has sister Zhao Hong at home to accompany her, and her material living conditions are also very different from before. It's just that Brother Chiya occupies too important a position in her eyes. So when he saw Brother Chiya coming back, Densi couldn't help but pounce on him immediately. Otonashi Chiya almost subconsciously entered the hollow state. Because he has almost formed a conditioned reflex, when he sees someone about to touch him, he immediately wants to activate hollow. This conditioned reflex will definitely be very helpful in battle. Fortunately, Otonashi Chiya restrained himself and caught Densi steadily, otherwise Densi would have fallen to the ground. Hey. Denji buried his face in Chiya's arms and smelled the scent of Chiya's body wantonly. Woof. Pachita, who was originally playing in the room, seemed to hear the noise in the living room and ran out immediately. His short legs ran very fast, then he jumped up and threw himself into Otonashi Chiya's arms. It's only been a few days since we last met, you miss me so much? Otonashi Chiya smiled happily. Of course I do. I can't get used to not seeing Chiya ni for a day. Denji said. Just then, the door suddenly opened. This is Zhao Hong from Dongshan who just came back from buying groceries, so she didn't lock the door. As soon as Higashiyama Zhao Hong came in, she saw Densei and Pochita holding Otonashi Chiya. While she was surprised that Otonashi-kun suddenly came back, she was also envious of Densei and Pochita for being able to hold Otonashi-kun like this. But even though she was envious, she felt too shy to hug Otonashi-kun like this and she simply couldn't do it. So she could only envy and blame herself for being too timid. Otonashi-kun, you're back. Dongshan Zhaohong blushed, giving people a somewhat delicate feeling. Well, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work these days. Otonashi Chiya's smiled path. He felt that it was Zhaohong who did the shopping and cooking during the days when he was away from home. Advertisement, it won't be hard. Dongshan Zhaohong smiled happily. She was already very happy to be cared for by Otonashi-kun. Then, Dongshan Zhaohong put the purchased ingredients in the kitchen, put on an apron, and prepared to start making dinner. Her movements were as skillful as flowing water, which made Otonashi Chiya more certain of his previous guess. Seeing this, Densei realized that he couldn't be lazy anymore. I had to reluctantly let go of brother Chiya and hurried into the kitchen to help. Otonashi Chiya didn't feel bad about Densei's mischievous look. I haven't been back for so many days, I'll come and help. As he spoke, Otonashi Chiya transferred everything in Kamui's space out of his right eye. There are many snacks, fruits, cooked food, and various ingredients that are easy to store, some of which can be used for today's dinner. Seeing Otonashi-kun and Densei coming to the kitchen to help, after a while, Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly had an idea. This scene is just like a newlywed couple making dinner with their daughter. Suddenly thinking of this kind of thing, Dongshan Zhaohong's face turned red, as if she was overloaded. Because her brain was confused, she was not paying attention and accidentally cut her finger with the kitchen knife. Ah! The pain in her fingers immediately brought Dongshan Zhaohong back to her senses. Otonashi Chiya immediately turned around and asked worriedly, what's wrong? He just happened to have his back to Zhaohong, otherwise his Mangekyō Sharingan would have been able to prevent Zhaohong from getting hurt in time if he had seen it. I accidentally cut my hand, Dongshan Zhaohong said a little embarrassedly.
She couldn't bear to say that she was distracted because she was thinking about something embarrassing.
Otonashi Chiya immediately went to get iodine to disinfect Zhaohong, and then put a band-aid on the wound. He was very patient and careful throughout the process. Thanks. Dongshan Zhaohong suddenly felt that the pain in her fingers was nothing. Why don't you stop forcing yourself and let me cut the vegetables instead? Advertisement Otonashi Chiya also said. No, I'll be careful next time. Just be careful and everything will be fine. Dongshan Zhaohong said. Dianqi on the side was puzzled. She usually saw sister Zhaohong's knife skills were amazing, so how come she accidentally cut her finger today after just a few cuts? Densei definitely couldn't figure out the real reason. If she knew what sister Zhaohong was thinking just now, she would probably get furious immediately. It is also because of this that Dongshan Zhaohong dare not tell the real reason. It was a rare opportunity for him to come back, so Otonashi Chiya prepared a sumptuous dinner with Densei and Zhaohong. During the meal, Dongshan Zhaohong seemed to suddenly remember something and said in a distressed tone, Oh, Otonashi-kun. Our school will hold a parents' meeting tomorrow afternoon, but I don't dare to tell my parents. After the last incident, the parents' words and actions did become more restrained, but they also fell into a cold war with the 9 sisters and basically didn't talk to them. She also didn't want to go home and see her parents' faces, and she didn't want to ask her parents to attend the parent-teacher meeting. But if she didn't attend the parent-teacher meeting, the school would definitely ask her to go for a talk with her parents, which was something she didn't want to happen. So now she is troubled by this matter and wants to ask Otonashi if he has any solution. It's the parents' meeting. I'll go tell the principal and then I can go directly to the meeting. Otonashi Chiya immediately came up with a solution. Although he now works for the Leningrad military, he is also a demon hunter for the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and can even continue to enjoy a basic salary. He had long since asked the Tokyo Public Security Bureau to pay every salary to the bank card he had given to Dianqi. The identity of the deputy captain of Tokyo Public Security Bureau comes in handy many times in daily life. Things like parent-teacher conferences are just a matter of saying a few words to the principal. He would also explain Zhaohong's situation clearly to the principal, and given his special status, the principal would definitely not refuse. Otonashi-kun is going to the parents' meeting? Dongshan Zhaohong didn't react at first, then exclaimed in surprise. She had never thought that there would be such a method. Otonashi, who was almost the same age as her, was going to help her attend the parent-teacher meeting. Although this feels a bit weird, it is much better than having to face the frowns of my parents. But she found it hard to imagine what her classmates would think and react if they saw Otonashi sitting in her seat. Chapter 87 Class 1, Grade 2, Additional Update. Otonashi Chiya had already saved the principal's phone number and called him directly after dinner. Hello? Who is this? It's me, the Vice Captain of the Tokyo Public Security Exorcism Division 1. Oh, I remember you were Vice Captain Otonashi, is there something going on? When he heard it was Otonashi Chiya, the principal's tone suddenly became more respectful. It's like this. Otonashi Chiya directly explained Zhaohong's situation to the principal.
Of course, some taboo details were not told to the principal. He only gave a general idea of the situation. So it is inconvenient for her to ask her parents to attend the parent-teacher meeting. What I meant was that I would go to school on her behalf. She is working part-time here, so I want to help her. Of course that's no problem. I'll let the teachers of Dongshan's class know. You can go directly to the classroom tomorrow. The principal agreed readily. Okay, then there's nothing else to do. Sorry to bother you, principal. No, if you have anything else in the future, you can contact me anytime. Then Otonashi Chiya exchanged a few more words with the principal and hung up the phone. I've already talked to the principal. I'll go to the parent-teacher conference for you tomorrow afternoon. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Higashiyama Zhaohong. Okay, thank you so much, Otonashi-kun. Dongshin Zhaohong said gratefully. Where is Chiya going tomorrow? What is a parent-teacher conference? At this time, Densi couldn't help but ask. I'm going to your sister Zhaohong's school tomorrow. How should I talk about the parents' meeting? It's probably that sister Zhaohong's teacher will report to me about her usual learning situation. Otonashi Chiya patiently explained to Densi. Oh. Although he could understand the explanation, Densi still felt like something was odd. Never mind. Advertisement. Densi simply emptied his mind and was too lazy to think about this matter. Then he asked about another thing he cared about. By the way, Chiya bought new clothes. They look so handsome. She had noticed that Chiya's clothes were different, but she was so excited and happy when Chiya came back that she temporarily ignored it. I didn't buy this. This is the uniform I need to wear when I work in a certain military department in the Soviet Union. You can also say it's a military uniform. Otonashi Chiya explained. It does feel a little different from before. Dongshin Zhaohong also commented. In fact, it was mainly because Otonashi Chiya had always been wearing public security uniforms before, and seeing it too much caused visual fatigue. The feeling of suddenly changing into a new military uniform was naturally different. The secondary reason is that this military uniform really suits Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya smiled faintly. I'm almost getting proud of your praise. But he must change into the police uniform to attend the parents' meeting tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be a bit strange to wear the Soviet military uniform to the parents' meeting. Afterwards, Denji took Pochita back to the room to play games. Let's play a few games before Sister Zhaohong starts her tutoring today. The next afternoon. Although it was Saturday, the school where Dongshin Zhaohong studied was quite lively. Because all classes in the entire second year of high school hold parent-teacher meetings at this time. At this time, many parents brought their children into the school through the main gate. The only special case is that of Higashiyama Zhaohong. Walking with her is a teenager wearing a Tokyo public security uniform. The look in his eyes and the temperament he exudes are completely inconsistent with his age. In addition, the unique Mangekyō Sharingan, Kamui, is also very eye-catching. Not only was he wearing a police uniform, he was also wearing a military cap on his head. He thought the cap looked nice, so he didn't take it off. The attention of many parents and students around was attracted. What is that? That suit looks different from what I usually see. And he looks so young, so he must be the girl's brother, right? Wait, that looks like the uniform of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. That's amazing, it looks like that girl's brother is a demon hunter of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Advertisement. That's understandable, her parents may have died in the disaster that year, and her brother, who depended on her for everything, had to attend the parent-teacher conference. Sigh. What a poor child. Quote. For a while, there were all kinds of discussions about Otonashi Chiya and Higashiyama Zhaohong. Some even speculate that Higashiyama Zhaohong's parents died in the disaster when the gun devil descended, and then Otonashi Chiya, as the brother, resolutely joined the Tokyo Public Security Bureau in order to avenge the gun devil, and also had to support his sister's schooling. Especially the female students, they couldn't take their eyes off Otonashi Chiya's appearance. He has very handsome facial features to begin with, and has charming eyes like the Mangekyō Sharingan, which have their own aura. When paired with the public security uniform and the Soviet military cap, he has all the buffs in terms of appearance. At this time, Otonashi Chiya also vaguely heard the discussions of these people, and couldn't help but complain that these people had a very rich imagination. But this is not a bad thing. Let others guess, it is best not to be suspected of being a relative. Otherwise, it might affect Zhaohong's daily life in school in the future, such as being gossiped about by classmates behind her back. When they reached the second-year high school floor in the teaching building, Dongshin Zhaohong pointed to her class and said, I'm in class 1. My classroom is right there. When Otonashi Chiya walked into class 2-1, he saw a middle-aged woman standing in front of the desk. She must be the homeroom teacher of this class. In Japan, the class teacher is generally called person in charge, or person in charge teacher, and is specifically responsible for things like parent-teacher meetings and three-party talks. However, Otonashi Chiya is still used to the homeroom teacher's address, so he just calls the person opposite him Mr. So-and-so or teacher so-and-so during the conversation. As for Dongshin Zhaohong, she was waiting outside the classroom for the time being. After all, one classroom could not accommodate so many parents and students. Whenever a parent comes into the classroom, the head teacher greets them warmly and politely. Otonashi Chiya's entry was certainly no exception. Hello, my name is Watanabe, may I ask who you are? Mr. Watanabe was halfway through his speech when he saw Otonashi Chiya's appearance and was stunned. Her first reaction was, could it be that a student had walked into the wrong classroom? But she immediately remembered that the principal had told her last night that if there was a young man wearing a police uniform and had a pair of unique blood-red eyes, he would be the person the principal was talking about. The blood-red eyes of the young man in front of me are so recognizable, exactly the same as the image described by the principal. Chapter 88. Dongshin is a brother Khan. Just call me Otonashi. Otonashi Chiya's straightforward way. Oh, it's Mr. Otonashi. Please take a seat. Teacher Watanabe already knew that the boy in front of him was related to Toyama-san, and immediately helped Otonashi Chiya point out the direction of Toyama-san's seat. Moreover, the principal specifically told her to take good care of this young man. She also basically understood the reason. The boy's attire showed that he was a member of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau, except for the military cap on his head that looked a bit special. It felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Sitting in Dongshin Zhaohong's seat, Otonashi Chiya immediately became the focus of the entire classroom. There were elderly uncles and aunts everywhere around, except Otonashi Chiya, who looked about the same age as their children but gave people a very mature feeling. They were all a little confused, thinking that perhaps the boy was the older brother of the student sitting in that seat, and teacher Watanabe didn't say anything. Of course, one branch house manager recognized that this was the uniform of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and found it quite novel. I'm a little curious about who the student sitting in that seat is. Someone in his family works as a demon hunter in the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. In addition to these parents, there were also a group of students outside the classroom, lying outside the windows or crowding outside the door to watch what was happening inside. That seems to be Toyama-san's position, right? It turns out that Toyama-san's brother is a public security demon hunter. I never expected that. What is that? Colored contact lenses. Where did you get such cool colored contact lenses? I don't think it's colored contact lenses. I guess Toyama-san's brother became like this after signing a contract with a demon. Quote. Students outside the classroom were also talking about Otonashi Chiya. Then, many classmates, especially girls, surrounded Dongshin Zhaohong, and seemed to be very interested in the brother whom they thought was Dongshin's classmate. Dongshin Zhaohong suddenly felt, how to put it? I don't feel embarrassed, but I am a little uncomfortable. Normally, she had little presence in the class due to her personality, but now suddenly many classmates surrounded her. Hey, Toyama-san, the boy sitting in your seat should be your brother, right? Of course he is. He can't be Dongshin's father. He looks so young and doesn't seem much older than us. Advertisement. Toyama-san's brother is so handsome, and he's also a public security demon hunter. He never told us about that. Speaking of which, he looks so familiar. It suddenly occurred to me that this is the demon hunter who saved Toyama-san when the football demon appeared last time. It turns out that he is Toyama-san's brother. Quote. Many of these students, both boys and girls, who are still studying in school, naively think that the identity of a public security demon hunter is very powerful and gives a sense of security, and they have never considered that such a high-risk profession may lead to sudden death one day. But the main reason is that Otonashi Chiya is handsome enough in their eyes. If it were any ugly-looking public security demon hunter, he wouldn't be so popular. Surrounded by so many classmates asking questions, Dongshin Zhaohong didn't know how to answer for a moment and could only smile awkwardly. She also didn't want to declare that Otonashi-kun was not actually her brother. Being misunderstood as a sibling relationship was not a bad thing because it would not easily arouse suspicion from her classmates. Tushin-san, can you introduce your brother to me? Of course he introduced me. How could Toyama's brother possibly like you? Tisk. Only men can have true friendship. Why don't you introduce me to Dongshin's brother as his younger brother? Quote. Dongshin Zhaohong was fine at first, but when she heard that these classmates had a crush on Otonashi-kun, she suddenly became a little anxious. That won't do. It came out almost subconsciously. Although Dongshin Zhaohong immediately realized that this was inappropriate, it was too late. Her pretty face turned red with embarrassment, and she blamed herself for being so out of control. The classmates were a little frightened at once, and then they all became quiet, looking at Dongshin Zhaohong in surprise. Sorry, we didn't consider Tushin-san's feelings. Yes, we shouldn't joke around like that. Don't be angry, Dongshin. It's all your fault. You made Dongshin unhappy. Quote. After the students recovered, they quickly apologized to Dongshin Zhaohong. However, at this time, they also had a guess in their minds, that is, could it be that Dongshin-san is a brother Khan? If that's the case, then it's no wonder I'm so excited. Advertisement. Woo. Dongshin Zhaohong immediately turned around and covered her face in embarrassment. She also knew that after this incident, her classmates would probably think of her as a brother Khan. Although she does have feelings for Otonashi-kun, she's not a brother complex. At this time, Otonashi Chiya didn't pay attention to what was happening outside the classroom as he was attending a parent-teacher meeting seriously. Mr. Watanabe is announcing some teaching situations and providing feedback to parents on their children's status in school, manners, and mental health. At this time, Mr. Watanabe was telling Otonashi Chiya about Zhaohong's situation. Zhaohong is a very good child and has very good academic performance, but she is a bit introverted. But this is her natural personality after all. As long as she is healthy both physically and mentally, there will be no problem. Teacher Watanabe said, you can take Zhaohong out more often to relax her. The child was obviously a little depressed before, but she seems to be much better recently. I see. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Watanabe. Otonashi Chiya really talked to Mr. Watanabe like a parent. At this time, Mr. Watanabe suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Hong seems to have been working part-time recently, but her academic performance has not declined. On the contrary, it has become better. It's really amazing. Otonashi Chiya smiled and said nothing, feeling relieved at the same time. It seems that being a tutor for D&C has not affected Zhao Hong's studies. It is probably because she is freed from the constraints and difficulties of her family, her academic performance has improved instead of declined. While Mr. Watanabe was communicating with another parent, some parents came over to talk to Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya just had a friendly exchange out of politeness. The parent-teacher meeting for grade 2-1 class ended successfully. The parents walked out of the classroom. Otonashi Chiya came out and said to Dongshin Zhao Hong outside the door, "We can go home now, right?" Until now, Dongshin Zhao Hong still has a bit of shyness on her face, all because of the incident when her classmates misunderstood her as having a brother complex. Otonashi Chiya didn't know anything, he just felt that many eyes were focused on him. Some girls felt very sorry about it, because Dongshin was a brother con and they had almost no chance. Chapter 89 It's rare to have a pretty face. Otonashi Chiya suddenly returned to Tokyo without notifying the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. After all, there was no point in notifying the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. He just came back to see Densi and the others. The Tokyo Public Security Bureau had no idea that he had suddenly returned, and the Leningrad military headquarters was even less aware of it. Although it wouldn't be a big deal if it was known, it would at least save a lot of trouble temporarily. After spending a day in Tokyo with Denji, Zhao Hong and Pochita, Otonashi Chiya prepared to return to the Soviet Union. These are all the specialties and foods I bought from the Soviet Union. They are enough for you to eat for several days, but don't keep them for too long or they will go bad. Otonashi Chiya gave some instructions to Densi and Zhao Hong, and then said goodbye. He transferred himself into the Kamui dimension. Although he could teleport Denji, Zhao Hong and Pochita to the Soviet Union through Kamui space, he felt it was unnecessary. Neither DNC nor Zhao Hong can speak Russian, so living in a place like the Soviet Union would definitely be very inconvenient. It's hard to say for Pochita. It seems that the devil has a talent for language. Once he comes to the human world, he can speak human language and everyone can understand it. He doesn't understand why. Besides, Zhao Hong is still in school. It is impossible to let Zhao Hong transfer to a Soviet school, which will cause more inconvenience to Zhao Hong's life. Leningrad Military Headquarters, Dormitory Building. There were coordinates left by Otonashi Chiya in his dormitory, and they were transferred instantly according to the coordinates. It was already very late, so I just took a shower and went straight to bed. The next day, Otonashi Chiya and Ian strolled outside the Leningrad military headquarters as usual, as if nothing had happened. On the way, his cell phone suddenly rang. This is the mobile phone provided to him by the military, which is specifically used for notifications. If this phone makes a sound, it means something must have happened. After the call was connected, Minister Levan's voice was immediately heard from the other end. Otonashi, another demon has appeared. This time the demon is more difficult to deal with. We still need you and the Tsar to take action. No problem, I'll go back to the military headquarters and join Shen Yu now. Otonashi Chiya responded with almost no hesitation. Although he still had 3 or 4 days of paid vacation left, he already felt a bit bored, and he was not injured so he didn't need to rest for so long. Advertisement. Being able to carry out missions to defeat demons and gain a lot of attribute points is definitely more interesting than sitting idle every day. When Minister Levan heard Otonashi Chiya directly say Komatsuki's real name, he was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Otonashi and Komatsuki's relationship had become so good that they could even call Komatsuki by his real name. This is certainly a good thing. I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you to perform another mission during your paid vacation. To make up for it, your performance bonus for this mission will be doubled. Minister Levan continued. Okay, thank you Minister Levan. Otonashi Chiya explains. Of course, he had no reason to refuse the opportunity to earn more money. Ian, who was standing nearby, also heard the general content of the conversation between Otonashi and Minister Levan, and he immediately helped Otonashi stop a taxi.
Because their current location is a bit far from the military headquarters, they need to take a car to get back to the military headquarters as soon as possible. Such an important matter as the mission cannot be delayed. 10 minutes later, Otonashi Chiya and Ian returned to the Leningrad military headquarters. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the military headquarters, Otonashi Chiya saw Shen Yu already at the door, obviously waiting for him. When he saw Otonashi Chiya getting out of the taxi, Kanzuki's face was still expressionless as usual. But when she saw Ian falling down, her expression suddenly turned colder and her eyes changed subtly. Shen Yu, have you been waiting for a long time? At this time, Otonashi Chiya walked over and said to Shen Yue. Hearing Otonashi calling Kanzuki by his real name, Ian, who didn't know the truth yet, was shocked. He was worried that Shen Yu would get angry, so he hid behind Otonashi Chiya again. He hid behind Otonashi and observed secretly. Sure enough, Shen Yu's face looked a little strange, even colder than usual. Shen Yu kept his hands folded in front of his chest, closed his eyes, and seemed a little indifferent. It's time to set off. Of course, Otonashi Chiya had already noticed that something was wrong with Shen Yu. I couldn't help but wonder what was wrong with this guy. He found that this guy had a very strange and unpredictable temper. Sometimes he was very easy to talk to, but sometimes he was inexplicably angry. Seeing Shen Yu walk right past him without even glancing at him, Ian heaved a sigh of relief. Advertisement, then I'll go back first. Come on, everyone, and be safe. Ian spoke up. Okay, see you later. After saying that, Otonashi Chiya set off with Shenyue. Lomonosovsky District, another suburb of the Leningrad Administrative District. Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yu arrived at the target location at the fastest speed via the special car of the Leningrad military. Until this moment, Shen Yu still looked exceptionally cold, and looked more like she was sulking than the last time she was at the entertainment venue. After all, it wasn't true last time, and this time Shen Yu was really sulking. Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but complain. To be honest, your personality is a bit bad. It's rare that you have such a pretty face. Upon hearing this, a rare fluctuation suddenly appeared on Shen Yu's beautiful face. Of course, this is not because Otonashi Chiya said she has a bad personality. There are many people who have commented on her personality. Anyone who said such things to her face was beaten half to death on the spot. The reason why Kanzuki reacted like this was because Otonashi Chiya praised her beautiful face. Although many people have talked about her face, she only feels disgusted by those people because their comments are always teasing or sarcastic. Only Otonashi's tone was very calm, neither teasing nor sarcastic. It seemed that he was just sighing. Many people have said this to me, but you're the only one who makes me feel a little interesting. Shen Yu said directly. Really? That's an honor? Otonashi Chiya teased. Since you are my partner, you don't have to have any contact with that guy Ian anymore. Whether it's carrying out missions or daily needs, I am enough for you. Kanzuki originally subconsciously wanted to say, Ian, the weakling, but suddenly remembered that Otonashi Chiya would be disgusted by this, so she temporarily changed the title. There was a hint of dominance in the tone in which she spoke. But it won't be offensive. In fact, Shen Yu was already very restrained. He just spoke to people in this tone out of habit. If the person in front of her was someone else other than Otonashi Chiya, her tone would have been overbearing and would not tolerate rejection. Chapter 90. Susano, 3rd Form, Additional Update. Otonashi Chiya was a little confused. He really couldn't understand why Shen Yu cared so much about this kind of thing. Could it be that Shen Yu's previous bad attitude towards Ian was also due to this incident? This made him even more confused. In daily life, taking him to familiarize himself with various places, or teaching him some things that he needs to pay attention to in the Soviet Union, and so on, aren't these things that people would find troublesome? Why would anyone want to take on such a troublesome task? Otonashi Chiya had rejected Komatsuki's invitation twice in a row before, but he did not refuse on purpose because he disliked Komatsuki. It was because he had always promised Ian in advance, and his principle was that once he had promised, he would try his best not to break his promise. Therefore, Otonashi Chiya was puzzled as to why Shen Yu was so obsessed with such troublesome things. Otonashi Chiya didn't answer, so Shen Yu asked, I want to know your answer. You really confused me. Otonashi Chiya sighed slightly and said, it seems that you really have nothing to do. Since you like those troublesome things so much, I'll leave it to you. There was no prior agreement with Ian this time. Ian had been getting busier and busier with training recently, and he also hoped that Ian could focus more on training. Otherwise, the poorly trained demon hunters in the military would be more likely to get into danger when they go out on missions. He didn't want to trouble anyone to help him adapt to the Soviet environment. After all, he could adapt slowly on his own. But Shen Yu insisted on being so enthusiastic, so he would satisfy this guy's inexplicable persistence. It's not that Otonashi Chiya is too slow, he still hasn't realized that Kanzuki is actually a girl disguised as a man. But it's because Ian is a man. If Ian was a girl, Otonashi Chiya would probably speculate whether Shen Yu was a girl disguised as a man and was jealous. Very good. Otonashi Chiya's answer satisfied Shen Yu very much. When this mission is over, I will take you to the Winter Palace. Before thinking about this kind of thing, let's deal with that big guy first. Advertisement, Otonashi Chiya said in a serious tone. I saw a hurricane appearing on the vast plain ahead. And it was not an ordinary hurricane, but a demon hurricane. It was seen that the hurricane demon's hurricane was made entirely of intestines, with half a head in the middle that looked like a human child. This half head was very huge, and the entire hurricane demon was at least several dozen meters in size. The hurricane demon is wantonly destroying everything around it. Otonashi Chiya and Shenyue can feel the strong suction even from a long distance away, and the hurricane demon probably hasn't used its ability yet. Hurricanes and typhoons are actually the same thing. They are extremely destructive natural disasters and are deeply feared by many people. Although he was killed by Chainsaw Man and Bim in the original book, the hurricane demon is definitely not weak. And, according to the information provided by Minister Levan, the demon that appeared this time is the demon meat with a gun, right? Otonashi Chiya seemed to be talking to himself, or to Shenyue. That should be it. At this time, Shen Yu's expression also looked a little solemn. A demon of this size is so huge and difficult to approach, so it goes without saying how difficult it is to successfully hunt it. In the original book, the Chainsaw Man was able to get close to the hurricane demon because he worked together with Bim. As a shark demon, Bim could travel through the hurricane. Although it's a bit tricky, we have no choice but to go ahead, otherwise it will soon break into densely populated areas. Otonashi Chiya said in a very calm tone. The Hurricane Demon who possesses the Gun Demon meat piece is the strongest demon he has ever encountered. This guy appeared in the original work. When he appeared, he didn't have the Gun Devil meat slice, and he showed very strong strength. In the original book, the Hurricane Demon knew Lacey, and it was very likely that Lacey had been subdued by the Soviet Union.
After all, Lacey was the secret weapon of the Soviet military. The military demon hunters could not deal with the Hurricane Demon, so they sent the secret weapon to attack. Then the Gun Demon's meat piece was taken away by the Soviet side, but the Hurricane Demon did not die.
Later, the Hurricane Demon might have been controlled by Makima. Even Lise was surprised that the Hurricane Demon would appear in Japan. In fact, it was Makima who was secretly controlling everything. It can't be stopped. Shen Yu shook his head. Advertisement. Although she is very confident in her own abilities, it is limited to herself. The Hurricane Demon was about to invade the residential area. She couldn't stop such a huge Hurricane Demon, and the residential area was about to suffer very serious damage. Let me do it. Otonashi Chiya has already figured out how to deal with the Hurricane Demon. With his attack, Kamui would definitely not be able to defeat such a huge Hurricane Demon with Gun Demon meat in seconds, so he didn't try. If we want to stop the Hurricane Demon that is about to invade residential areas and avoid large-scale casualties, we must undoubtedly use Susanoo's power. No matter how strong the Hurricane Demon is, he is not as strong as Susanoo. No matter how big the Hurricane Demon is, he is not as big as Susanoo. Under Shen Yu's slightly puzzled gaze, a giant light blue rib suddenly unfolded from Otonashi Chiya's body, surrounding Shen Yu. Just in its initial form, it is almost enough to isolate itself from the strong attraction generated by the Hurricane Demon. What's this? Shen Yu, who had never seen Susanoo before, was naturally surprised. Otonashi Chiya didn't answer for now, but continued to evolve Susanoo's form. If you want to completely block the Hurricane Demon, you have to use the second or third form. Then, Susanoo began to grow from its initial rib form, and grew a skeleton-shaped upper body, flesh, blood, and outer clothes. On top of that, there is even a complete lower body. This is Susanoo's third form. Her height is double that of the second form, and is as tall as or even taller than the Hurricane Devil. This is a reference to Madara's third form, Susanoo. Madara and Sasuke's third and fourth forms are very different. The ultimate form of the Sword of Rage was held in Susanoo's hand, and was also enlarged by Susanoo into an ultra-large giant sword several dozen meters long. Ding! Allocation completed, HP plus 40, Chi and Blood, 440. Susanoo went straight to the third form. Even the current Otonashi Chiya would feel a lot of pressure, so he directly maxed out all the attribute points he currently had in Chi and Blood. At this time Otonashi Chiya and Kamiju have appeared on Susanoo's head instead of on the ground. Suddenly standing in the air dozens of meters high, Shen Yu's reaction was naturally difficult to remain calm. Although this was obviously Otonashi Chiya's demonic power, she had never thought before that Otonashi Chiya actually had this kind of demonic power. Chapter 91. Lace, start. The third form, Susanoo, stands in front of the Hurricane Demon, and the super large Sword of Rage is extremely visually shocking. Then it won't get through. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said lightly. You actually still have this kind of demonic power. Shen Yu was so shocked that a light flickered in his eyes as he murmured. This time, the strength displayed by Otonashi Chiya once again refreshed her cognition. Originally, she just thought that Otonashi Chiya's strange ability to distort space was very restraining to her. Now I realize that not only can he restrain her, but Otonashi Chiya's abilities in dealing with special situations are also more comprehensive than hers. Of course, the Hurricane Demon was also shocked by the light blue giant in front of him. Ever since it came to the human world and obtained the Gun Demon meat, it has hardly seen a demon bigger than itself. What kind of demon are you? Why are you stopping me? So it subconsciously thought that the giant in front of it was a very powerful demon, and did not notice that there were two tiny humans between the giant's eyebrows. Otonashi Chiya didn't waste time talking to the Hurricane Demon. He controlled Susanoo with his mind and slashed directly at the Hurricane Demon with the Sword of Rage. Even though the Hurricane Demon's Hurricane has extremely strong destructive power, it can't stop the Sword of Fury that has been enchanted by Susanoo. This amount of destructive power is just a scratch on the Sword of Fury. Otonashi Chiya can even go a step further, and with Dual Kamui, he can apply the Kamui space distorting effect to his weapons, just like Kakashi's Kamui Shuriken. However, there is no need for such a perverted enchantment to deal with the Hurricane Demon. Not only will the output be seriously overflowed, but the consumption of using Kamui for enchantment is also unimaginable. He was not sure if he could withstand the consumption of Kamui's enchantment, so he did not dare to try it unless it was absolutely necessary. The super large rage sword easily broke through the hurricane barrier, composed of countless intestines, and the sword directly cut on the head in the middle of the Hurricane Demon. Ah, who the hell are you? We are all the same species, why are you trying to kill me? The Hurricane Demon suddenly let out a shrill scream. Since the Hurricane Demon swallowed the Gun Demon's flesh, it would not be so easy for him to die even if his head was destroyed. Its hurricanes are supposed to be the most troublesome things, with extremely strong destructive power and making it impossible for people to get close, and then causing very heavy losses and casualties in residential areas. Advertisement. But it was cut in half by Otonashi Chiya's Susanoo with a casual sword. This is the power of God.
If it weren't for Otonashi Chiya, Shen Yu's absolute defense would not have been broken by the Hurricane Demon, but it could not stop the Hurricane Demon. In the end, with heavy casualties, the Soviet military probably had no choice but to send out Lei Sai.
As the bomb weapon man of Lacey, her explosive power and destructive power are at the max level, and she can easily blow the Hurricane Demon into a pile of rotten intestines. At this time, Otonashi Chiya still ignored the Hurricane Demon. Since one sword failed to kill the Hurricane Demon, he would use another sword. This sword directly blasted out a golden-red sword wave with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. Susano's light blue energy was attached to the golden-red sword wave, emitting a breath of destruction.
The Hurricane Demon could only stare in despair at the terrifying sword wave that seemed to be able to swallow the sky and the earth. Until its death, it had no idea that the giant in front of it was actually summoned by a human boy. The next moment, the Hurricane Demon was blasted into pieces, with blood all over the ground. The crusade is complete. As soon as he finished speaking, Otonashi Chiya directly released Susano. But he forgot that he and Shen Yu were still in midair, and as a result, he and Shen Yu experienced a free fall from a height of dozens of meters. But it doesn't really matter, because he can hollow, and this height will not hurt Shen Yu, who has absolute defense. But it happened too suddenly, and Shen Yu had rarely experienced the feeling of falling suddenly from a great height. She was a little frightened and seemed to have forgotten that she had absolute defense. She subconsciously reached out to Otonashi Chiya and just grabbed Otonashi Chiya's hand. Otonashi Chiya immediately felt a cold touch. Although Shen Yu's hands were cold, they were also very slender and tender, giving him a boneless feeling. He looked at Shen Yu in surprise, not expecting that Shen Yu would suddenly grab his hand. But what surprised him even more was that Shen Yu's hands were not quite the same as he had imagined. The hand that can use such a fierce and terrifying hand knife is actually such a hand.
However, Shen Yu's face remained calm, not looking frightened at all, and he said nothing, pretending that nothing had happened. Being a strong-willed girl, she certainly wouldn't want Otonashi Chiya to know about her recent misconduct, as that would be extremely embarrassing for her. Advertisement seeing Shen Yu's expressionless face, Otonashi Chiya didn't bother to care so much anymore. He tightened his grip on Shen Yu's hand slightly, and calculated the time of landing in advance with the help of Mangekyō Sharingan. He slowly activated the hollow function and landed safely with Shen Yu.
Shen Yu probably knew that this was Otonashi Chiya's demonic power, so he was not surprised. After landing, Shen Yu immediately let go of Otonashi Chiya's hand and turned away. We should go back. In fact, it was because she almost couldn't control her facial expression. When she shook hands with Otonashi Chiya just now, there were ripples in her heart. It was probably the feeling of shyness. She absolutely did not want to admit that she was as shy as a little girl. This was a great shame for her. After Otonashi Chiya took the gun demon's meat slices off the ground, he and Shen Yu took a special car back to the Leningrad military headquarters. As for the body of the Hurricane Demon, naturally someone else would deal with it. But as he sat in the car, he began to suspect something. Are there really men whose hands look like that? You don't know until you touch it, and you'll be shocked when you do. The touch is even more amazing than that of ordinary girls' hands. Soviet military, high-level secret talks. That boy has finally begun to show his true strength. The Japanese cabinet has indeed concealed the boy's strength. But it doesn't matter if they concealed it. Sooner or later, he will reveal his true strength. What is certain is that his strength has already become a threat to us. Should we nip him in the bud as soon as possible, or use him for our own benefit? Let's implement the second option first. If it fails, then kill it. The old guys in the Japanese cabinet are very vicious. If we let them become powerful, there will be endless troubles.
The second option. It seems that everyone has no objection, so let's arrange for Lisa to be activated as soon as possible and let her practice all the procedures in the shortest possible time. There must not be any mistakes in this special agent operation.
Quote. Chapter 92 Winter Palace. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had no idea that he had been targeted by the top Soviet military officials. He only knew that his paid vacation was extended by another 10 days and that the bonus for this crusade mission was doubled. In the world of Chainsaw Man, earning rubles is as good as earning US dollars. Although you earn and spend rubles, the military's demon hunter is a high-paying, high-benefits, and high-risk profession where you earn more and spend less. Now, Otonashi Chiya is at the Hermitage. That is the State Winter Palace Museum in Leningrad, also known as the Hermitage Museum. The last time they went to fight the Hurricane Demon, Shen Yu said he would take him to the Winter Palace for a visit. He didn't take it seriously at first, thinking Shen Yu was just talking casually, but he actually came today. Early this morning, Otonashi Chiya was dragged by Shen Yu to visit the Winter Palace. In the eyes of other tourists around, they were just two boys in military uniforms, who looked to be no more than 18 years old, and most importantly, they were both very handsome. That uniform, is he a soldier? Or a demon hunter in the military? There are some differences between the uniforms of ordinary soldiers and the demon hunters in the military. Their uniforms are obviously demon hunters in the Leningrad military.
It's rare to see military demon hunters in a tourist attraction like the Winter Palace, and they're all incredibly handsome guys. Oh, they really are demon hunters from the military. I hope they are just here for tourism and not for demons to appear here. Otherwise, our tickets would be wasted and it would be dangerous. Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo would indeed be very eye-catching when walking in such a crowded place.
If Otonashi Chiya is considered very handsome among boys, then Kanzuki is more beautiful and delicate than most women. It's just that the military uniforms they wear can easily cause some people to worry. But in fact they are just too lazy to change clothes. Moreover, the military uniform can help them avoid a lot of unnecessary troubles, such as being picked on by gangsters, or being stopped and checked by the security personnel of the Winter Palace because of Otonashi Chiya's special eyes. I never thought you had such elegance as traveling. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Shenyu, but it is true. The Winter Palace was once the Tsar's palace, and the code name you gave yourself is Tsar. Therefore, he guessed that Shenyu did not like traveling, but had a special liking for the Winter Palace. Advertisement. It's not just this reason. Shenyu just said this and didn't give any specific reasons. As that's so, Otonashi Chiya responded casually, obviously not paying attention to the implication of Shenyu's words. Just then, two girls with Soviet-looking faces approached, their facial features looking pretty good. Soviet girls seemed to be more open-minded, and their intention was obviously to strike up a conversation.
Handsome boy, can you please do me a favor? Leave me your contact information so we can go have a drink together tonight? One of the girls approached Shenyu directly. When a Soviet girl enthusiastically invites you to go drinking with her, the night is basically a done deal, in every sense of the word. Of course this could also be a stereotype of Otonashi Chiya. However, Shenyu had no interest at all and simply ignored the girl. Not only did he not say a word, he didn't even look at the girl. He walked past the other person with an indifferent look on his face, as if the other person was a piece of non-existent air. The girl was a little depressed for a moment. Although it was normal to be rejected when approached, she didn't expect to be directly ignored, which was somewhat hurtful. At this time, Otonashi Chiya smiled at the girl slightly awkwardly, with a hint of apology in his smile. But he didn't say anything, and walked into the Hermitage Museum with Shenyu. The girl who had just been ignored felt a little better, at least she was comforted by Otonashi Chiya's slightly apologetic smile. The other girl next to him originally came for the boy with bloodshot eyes, and now her impression of this boy on their first meeting was even higher. She felt that this bloodshot-eyed boy would be much easier to strike up a conversation with than the aloof boy who had just ignored her best friend. You should be a demon hunter from the Leningrad military, right? Are you interested in having dinner with us later? I'll treat you. The other girl was also very direct, and the word, pick up, was clearly written on her face. Although the other party was very enthusiastic, Otonashi Chiya had no intention of dating a girl he didn't know at all. Just when he organized his words to politely reject the other party, he saw Shenyu suddenly looking at the girl with an extremely cold gaze, which even contained murderous intent. Advertisement. The girl suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss and was frightened out of her wits. The young man's facial features were obviously extremely beautiful, but his eyes seemed to be able to kill people. The girl quickly pulled her best friend and ran away. They ran until they were exhausted and gasping for breath. What the hell was wrong with that guy just now? He ignored you, but he looked at me with such a scary look even when I was chatting up another handsome guy. I don't know either. Never mind. Let's just consider ourselves unlucky today. Although I still think it fits my aesthetic taste very well, it's a pity that the person is too weird. At the same time, Otonashi Chiya looked at Shenyu with a puzzled look. Even if you are not interested in them, there is no need to use such a scary look, right? Even he felt a little scared by the look in Shenyu's eyes just now, as if he was about to take action. Those two girls are ordinary people, and if Shenyu takes any action, it will cause very serious consequences. And the most important problem is that he thinks Shenyu has no reason to be so rude to those two girls. Otonashi Chiya's tone was already gentle enough, but Kamiju not only refused to listen, his expression became even gloomier, as if it would be a huge mistake for Otonashi Chiya to say a fair word to the two girls just now. However, Otonashi Chiya would not indulge Shenyu's strange temper forever. Forget it, I don't want to provoke you, so do whatever you want. We were originally traveling together happily, but now things have become a little unpleasant. Fortunately, the unhappiness is only temporary. Not long after, Shenyu returned to normal. She pointed in a direction and said to Otonashi Chiya, let's go over there and take a look. It was as if nothing unpleasant had happened just now. Good. Otonashi Chiya was not the kind of person who would haggle over small details, so he responded immediately. Although it was not a big deal overall, he still felt a little helpless. He thought he had a pretty good temper, but Shenyu's weird personality made him confused and troubled. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably not be able to stand Shenyu's temper. Chapter 93. Are you jealous? During this trip to the Winter Palace, there were quite a few Soviet girls who came to chat with Otonashi Chiya and Kamiju. However, Shenyu ignored them mercilessly. Otonashi Chiya had no choice but to ignore it, lest Kanzuki look at the girls with that scary look again. If Shenyu's reaction was just so strange once or twice, he would just feel puzzled, but after it happened so many times, he gradually began to doubt. Whenever a girl came to chat him up, Shenyu's reaction was always that. At this point, Otonashi Chiya finally couldn't help but ask Shenyu, are you jealous? Although Shenyu is a man in his eyes, the possibility of him being gay cannot be completely ruled out. Otherwise, Shenyu's reactions had always been too strange. She was unhappy because he and Yin usually hung out together, and she was obviously angry because other girls approached him. He felt that jealousy was the only explanation. Having said that,
if Shen Yu is really a gay, then he must stay away from this guy in the future. After all, he is not gay, and he doesn't want to be targeted by a gay. When Shen Yu heard Otonashi Chiya ask this question, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. But her face did not show any fluctuations, instead she said calmly, "How is it possible?"
Shen Yu's strong self-esteem made her unwilling to admit this fact. Then why are you reacting so strangely? It has nothing to do with you if other girls try to flirt with me, right? Otonashi Chiya continued to ask. Of course he is not so easily fooled, unless he does not care about the truth of the matter at all. He actually doesn't care about anything else now. What he cares about most is whether Shen Yu is gay, so he wants to ask it clearly all at once.
Shen Yu was about to lose his composure, but his facial expression was still well controlled. At this moment, her brain was working very fast, and she immediately came up with a fairly reasonable explanation, because they are all too weak, the weak are not qualified to flirt with the strong, it's that simple. As that's so, Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly, half believing, so you're not gay, right? Shen Yu's explanation made him feel that it did make some sense. After all, Shen Yu was the kind of person who was inexplicably obsessed with strength. He didn't really care about the authenticity of this explanation, he just wanted to confirm whether Shen Yu was gay. When Shen Yu heard the English word, gay, she couldn't hold back her emotions. This was a rare time when she couldn't control her facial expression. It took her a moment to realize what the word meant. Her expression changed slightly, and then she stared at Otonashi Chiya coldly, "So you think I'm gay?" "I don't mean to slander you, it's just that they look too much alike." Otonashi Chiya's straightforward way, "I can tell you clearly that I am definitely not." Shen Yu denied it in a very serious tone. Advertisement. But now she suddenly realized a problem. Otonashi Chiya must have always treated her as a man.
In fact, she was just used to this kind of dressing. She put her long hair into the military cap and bound her chest, which made it easier for her to perform physical skills. This is the main reason. Secondly, it is because she prefers to show this image to others, and her strong mentality makes her not want to be considered a weak woman. In fact, Kamijo doesn't mind letting Otonashi Chiya know that she is a girl. But now is not the right time. If Otonashi Chiya knows that she is a girl, wouldn't he think that she is jealous?
So she planned to wait for a while before telling Otonashi Chiya that she was actually a girl. That's good. Otonashi Chiya felt a little relieved. Judging from Shen Yu's current reaction, he is definitely not gay. As long as this guy is not gay, everything is fine. Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo spent most of the day in the Hermitage Museum. When the time was almost up, they set off back to the military headquarters. When I came back, I happened to meet Ian, Otonashi, and the Tsar. As soon as he saw Shen Yu, Ian's greeting suddenly became weaker. Hello. This time, Shen Yu's attitude towards Ian was unusually not that bad. Although her tone was still cold, she was like that to everyone. At least she didn't ignore Ian or look at him with a scary look. This was because the situation was different now, and now she was not as hostile towards Ian.
Ian was immediately very surprised. Would the Tsar actually say hello to him? This was so abnormal that he was a little flattered. Not only Ian, Otonashi Chiya also felt a little surprised. Did Shen Yu's attitude towards Ian suddenly improve? Why are you all looking at me like that? Shen Yu asked immediately. Nothing, I just feel a little uncomfortable, Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. He had almost gotten used to Shen Yu's cold, arrogant and eccentric personality, but Shen Yu suddenly became a little polite, which made him a little uncomfortable. Advertisement Shen Yu roughly understood what Otonashi Chiya meant. But she couldn't refute it, she had never been friendly to Ian before. She could only remain silent. Afterwards, Shen Yu went home. When Shen Yu left, Ian whispered to Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi, how did you do it? You could make that Tsar change so much. He felt that Otonashi must have done something to the Tsar, otherwise how could his attitude towards a weak man like him change so much? I didn't do anything. Otonashi Chiya himself didn't know what was going on. Today I just went to the Hermitage Museum for a visit and didn't do anything else. A trip to the Winter Palace. Ian immediately fell into thought, is it because I went on a trip with you today that I feel much happier than usual? It seems like the Tsar likes you a little bit, Otonashi. Ian pondered. No, Otonashi Chiya immediately retorted. I have confirmed that he is not gay, at most he just has a weird personality. Alright, Ian thought so too. Things like boys liking boys should not happen to that Tsar. A night passed. Otonashi Chiya had just finished breakfast when he suddenly received a notice from Minister Levan. He and Shen Yu soon arrived at Minister Levan's office. When he saw Shen Yu coming as well, he guessed that there must be something important that needed to be notified to both of them at the same time. There is something I need to inform you of in advance. A new person will join our military soon, and you will be needed to guide him for a period of time. Minister Levan said. Newcomer, Otonashi Chiya was immediately confused. Who is this newcomer that wanted to make such a big fuss? I heard she's a very pretty girl. I'll leave her to you when the time comes. Minister Levan gave Otonashi Chiya a, look. At this moment, Shen Yu's eyes suddenly became strange. Advertisement Chapter 94. First encounter with Lacey, additional update. When he heard the word, very pretty girl, Shen Yu's eyes changed. But that was all. She didn't change her attitude faster than turning the pages of a book as usual. Because of what happened yesterday, she wanted to restrain herself as much as possible in front of Otonashi Chiya, not wanting Otonashi Chiya to find out that she was jealous.
At this time, Otonashi Chiya's gaze was heading in the direction of Minister Levan, but Minister Levan did not have as exaggerated insight as Otonashi Chiya. Therefore, no one noticed the subtle change in Shen Yu's eyes. Can you tell me what the new guy's name is? Otonashi Chiya asked with some concern. His intuition told him that this matter did not seem simple.
He's just a newcomer, normally he wouldn't make such a big fuss. Not only did he and Shen Yu specially come to the office, but he also arranged for them to take care of the newcomer. The key point is that he and Shen Yu are undoubtedly the first and second strongest in the Leningrad military. A newcomer who hasn't even shown up yet is receiving such high treatment. It's impossible for him to be an ordinary person. Otonashi Chiya has two guesses about this. Either the identity of this newcomer is very special, or he is similar to the S-level newcomer of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau. Minister Levan shook his head. I don't know the exact name yet, but she should be the daughter of a certain family. He was just following orders from his superiors and he had no right to know the specific circumstances. But looking at the attitude of the superior, it can be inferred that it might be a daughter of a big family who wants to come here to experience life, so it is equivalent to asking Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo to be bodyguards for that daughter. Of course, the word bodyguard is a bit unpleasant, and he definitely wouldn't talk so much. I see. A rich girl from a certain family. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly. Even Minister Levan said so. I guess he guessed right. It is indeed because of his very special identity. Otonashi Chiya immediately thought of the word bodyguard. Aren't he and Shen Yu specifically responsible for protecting this young lady with a special identity? Just then, Minister Levan's landline phone suddenly rang. Advertisement, excuse me, I have to take a call first. Minister Levan said something to Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue, and then answered the phone. After a few responses, he hung up the phone, and then he informed Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue. Okay, the newcomer will be able to arrive at our military headquarters this afternoon. Then let us know when she arrives. Otonashi Chiya explains. Shen Yu remained silent throughout the entire time, and there was no emotion on his face, but what he was thinking in his heart was another matter.
Otonashi Chiya didn't pay much attention to the newcomer and waited calmly until the afternoon. Anyway, as long as she's not some spoiled young lady, it won't be a big deal to bring a newcomer with her. If she really is a spoiled young lady, he will just quit and no one can do anything to him. When the newcomer arrived at the military headquarters, Minister Levan notified Otonashi Chiya and Komatsuki again. They met the newcomer in the lobby of the office building. Minister Levan was right. She was indeed a very pretty girl, but she was also a girl that Otonashi Chiya was very familiar with. She has purple hair, emerald green eyes, delicate and cute facial features, and longer bangs combed on both sides of her ears. She was already wearing the uniform of the Leningrad military. Although her figure was not impressive, she looked very well proportioned and slim, and this well-proportioned figure made her look more comfortable. Especially the collar-like thing on the neck with a pull ring on it, which made Otonashi Chiya very sure that the girl in front of him was Leslie. Reese was a member of the Soviet military's top-secret, Weapon Man Transformation Program. He lost his parents at a young age and was locked up in a secret room by the Soviet military for a transformation program, which can also be called a human experiment.
The Soviet military used the heart of the bomb demon to transform Reese into a bomb weapon man, who became a war machine, serving the country. Of course, the bomb demon had actually been eaten by Pachita a long time ago, and people including Lace had their memories of the bomb erased, so her codename was not bomb, but bomb. It seems that weapon-type demons are very special. Even if they are eaten by Pachita, they will not disappear completely like other demons. People's memory of this name is erased, but the demon heart in the bodies of weapon humans like Lesei and Guangxi still exists.
Hello. At the same time, Lesei also saw Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo, and she immediately greeted them with a smile on her face, looking very lively and cute. Advertisement. Ding. Host activates the achievement. First encounter with Lacey, and gains attribute points. 1. Closing square bracket. Allocated attribute points. 101. Including the 100 attribute points obtained from hunting the Hurricane Demon, Otonashi Chiya currently has 101 attribute points. The 100 attribute points of the Hurricane Demon are very reasonable, and the difficulty of hunting it is much higher than that of the Camera Demon with 40 attribute points. But now Otonashi Chiya is concerned about a problem. Since the newcomer that Minister Lewin was talking about is Lacey, then there is a big problem. You have to know that Lays is the Soviet Union's war machine, and also an agent who has received various trainings. It is impossible for her to be the so-called daughter of a wealthy family. Moreover, Lacey has no personal freedom at all. Once she is dispatched, it must be a secret operation arranged by the top leaders. So the question is, what will this covert operation be? Otonashi Chiya's mood became heavy. The Soviet high-level officials specially arranged for Lise to pretend to be a newcomer to approach him and Shenyu, which showed that the high-level official's target was either him or Shenyu.
He felt that it was most likely him rather than Shen Yu. After all, Shen Yu was a Soviet and he was an outsider. At present, Otonashi Chiya has no clue and cannot guess what the specific intentions of the Soviet high-level officials are, but it is certain that the Soviet high-level officials should have regarded him as a threat. Now he wanted to see what the Soviet leaders wanted Reese to do to him. Seeing that Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yue didn't respond, Lei Sai pouted slightly, her expression was a little cute and a little disappointed. Why are you so aloof? Otonashi Chiya realized that he had been distracted for too long, and immediately came back to his senses, smiling and saying to Lace, "My name is Otonashi Chiya, and I am currently a member of the Special Operations Force Team 1. Shen Yu simply didn't want to talk to this girl. I think I was assigned to Team 1, so we'll be teammates from now on." As soon as she finished speaking, Lacey immediately changed her tone and said, "Oh, yes, it's not just my teammates. I'll ask you to take care of me in the future." "Let me think about it." Lacey held her perfectly curved chin with one hand and began to ponder seriously. Then he suddenly hammered his palm, as if he had thought of a good idea. "I will call you Master Otonashi from now on." Chapter 95 Master added. "Master or something. Whatever you like," Otonashi Chiya said with a faint smile. He certainly couldn't act like he had known Lace for a long time and talk to her as a complete stranger. And he has to be more cautious than ever before. As an agent, Lace is the most special. If he is not careful, he will easily be discovered by the sensitive Lace. "Okay. Master Otonashi." Lacey looked at Otonashi Chiya with a beautiful smile and a cute blush on her face. Especially the word, Master Otonashi, seems to be able to captivate people, with a hint of playfulness in the charming tone. Even though Otonashi Chiya knew that Reese was just acting, his scalp still tingled when he heard it. As a special agent, Lacey has received various special trainings and her acting skills can be described as movie queen level. I can only say that she is worthy of being called Lacey. She is really good at it. Ricer can be regarded as a killer move of the Soviet military. No matter what the Soviet high-level officials' intentions towards her were, the beauty trap was a panacea. Think about it, how many innocent young men of Otonashi Chiya's age can resist the charm of Lace? But what the Soviet high-ranking officials could never have imagined was that Otonashi Chiya was a time traveler with a god's perspective, and Lace's beauty trap would not work on him. This was the biggest and unavoidable mistake made by the Soviet leadership. Speaking of which, at this time, Lei Sai looked at Shen Yu who was standing aside. Shen Yu's face became even colder. She was very uncomfortable with Lei Sai's ambiguous words and actions towards Otonashi Chiya. However, ever since Otonashi Chiya pointed out her jealousy, she has become much more restrained and dared not express it too obviously. But Lace was so perceptive that she could tell at a glance that Shen Yu was dissatisfied with her. Especially since she had a full set of intelligence, she had already learned all the information about Otonashi Chiya and Kamijo before taking action.
In other words, Shen Yu didn't know anything about Lei Sai, but Lei Sai knew Shen Yu almost everything. They even knew that Shen Yu was actually a girl. After all, her intelligence network was directly connected to the top military officials. This should be the captain of Special Operations Team 1, right? Even though Shen Yu had a cold face, the smile on Lei Sai's face did not change at all. "Yes, his name is Shen Yu, and he is my current partner." Otonashi Chiya explains. Advertisement. Lacey's mouth corners suddenly raised slightly, as if she had discovered something very interesting. In Russian, the pronunciations of he and she are different, so the word he in Otonashi Chiya's words reveals one thing, that is, Otonashi Chiya does not know the true gender of Kamatsuki. What happened to him? Otonashi Chiya's suspicion rode. Nothing. Lei Sai chuckled and said, "It's just that I feel like he seems to have some opinions about me. In that case, I will only call you Master Otonashi from now on." Lacey also deliberately used the word he instead of she in the information she knew. Because she didn't want Otonashi Chiya to know Kamiju's true gender so soon, which would make her plan go more smoothly.
Alright. Otonashi Chiya pretended to show a slightly helpless smile on his face. He and Lace were both competing in acting skills, but the difference was that he knew that all of Lace's work was just acting, while Lace didn't know that his work was also acting. Master. So what should we do next? At this moment, Lacey was just like a newcomer who knew nothing, and like a curious baby, she pretended to be very curious about everything around her.
After all, her character in this plan is that of an innocent young lady from a noble family, and she must act innocent, simple, lively and cute. Next, I will first take you to familiarize yourself with the Leningrad military headquarters. Otonashi Chiya acted with Reese. He certainly would not be in such a hurry to expose Lace's acting skills. He wanted to follow Lace's script to the end and see what the Soviet high-level officials wanted to do to him. To win over, persuade to surrender, assassination.
There are many possibilities and Otonashi Chiya cannot confirm it for the time being. Oh, this is indeed very important. At this time, Lei Sai took a step forward and took Otonashi Chiya's arm. "Master, let's go quickly." Seeing this scene in front of her, Shen Yu's pupils suddenly shrank, and at this moment, she was absolutely shaken. Advertisement. Even Otonashi Chiya's mouth Kakuzu twitched slightly. Seeing Otonashi Chiya's reaction, there was no change on the surface of Lacey, but she was secretly delighted in her heart. As expected, he is just a pure boy. It seems that this secret mission, which is being carried out for the first time, can be easily completed in a few days. It's a pity that the slight twitching reaction at the corner of his mouth was deliberately pretended by Otonashi Chiya. If in this drama, the role played by Lacey is a naive, lively and lovely daughter of a wealthy family, Then the role played by Otonashi Chiya as a pure-hearted boy who has left his hometown and is lonely in his heart. But, Kamihue in the back was just a spectator of the drama and had no idea that Otonashi Chiya and Reese were acting with each other. She watched Lacey walking further away with Otonashi Chiya's arm around her, and she felt a tightness in her chest again, and this uncomfortable feeling was stronger than ever before. She couldn't help but clutch her military uniform at her chest with her hands, but the uncomfortable feeling did not diminish at all. Shen Yu immediately strode forward and grabbed the hand that Lacey was holding on Otonashi Chiya's arm. She wasn't crazy enough to attack a newcomer directly, but she wanted him to let go of Otonashi Chiya. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lacey's tone suddenly became a little coquettish. "I want to improve my relationship with my master, why are you stopping me?" "Don't worry about him, he always acts weird, let's keep going," Otonashi Chiya said in a calm tone. He deliberately spoke for Lacey in order to pretend that he had been conquered a little by Lacey in order to confuse Lacey. The more serious Lacey's misjudgment is, the sooner he will know the truth behind the scenes. Shen Yu suddenly froze in place. Otonashi Chiya was simply competing with Reese in acting, and had no idea that this would cause Kamijō to suffer a severe blow. But he really didn't have the heart to worry about Shen Yu now. The sudden dispatch of Liza by the Soviet high-level officials had already made him feel a sense of crisis. He could only take care of himself now. Besides, he didn't think that what he did would have any impact on Shen Yu. After all, he didn't know Shen Yu's real gender, let alone what Shen Yu was thinking. Otonashi Chiya and Lacey had already walked away, but Shen Yu was still standing there with a slightly complicated expression. She was suddenly confused. What on earth was she doing? Chapter 96 Perfect Acting. The Soviet Union 10 years ago. In less than a month, many incidents of child kidnapping occurred, and at least hundreds of children seemed to have disappeared. All the victims' families have not been able to find their children to this day, and some of the kidnapped children are orphans without any family members. That's because they all died in a brutal and devilish plan by some gang. This gang was once the most powerful gang in the Soviet Union, but was later destroyed by the Soviet military with thunder and lightning. Because the gang had become so powerful that it touched the interests of the military took decisive action to suppress it. Although the military found detailed data records about the devil's plan at the gang headquarters, they did not make it public because it involved some of the military's secrets. The so-called devil plan, in other words, is also a kind of breeding poison plan of the gang, forcing hundreds or even thousands of children to make contracts with various demons. No matter how much the contract costs, or whether the children live or die, some demons who are unwilling to sign the contract will even kill the children. All the children are forced to kill each other in a large place that is like a prison. Only one person can come out alive in each round of the GU breeding plan, and the last one who survives can become a powerful force in the gang. However, as luck would have it, when the first round of the GU breeding plan was about to end, the Soviet military decided to take action against the gang. When the military smashed the gang and entered the prison, only one girl among thousands of children survived. That girl had an expressionless and extremely calm face, and her hands were covered in blood. The girl was later adopted by the military, and after being raised for several years, she was sent to the Leningrad military headquarters. Since he was directly airdropped in to replace the original captain of Team 1 of the Special Operations Force, the original captain and his subordinates would naturally not be convinced by a newcomer who looked like a pretty boy. As a result, some of these people died and some were injured. The girl established her prestige through this battle, and even though she committed such a serious taboo, she was saved by the military. This girl was Shen Yu. Her name was actually a codename given to her by the gang during the GU raising plan. She was originally an orphan without a name, so she did not like the codename during the GU raising plan period and gave herself a new codename, Tsar. Over the years, Shen Yu has either been fighting or spending her time in solitude. Being dubbed the strongest, and yet indifferent to the weak, she is undoubtedly lonely. Her ideas were shaped during the period of the GU breeding project, and she believed that the weak did not even have the right to survive. Until a guy named Otonashi Chiya appeared, which broke Shen Yu's life that had remained unchanged for many years, and even made her, who had always been absolutely confident, confused. I can't be at a loss like this any longer. Recalling everything that had happened to her, Shen Yu's heart suddenly became firm, and the tightness in her chest was relieved a lot. Because she now had to admit the fact that she cared about Otonashi Chiya very much, to the point of liking him. After figuring out the cause of the chest tightness, she felt less uncomfortable. After all, at least there is a clear goal instead of being confused. Otonashi Chiya is showing Reese around the entire Leningrad military headquarters. He hardly used his brain and just took Lacey around the military headquarters the same way Ian had taken him around before. Advertisement: the order is the same, and even the words are similar. It's just acting anyway. Oh right, I don't think I've introduced myself to Master yet. At this time, Lacey suddenly said, I am the eldest daughter of the Lawfield family, Master, you can just call me Lacey. Ms. Lacey. Otonashi Chiya then said. He didn't know what the Lawfield family was, and there was no need for him to know. It is probably a big family in the Soviet Union. In any case, it must be the identity background arranged for Reese by the senior military officials. Hey, Lacey pouted her lips slightly, seeming a little dissatisfied. Just call me Lacey. It's too formal to add Miss. It was as if his expression indicated that if Otonashi Chiya didn't change his name, Lacey would no longer be friends with him. Okay, then Lacey. Otonashi Chiya seemed to be deliberately led by Reese, but in his heart he was admiring Reese's perfect acting skills. If it were any other boy, he would have been completely controlled by Lace. Master, what is that place? At this time, Lacey suddenly asked curiously. Otonashi Chiya looked in the direction that Lacey pointed, and then replied, that's the swimming pool. There is an open-air swimming pool in the military headquarters. Ian introduced it to him last time, but he has never been there because he has no interest in swimming. Swimming pool? I want to go in and play. Lacey seemed very interested and took Otonashi Chiya's hand and ran towards the swimming pool. Otonashi Chiya had no choice but to accommodate Lacey, otherwise it would not be in line with the character he was playing. When Otonashi Chiya was brought into the swimming pool by Lacey, Shen Yu followed behind. Master, I haven't been to the swimming pool yet, what should I do next? At this time, Lacey asked. This is my first time here too, and I'm not very clear about it. Otonashi Chiya said truthfully. Advertisement this time he was not acting, it was really his first time to come to this swimming pool. Okay, Lacey immediately went to find the staff. Staff, we don't have swimsuits. Can we rent some here? Yes, please come over here, the staff said to Otonashi Chiya and Reese. Overline. Okay, Lacey immediately took Otonashi Chiya's hand and followed the staff. You want to swim in it? Otonashi Chiya couldn't help but ask. Yeah, isn't it possible? A look of pity suddenly appeared on Lacey's face. That's definitely possible, how could it not be possible? Otonashi Chiya said with a smile. Great, master, you are so kind. Lacey's face was full of joy and she gave Otonashi Chiya a light kiss on the face. The blush on her face became even more intense, as if she was a little shy, and she lowered her head bashfully. Shen Yu, who happened to have walked into the swimming pool, witnessed this scene with her own eyes, and her brows immediately frowned. Since Otonashi Chiya's acting skills were not as good as Reese's, he couldn't act out the blushing look on his face and could only stare at Reese blankly. But he was indeed a little shocked by Lacey. They had only met for half an hour, but Lacey's words and actions were almost always flirting. Most people would have fallen for her long ago. Especially what happened just now, under normal circumstances no little boy could withstand it, and he almost fell completely. Otonashi Chiya believed that if he had not known that this was a conspiracy of the Soviet high-level officials and that everything Reese showed was just acting, he would not have been able to resist such temptation. If I met Lace for the first time without knowing anything, even if I wasn't completely devoted to her, I would definitely have been attracted to her. At this time, Lacey said shyly, don't keep staring at me like that, I'm also very shy. Chapter 97 Are you a woman? Ahem. Otonashi Chiya pretended to cough and turned serious. Aren't you the eldest daughter of the Lawfield family? You should still be an unmarried girl. How could you do such a thing to a boy you just met and with whom you have an ordinary relationship? He is imitating Arai-kun in the original work. The innocent and serious Arai-kun fits the character he needs to play now. In the original work, Arai-kun said this to Himeno-senpai. How can our relationship be ordinary? You are obviously my master. Lacey retorted. Besides, I'm just not married yet. If I marry you in the future, won't there be any problem? Then she added in a flustered and shy tone, oh, of course I'm just saying if. After saying that, she shyly looked away, as if she was embarrassed to look Otonashi Chiya in the eye. Otonashi Chiya also scratched his face lightly with his fingers, pretending to be a little embarrassed. The staff member walking in the front was immediately overwhelmed by the display of affection, and his heart was filled with envy and jealousy. Otonashi Chiya and Reisa played each other, and ended up hurting innocent people unintentionally. Especially Shen Yu in the back. At this moment, she bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, feeling very uncomfortable. Afterwards, Otonashi Chiya and Reese rented a men's and a women's swimsuit with the help of the staff. At this time, Otonashi Chiya noticed that Shenyue had also followed, so he asked Shenyue, do you want to rent a swimsuit as well? Although he was acting with Lacey, he could have taken a swim to relax. That's not necessary. Maybe Mr. Shen Yu is a landlubber and doesn't dare to go into the water at all. Lacey suddenly said in a slightly playful tone, but this was not part of her plan, she just teased Shen Yu out of bad taste. Because she knew Shen Yu's real gender, and according to the information she knew, Shen Yu did not want others to know that she was a girl, so she probably did not dare to go into the swimming pool. Wouldn't she be exposed if she did? Really, if you don't like swimming, forget it, Otonashi Chiya explains. Since he guessed that Lei Sai must have known the information about him and Shen Yu before she took action, he believed that what Lei Sai said was true and thought Shen Yu was really a landlubber. His words gave Shen Yu some face and avoided the word, landlubber. However, Shen Yu remained calm and said in a cold tone, please rent me a women's swimsuit. Advertisement. Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya didn't react at first, but the next moment he realized that something seemed to be wrong. Women's swimwear? Otonashi Chiya was immediately puzzled. The staff nearby also looked stunned. Of course he knew the captain of the Special Operations Force Team 1, the strongest man code named Czar. But isn't this Czar a man? Why women's swimwear? Even in Lacey's green eyes there was a flash of surprise. Doesn't Shen Yu want others to know that she is a girl? She didn't expect that Shen Yu would reveal her true gender so casually. Could it be that her teasing just now made Shen Yu angry and took it seriously? Or, this woman actually has a crush on Otonashi Chiya? Intelligence is certainly not omnipotent. Otonashi Chiya had only been in contact with Shen Yu for a few days, and the Soviet military did not deliberately monitor Otonashi Chiya at all times. The reason why the military arranged for Komatsuki to partner with Otonashi Chiya was because this would allow Otonashi Chiya and Komatsuki to perform difficult tasks together, and this would also allow Otonashi Chiya to expose his true strength more quickly. They had never expected that Shen Yu would be attracted to Otonashi Chiya. So before this, Lesse had never thought that Shen Yue had a good impression of Otonashi Chiya, until then she began to have a little doubt. Seeing Otonashi Chiya's slightly stunned look, Shen Yu suddenly felt a little happy and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. She casually took off the military cap on her head, and her soft long hair immediately fell on her shoulders, and she gently lifted her hair. I've been a girl since birth, what else can I wear if not a women's swimsuit? Shen Yu has come to terms with it. It doesn't matter if you're discovered to be jealous or if your self-esteem is damaged. This time she didn't want to lose to a lace who appeared out of nowhere, and she didn't want to leave herself with regrets. You are a woman. This is not Otonashi Chiya's acting, he was really shocked by Kamijo. After spending so many days with Shen Yu, he never thought that Shen Yu was actually a girl. After all, Shen Yu's words and actions were not like those of a girl. Advertisement he finally understood what was going on. Shen Yu's strange behavior before was due to jealousy. But there is one aspect that Otonashi Chiya finds hard to understand, that is, can Ian, as a boy, actually make Shen Yue jealous? All I can say is, it's horrible. The staff still found it hard to believe that the famous Czar was actually a girl dressed as a man. Lacey said nothing, but she felt something was wrong. If this woman, Shen Yu, also took the initiative to attack Otonashi Chiya, it would definitely affect her plan. She definitely couldn't let this woman get ahead of her. As you can see, seeing Otonashi Chiya stunned with shock, Shen Yue suddenly felt happier. After saying that, she turned her gaze towards Lacey, and her cold eyes seemed like she was declaring war on Lacey. Lacey immediately looked frightened and said to Otonashi Chiya as if she was complaining, "Master, she is mean to me." She felt more and more uneasy in her heart. This woman was really going to go against her. The point is that this might even ruin her plans. At this time, Otonashi Chiya could only smile awkwardly. Faced with this unexpected situation, he didn't know how to act for a moment. Afterwards, Shen Yu picked out a set of women's swimsuits that looked pleasing to the eye and went to the changing room to change into them. When Shen Yu came out of the locker room, Otonashi Chiya, who had already changed into a men's swimsuit, immediately saw a surprising scene. The slender Shen Yu was no longer the flat-chested girl in his memory. The curve was not too exaggerated, but it was definitely not small. Did you use a breast wrap before? In addition, military uniforms are relatively thick for warmth, so it is not difficult to make them look like an airport. Seeing Otonashi Chiya looking at her so directly, Shen Yu actually felt a little shy at this moment. She held one hand on her ribs somewhat unnaturally and grabbed the other arm. Because she hadn't worn women's clothes for many years, she inevitably felt a little uncomfortable wearing this swimsuit, and she didn't know whether it was suitable for her. She suddenly hoped that Otonashi Chiya could give her comment. So he deliberately moved closer to Otonashi Chiya, waiting for his comment. Chapter 98. Who does the master think is more beautiful? Additional update? But Shen Yu's hint was too difficult to understand, and Otonashi Chiya didn't see anything. Although he has great insight as he possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan, no matter how strong his insight is, he cannot see such a thing. He could tell from Shen Yu's somewhat unnatural look that she seemed a little shy. He thought this was quite normal. A person who had been dressed as a man for years would normally feel shy if she suddenly wore such a revealing swimsuit. Seeing that Otonashi Chiya didn't react at all, Shen Yu deliberately moved closer, almost sticking directly to Otonashi Chiya. In the end, Otonashi Chiya still couldn't tell what Komatsuki was trying to do, so he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Shen Yu was silent for a moment, and then took the initiative to speak. "Don't you have anything to say?" "What I want to say." Otonashi Chiya was slightly stunned, and combined with Shen Yu's slightly shy look just now, he finally understood something. I guess she wanted him to see if the swimsuit fits him. "I think this swimsuit suits you very well, but it's mainly because of your appearance and figure. You look good in anything." Otonashi Chiya said truthfully. He usually speaks the truth when he makes comments. He doesn't like to praise or criticize others. Shen Yu's figure is indeed impeccable, tall and slender, and the only regret about her is that her breasts have changed. He is about 1.7 meters tall and visually not much shorter than Otonashi Chiya. However, given Shen Yu's personality, she definitely doesn't like wearing high heels, otherwise she would be almost as tall as Otonashi Chiya if she wore high heels. That's fine. At this moment, Shen Yu showed no emotion on the surface, but in her heart she had to admit that she was delighted by the praise she had just received. Otonashi Chiya suddenly thought, since Shen Yue was so easily jealous before, and even wanted him to comment on whether the swimsuit fit, then it means that she has a good impression of him, right? But the system did not activate the achievement. It seems that Shen Yue is not the main character in the original work. Just then, Lacey also came out of the locker room. Her swimsuit was bolder and more revealing than Shen Yu's, and she had chosen it on purpose. Ever since she became an agent, she had completely abandoned her sense of shame. When she did this, she felt as calm as Shisui and didn't feel shy at all. Advertisement, but she still had to put on her best acting skills, and asked Otonashi Chiya with an embarrassed look, "Master, how do you feel? Isn't it obvious? Of course it's beautiful." This time, Otonashi Chiya did not act, but gave a pertinent comment. The feeling that Lacey gave him was different from Shen Yue. If Shen Yue was the cold and arrogant queen, Then Lisa gave people the feeling of a sweet and salty girl next door. They each had their own characteristics. Master praised me like this, I almost fell for him. Lacey said with a look of joy on her face. Otonashi Chiya laughed in his heart. He didn't know whether Lace would fall or not, but if he was a little boy who knew nothing, he would definitely have fallen. But I want to know, between me and Miss Shen Yu, who do you think is prettier, Master? Lacey asked tentatively. When Shen Yu heard what Lacey said, a gleam suddenly flickered in her beautiful eyes. It was obvious that she also cared about this issue. You are not of the same type. I don't think there is any comparison. Otonashi Chiya shook his head slightly. Why is Master like this? Of course, Lacey was not satisfied with this answer. Not only was she dissatisfied with her acting, she also felt that her plan had encountered obstacles. In her opinion, Otonashi Chiya's answer showed that she was not the first in Otonashi Chiya's mind. But it's normal to think about it. Otonashi Chiya has been with that woman Kamatsuki longer than she has, but he just didn't know that Kamatsuki was actually a woman before. Now that Kamihue's true gender has been revealed, she will definitely have a significant position in Otonashi Chiya's heart. At this time, Lacey made up her mind that her attack must be more fierce next time. She must make Otonashi Chiya fall completely in love with her and prevent this woman, Shenyue, from ruining her plan. However, in reality, Lacey thought too much. Otonashi Chiya really just felt that there was no comparability between the different types, so he didn't want to comment. He never thought that Lacey could come up with these things in his mind. In addition to Lacey, Shenyue was also a little disappointed with Otonashi Chiya's answer. Let's go in. Don't you want to swim? At this point, Otonashi Chiya changed the subject. Advertisement: when you enter the innermost part of the swimming pool, you will see a large open-air swimming pool. However, there were not many military demon hunters swimming in the open-air swimming pool at this time, only a few women were in the pool. When they saw Shen Yu coming in wearing a women's swimsuit, they didn't realize at first that this person was Shen Yu. They just thought that a very beautiful woman had appeared. In addition to this beauty, there is also a very beautiful woman and a very handsome man next to her. But for now, they only recognized Otonashi Chiya, whom they had met recently, so they had an impression of him. Are the other two very rare beauties new demon hunters? After a while, they gradually felt that Shen Yu looked more and more familiar. Wait. What does it feel like? I seem to have seen that tall beauty somewhere before. Yes. I feel the same way. It looks similar to the face of the Tsar. It's more than just similar, right? They're exactly the same. They immediately had a bold suspicion. Could this beauty be the Tsar himself? Then the Tsar herself is actually a girl, and she usually dresses as a man. But they were not sure. It was not impossible that it was the Tsar's sister, younger sister, or twin sisters. Otonashi, let's have a competition to see who can swim from one end to the other first. At this time, Shenyue suddenly proposed to compete in swimming with Otonashi Chiya. However, Otonashi Chiya refused without a second thought. I won't compete with you, unless I use my demonic power. I'm definitely not your opponent in a pure physical contest. Shen Yu's physical skills are extremely strong, and his swimming speed is definitely not slow, unless he can't swim. But if he could use the power of the devil, his Kamui eye technique could instantly move to the other side of the pool, so there would be no point in competing. Based on physical fitness alone, the only one who can compete with Shen Yu here is Lacey, and she might even be able to swim faster than Shen Yu. But Lacey is not so boring. Moreover, this does not fit in with the character she had planned. A naive, simple and weak young lady cannot swim too fast even if she can swim. According to her planned characterization, she hadn't even fully learned how to swim, but was only a half-baked one. Master, ignore that guy who only knows brute force. At this time, Lacey pulled Otonashi Chiya's arm and said coquettishly, I don't know how to swim yet. Master, can you teach me? Chapter 99. Master, you must be responsible for me. Additional update? Okay. Otonashi Chiya agreed immediately. Of course, this is acting. Lacey giggled. Master is so nice. On the other hand, Shen Yu couldn't laugh anymore. Especially when she heard Lace describe her as someone who only knew how to use brute force. Veins suddenly appeared on her smooth, white forehead. Were you talking about me? Shen Yu had never had a good temper, so naturally he became serious this time. In the past, she might have taken direct action against anyone who displeased her. That's just her personality. She would rather take action than talk. But the situation was different this time. Otonashi Chiya was right next to her, so she had restrained herself a lot. Lacey immediately hid behind Otonashi Chiya like a frightened kitten, and said timidly, Master, Miss Shenyue is so scary. Looking at Lacey like this, Shen Yu suddenly felt a little helpless. She could never do what Lesser did, sticking to Otonashi Chiya and acting like a spoiled brat. With her personality and self-esteem, it was impossible for her to do such a thing. Could it be that Otonashi likes girls like this? Shen Yu suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness and frustration. You too, don't take it too far even if you're joking. Although according to the character setting, Otonashi Chiya should have protected Reese, but this time Reese did go a bit too far. Even if this was just what Lacey was pretending, he still had to consider Shen Yu's feelings. After all, Shenyue had no idea that he and Lacey were acting. He didn't consider Shen Yu's feelings before because he didn't know Shen Yu was a girl at that time, and even had a good impression of him. If he still protected Lacey this time, it would probably make Shen Yu sad, and he didn't want that. Therefore, he didn't want to continue acting. It was just a whim in the first place. With his ability to keep himself out of trouble, he didn't need to care much about the real intentions of the Soviet high-level officials. I see. After being taught a lesson by Otonashi Chiya, Reese also calmed down and immediately apologized to Kanzuki. Ms. Kanzuki, I'm sorry. When Shen Yu heard Lei Sai's apology, especially when Otonashi Chiya sided with her this time, she felt much better. Advertisement, fine. Shen Yu said expressionlessly. Then, Leis pulled Otonashi Chiya into the swimming pool together. Master, please teach me how to swim. Otonashi Chiya and Raisai went down to the shallow end of the pool, where the water came only up to their waists. Otonashi Chiya then began to teach Reese how to swim in a very serious manner, using a swimming float to pad Reese's abdomen to prevent her from sinking while learning freestyle. Since I'm bored anyway, I might as well play with Leisa. I will hold your hands first, and help you get a feel for the leg movements. We will divide the learning process into 3 stages. Now is the first stage. Okay. Lacey's acting was naturally flawless. She acted like a beginner and her leg movements looked very unskilled. Otonashi Chiya and Lacey both enjoyed the it, which refers to the script. But Shen Yu, the bystander, didn't know the script at all. She sat by the swimming pool and watched Otonashi Chiya teaching Reisa how to swim, feeling extremely depressed. Do you feel anything now? At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Reese. I feel a little better now. Master, let go of my hand and let me try it myself. Lacey said. Okay. Otonashi Chiya then let go of Lace's hands and watched how Lace wanted to perform next. After swimming for a few strokes, Lacey's swimming board slipped away, and her body sank. She panicked and pretended to be drowning. Otonashi Chiya originally thought that Lace was going to perform the clumsy posture of a beginner, but unexpectedly, Lace directly drowned him. He felt a little speechless and picked up the lace. Lacey hugged him like an octopus, just as drowning people usually do when they try to cling to their rescuers. Being hugged by Lisa like this, it would be a lie for Otonashi Chiya to say that he didn't feel anything. Although an innocent boy would definitely panic and be at a loss what to do if faced with such a situation, he was too lazy to continue pretending to be an innocent boy. But at this time, Shen Yu finally couldn't bear it anymore and jumped directly from the edge of the swimming pool. Advertisement. She wanted to pull Lacey off Otonashi Chiya, but she found that she couldn't because Lacey was holding Otonashi Chiya very tightly and with great strength. Shen Yu didn't dare to use too much force, not because he was afraid of hurting Otonashi Chiya, but because he didn't want Otonashi Chiya to feel unhappy. At this time, Lacey coughed a few times, as if she had choked on water. Otonashi Chiya then came to the side of the pool and said to Lacey, we are already at the side of the pool, please come down. Only then did Lace slowly let go of Otonashi Chiya. After all, she couldn't pretend too much. She coughed a few more times, with a sad expression on her face, and still looked a little frightened. Shen Yu came over with a dark face. Miss Lacey, let me teach you how to swim next. Shen Yu's tone was extremely cold, and it didn't sound like a well-intentioned self-recommendation at all. But she really just wanted to teach Reese to swim on behalf of Otonashi Chiya, and she really couldn't stand the ambiguous relationship between Reese and Otonashi Chiya. She couldn't really hit Lacey, after all, that would easily anger Otonashi Chiya. No, I just want my master, ahem. Lacey immediately refused and coughed twice. Why don't we stop here today? It's hard to continue studying after nearly drowning. Let's come back next time when we have the chance. At this time, Otonashi Chiya didn't want to continue playing the house game with Leslie. Okay, I'll listen to you, master, Lacey said nicely. On the way to the locker room, Lacey whispered to Otonashi Chiya. Master is so gentle and kind to me. If I really fall for him, master must be responsible for me. Wait until you really fall, Otonashi Chiya said casually. I also laughed in my heart. Not to mention falling in love with him. If Lace had any feelings for him, she would have activated the relevant achievements long ago. However, up to now, Lace's affection for him has not yet reached level 1. Of course Shen Yu left with him. The girls on the other side of the swimming pool had been secretly observing the situation here, and they witnessed the entire process that just happened. They are still not sure whether the beautiful woman who looks like the Tsar is the Tsar himself, because Otonashi Chiya did not directly say Komatsuki's name just now. Especially Shen Yu's obviously jealous look just now made them feel that it was not in line with the Tsar's cold and domineering temperament. Chapter 100. Suddenly I feel like it, updated, Otonashi Chiya, Reese, and Kanzuki all changed into their military uniforms in their respective locker rooms. After Shen Yu put on her military uniform, she still put her long hair into her military cap out of habit. It looked the same as usual, but Otonashi Chiya's impression of Kamijo would never be the same. He could no longer regard Shen Yu as a man. As soon as he saw Shen Yu's face, the graceful figure of Shen Yu in a swimsuit would automatically appear in his mind.
Speaking of which, why don't we just buy this swimsuit and take it away, so we don't have to rent it again next time we come here? Otonashi Chiya said to Reese and Kanzuki. The quality of the swimsuits provided by the swimming pool is quite good, and it is worth buying them directly. Shen Yu nodded slightly. I also think this is more convenient. Let's go to a specialized swimsuit store when we have time. Lacey suggested. We'll see when the time comes. Otonashi Chiya heading out. Then, Otonashi Chiya said to the staff, we will pack up these 3 swimsuits and take them away. Please calculate how much they will cost. Ah, Feel free to take it with you. This is free. The staff explained. Because we always recycle the swimsuits we rent out as waste fabrics, so they are all disposable items, so it doesn't matter if you take them away directly. Okay, Otonashi Chiya explains. When Otonashi Chiya and the other two left, the staff was still a little bit incredulous. It turns out that the czar is a girl dressed as a man. No wonder her face is so delicate and beautiful. Next, Otonashi Chiya will take Reese to visit other places in the military. It was almost evening when we finally finished the tour. That's all for today, time to go to dinner. Otonashi Chiya explains. Today was a relief for him. He had been acting with Lace for so long that he was a little tired. Advertisement. Shen Yu nodded. She had long since had enough of Lei Sai and set off to return to her own residence. Lei Sai didn't say anything, but followed Otonashi Chiya silently. She waited until Shen Yu walked away before she spoke. Master, although I know where the cafeteria is, I haven't ordered food yet. Can you show me around first? Shen Yu finally left. It was a good opportunity for her. No one would disturb her anymore. I basically don't go to the cafeteria to eat now, so why don't you come to my dormitory and I'll make you an extra dinner. Otonashi Chiya's straightforward way. He was too lazy to continue acting with Lace, so he spoke much more directly. Especially since he had a rather picky appetite, he didn't want to go to the cafeteria to eat food he didn't like just to act with Lacey. Huh, a surprised expression suddenly appeared on Lei Sai's face. Master, are you serious? Why would you invite me so directly? Just tell me whether you want to come or not. I don't want to eat in the cafeteria anyway. Most of the food there doesn't suit my taste. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Ah, you don't like the food in the cafeteria, but I certainly won't force you, master. Lacey said. She continued to follow Otonashi Chiya, like a naive and gullible little girl, and was easily tricked into going home. Of course, Otonashi Chiya certainly didn't have that kind of thought, because the other party was a Soviet military agent. With Reese's strength and means, let alone Otonashi Chiya, if anyone else dares to have such evil thoughts towards Reese, they will definitely be blown to pieces by the bomb. Otonashi Chiya simply didn't want to go to the cafeteria, and he was too lazy to continue acting with Leslie. If Lacey wanted, he could make her an extra dinner. After all, he had nothing against Lacey. In the original book, Lacey is also a very tragic character. He was forcibly transformed into a weapon by the Soviet military since childhood and was forcibly trained as an agent, with no personal freedom at all. Finally, he wanted to escape from the control of the military, but was attacked by Makima. He lost his freedom again and became a tool controlled by Makima. If possible, Otonashi Chiya hoped to find out the true intentions of the Soviet high-level officials in a peaceful way. Advertisement. Soon, Otonashi Chiya brought Reese to his dormitory. Is this where the master lives? As soon as she entered Otonashi Chiya's dormitory, Lei Sei looked around with curiosity. Just help yourself, I'll go prepare dinner. Otonashi Chiya said something to Reese, then put on an apron and went into the kitchen as usual. With nothing else in mind, Reese followed Otonashi Chiya into the kitchen. By the way, what do you like to eat? Let me see if there are any relevant ingredients in the refrigerator. At this time, Otonashi Chiya asked Reese. Wait, isn't it? Lei Sai looked a little surprised. Master, are you really going to cook dinner for me? She thought Otonashi Chiya had some bad intentions towards her, and this was exactly what she wanted, so she followed Otonashi Chiya here. After all, a man and a woman alone in a room, it is very likely that something like that will happen. But judging from the current situation, it seems that Otonashi Chiya is really just planning to make her dinner. What else? Didn't I already tell you? Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Okay, then I'll come and help master too. Lacey then took down another apron from the wall and put it on. This time it wasn't her acting, nor was it part of her plan. Instead, I suddenly felt like cooking dinner with Otonashi Chiya, since I had nothing to do anyway. Chapter 101 I'm done with acting. It's up to you. So is there anything you want to eat? Come and see for yourself. Otonashi Chiya opened the refrigerator door wide and let Reese choose for herself. Let me see. Lacey leaned over the refrigerator, getting very close to Otonashi Chiya. Otonashi Chiya could almost smell the faint fragrance coming from Leslie. However, he is like Shisui, and will ignore this subtle temptation when he knows that Reese has superb acting skills. This, and this one. Lacey quickly selected the ingredients she wanted to eat. Otonashi Chiya immediately started to work. The ingredients he puts in the refrigerator are definitely his favorites, so he doesn't need to pick and choose. After all, the ingredients chosen by Lacey are also his favorites. Next, Otonashi Chiya and Reese divided the work. Reese is responsible for washing, cutting and making soup, while Otonashi Chiya is responsible for cooking rice and making dishes. Although Soviet people generally do not eat white rice, Otonashi Chiya finds it difficult to accept a meal without white rice. If there is no white rice, there must be at least pasta, so he certainly cannot take into account Reese's preferences for the staple food. On the way, Otonashi Chiya also had to pay attention to whether Reese would put anything strange in the soup. If there was any small move, his Mangekyō Sharingan would definitely not escape his control. It turned out that Reese didn't do anything strange, but was really cooking the soup seriously, which surprised Otonashi Chiya a little. So, did Master's eyes become like that because he signed a contract with the devil? At this time, Lacey suddenly asked Otonashi Chiya. That's about right, Otonashi Chiya responded casually. Oh, Lei Sei was silent for a moment. Why do I feel like Master has become a little colder than before? Did I do something to make Master unhappy? She naturally noticed that Otonashi Chiya's attitude towards her had changed. He was no longer as obedient to her as before, and his tone was obviously different. Cold, it's okay. I'm just a little tired, Otonashi Chiya said in a calm tone. Advertisement. Well, as long as Master is not angry. Lacey immediately looked relieved, and she felt that the situation was getting worse. She originally thought that she could easily control Otonashi Chiya, but unexpectedly, Otonashi Chiya's attitude towards her became even colder. This is really not right. Normally, a normal boy should be completely bewitched by her by now. Could it be that the other party has noticed something? At this time, although Lacey looked happy as she helped Otonashi Chiya prepare dinner, she was actually thinking deeply in her heart. She felt that the first plan might not succeed, but she would continue to implement it for the time being. Once the first plan is confirmed to have failed, she will immediately switch to the second plan, which is to directly assassinate Otonashi Chiya. Although this little boy is gentle and kind, she cannot disobey the mission assigned by the military high-ranking officials. Next, while executing the first plan, let's try to figure out the target's demonic power. Lacey thought to herself. Before she figured out Otonashi Chiya's demonic power, she would not act rashly. If she had to act, she would have to make a surprise attack when Otonashi Chiya was off guard. Otonashi Chiya had no idea what was going on in Rise's mind. But he didn't have to worry about this kind of thing, because he knew very well what abilities and means Lace had, and would not give Lace a chance to attack him without any preparation. Rise thought she knew all the information about Otonashi Chiya, but little did she know that Otonashi Chiya was the one who knew everything about Rise. Dinner is ready. In addition to white rice, the table was filled with various meats, and even the soup was fish soup. These are the ingredients selected by Rise, and they are indeed in line with the Soviet people's taste. It's so delicious. Master's cooking skills are really good. As the meal started, Lacey kept praising it. Although he knew that Rise was acting, Otonashi Chiya still felt happy when being praised for his cooking skills. Praising his cooking skills is much more effective than tempting him with various means. After eating, Lacey touched her slightly bulging belly with a satisfied look on her face. Advertisement. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly came from Otonashi Chiya's mind. Ding. Host activates the achievement, Lesser's Intimacy LV1, and gains attribute points. 2. Closing square bracket. Oh, it doesn't seem to be entirely acting. This naturally came as a bit of a surprise to Otonashi Chiya. It seems that his cooking skills really satisfied Lacey. But, LV1 inch doesn't mean anything, you have to know that the last stage is, LV5. LV1 probably just had a slight crush on him, but that didn't stop Lace from still wanting to beat him to pieces in the end. After a short rest, Lace suddenly came to Otonashi Chiya's side, drew circles on the palm of Otonashi Chiya's left hand with one finger, and said to Otonashi Chiya in a meaningful tone, "Now that you have eaten and drunk enough, don't you want to do something else interesting later?" Of course Otonashi Chiya could hear the implication of Lacey's words, which was already very obvious. Is it interesting? I don't think so, Otonashi Chiya said lightly. If he took the initiative to accept it and it really came to that. Either he will be fooled and teased by Lace, or he will turn into a bomb weapon and blow him up in the face. In either case, it's not interesting. Master, don't you like awkward things? Aren't most people interested in this kind of thing? This time Lacey was more direct. Otonashi Chiya's reaction just now was a little beyond her expectations. She was indeed just teasing and testing Otonashi Chiya, and of course she didn't intend to go that far so soon. If Otonashi Chiya accepted, she would stop and tease Otonashi Chiya at the last minute, but unexpectedly Otonashi Chiya directly expressed that he was not interested. Otonashi Chiya neither confirmed nor denied the answer and simply did not answer. Seeing that Otonashi Chiya had no reaction at all, Lace's eyes changed slightly, and a look of loss and sadness appeared on her face. To be honest, I fell in love with Master at first sight when we first met. I was so proactive, so how could Master not be moved at all? This was probably her last attempt. Yeah, I'm not moved at all. Otonashi Chiya stopped acting completely and spoke with a blank expression and a calm tone. Chapter 102 True Intentions. Hearing this answer, Lace's eyes suddenly changed slightly. However, she still managed her facial expression very well, and her face gradually became lost. Well, Master has no feelings for me, there's nothing I can do about it. Lacey's tone was sad, and her pitiful look made people feel pity for her. But the slight change in her eyes just now could not escape Otonashi Chiya's Mangekyō Sharingan. In his eyes, this should be the subtle fluctuation of Lacey feeling that the plan had failed. Apart from this change in her eyes, it was all pure acting. Otonashi Chiya drank his after-meal tea quietly without saying a word. Not only did Lacey's acting fail to arouse any sympathy in him, it even made him want to laugh. Lacey put on a very good show and didn't get angry so quickly. Instead, she left with a look of disappointment on her face. Goodbye, Miss Lacey. Seeing that Lace was about to leave, Otonashi Chiya said goodbye to her. Master is so cruel. Lacey said this in a resentful tone and left Otonashi Chiya's dormitory. Otonashi Chiya shook her head slightly with a hint of helplessness. Even at this moment, Lacey was still showing off her acting skills. I can only say that he is truly dedicated. The moment she helped Otonashi Chiya close the door, Lacey's facial expression suddenly changed. There was no trace of the loss and sadness just now, but rather a cold and emotionless look. She just walked downstairs of the dormitory building with this indifferent expression, and when she met other demon hunters, her expression changed again, and her expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. At this time, Lacey's face was filled with a sweet smile. The demon hunters were immediately attracted by this cute and beautiful girl, and at the same time they were wondering when such a cute girl came to their Leningrad military headquarters. At the same time, Otonashi Chiya in the dormitory was still drinking tea calmly. After what happened just now, I guess Lacey has already decided to kill me. Otonashi Chiya speculated in his mind, although I don't know what her ultimate purpose is in seducing me in the first place, if she doesn't leave after her seduction plan fails, she will most likely kill me. Just wait and see when Lays will attack him. He will wait for Lays to take the initiative and then he can counterattack. Advertisement. However, the next morning, there was a knock on the door early in the morning. Master, it's time to get up, master. I knew it was Lacey the moment I heard the voice. Otonashi Chiya was lying in bed trying to take a nap, but was woken up by Leslie. He had no choice but to get up and open the door for Lacey. What do you want from me so early in the morning? Looking at Lacey who was smiling outside the door, Otonashi Chiya asked speechlessly. This was a little unexpected for him. He had almost revealed his true colors yesterday, but Lacey still came to him with a smile on her face early this morning. What tricks are you trying to play again? I'm here to wake up master. Did master still lie in bed just now? Lacey teased. Quote. Otonashi Chiya was too lazy to answer and went to brush his teeth and wash his face first. Lace walked in directly without asking Otonashi Chiya if he agreed, and sat on the sofa. It was as if what happened yesterday had never happened. After washing up, Otonashi Chiya prepared to go to the kitchen to make breakfast. Have you had breakfast yet? Before passing the living room and entering the kitchen, Otonashi Chiya asked Leslie in passing. Not yet, Lacey replied immediately. Then I'll make one for you. Otonashi Chiya put on an apron and prepared to make a large and filling beef dish for Reese, while he himself had eggs, bread and hot milk as usual. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Lacey could just see Otonashi Chiya's back in the kitchen. She came here early this morning, firstly to ensure a seamless transition to the second plan. Advertisement. After what happened yesterday, she had confirmed that the first plan had little hope of success. But he couldn't expose himself in front of Otonashi Chiya, because that would make it difficult to move on to the second plan. The so-called second plan is to assassinate Otonashi Chiya, or at least make him incapable of movement, and then take him back to the secret room for weapon transformation experiments. In this way, Otonashi Chiya would become her kind, and, like her, would no longer have personal freedom and would always be a war machine of the Soviet Union. The ultimate goal of the first plan is actually the same. She just wants to lure Otonashi Chiya into the secret room by seducing her. If possible, she tries not to use force to solve the task. But unfortunately, she had to use force next. The second reason why she came here so early in the morning was because Lacey wanted to have a free meal. Although she is a very important agent and war machine of the Soviet military, she does not need to eat at all due to her weapon man's body structure, because the physique of a weapon man is basically equivalent to immortality. Usually, she has to do various special training every day. Don't need does not equal don't like. But the Soviet military didn't care whether she liked it or not. Knowing that she didn't need it, they wouldn't bother with her diet. The military had a strict, old-fashioned and corrupt system from top to bottom. Therefore, Lacey hadn't eaten decent food for many years, especially since Otonashi Chiya's cooking skills were quite good. She tasted it once yesterday and immediately fell in love with it. A few minutes later, Otonashi Chiya came out with a large plate of beef. Eat it. This big portion should be enough for you. Otonashi Chiya explains. Great. It turns out that I still like master the best. Lacey said happily. Part of the joy was acting, but the other part was from the heart. She was almost drooling just by smelling the aroma of the fried beef. Throughout the day, Lacey had to eat 3 meals a day in Otonashi Chiya's dormitory. The meat ingredients in the refrigerator were almost eaten up by Lacey, and her favorability rating increased again. Ding. Host activates the achievement. Liza's favorability LV2 and gains attribute points, 4 points. Closing square bracket. Thinking back on Lacey's actions throughout the day, combined with the activated achievement, Otonashi Chiya suddenly felt a little confused. What kind of plan is this guy Lacey carrying out, or is he just here to eat and drink for free? At this time, Lacey was sitting contentedly on the sofa to rest. She stretched lazily and comfortably, and a graceful curve suddenly appeared on the front of her military uniform. She was completely defenseless against Otonashi Chiya who was sitting next to her. Lace suddenly thought that she couldn't disobey the orders of the military high-ranking officials anyway. After Otonashi Chiya was transformed into a weapon man, she would ask Otonashi Chiya to make delicious food for her every day. Those rigid old-fashioned people in the military should not forbid her from doing such a thing. But she overlooked one question, that is, as a bomb weapon man, can she really defeat Otonashi Chiya? If Otonashi Chiya is not a time traveler, then Lesai's deeply hidden identity as a weapon man can indeed catch people off guard, but the fact is that he has opened the God's perspective, and even has the almost unsolvable ability of Double Kamui. Chapter 103. Miss Lace is indeed problematic. Update. Since most of the food in the refrigerator had been eaten by Lesa, Otonashi Chiya had to go to the mall to buy groceries early in the morning. Lesa also followed him out because Lesa came to have breakfast again this morning. He had no objection to eating and drinking for free, after all, he had the money to pay for the ingredients. But he always felt it was a bit strange. Shouldn't this guy Lace be planning how to crush him? A killer who wanted to crush him came to his place every day to eat and drink for free. This was so strange. As soon as I walked out of the dormitory building, I ran into Ian. Good morning, Otonashi. While Ian was greeting Otonashi Chiya, he also noticed the purple-haired girl following Otonashi Chiya. Who is this? Good morning Ian, how's training going? Otonashi Chiya explains. The training was okay, not too tiring, and there were some improvements. Ian responded with a smile. As this master's good friend. At this time, Lacey suddenly asked. Ah, I'm Otonashi's colleague, my name is Ian. Ian then introduced himself to Lacey. Hello, I'm Lacey, the one who loves Master the most in the world. Lace said with a very lively smile. So it's Miss Lacey. But what does favorite master mean? Ian didn't quite understand. Quote. This made Otonashi Chiya feel a little embarrassed and he didn't want to explain. The meaning is very simple. Master Otonashi is my master, and the person I love most is my master. Lacey said this without the slightest shame. Oh. Ian suddenly realized, so she's Otonashi's girlfriend. It's my fault for being so slow to react. At the same time he was very surprised. This was the first time he knew that Otonashi had a girlfriend, and she was a very cute and beautiful girl. Lacey smiled happily. You are really good at talking. I admire good kids like you who love to tell the truth. The smile on Ian's face seemed a little awkward. Being an introvert by nature, he simply couldn't handle such a lively and cheerful girl. Advertisement. At this time, Otonashi Chiya couldn't stand it anymore, so he said to Ian, don't listen to her nonsense. My relationship with her is not what you think. Ah, isn't it? Ian was a little stunned. Master, don't be so shy. You invited me to your house last time. Lacey seemed to be teasing Otonashi Chiya on purpose. For a moment, Ian was confused. Is this Miss Lace Otonashi's girlfriend? He had just seen Otonashi and Miss Lacey walking out of the dormitory building together. The level of ambiguity was no less than that of a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, right? Okay, stop messing around. Otonashi Chiya didn't have the time to play with Leslie, and spoke in a flat tone. Hee. Lacey stuck out her tongue playfully. Then Otonashi Chiya explained to Ian. She is the new person that Minister Levan asked me and Shenyu to bring 2 days ago. That's why she calls me master. I see. Of course, Ian still believed what Otonashi Chiya said more. He always felt that Otonashi Chiya was a very honest and reliable person. However, he felt that the way Miss Lace just behaved showed that she clearly liked Otonashi. Such a beautiful, cute, lively and cheerful girl seems to be a perfect match for Otonashi, and he is sincerely happy for Otonashi. Oh, by the way, I have something urgent to do back in the dormitory, so I won't bother you too. Ian felt that it was not appropriate for him to continue disturbing Otonashi and Miss Lace, so he made an excuse and left. Go ahead. Otonashi Chiya nodded slightly, but he always felt that Ian seemed to have misunderstood something. In the mall, most of the ingredients Otonashi Chiya bought were what Reese liked, because Reese's appetite was much bigger than his, and she ate at least twice as much as him at every meal. Although Master says he is not moved at all, he actually dotes on me in this aspect. At this time, Lacey suddenly said meaningfully, how about when Master retires from the Leningrad military headquarters, come to my house and be my personal chef? Otonashi Chiya thought that Lacey, a killer, was joking when she said this to him, but he was also bored and said, that won't work. Won't I have no source of income after retirement? Financial resources are not a big problem. I can always support Master. Lacey said with a smile. Otonashi Chiya just smiled lightly and didn't say anything else. Advertisement. When they walked back to the Leningrad military headquarters, they saw Shenyu standing in front of the main gate of the headquarters. When Shenyu found that Otonashi Chiya came back with Lacey carrying things, his eyes narrowed slightly. I was wondering what you were doing, and it turns out you were going on a date with Lacey. I only heard Shenyu say in a cold voice. No, I was just going to buy groceries. She insisted on coming with me. Otonashi Chiya explained. Shenyu didn't want to dwell on this matter anymore, because he had something important to do. Let's get down to business. There's another demon that needs to be conquered, right in the Pushkin district. She first received a notice from Minister Levan, but when she went to look for Otonashi Chiya, she found that he was not in the dormitory, so she waited for him to come back in front of the gate. Then I'll put my things here temporarily and set off now. Otonashi Chiya temporarily puts the ingredients he just bought in the security room and picks them up when he comes back. Ooh, are we going to hunt demons? Lacey suddenly looked very excited. Just stay behind us and don't hold us back. Shenyu glanced at Lacey coldly. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Lacey said confidently. Afterwards, the three of them took a special car to the mission location. When they got there, Shen Yu said, the intelligence said there are 2 demons in different locations. I'll go this direction, Otonashi, and you and Lei Sei will go that direction. She is used to being alone. She has no problem taking care of herself, but she is not good at protecting others. So even though she was reluctant, she had to let Reese and Otonashi Chiya act together. After splitting up, Otonashi Chiya and Reese headed in the direction indicated by the intelligence. Otonashi Chiya said nothing, and Lacey was also unusually silent, probably because they became serious at this critical moment in the mission. It should be here. At this time Otonashi Chiya found the place, but did not see the so-called devil. At this moment when Otonashi Chiya's attention should have been most focused on the front, before he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew behind his neck. Lace suddenly attacked Otonashi Chiya's neck with her hand. If the position and strength were accurate, it could make the person faint instantly. While doing so, he whispered in his ear, "I'm sorry, master. The next human body transformation may be very painful." But the next moment, Lacey realized something was wrong because she didn't feel the hit on the back of her neck at all. Otonashi Chiya turned around slowly, with Lisa's hand still on his neck. His body, like his soul, ignored the collision of objects. He looked directly into Lacey's eyes and said coldly with an expressionless face, "Ms. Lacey, you do have a problem." Chapter 104 Bomb Weapon Man. At the same time, Shen Yu, who did not find any demons in the other direction, realized that something was wrong. She didn't know what was going on, but her intuition told her that something bad must have happened. Since it didn't happen on her side, it was most likely on Otonashi Chiya and Risa's side. No matter what, she wanted to go over and see what was going on. At this time, Shen Yu rushed to the direction where Otonashi Chiya was at the fastest speed. Although she knew that Otonashi Chiya was extremely powerful, it is better to be safe than sorry. Boom. Just as Shen Yu started moving, he heard a loud explosion in the distance, exactly in the direction where Otonashi Chiya and Lei Sai were. Sure enough, something bad happened. Shen Yu's beautiful eyes suddenly revealed worry, and she increased her speed to the limit. Being stared at by Otonashi Chiya's bloodshot eyes, Lacey's face suddenly turned into disbelief. How could it be? She had read about Otonashi Chiya's ability and intelligence, which seemed to make the body as untouchable as the soul. But her actions this time have ensured the success rate as much as possible. This subjugation mission was a false mission issued by the military high-ranking officials to cooperate with her actions. The purpose was to temporarily distract Shen Yu and to easily catch Otonashi Chiya's loopholes. Just now, she judged that Otonashi Chiya's attention was focused on the front and he should be defenseless, so she decisively took the opportunity to attack Otonashi Chiya. However, Lace's information was far from enough. She didn't expect that Otonashi Chiya knew everything about her, and she also underestimated Otonashi Chiya's hollow. If I'm not mistaken, you are a killer sent by the Soviet high-level officials, right? At this time, Otonashi Chiya escaped underground and reappeared behind Lesser. Before he could finish his words, his left eye glared and a spatial Uzumaki broke Lace's neck in an instant. However, Lacey did not fall down. She caught her severed head with her hands, turned around and smashed her head at Otonashi Chiya. At the same time, he used his hand to open the pull ring of the collar around his neck, and the head flying towards Otonashi Chiya exploded at that moment, and Lesai's body also exploded, with a power far stronger than that of an ordinary grenade. Bang! Advertisement. The surrounding weeds and flowers were all blown up in an instant, and the ground was cracked, but Otonashi Chiya was the only one who was completely unharmed. His hollow avoided the lethality caused by Lisa's self-explosion. As the thick smoke dissipated, a completely different Lace appeared before our eyes. The lost head was restored, or more precisely, it was transformed into the torpedo-shaped head unique to the bomb demon. The 2 arms that were blown off by itself also quickly grew out and turned into 2 demon arms formed by countless fuses. She also had a skirt filled with a large amount of explosives on her body. This is the appearance of a bomb weapon man. In the original novel, Lace's clothes didn't explode when she transformed for the first time. In certain circumstances, such as when her body was destroyed, her clothes would explode when she transformed again. But no matter what, I definitely wouldn't dare to describe it in detail. I'm scared of the little dark room. It seems that Lacey is going to go all out. I still underestimated Master's strength. Even though she had been exposed, Lacey's tone was still as cheerful as ever. Give up. You are no match for me. Why don't you just tell me what the Soviet leaders are up to? Otonashi Chiya also had time to chat with Leslie. Although it is now certain that Lacey just wanted to launch a sneak attack on him, he always feels that the real intention of the Soviet high-level officials is not that simple, otherwise the seduction plan at the beginning would seem to be meaningless. Why would she need to seduce someone if she wanted to attack him with her abilities? But this time, her target happened to be Otonashi Chiya. How do you know if you're a match if you don't try first? Lace's meaning was very clear. She would never stop until she completed the orders from the top. She has long been trained to be a war machine that will do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. In the original book, Lacey would try not to kill anyone she could, but once someone got in the way of her plan, she would show no mercy to anyone, no matter who they were. Afterwards, they would secretly donate money to the victims. All I can say is that although he will do anything to achieve his goal, he still has a relatively kind heart. Otonashi Chiya shook his head slightly, his expression turned cold and serious, and he stopped chatting. Reese took the initiative again, flashed in front of Otonashi Chiya, raised her hand and pointed it at Otonashi Chiya's face. Advertisement. Boom. At this moment, Lace's arm was like an RPG rocket launcher, and the explosion caused from her palm to the front could reach at least 10 meters away. Ordinary people would be blown to pieces, even the public security demon hunters in the original book would be blown to death instantly. Except for the top public security demon hunters, all others would be killed instantly by Lesai. Yet Otonashi Chiya remains intact. Unless Lacey can continue to bombard him without interruption for a long time, no matter how powerful the explosion is, it will be useless and will never break his hollow. Seeing this, Lacey was stunned for a moment, but she still didn't believe it. With one easy leap he reached a height of more than 10 meters, and his leg transformed into a missile head in midair, which then chopped down on the crown of Otonashi Chiya's head. Bang! The missile warhead exploded instantly, creating a huge crater on the ground, and all the weeds and flowers on the ground died. Otonashi Chiya was still safe and sound, and even stood there motionless. The moment Lacey landed, she used her other leg to perform a high sweep towards Otonashi Chiya's head, and her other leg also turned into a missile head. She didn't believe that Otonashi Chiya's strange ability could last for a long time. Normally, if he continued to use the power of the devil, he would not be able to bear the cost of the contract sooner or later, so she used intensive explosion output as much as possible to let Otonashi Chiya slowly die. Without complete information about hollow, Lacey couldn't imagine what the weakness of hollow was. Have you had enough of the fuss? It's almost my turn. At this moment, Lacey suddenly heard a cold voice from Otonashi Chiya, and her pupils suddenly shrank. In this state of body and soul, could he still attack her? After Lacey's high sweep leg penetrated Otonashi Chiya's head and exploded, Otonashi Chiya's body suddenly materialized, and one hand grabbed Lacey's right leg, which had just penetrated his head and was repairing itself after the explosion. He planned to take this opportunity to use Lace to hone his physical skills. Anyway, he is invincible, just like Madara, who can kill instantly but chooses not to because he just likes to play. Feeling her right leg being grabbed, Lacey was shocked and couldn't understand what kind of demonic power Otonashi Chiya had. Otonashi Chiya exerted force suddenly, and Lacey's center of gravity shifted, and he knocked her to the ground. Just as his hand was about to grab Lacey's neck, Lacey's body exploded instantly, and all parts of her body, including the large amount of explosives on her skirt, exploded at this moment. Bang! Advertisement Chapter 105 Want to escape. The power of this wave of self-explosion is enough to destroy everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. All the flowers, plants and trees within a radius of hundreds of meters were destroyed. Fortunately, it happened in such an open wasteland. If Lesai had self-destructed in the training base of the Demon Exorcist Section 1, almost everyone except Otonashi Chiya and Kishibe would have been killed. What a shame, you're still too slow. Otonashi Chiya is not covered in smoke or dust. No matter how powerful the explosion is, it is futile in front of hollow. He even took advantage of the time when Lesai self-destructed to allocate some attribute points to himself, and recently he accumulated 107 attribute points. Since I'm going to practice physical skills with Lesai, the strength and speed attributes will naturally have to be raised a bit higher. Ding. Allocation completed. Strength plus 40, speed plus 40, health plus 27. Strength 150. Speed 159. Chi and blood 467. At this time, Otonashi Chiya did not look at Liza, who was lying on the ground and had exploded beyond recognition, but looked up at the other Liza in front of him. This is also one of the abilities of the bomb weapon man. Any part of the body can be turned into various bombs, and after the self-explosion, a new body can be reshaped. At the moment when he was about to self-destruct, Otonashi Chiya saw with his own eyes that Lacey once again pulled the collar ring around his neck. This is how the weapon man was restarted, or resurrected. As long as he has enough blood and can move, or someone helps to start him, the weapon man can achieve true unlimited resurrection. However, Lacey, who was in the form of a bomb weapon man, was naked except for the explosive apron on her body. Because the self-explosion just now had completely destroyed her military uniform, but Fujimoto's mysterious power added a pair of pure white panties out of thin air, because Fujimoto suddenly remembered that he was drawing a boy's manga. It's not good for an unmarried girl to show this appearance in front of the opposite S**X, right? At this time, Otonashi Chiya joked casually. Didn't I say that it would be okay to marry master? Although Lacey said she wanted to marry her master, she used the explosion behind her to accelerate herself and rushed towards her beloved master at subsonic speed like a missile launch. Forget it, I can't handle this kind of love. Advertisement. While Otonashi Chiya was chatting, a subsonic lancer pierced through his body. He immediately turned around and kicked Lacey's back. Lacey knew that Otonashi Chiya would do this, and took advantage of this opportunity to immediately detonate all the bombs on her back. After the previous battle, she had a better understanding of Otonashi Chiya's demonic power. Although the soulification of the body was very tricky, the opponent would turn back into a physical form when launching an attack. Therefore, this time she was feinting, deliberately waiting for Otonashi Chiya to counterattack before detonating the bomb, which should be able to hit the opponent's materialized body. However, fantasy is beautiful and reality is cruel. Hollow, as Otonashi Chiya's own ability. If Lacey can think of it, can he not think of it? Bang. As the bombing ended, the hope that had just risen in Lassie's heart was dashed again, because a fist stretched out from the smoke in front of her and hit Lassie's face, or to be more precise, the alien's head. Otonashi Chiya's strength is now more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. With a full-strength punch, he knocked Lace's entire body flying in midair. As a bomb weapon man, Lei Sai is strong in destructive power and explosive power, both in terms of strength and speed. Although her defense is also very strong, it is not as strong as Shen Yu's absolute defense that is as firm as a mountain. Lise once again used the explosion behind her to stabilize her body. She no longer dared to attack Otonashi Chiya easily. Tisk, Lacey couldn't help but let out a light sigh. With the demonic power currently displayed by Otonashi Chiya, she felt that it was impossible to break through, as if there was no weakness at all. She was specially trained by the military high-ranking officials. She has studied almost all the demonic powers that were recorded in the data, and has never seen any demonic power without weaknesses. She still believed that Otonashi Chiya's demonic power couldn't possibly have no weaknesses, she just hadn't discovered them yet. But she didn't dare to act rashly now, as continuing to carry out ineffective output would only waste her blood. Because every time the bomb man lets a part of his body explode and then recovers on its own, he will consume his own blood. Once the blood is consumed to a certain extent, he will not be able to use the power of the weapon man, he can no longer be resurrected, and he can't even maintain the form of the weapon man. What happened here? Just then, Shen Yu finally arrived. Her speed was already fast enough, but the battle between Otonashi Chiya and Lesai just now happened in an instant. Advertisement. Seeing the messy scene nearby and the monster that looked like a human but more like a demon opposite Otonashi Chiya, Shen Yu immediately realized that the monster must be an enemy. Ah, another troublesome guy. Lacey's tone sounded helpless. She was already completely helpless with Otonashi Chiya alone, and now there came Komatsuki, who was also not easy to deal with. She felt that her actions today had undoubtedly failed, and she had no choice but to escape. It would be dangerous to stay here any longer. This voice, which sounded somewhat familiar, immediately surprised Shen Yuexin. Isn't that Lacey's voice? This monster that is neither human nor demon, could it be Lacey? Seeing Lei Sai suddenly turn around and run, Shen Yu immediately chased after her. But driven by the bomb explosion, Lesai can reach subsonic speed at the fastest, and Shen Yu can't catch up at all. After all, no matter how perverted her speed is, she can't compare with the bomb weapon man. Want to escape? Otonashi Chiya would of course not just watch Lise escape. His left eye was bloodshot and immediately focused on Lise. A space Uzumaki that was large enough to absorb Lise was formed instantly. Even if Lesai's speed reaches subsonic, it is useless. Unless it is an instant movement like Flying Thunder God, almost no one can avoid the transfer of Kamui. What's more, Minato was only facing a single Kamui, and he almost didn't have time to use Flying Thunder God. The transfer speed of 2 Kamui would be much faster than that of a single Kamui. Without psychological preparation, no one can escape the first sight kill, double Kamui. At this moment, Lacey only felt that the space around her was distorted. She had no idea what was going on. Before she could react, she was sucked into the space Uzumaki. Disappeared. Seeing that Lace in front of him suddenly disappeared, Shen Yu stopped immediately. A-hole. Shen Yu thought that Lei Sai had successfully escaped, and he was immediately furious. She had already understood that this woman had ill intentions since she approached her and Otonashi from the beginning, and had used this mission to temporarily get her away. The mess around here must have been caused by Otonashi's fight with this woman just now. This was the first time in Shen Yu's life that he felt so angry. Chapter 106 Deprivation of Your Personal Freedom. Additional update. Seeing Shen Yu's angry look, Otonashi Chiya immediately explained. Don't worry, Lei Sai didn't escape, but was captured by me. Caught. Shen Yu was immediately surprised and asked, where did you catch it? She just saw Lacey suddenly disappear, and didn't see when Otonashi Chiya took action. But she thought about it and realized that there was indeed a familiar sense of space distortion on Lacey's body just now, just like when Otonashi Chiya broke her absolute defense before. From this perspective, it should be Otonashi Chiya's demonic power again. I won't tell you where we caught her. I'll talk to her briefly later. Let's go back to the military headquarters. Otonashi Chiya said to Shen Yu. There are no demons nearby. This should be a false mission. Lei Sai is most likely a killer sent by the military. Otherwise, the military would not make such a low-level mistake. There is no trace of demons at the mission location. As he spoke, Otonashi Chiya and Komatsuki left the place. As for the mess around here, he didn't care. After all, it was Lace who was blown up like this, not him. The top military officials. Why would they send assassins to kill you? Shen Yu felt a little puzzled. Maybe they think I'm too strong and see me as a threat. Otonashi Chiya guessed. There is no other reasonable explanation. He has never offended the Soviet military. Even now that he works in the military headquarters in Leningrad, he can be considered to be working for the military. Those damn bastards. Shen Yu's pretty face suddenly turned gloomy. She has had many contacts with senior military officials, so she knows who the senior figures are within the military. After what happened this time, she has developed murderous intentions towards those old guys. Calm down. I'll talk to Lacey first. Otonashi Chiya could see the murderous intent in Kamatuki's cold expression. This is a matter between him and the military top brass, and he doesn't want Shen Yu to get involved. In particular, there may be other weapons people inside the military. There are many children who have been locked up in the secret room by the military for transformation programs. There should be more than one weapon person. Lace. Advertisement. Shen Yu's physical skills are indeed very strong, but his absolute defense cannot be called true absolute defense, and it is still dangerous when facing a weapon man. Shen Yu calmed down and decided to see what Otonashi Chiya could talk about with Lei Sei. Meanwhile, Kamui space. Looking at this completely unfamiliar space, Lacey has not yet taken off the form of a bomb weapon man. He immediately assumed a fighting stance, alert for situations that could occur at any time. The more unfamiliar the environment is, the easier it is for people to feel fear of the unknown, especially in this dark Kamui space, where there is only countless gray pillars and nothing but dead silence. Ms. Lacey, now is the time for you to tell me the truth, right? At this moment, Lacey suddenly heard Otonashi Chiya's voice, but did not see Otonashi Chiya. She looked around and didn't see anyone. The voice seemed to come from the void. Master, what is this place? I'm a little scared. Even now, Lacey was still in the mood to speak in a joking tone. It doesn't matter where this place is. You just need to know that you can never get out of here without my permission. Otonashi Chiya delivered the message calmly, so just confess the truth. Tell me the truth, and I might be in a good mood to let you go. I don't think I have a choice. Lei Sei did not doubt what Otonashi Chiya said. Because she had just observed that this strange world had no boundaries at all, only countless gray pillars, and it seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world. Although she didn't expect Otonashi Chiya to really let her go, she had no choice but to confess the truth. She couldn't just sit here and wait to die. Lace felt that there was no need to continue wasting blood to maintain the weapon man form, and immediately changed back to her original human form. The real purpose of my action this time is not to assassinate you, but to make you incapable of action, preferably in a comatose state, and bring you back to the military to transform you into a war machine like me for the military's use. Because the military leaders think you are too powerful, which makes them feel threatened, and they are particularly unwilling to see Japan's strength grow. Lacey had basically explained the real intentions of the military top brass, only slightly avoiding the word secret room. Advertisement. There is nothing special about other things, except that the secret room is top secret, and as an agent, she cannot reveal it even if she dies. But what Lise would never have thought of was that Otonashi Chiya, who had turned on the god's perspective, would immediately think of the secret room. Bringing him back to the military to be transformed into a war machine like Lacey, doesn't this mean that he will be forced to undergo the weapon man experiment? Otonashi Chiya was able to judge that Reese was not lying because this completely explained Reese's previous acting skills. So, you don't want to kill me, but you want me to be transformed into a war machine that is completely deprived of personal freedom like you, right? Otonashi Chiya questioned in a cold tone. Quote. Lace's expression suddenly changed slightly, because Otonashi Chiya's words just hit the deepest pain in her heart. Her biggest dream was freedom, but from the moment she was locked up in a secret room by the Soviet military as a child, she was destined to be away from freedom for the rest of her life. Yes. After a moment of silence, Lacey admitted it. At this moment, she actually felt a little guilty. After all, who would want to be deprived of their personal freedom forever? But she was also helpless and could not disobey the order. There's no point in me living anymore, master, just kill me. Lacey didn't think she had any hope of getting out of here, so she asked to die. Although the weapon man can't be killed, there is a way to prevent the weapon man from being resurrected. After killing him, don't provide blood or help the weapon man start up. Then lock my body in here forever. This way, the military won't be able to find it and revive it. Lacey only seemed fine on the surface, but in fact, this Kamui space had caused her to suffer from PTSD, as if she had returned to the secret room, where she was subjected to transformation experiments every day. Since she could never get out, she felt that she might as well die. Living in here was just like being transferred from one military cage to another. No, Otonashi Chiya refused mercilessly. Wouldn't it be too easy for you to be killed like this? Since you want to deprive me of my personal freedom, I will do the opposite. So, I order you to kill all the senior military officials. At this moment, Lace raised her head slightly and saw a pair of Mangekyō Sharingan in the void, with Kamui-shaped blood pupils revealing deep murderous intent. Chapter 107 Revenge Plan Updated. Due to what the Soviet military did in the original work, Otonashi Chiya already disliked the top military officials. It was already good enough that he had not done anything to the Soviet military, but the top military officials actually took the initiative to provoke him. Then he would definitely not swallow this anger easily, and he would not think it was excessive to slaughter all the senior Soviet military officials. But it would be difficult for Otonashi Chiya to accomplish this on his own. Even the gangster at that time had to rely on the power of the Tokyo Public Security Bureau and the police, not to mention the Soviet military. The Soviet military and the gangster were not in the same dimension at all. As the war machine within the Soviet military, Reese played a very important role. If Lacey works with him, the efficiency of killing the military leaders will be much higher. After all, Lacey is very familiar with the internal affairs of the military. Are you serious? Lacey didn't expect Otonashi Chiya to make such a decision. She looked up in astonishment at the pair of blood-red eyes that seemed to appear and disappear in the void. Of course I'm serious. No one among the senior military officials will be left alive, except for the innocent people who were not involved in this plan. Otonashi Chiya said coldly. Master, you have to think carefully. If you return to Japan and ask the cabinet for help, the military leaders will probably terminate the plan. Lei Sai advised kindly. But if Master is determined to kill the top leaders, there are still several war machines, like me. At most, I can only contain 1 or 2 of them. And there are still a large number of demon hunters. She naturally knew that she had no choice, but she didn't want Otonashi Chiya to take the risk of fighting the entire Soviet military because she felt guilty towards Otonashi Chiya. If Otonashi Chiya insisted on going, then she would not say anything more. In fact, she herself has long harbored grievances against the military, but she has only been able to endure it. After all, she is not a machine without emotions or complaints. If there is a chance to do it, she would like to try it. She was going to die anyway, so she had no room to bargain with Otonashi Chiya and might as well give it a try. Although Lace had just personally experienced Otonashi Chiya's power, she had not seen Otonashi Chiya's true strength after all, so she felt that it was a bit too much for Otonashi Chiya to fight the entire Soviet military alone. I've made up my mind. Let's do this. I'll let you out when I get back to the dormitory. Otherwise, once Shen Yu sees you, there will definitely be some unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, as soon as Shen Yu sees Lei Sai, he will probably start a fight immediately, and Otonashi Chiya won't even have time to explain and will have to try to stop them. After saying that, Otonashi Chiya cut off his connection with the Kamui space. He did not enter the Kamui space in person to talk to Lei Sai face to face because once he entered the Kamui space, he would not be able to hollow. The principle of hollow is to transfer his body from the real world into the Kamui space, but his untouchable shell is still in the real world. Advertisement. Therefore, there is a certain risk in facing Lei Sai directly in Kamui space, and it is also more convenient to communicate across the air. How's it going? Did you find out anything? Just at this moment, Shen Yu asked impatiently. She obviously cares a lot about Otonashi Chiya. I found out that the military leaders really see me as a threat and want to transform me into a war machine, like Lei Sai. Otonashi Chiya gave a brief account of Kamijitsuki. War machine. Is that the devilish figure that Lesser just saw? Shen Yu couldn't help but ask. That's about right. This thing is actually called Weapon Man. It's a completely new creature formed by fusing with a weapon-type demon heart. It's neither human nor demon nor devil. Otonashi Chiya explained calmly. I see. It was the first time that Shen Yu heard of the existence of Weapon Man. After all, there are very few people in the world who know about the Weapon Man, and the Soviet military has never told Shen Yu such a secret. Then, Otonashi Chiya gave Komatsuki a brief account of the secret room, where human body experiments and transformations were carried out. When Shen Yu heard the relevant description, her pretty face changed slightly, because she recalled the GU raising plan she had accepted in the gang many years ago. This is simply, Shen Yu suddenly realized why the military had concealed the gang's plan to raise GU from the world. The gang's plan to breed poisonous insects is exactly the same as the military's human experiments. The only difference may be that the gang's breeding plan is more cruel and inhumane in comparison. Not only do they kidnap children who already have families, but they also treat the lives of all children as worthless. The military is made to look less dark. The military decided to destroy the gang, probably because they were afraid that the exposure of the gang's plan to raise poisonous insects might involve the military's human experiments, so they took the initiative to eliminate the risk. Just what? Otonashi Chiya was a little confused. He had no idea what Shen Yu was thinking, nor did he know about the gang's plan to raise GU. Advertisement. I mean, the military is just so abominable. Shen Yu doesn't seem willing to talk about his past. She especially didn't want Otonashi Chiya to know that she had killed many innocent children like her in the GU breeding plan, fearing that Otonashi Chiya would hate her because of this. Quote. Otonashi Chiya didn't say anything more. He didn't intend to tell Shen Yu about his revenge plan. Because they don't want Shen Yu to get involved, it will not be good for Shen Yu. Otonashi, let's kill those old guys together. However, at this moment, Shen Yu suddenly spoke, his tone cold and full of murderous intent. Hearing this, Otonashi Chiya was immediately surprised. He didn't expect Shen Yu to take the initiative to make this request. Are you sure? This matter has nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to take this risk. Otonashi Chiya immediately reminded. The reason is simple. They want to touch you, so I want to kill them. Shen Yu said directly. This sentence directly revealed a lot of things, but she was not shy at all, only had a strong murderous intent towards those old guys in the military. Otonashi Chiya was stunned by Shen Yu's straightforward words. In that case, he decided not to hide his revenge plan from Shen Yu. Like you, I am also preparing to take action against the top military officials, but I will use Lacey's familiarity with the military so that I can be much more efficient. Otonashi Chiya outlined his plan. Lacey. Shen Yu was silent for a moment. If she can stand up to trust, then I think it's fine. Although she disliked that woman, she had to admit that if they had Lacey's help, the difficulty of eliminating the top military officials would drop sharply. Chapter 108. Master is too tough. Then I'll let her out now. As soon as he finished speaking, Otonashi Chiya's right eye formed a space Uzumaki, transferring Reese out of the Kamui space. He certainly didn't want Lace to stay in his Kamui space all the time, because every time he used hollow, his body would automatically transfer to the Kamui space, that is, become materialized. It was as uncomfortable as if there was always someone behind him, and like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, so he would not let anyone stay in his Kamui space for a long time. Being suddenly teleported back to the real world, Lacey was a little slow to react. Seeing Lei Sai suddenly appear, Shen Yu didn't want to pay attention to Lei Sai. She was very angry about the woman's previous behavior. If Otonashi's plan hadn't required Lei Sai's help, she would have wanted to attack the woman on the spot. Shen Yu originally thought so. But when she saw Lacey showing up without any clothes on, she couldn't ignore her anymore. Shen Yu suddenly remembered that it was the same when Lace was in Weapon Man form before, but she didn't pay much attention because the alien head was too eye-catching. I didn't expect that Lace would still be like this after turning back into human form. Seeing Shen Yu's obviously shaken eyes, Lei Sai roughly understood that Shen Yu was very concerned about her current appearance. I can't help it. Master is so tough on me. Lacey shyly covered her chest with her hands, but did not cover them completely. Shen Yu couldn't bear it anymore and immediately covered Otonashi Chiya's eyes with his hands. Put on your clothes first. Otonashi Chiya directly took out a set of military uniform from Kamui space and threw it to Lacey. It would be disrespectful if Lacey were to go back like this. If others who didn't know the situation saw him, they would probably think he was a pervert. Moreover, his eyes were a little confused. Before, he was facing a bomb weapon man and it was not a big deal when he was in combat mode, but now that he had turned back into human form, the feeling was completely different. Advertisement. Seeing a set of military uniforms appear in the familiar space Uzumaki, Lacey immediately recalled that the space Uzumaki that had sucked her away before was exactly the same as this one. As expected, I still love this gentle and considerate master that I like the most. Lace stopped joking and quickly put on her military uniform. Although Otonashi Chiya's military uniform was a bit big for her, it was barely wearable. At this moment, she was thinking about Otonashi Chiya's ability. The space Uzumaki that appeared this time and last time should be the door, connecting the real world and that mysterious space. In her memory, she had never heard of this kind of demonic power. But it didn't matter, she no longer had any intention of fighting Otonashi Chiya. Since Lacey only knew that Otonashi Chiya had a mysterious space that could lock people in, and she did not see the entire process of Otonashi Chiya's hollow entity transferring into the Kamui space, Lacey could not figure out the principle of hollow out of thin air. How shameless. He just did something ruthless to Otonashi. Shen Yu couldn't stand Lei Sai's behavior and said in a cold voice. Lei Sai's expression had also become serious. I will atone for my sins with my actions. I don't ask Master to forgive me. I will do my best. Let's not talk about this anymore. I will let you go after I kill all the high-ranking military officials. Otonashi Chiya said. When the senior military officials are gone, you will be free. You can go wherever you want. Just don't mess with me again. After all, he was not sure whether Lacey would help him sincerely, and Lacey's acting skills were difficult to recognize. He said this to give Lace hope, and he knew very well that Lace's biggest dream was freedom. With this guarantee, Lacey would work for him more wholeheartedly. Lacey was a little surprised that Otonashi Chiya would let her go. She smiled with relief. In fact, even if Master didn't say these words, I would still help Master wholeheartedly. That would be the best, but I will never go back on my word. You should think carefully about where you will go next. Otonashi Chiya always follows his principle of always doing what he promised. Place. Lei Sai couldn't help but ask, Master, are you really so confident facing the entire military? Do you think you have seen my full strength? Otonashi Chiya asked back in a calm tone. Advertisement. I think it should be about the same, right? If it's the same giant that appeared when we were dealing with the Hurricane Demon, the military would have known about it a long time ago. Lacey wasn't sure either, so her tone was a little unsure. But after hearing this, she became curious if Otonashi Chiya really had something else to hide. You'll know when the time comes. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. The abilities he showed in the Soviet Union were limited. He has not yet fully expanded the Susanoo form, nor has he used the Dual Kamui ability to ultimate in front of others, because there is currently no opponent who can make him use his full strength. For example, in this battle against Lisa, he only used hollow, combined with physical skills, and finally locked Lisa in the Kamui space, and the battle was over. Alright, Lisa felt that Otonashi Chiya was not bragging, and she was immediately looking forward to what kind of power Otonashi Chiya would display when facing the entire military. So what should we do now? At this time, Shen Yu asked. Les is the most familiar with the military. Let her provide some advice first. Otonashi Chiya explains. If he is asked to give advice, this is not his forte. He has always relied on the God's perspective to appear to have everything under control. But no matter how well you know the original work, it does not provide a detailed description of the internal affairs of the Soviet military. Therefore, the only advice he could offer was to confront the enemy head-on and find the military base to take action directly. The high-ranking military figures are usually scattered all over the place. Let's not go back to the Leningrad military headquarters now, because the military has spies planted in the headquarters. When they see you and I return safely, they will definitely report the situation to the military immediately. Lei Sai said solemnly. For the time being, let's find a place where there are no military spies to monitor us. In a few days, the senior officials will have a meeting at the military base in Moscow. Then we can take action and wipe them out at once. I will use false intelligence to confuse the military in the next 2 days to prevent them from reacting so quickly and becoming suspicious. But the security of the Moscow base will be the most difficult to breach at that time. All the weapons and demon hunters of the Moscow military except me will gather there. Chapter 109 Role-Playing Game. Thanks to the absolute confidence shown by Otonashi Chiya, Reese also began to have hope for the freedom she dreamed of. Otonashi Chiya's absolute confidence certainly had its reasons. He was just playing around when he fought with Reese, not using either Susanoo or the power of rage. If he wanted to, he could kill Lace with one sword. Although Lace was immortal, she had lost her ability to move and therefore could not revive herself. The other weapons personnel of the Soviet military are at most as strong as Lise, not much stronger than Lise. Otonashi Chiya's absolute strength can crush Lisa, and naturally he can also crush other weapon men. It's no harm to fight one against many, this is a gap that cannot be made up by numbers. Lacey knew very well that as long as she could eliminate all the senior military officials, she would indeed be able to regain her freedom. Although this was not fatal to the Soviet Union, the largest country in the world today, the high-ranking military officers could be replaced by another group after one group was slaughtered. After all, there had been a major purge decades ago, and those who were slaughtered were far more than just the top military officials. This time, Otonashi Chiya is only targeting senior officials who have decision-making power and are involved in the operation, and is not targeting other innocent military personnel unless they insist on hindering Otonashi Chiya's revenge plan. Moreover, any smart people among the new batch of senior executives know that they should learn their lesson and will not provoke Otonashi Chiya and Reese again. As for the future destination that Otonashi Chiya just mentioned, Lesai has already thought about it. Although it may not be realized, people should always have ideals. Where can we avoid the military's eyes? Just take us there. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Reese. Okay. Afterwards, Lei Sei took Otonashi Chiya and Shen Yu to take various detours, completely avoiding all military eyes. As an agent, she just needs to know the spies planted by the military in various places, which will facilitate her daily agent operations, and her anti-reconnaissance ability is also extremely strong. Finally, they came to a slum-like area. This is a slum that has almost been abandoned. The military has not placed spies in such a meaningless place. It is okay for us to stay here for the time being. Lei Sai said. I once bought a very ordinary house here. It was originally intended to be a backup when needed for missions. I never thought it would come in handy at a time like this. Just as Lace said, it was indeed a very ordinary small house. It would be no more than 100 square meters, judging by the naked eye. It looked no different from other poor houses around it. The more unrecognizable it was, the better. Oh, yes. Just as she was about to open the door, Lacey suddenly remembered something. There are some embarrassing things in there. Don't laugh at me if Master sees it later. Advertisement. Not really. I usually don't make fun of others casually. Otonashi Chiya explains. However, he felt that even if he deliberately wanted to make fun of Lace would definitely not care about such things given her personality. Lesai then opened the door, and Otonashi Chiya and Kanzuki immediately saw something strange. In the house of only a few dozen square meters, there are many desks and chairs, a podium table and a large blackboard with some unerased chalk marks left on it. But these things were covered in dust and it was obvious that no one had used them for a long time. You made all these things. Shen Yu found it difficult to understand and asked Lei Sai. Yeah, I was just bored before. Lacey smiled slightly self-deprecatingly. Shen Yu no longer cared about it. After all, she couldn't understand such things. You lied, didn't you? Otonashi Chiya could tell that what Lace said was not true. He knew that the freedom that Lacey pursued was the ordinary life that most ordinary people had. Going to school, making friends, eating delicious food, etc. This kind of ordinary life was all a luxury for Lacey. Lacey deliberately arranged the place to look like a school classroom. She probably directed and acted here by herself, playing the roles of teacher and student, just like playing landlord with herself. It's definitely not just because I'm bored. Lei Sai was slightly stunned, then she maintained a calm smile and said, there's nothing to lie about in this matter, right? Yeah, there's really nothing to lie about. After all, it's just a role-playing game between myself and myself. It's nothing special except that it's a little childish. Otonashi Chiya said with a hint of sarcasm. Roleplay. Shen Yu was now even more confused and looked at Lei Sai with strange eyes. He is obviously a military agent, so why is he as childish as a child? Advertisement. Quote. Lacey was silent for a moment. This reaction was obviously exposed. However, she didn't hide the truth because she was afraid of being considered childish. She just didn't want others to know about her ordinary pursuits. I still can't hide it from Master. At this time, Lacey said frankly, although I am a special agent, the last thing I lack is to learn various things and fighting skills, but I have never been to school. Don't look at me like this, I also want to live a normal life like other normal people. If you want to laugh at me, just laugh at me. Anyway, I am just a ridiculous stray dog now. Now that the truth has been revealed, she feels that there is no need to hide it any longer. After hearing what Lei Sai said, Shen Yu no longer felt like making fun of him. After all, Lisa's past was so similar to hers, but she was much freer than Lise. The military had hardly restricted her except for letting her work in the Leningrad military headquarters. It's just that she had no interest in things like going to school. What's so funny about this? I understand your desire for freedom and a normal life. Once this revenge plan succeeds, you can do whatever you want. Otonashi Chiya said calmly. Lace was stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. But after a while of being serious, Lacey became mischievous again, then. Master, can you fulfill a small request of mine now? What request? However, Otonashi Chiya had already vaguely guessed what the request would be. Master, can you play a role-playing game with me? I will play the role of the student, and you will play the role of the teacher. Lacey immediately pleaded in a slightly coquettish tone. Please, master. What's the difference between you and forcing others? Shen Yu said seriously. It's not impossible. Otonashi Chiya's way. It would be boring to stay in a place like this for a day or two. Hearing Otonashi Chiya agree, Shen Yu, who was originally serious, immediately changed his tone and said, then I will play with you guys reluctantly. Chapter 110 System Mall updated. In this way, Otonashi Chiya, Reese and Shen Yu played a role-playing game. Here. Otonashi Chiya plays the teacher, while Reese and Kanzuki play the students. Although Otonashi Chiya had never taught, he was the only one present who had been to school, and his grades in high school were pretty good. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. Recalling how his teacher taught him before, he taught Lei Sai and Shen Yu in the same way. However, before the role-playing game begins, the dusty desks and chairs, podium table and blackboard must be cleaned first. Let's at least clean this place up first. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said to Reese. Of course, Lacey immediately went to find a broom and prepared to start cleaning. Otonashi Chiya and Kanzuki also helped. During the general cleaning, Shen Yu suddenly asked Lei Sai, have you ever thought about breaking away from the control of the military and being willing to work for them like this? The fact that Shen Yu asked this question shows that he has a shallow understanding of the power of the military and the characteristics of weapon men. That has to be done. Lisa said helplessly. She must have thought about escaping military control, but such an idea was simply unrealistic. Unless she could escape the Soviet border in time before the military could react and hide in some corner of the world where she was not easily discovered, she would not be able to escape the military's pursuit. Not to mention that the possibility of the military failing to react was extremely small, hiding all the time also conflicted with her dream of pursuing freedom. If she wanted to go to school and live an ordinary life, she would inevitably be found by other agents of the Soviet military. The Soviet Union's intelligence agency can be said to be one of the best in the world, and Lacey is just a newcomer in terms of seniority. Once found, she would face endless hunting by other weapons personnel sent by the military until she was killed and brought back to the Soviet Union. Due to the immortality of the weapon men, they can help each other to restart and revive, but if Lace dies once, she will not be able to restart, and she will be taken back to the Soviet Union after losing her ability to move. Unless Lacey can kill all those weapon men at the same time in an instant, but this is basically impossible, it requires her strength to crush other weapon men to make it possible. In short, without Otonashi Chiya's influence, Lacey would not have dared to rebel against the military. It took less than half an hour for the three of them to clean the entire house. Several sets of desks and chairs were neatly arranged, although only Lei Sai and Shen Yu played the role of students. Since Otonashi Chiya likes math, he starts with math. Do you know the multiplication table? I know. Lacey immediately raised her hand. Then please answer the question, Ms. Lacey. What is 4 times 5? Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya said in the tone that a teacher usually uses. Okay. Lacey immediately stood up and said, it equals 20. Otonashi Chiya nodded. That's the correct answer. Please take a seat, Reese-san. Hee. I answered so quickly, Master, oh no, won't the teacher praise me? Lise said with a smile as she sat down. Although she has never been to school, it does not mean that she has not learned things on her own. Such basic things are necessary for her as an agent. That's a very good answer indeed. Otonashi Chiya heading out. Then, Shen Yu classmate. Otonashi Chiya originally wanted to ask Shen Yu a similar question, but found that Shen Yu's eyes were a little resistant. I won't. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Shen Yu had no choice but to admit it. Not only had she never been to school, she had also never taught herself this kind of math. Originally, she didn't care about this kind of thing at all, but the current situation is completely different. Lei Sai can do such a simple thing but she can't. This is a different matter for her who has a strong personality, and she feels very annoyed. It's okay if you don't know. I'll teach you once, and then you'll learn it if you recite it more. Seeing that Shen Yu didn't even know the multiplication table, he probably didn't go to school much, so Otonashi Chiya walked down from the desk and planned to teach Shen Yu to write the multiplication table himself. Although the multiplication table is a feature of East Asia, especially Daxia, other countries also have multiplication tables. In short, this basic multiplication is something that you must know. He then grabbed the pen that Shen Yu was already holding, and used this method to teach Shen Yu to write various multiplications on paper. With her body so close to Otonashi Chiya and her hand almost held, Shen Yu suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing that she didn't know such simple things. Seeing this scene, Lacey suddenly became dissatisfied, and said in a resentful tone, "Hey, the teacher is really partial to Shen Yu. If there's something you don't know, I can teach you." Otonashi Chiya said as he helped Kanzuki write down the complete multiplication table. He seemed to really want Shen Yu to memorize the multiplication table, but it was not certain whether Shen Yu was willing to do so. "Yes, I do. For example, I don't know how to multiply 9 by 9 or 8 by 8. I also need the teacher's personal guidance," Lacey said. Quote, quote. Otonashi Chiya was a little speechless. Although it was obvious that Lacey was pretending not to know how to do it, he still helped Lacey write down the multiplication facts. To put it bluntly, this is just a role-playing game, so it doesn't matter what happens. Advertisement. Next, Otonashi Chiya also taught Reese and Shenyu some other math knowledge points, which were all relatively simple. But no matter how simple it is, Shenyu can't do it, but Lacey can. Soon, the 45-minute class was over. It's almost time to finish class, students, take a rest. After he finished speaking, Otonashi Chiya sat down on the chair in front of the podium to rest. After a 10-minute break between classes, he continued with the next class. When he was bored, Otonashi Chiya suddenly remembered to take a look at the system panel. Host. Otonashi Chiya. Strength. 150. Speed. 159. Chi and blood. 467. Allocated attribute points. 0. System Mall LV1 unlocked when accumulated attribute points reach 500. Note. When the accumulated attribute points reach 1000, it can be unlocked to System Mall Level 2. Otonashi Chiya hadn't opened the system panel for a long time. He usually just assigned attributes and ignored the system. He had no idea when a new function, System Mall, suddenly appeared. After a closer look, I found that it was unlocked when the attribute points accumulated to 500, but the system did not give any prompt. If he hadn't opened the system panel on a whim, he wouldn't have known when he would have discovered this new feature. Then let's take a look at what's in the System Mall. Otonashi Chiya was immediately filled with anticipation and curiosity, and immediately opened the System Mall on impulse. Product. Normal black pupils, beauty pupils. Effect. Chi and blood +5, can be turned on or off at any time, but you cannot use the Double Kamui pupil technique when the beauty contact lenses are turned on. Price. 10 attribute points. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket product. White mask Obito, skin close black lens bracket. Effect. HP +5, has a certain protective effect. Price. 10 attribute points. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Product. Obito, skin, from the Night of Extermination. Effect. HP +5, has a certain protective effect. Price. 10 attribute points. Chapter 111 Red Knight Obito Skin Additional Update. Note. More products will be available when the System Mall is unlocked to Level 2. The LV1 System Mall currently only has 3 types of products on sale. If you want to unlock more products, you have to wait until the total attribute points accumulated reach 1000. Even so, Otonashi Chiya feels that these 3 products are not useless. The first item allows him to open and close the Mangekyō Sharingan at any time. When paired with the White Mask or Genocide Knight skins, he can hide his identity. However, the disadvantage is that you cannot use the Double Kamui technique when the colored contact lenses are on. This disadvantage is a bit fatal. Otonashi Chiya is not considering buying it, at least not for now. Anyway, there's no need to hide my identity when I massacre the top military officers, but the Night of Extermination skin is very suitable for the Night of Massacre. At this moment, Otonashi Chiya thought to himself. According to the information provided by Reese, the top military officials will gather at the Moscow base for talks the day after tomorrow. In fact, those senior executives will arrive at the Moscow base tomorrow night. So tomorrow night is actually the best time to take action. It can be called the Night of Massacre. As for hiding his identity, there is no need for that. After all, his ability is unique and highly recognizable. The military can recognize it as him as soon as he takes action. Otonashi Chiya simply thinks that this skin of Genocide Knight or Red Knight Blade is very cool. Anyway, it only costs 10 attribute points. Not only is it handsome, but it also gives you 5 points of health attribute for free. Unfortunately, he currently has no attribute points, so he just needs to hunt down 1 or 2 demons before tomorrow night. Next, Otonashi Chiya played role-playing games with Reese and Kamiju for most of the day. He was a little tired of playing. But Lace's favorability increased again. Ding. Host activates the achievement. Lesser's Intimacy LV3 and gains attribute points. 8. Closing square bracket. Having obtained 8 attribute points, but still 2 attribute points away from purchasing the Night of Annihilation skin, it's time for Otonashi Chiya to go hunting demons. But it just so happened that there was a sudden commotion outside, and from the noise it was obvious that a demon had appeared. Lace noticed it immediately and said, "It seems that a demon has appeared, but let's not go out. If we take action, we will be easily discovered by the military." "It's okay. I'm sure," Otonashi Chiya said confidently. As long as he uses the Double Kamui, well, he can kill the demon instantly without being discovered by ordinary people, unless the demon is too strong. Advertisement. Okay. Then master, be careful. Naturally, Lacey wouldn't say a word about what Otonashi Chiya wanted to do. After spending these days with Otonashi Chiya, including fighting with him, she felt more and more that everything Otonashi Chiya said could come true. Otonashi Chiya said nothing more, his body went directly into the ground, and then went in the direction where the devil appeared. As soon as he spotted the demon, he didn't care what kind of demon it was, he just reached out from under the demon, and his right eye Kamui immediately activated, transferring the entire demon and himself into the Kamui space. The ordinary people around were still screaming and running away, and they didn't notice that the devil had disappeared, let alone see Otonashi Chiya who had just appeared for a brief moment. Not to mention these ordinary people, even Lesai and Shenyu, who were looking out the window at the moment, almost didn't see when Otonashi Chiya took action. The demon disappeared before they knew it. No wonder Master just said he was sure. Lacey suddenly sighed. It's Otonashi after all, but, at this time, Shenyu looked at Lacey. How long are you going to call him Master? Your plan has been exposed, do you still want to continue playing this role? For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable when she heard Lacey call Otonashi Chiya, Master. It might be because Lacey's tone was ambiguous every time she called her, Master. Is it not possible? I did make a very big mistake before, but I sincerely want to make up for it as much as possible, and I also want Otonashi to continue to be my master. It was rare for Lacey to speak so seriously. Quote. Shen Yu was slightly stunned, and she also heard the sincerity of Lacey. But then, Lacey added, after all, I like Master more now. Shen Yu's expression suddenly turned cold. Sure enough, I still can't recognize you. I'm telling the truth. Lacey looked a little aggrieved. But it was obviously an act. With her intelligence and sharpness, how could she not know the reason why Shen Yu did not approve of her? She was somewhat deliberately teasing Shen Yu, because she had already seen Shen Yu's feelings for Otonashi Chiya. As for herself, it would be a lie to say that she has no feelings for Otonashi Chiya, so strictly speaking, she and Kamiju are also rivals in love. At the same time, Otonashi Chiya and the demon are both in the Kamui space. Advertisement. Although he couldn't use Hollow in Kamui space, he didn't need to rely on Hollow to deal with the broom demon in front of him. He could now see clearly that the guy he had pulled into the Kamui space was just a giant broom. Apart from its huge and terrifying appearance, there was nothing special about it. It could be considered a very weak demon. What the hell is this place? Let me out. Being suddenly transferred to this completely unfamiliar space, the broom demon suddenly felt fear. The weaker the demon, the more timid it tends to be. Although demons' emotions are not as rich as humans, they also have the most basic emotion of fear. The power of the chainsaw demon, Pochita, comes from the fear of it by countless demons in hell. Otonashi Chiya ignored the broom demon and attacked with his sword. His strength and speed were more than 10 times that of a normal person. Before the broom demon could even see his movements, he had already chopped it into pieces. Ga. Ding. Host successfully hunted down the broom demon and obtained attribute points. 5. Closing square bracket. Now Otonashi Chiya has enough attribute points. He couldn't wait to open the system mall and buy the Knight of Annihilation skin. Ding. Host successfully purchased Knight of Extermination skin attribute points -10, current remaining attribute points 3. Closing square bracket. It has been purchased, but it did not take effect on Otonashi Chiya immediately, but it appeared in the system panel. I saw one more thing below, system mall. Purchased item. Genocide Knight skin to be used. It can be used with just a thought. The status suffix of Knight of Extermination skin immediately switches to used, which seems to indicate that it can be switched freely at any time. Otonashi Chiya's appearance instantly changed to that of Obito during the Night of Genocide, although his face and body remained unchanged. His black hair suddenly became much longer, and his hairstyle was basically the same as Obito or Uchiha Madara in the Night of the Genocide. He wore a red tiger skin mask on his face and wore gray and black clothes. Although the tiger skin mask only reveals one right eye, the other left eye can actually see the outside world through the mask and use pupil techniques. This mask is one way. Others cannot see his left eye through the mask, but his left eye can ignore the mask. I guess this is a humanized modification made by the system specifically for him. There was no mirror in the Kamui space, so Otonashi Chiya naturally had to go out to see what he looked like. At this time, Lace was chatting with Shen Yu when a mysterious masked man suddenly appeared behind her. She turned her head sharply with a very alert expression. Her first reaction was to think that it was an enemy, and she immediately put her hands on the collar around her neck. As long as the other party made the slightest move, she would instantly turn into a weapon. Chapter 112 The Night of Massacre begins. Not only Lesai, Shen Yu also reacted quickly and was ready for fighting. Although their reactions were quick, they were not quick to the right place, and they failed to realize immediately that the mysterious masked man in front of them was actually Otonashi Chiya. Don't get excited, I'm Otonashi Chiya, you can tell by looking into my eyes. Seeing that Reese and Kanzuki were so alert, Otonashi Chiya knew that the two girls did not recognize him, so he immediately explained. When she heard Otonashi Chiya's voice, Lacey was stunned. Then I took a closer look at the blood-red eyes in the mask, and it was indeed Otonashi Chiya's unique shape. Heterochromia is rare enough, and shaped heterochromia is even rarer. Les thinks Otonashi Chiya's heterochromia must be unique. Huh, it turned out to be Master. I thought it was an enemy. You really scared me. Lacey heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed her guard. Shen Yu also confirmed that it was Otonashi Chiya's eyes, and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you suddenly dressed like this? Especially your hair has become longer." "Just think of this as a wig," Otonashi Chiya explained. "But in fact, this is not a wig. After using the skin of Knight of Annihilation, the system directly changed his hair into this. He just didn't want to explain too much, so he just called it a wig. I will carry out tomorrow night's operation in this state. Now I am just trying to see the effect." Otonashi Chiya then went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. It looked just as he had imagined, and he was very satisfied with it. Not only that, there is also a chain and a sword in his Kamui space, which are exactly the chain and sword used by Obito on the night of the genocide. However, they are probably just ordinary weapons, and they are mostly used for decoration. After all, Obito uses chains to increase his attack range. With only one right eye, he is far less flexible than having two Kamui. The chains are used to strengthen the single Kamui of the right eye. The saber looks like just an ordinary katana, and there are only a handful of sacred weapons among the Hokage. To put it bluntly, if the Knight of Annihilation skin also comes with a special weapon or artifact, the price will definitely be more than 10 attribute points. It is reasonable to only give away ordinary weapons. I just wanted to change my sword. That sword is a bit old. Otonashi Chiya's way of thinking. He doesn't know yet whether the sword given by the system is useful or not, he will know when he uses it on the night of massacre. To be honest, Master looks quite handsome like this. Advertisement. At this time, Lacey came over and said to Otonashi Chiya. Really? That does look good. Otonashi Chiya wasn't sure if Reese was lying, but he felt good about himself anyway. You can also ask Miss Shenyu. What do you think, Miss Shenyu? At this time, Lei Sai looked at Shenyu behind her. Quote. Shenyu was silent for a moment, then said bluntly, I think this outfit is a bit scary, but it is indeed handsome. Scary and handsome are not contradictory. She was really nervous when she saw Otonashi Chiya like this for the first time. That's fine. Otonashi Chiya thinks that the more mysterious and scary it is, the better. He will not let those senior executives die too easily, but will let them die in despair. Then we will leave for Moscow tomorrow morning and arrive there in advance to be prepared. Lacey said. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly became sharper. The next day, Otonashi, Chiya and the other two drove directly to Moscow. Although Moscow and Leningrad are far apart, their current situation is not suitable for taking a plane or subway, as it would allow the military to detect any abnormality in advance. The drive only takes about 10 hours, and we just need to arrive in Moscow before nightfall. Let's follow the battle plan we made yesterday. Lei Sai will be responsible for creating a commotion to lure out the other weapon men, and then she and Shen Yu will deal with the military demon hunters, and I will be responsible for dealing with the weapon men. Otonashi Chiya emphasized the plan again to Reese and Shen Yu. Apart from him directly activating Susanoo, Lei Sai's characteristics as a bomb weapon man are most suitable for creating noise. It would be best to lure out all the weapon men together, so that it would be convenient for him to solve them all in one go. Then those demon hunters from the Moscow military can be handed over to Lei Sai and Shen Yu for handling. Then, with the help of Lesser, they found the military base in Moscow directly. Hold my hand and I'll take you in. At this time, Otonashi Chiya said. Once they get a little closer to the military base, they will be easily discovered, but it will be different if he lets Lei Sai and Shen Yu, hollow, together. Advertisement. Okay. Without hesitation, Reese grabbed Otonashi Chiya's hand. If it weren't for the fact that the battle was about to begin and she shouldn't be serious, she would have hugged Otonashi Chiya's arm. Shen Yu was a little shy and hesitant at first, but when she saw how decisive Lei Sai was, she didn't want to admit defeat. Otonashi Chiya vaguely felt that Shen Yu and Lei Sai were competing with each other at this time, and he smiled helplessly. When Lei Sai and Shen Yu grabbed his left and right hands respectively, he immediately took Lei Sai and Shen Yu and escaped into the ground in a hollow state. Not only that, in the hollow state, they will not be detected by radar or the like because their entities are in the Kamui space. Of course, Lei Sai and Shen Yu don't know where their physical bodies are. At most, they just know that Otonashi Chiya has become a soul with them. Lei Sai was surprised to see Otonashi Chiya taking herself and Shen Yu through the underground. She didn't expect that Otonashi Chiya could not only transform himself into a soul, but also bring them to do the same. Although there are records about ghost demons in the Soviet military's materials, the demonic power of ghost demons cannot turn people into ghosts, not to mention that Otonashi Chiya has more than one ability. Therefore, Lacey cannot imagine what kind of demon Otonashi Chiya has contracted. Soon, Otonashi Chiya and the other two sneaked into the military base quietly. It's already late at night, so get ready to take action. Action begins. At Otonashi Chiya's command, Lacey directly pulled open the pull ring around her neck. There was a slight bang sound from her mouth, and her head suddenly exploded like a bomb. Bang. The huge explosion was particularly loud late at night. The alarm at the military base was immediately triggered, and a sharp and piercing alarm sounded. Military personnel spotted Lacey's figure immediately because of the loud noise in her appearance. Bomb, are you planning to rebel? A notification similar to that of a broadcast was heard. The military, including Lacey herself, calls her bomb, because the memory of bomb has long been erased from the humans in this world. Lacey didn't reply. Bang! The explosion beneath her feet created a crater, providing her with powerful explosive force, and she rushed towards the military building like a missile. Chapter 113. All weapon men are destroyed. Bang! Lacey pressed her palm against the outer wall of the building, and a huge gap was immediately created. But before she could rush through the gap, the military sent out armed men to intercept her. Seeing all those armed men rushing towards her was exactly what Lacey wanted to see. Her original purpose was not to rush in and kill the top brass, but to lure out the military's weapons men. After all, it was impossible for her to break through the interception of several armed men and kill the senior executives with her own strength. Loot out all these weapon men, and then just leave the rest to Otonashi Chiya. Are you crazy? How dare you betray me? It's not too late to give up resistance now. Your superiors might even give you a break. Think it over carefully, don't let your impulsiveness ruin yourself completely. Seeing that Lace did not rush further into the gap, the armed men did not rush to attack Lace. After all, they have known each other for so long, and neither of them wants Lace to do something stupid and ruin herself. As for wanting them to join in the rebellion, that is impossible. Not everyone yearns for the freedom of ordinary people like Lacey, and some weapon men have already had their edges smoothed out by time. Moreover, their jobs are not all the same. There are weapons people with seniority, high status, good treatment and a little more freedom. These weapons people are already content with the status quo and do not want to take the risk of rebelling against the military. Success may not necessarily be good for them, but if they fail, they will be doomed. If the military can transform them into weapon men, then there is a way for them to become ordinary people again. By taking out the weapon demon's heart in a special way, they can create the next weapon man. As for those who turn back into ordinary people, there will be no other ending except being tortured to death. Quote. Instead of replying, Lacey retreated immediately and moved behind Otonashi Chiya. I see, Shen Yu, you have also betrayed me. The weapons people could not recognize Otonashi Chiya wearing a red tiger mask, but they recognized Shen Yu. Rebellion. Shen Yu sneered contemptuously, it should be called revenge. Advertisement. Those weapon men didn't understand what Shen Yu meant by revenge, but they didn't want to waste time talking to Shen Yu. Since you want to die, we will satisfy you. Several armed men attacked together and killed Otonashi Chiya and the other two. Otonashi Chiya discovered that some of these weapon men were people he knew, including the flame gun weapon man, the javelin weapon man, and the whip weapon man, all of whom he had seen in the original work. It seems that these three guys originally belonged to the Soviet military, but were later poached and taken over by Makima. There are also two unknown weapon men, judging by their appearance they should be the Axe Man and the Hoe Man. A total of 5 armed men came together to kill us. Susanoo. Otonashi Chiya silently recited in his mind, and directly activated the second form of Susanoo, protecting both Reese and Shen Yu inside Susanoo. Susanoo, who was about 20 to 30 meters tall and had flesh and blood and clothes, suddenly appeared. The Blue Giant. Are you that Otonashi Chiya? The 5 weapon men had already learned about Otonashi Chiya, and they immediately recognized him when they saw the light blue giant. Shen Yu had seen Susanoo's third form before, so he didn't react at this time. But unlike Shen Yu, it was the first time for Lace to see Susanoo in person, especially from such an immersive first-person perspective, which made her feel very novel. Susanoo was originally an absolute defense, and easily blocked the simultaneous attacks of the 5 weapon men. Even though this was only the second form, the weapon men were unable to cause any damage to Susanoo, although they had not yet opened fire at full power. It's so strong. Those weapon men were immediately shocked by the defense of the light blue giant. Then, Otonashi Chiya entered the third form, and his size suddenly doubled. Although the height of several dozen meters is not higher than that of military buildings, it is still very intimidating. At the same time, the Susanoo version of the Rage Sword also appeared. Otonashi Chiya controlled Susanoo and slashed out with the sword. A sword wave that almost covered the sky and the sun instantly swallowed up the 5 weapon men. Otonashi Chiya deliberately held back his strength, otherwise the entire military building would have been destroyed by this sword. Advertisement. He didn't want the top military officials to die so easily, so he didn't let the sword wave directly devour the entire military building. That would have been too easy for those guys. Besides, there were many innocent people in the building, and he wasn't so cruel as to kill everyone he saw. As a result, the super large sword wave came to an abrupt halt, leaving only the motionless bodies of 5 weapon men. It is true that the weapon men have immortal physiques, but the prerequisite is that there must be someone who can help resurrect them. Now that they died together, there is no chance of resurrection. This sword. Lacey's eyes widened in shock at this extremely shocking scene. This sword was not mentioned in the intelligence. Because the last time Otonashi Chiya hunted the Hurricane Demon, he just used an ordinary sword and did not use the full strength of the Angry Demon at all. Lacey became more and more aware that she had underestimated Otonashi Chiya's strength before. And she also realized that if the 5 weapon men were killed at the same time, wouldn't they be able to help each other revive? Shen Yu's pupils also trembled. Those 5 weapon men all looked as tough as Lace, but they were solved by Otonashi Chiya with just one sword. At this time, Otonashi Chiya released Susanoo, walked towards the bodies of the weapon men, and transferred them one by one into the Kamui space. This made it completely impossible for them to be resurrected, and their incapable bodies placed in the Kamui space posed no threat to Otonashi Chiya. The military's demon hunters should be here soon. You just need to help me block them. But try not to kill innocent people unless they are looking for death. Otonashi Chiya left these words to Rin Kamiju, and walked straight into the military building. As long as it was a senior figure who attacked him this time, he had already learned the name of each person through Lacey, and had also seen their portraits. With his Mangekyō Sharingan, he memorized everyone's name and portrait, as if it were engraved directly into his mind and he would never forget it. Because he didn't want to kill innocent people, he only targeted those who targeted him and killed them all. He had also obtained the approximate structural diagram of the interior of the military building from Lace, and knew the most likely locations of those senior executives. Now he could just head directly to those locations. At this time, Otonashi Chiya took out the chain and sword from Kamui's space, placed the chain in the sleeve of his left hand, and held the sword in his right hand. He could pass through walls at will by hollow, and the armed military personnel had no way to deal with him. They could only watch this mysterious and strange masked man gradually go deeper into the military building. Chapter 114 Death List Updated. Otonashi Chiya simply ignored these people and used the Kamui eye technique to quickly flash away like a phantom. Every time he dodged, there was a sense of spatial distortion, because this was exactly how Uzumaki, who was constantly opening up space, did his dodging. Although he will materialize when he dodges, he will immediately hollow when he lands on the ground, so even if bullets are attacking him, they will not hit him at all. Soon, Otonashi Chiya arrived at the door of a hall. He could already hear the noise inside while standing outside the door. What's the situation now? The giant just now seems to have disappeared. Oh no, all the weapon men have lost contact. Could they have been defeated so quickly? This is impossible. How could so many armed men be killed at once? Wait, that guy seems to have already broken in. Right outside the door. Hearing the content of these voices, Otonashi Chiya was certain that at least most of the military's top brass were involved. He hollowed directly through the door that seemed very sturdy and required fingerprint unlocking to open. At the same time, someone just mentioned that Otonashi Chiya was just outside the door, and everyone in the room subconsciously looked towards the door. They saw a red tiger skin mask slowly emerging from the door, which scared them all. Otonashi Chiya walked in slowly, took a quick look at everyone present, and determined which ones he wanted to kill. There was no one else in the room except the senior officials, not even a bodyguard. Because ordinary people can't break down the door at all, there are 5 armed men and a large number of gunmen guarding outside. In addition, there are demon hunters from the Moscow military who have been arranged to patrol nearby. This security force can be said to have reached the ultimate level. In theory, the senior figures in the hall should be absolutely safe. But Otonashi Chiya's Dual Kamui was too unreasonable, and these security forces were useless in front of him. What on earth do you want to do? Someone questioned Otonashi Chiya in a tough tone. It seems that he hasn't figured out his current situation yet and thinks that he is still the superior senior figure he usually is. It just so happens that this person is on Otonashi Chiya's list. Otonashi Chiya ignored the man and said in a cold tone, Yinu, Makor, Guy Ritchie. Advertisement. In a roll call format, he said out every name on the list. The senior officials who heard their names suddenly felt nervous and dared not think about what the other party would do next. Even their strongest combat force besides the gun demon himself, the weapon man, was dealt with by Otonashi Chiya. Those of them who basically did not sign contracts with demons were even less likely to be Otonashi Chiya's opponents. Knowing clearly that they had no power to resist, and being called out one by Otonashi Chiya in such a cold tone, they were all extremely nervous. Roger, let's start with you. Otonashi Chiya's gaze immediately turned to Roger, the guy who had spoken in a very tough tone just now. The chain in his left cuff suddenly flew out and locked Roger's neck. Roger quickly grabbed the chain around his neck with both hands, looking as if he was about to suffocate. But he couldn't break free from Otonashi Chiya's powerful strength, and was dragged over directly, his legs struggling and flapping. Save me. Roger was suffocating to the point of being unable to speak, and he spoke incoherently to others for help. But the others were in a difficult situation themselves and were so frightened that they just stood there stupidly. How could they care about him? When Otonashi Chiya dragged Roger in front of him, Roger looked at him with pain and despair. He wanted to beg for mercy but he was unable to speak. He couldn't see Otonashi Chiya's face at all, he could only see Kamui's bloodshot eyes filled with cold murderous intent. He was completely desperate. Otonashi Chiya said nothing, and slashed down with the sword in his hand, severing the man's throat. Roger was killed, and several people present screamed in fear. Next, Yekinov. Otonashi Chiya is like a Shinigami, killing whoever's name he clicks. The man named Yekinov's face suddenly changed drastically, and he tried to escape quickly, like a headless fly, panicking. However, apart from jumping out of the window, the only way out is through the door behind Otonashi Chiya. Advertisement. But jumping out from this floor, hundreds of meters high, would be a dead end. Of course, Otonashi Chiya didn't even give the other party a chance to jump out of the window, and the chain in his hand locked Yekinov's neck again. He walked over personally and, under Yekinov's horrified and desperate gaze, killed him with one strike. Many people present were already emotionally broken, because they were all the people on the complete list that Otonashi Chiya had pointed out at the beginning, which meant that sooner or later it would be their turn to be killed. Some of them fled in panic, while others rushed over like crazy to fight Otonashi Chiya. The man who wanted to fight him to death passed through his body. He turned around and slashed the man with a knife, and the man fell down immediately. Then Otonashi Chiya flashed to the door and pointed his sword at those who tried to escape. Those people were so frightened by the blade flashing with cold blood that they took a half step back and dared not run forward anymore. I will only kill those on the list, but if you make any more moves, you will all be killed. Otonashi Chiya said in a cold tone. Those who had not been named before breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, thinking that they would not be killed. But they were still worried and didn't dare to relax completely. They didn't dare to move or make any sound, for fear that the other party would kill them if they were in a bad mood. As for the senior officials who were named, they were naturally even more devastated. Now they couldn't escape, nor did they know whether to escape or not. They could only line up and wait to die. Someone begged for mercy frantically, but Otonashi Chiya was completely unmoved, as if he hadn't heard anything. His face was blocked by the mask and no expression could be seen. Markle, Guy Rich. This time, Otonashi Chiya read out 2 names in one breath, and the chains tied up Markle and Guy Ritchie together, and then suffocated the 2 men to death directly with the chains, which would undoubtedly be more painful than a knife in the throat. Every time Otonashi Chiya kills someone, it is an endless psychological torture for the remaining people who are about to be killed. Because they can't do anything, they can only wait for their own death in agony. Those high-level officials who were not named gradually calmed down. They roughly understood the other party's purpose this time. All those who were killed were those who agreed with the decision, and those who escaped were either neutral or opposed to the decision at the time. It seems that the other party is here specifically for revenge. Chapter 115 The strongest person in the Moscow military. Having roughly guessed Otonashi Chiya's true intentions, these senior military officials who were not named immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They know that as long as they are well behaved, they should be able to survive, right? At the same time, the Moscow military demon hunters who were originally patrolling near the military base were immediately panicked when they learned that the military base had been attacked, and they rushed to the military base in a panic. They had no idea when the invaders had crossed their defense line. If they were held accountable later, they would all be in big trouble. The military demon hunters had just arrived when Otonashi Chiya had entered the military building and was about to start a killing spree. Seeing Lacey with a demon head and Shenyu in military uniform standing in front of the military building, they immediately determined that these two should be invaders, especially the demon-like guy. But the strange thing is that the guy with a devil-like head is also wearing a military uniform. They didn't recognize Lacey because the weapon man was a secret known only to a very few people, but they recognized Shenyu. The Tsar, the strongest man in the Leningrad military, is also quite famous in their Moscow military, but what they don't understand is why the Tsar invaded the military base. You are the invaders, as the famous Tsar, planning to rebel. Let's go together and take them down quickly. We can't let this terrible situation get any worse. These demon hunters from the Moscow military wanted to get rid of the two invaders as soon as possible because they heard that another intruder had entered the building. Little did they know that what they were most worried about had already happened, and Otonashi Chiya was playing the death list game. Just a friendly reminder, we are only here for revenge and do not like to kill innocent people. But if you insist on seeking death, I can only say sorry. Before the battle began, Lacey emphasized it deliberately. Like Otonashi Chiya, she doesn't like killing innocent people. But if she is hindered, she will take action without hesitation. However, the battle hasn't started yet. How could the demon hunters of the Moscow military listen to what a demon says? After all, they don't know that this demon is actually a weapon man with overwhelming strength. So arrogant. Come with me. Advertisement. They all used their respective demonic powers to attack Lace and Shenyu. Lacey sighed slightly and easily dodged the various demonic powers that came at her with great agility. In the blink of an eye, she rushed in front of the demon hunters, opened her right hand forward, and pointed her palm at those people. Boom. It immediately caused an explosion of considerable size with terrifying power. All the demon hunters within a dozen meters in front were blown to pieces, some with broken limbs and some with faces disfigured, but no one had died yet, at most they were dying and unable to move. This was because she showed mercy and only made these people lose their ability to fight. Otonashi Chiya had instructed her, so of course she obeyed. Besides, she didn't want to kill anyone casually, so she didn't kill anyone. Shenyu just rushed forward, and those ordinary demonic powers could not break her absolute defense at all. Even her bones, muscles, and internal organs have absolute defenses, so even if it is the type of internal injury demonic power, it must be strong enough to be effective on her. Just like Lace, he rushed into the crowd with ease. However, these demon hunters had all heard that the Tsar's physical skills were incredibly strong, so they did not dare to engage in close combat with Shenyu. Instead, they kept their distance and continued to use their demonic powers. But even if they didn't want to, they would be forced by Shenyu into close combat. After all, he would suddenly appear in front of them if they were not paying attention. Anyone who was approached by Shenyu would be severely injured by the hand knife, but they would also be saved. In just a few breaths, the demon hunters of the Moscow military had suffered heavy losses, with at least 30 or 40 of them seriously injured and unable to fight. Although the strength of Lacey and Shenyu made them feel a little desperate, they were not the kind of people who were afraid of death. They will defend the military building to the death, this is their mission. However, if Lei Sai and Shen Yu had not deliberately let things slide, their resolve might not have been so resolute. That's enough. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly came. I saw a tall and strong middle-aged man with a stubble on his face rushing towards Shen Yu. His fist was as big as a casserole. He punched Shen Yu hard and knocked him back a step. The demonic power of this middle-aged man seemed to be related to strange strength. Although he did not injure Shen Yu, it was already very powerful that he could repel him. Advertisement. Shen Yu immediately counterattacked with a hand knife, as if it was a conditioned reflex, cutting a hideous wound on the middle-aged man's arm. However, not only did this have no negative impact on the middle-aged man, the power of his next punch became even stronger, and the blue veins all over his body became more obvious than before. This time Shen Yu did not take it head-on but chose to avoid it. Taking advantage of this gap, the middle-aged man immediately said to the other demon hunters nearby, "You all retreat, I will deal with these two invaders. Captain Victor is here too. Captain Victor's physical skills are no less than that of the Tsar. We have hope. But the monster with a demon head over there seems to be more difficult to deal with. Let's try our best to help Captain Victor." With the appearance of Captain Victor, the morale of other demon hunters suddenly boosted. The Captain Victor they were talking about was the captain of Team 1 of the Moscow Military Special Operations Forces and the strongest man in the Moscow military. Victor knew more than the average person, so he was well aware that for anyone other than himself, facing the Tsar and the devil-looking woman would be tantamount to committing suicide. Of course, he himself had no confidence, especially since the weapon of war put him under the greatest pressure. In the eyes of other demon hunters, Captain Victor's strength is definitely not weaker than the Tsar of the Leningrad military. But they also felt that it was difficult for Captain Victor to fight two people alone, so they wanted to go up and help. At this time, Lacey came over, seemingly in no hurry to attack Victor. The strongest in the Moscow military. Then you should know what it means to face us. It's not too late to escape with your people now. Victor shook his head. I'd rather die than desert. Quote. Lei Sai didn't say any more nonsense and said to Shen Yu beside her, "Leave it to me, I will make quick work of it." She is not suitable for fighting with Shen Yu because her explosion range is too large and it is easy to accidentally injure friendly forces if she is too close. Shen Yu nodded slightly. She also knew something about Victor. Victor's demonic power is rather troublesome. First, it is a strange strength. Second, it becomes stronger with each battle. The more serious the injury, the stronger the power that can be unleashed, until death. Although she was sure she could kill Victor, she estimated that she would be seriously injured. So in this situation, Shen Yu did not show off. She disliked Lei Sai, but she absolutely recognized Lei Sai's strength. However, just as Lacey and Victor were about to engage in a bloody battle, a mysterious man wearing a red tiger mask suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 116 Let you face the reality. Less than a minute ago, inside the military building. Valen. At this time, Otonashi Chiya had already called out the last name on the death list. The man named Valen had already looked as pale as death. He knew that he was going to die, so he gradually became numb from despair and torment. Otonashi Chiya felt that there was no need to torture this guy any further, so he just killed him quickly. With a flash, he stabbed the opponent in the throat. As Valen fell to the ground, Otonashi Chiya swung the knife with his hand, and the blood on the blade was thrown to the ground. Otonashi Chiya then looked at the senior officials who were still alive. They were immediately frightened by Otonashi Chiya's look, thinking that this Shinigami was going to operate on them. My target this time is not you, but I have one condition, which is to review the contents of the contract between you and the Japanese cabinet. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. Although his tone was still rather cold, it no longer contained murderous intent. Okay, no problem. Those senior figures nodded repeatedly. Although the content of the contract between their military and the Japanese cabinet should have been a secret that could not be disclosed, their lives are now in danger, so who cares about what is confidential or not? Those people immediately took out a thick contract. There was one person who had quite good composure. Although he was scared, he still walked over and handed the contract to Otonashi Chiya in person. It was quite good that he dared to approach Otonashi Chiya after what had just happened. Thank you very much. Otonashi Chiya also expressed his gratitude. But he spoke suddenly, which scared the other party. After the shock, the man realized that Otonashi Chiya was thanking him. You just killed someone and you thanked him. Are you schizophrenic? At this moment, the angry demon, who had disappeared for a long time suddenly spoke out. He was criticized by the angry demon again. Otonashi Chiya found that this guy came out every time just to criticize him. I killed those who had ill intentions towards me, and I have no problem with the others, so why can't I say thank you? Advertisement. Otonashi Chiya retorted to the furious demon in his mind. But this time you were swayed by anger. I thought you wouldn't be affected by anger at all. The angry demon hadn't spoken until now because she hadn't meant to interrupt Otonashi Chiya's killing just now. Isn't revenge normal? I'm not that magnanimous, or I'll be treated like a soft persimmon and bullied by others. Otonashi Chiya said lightly. It is true that his Mangekyō Sharingan can absorb anger, but that doesn't mean he won't feel angry himself. While Otonashi Chiya was arguing with the angry demon, he opened the contract to see what the contents were. The contract contained too much content, so he automatically omitted the meaningless nonsense and focused on the more important content. After a quick scan, I found that this was not just an unfair clause imposed by the Soviet military on the Japanese cabinet, but the Japanese cabinet also sold it. Specifically, the Japanese cabinet only wanted him to represent Japan and shine in the Soviet Union, and asked the Soviet military to give him enough opportunities to perform and do enough media publicity. These are not a problem for now, but later on the terms regarding armed men will be involved. The secret of the weapon man cannot be known to ordinary people. Just like the matter of the gun demon, the top leaders of various countries are aware of it. Not to mention the Japanese cabinet, in the original book even Kishibe knew about the weapon man. The contract stipulated that Otonashi Chiya would be given a 3-year protection period, after which the Soviet military would allow him to be subjected to weapons experiments. In general, the Japanese cabinet is using him as a tool purely for its own interests, which is no different from selling him. It's just that the Soviet military torn up the contract in advance. As soon as they saw that his strength was too strong and felt threatened, they took action against him in advance. They were probably afraid that he would suddenly run back to Japan during the 3-year protection period and strengthen the power of the Japanese cabinet. Anyway, there was a huge gap in strength between the Soviet Union and Japan, and it was originally a hegemonic treaty. The Soviet military took the initiative to tear up it, and the Japanese cabinet did not dare to say a word. Your anger has risen and fallen. Do you want to kill someone again? At this time, the furious demon spoke. Since she is inside Otonashi Chiya's body, and she is an angry demon, she will immediately notice if Otonashi Chiya's anger fluctuates in the slightest. The two biggest fluctuations she felt were from the top military officials and the current contract, so she thought Otonashi Chiya was going to go on a killing spree like he did today. Otonashi Chiya did not deny it. When there is a chance, I will take care of those guys in the cabinet as well. He had always disliked the cabinet, but he generally would not kill people casually as long as the other party did not provoke him. If it was just normal international cooperation, like that between Kishibe and Guangxi, he wouldn't have much objection. Advertisement. But he could not tolerate the fact that the Japanese cabinet sold him without hesitation even though it knew that the Soviet military intended to transform him into a weapon. After reading the contents of the contract, Otonashi Chiya put the contract back on the table intact. Then he turned around and left. He had already killed everyone he should kill, so there was no need to stay here any longer. Until now, those senior military officials who were still alive did not dare to breathe, and their bodies were too stiff to move. The masked man in front of me, who looked like a Shinigami, turned around and took a few steps before suddenly disappearing without a trace. The fleeting sense of spatial distortion is difficult for ordinary people to detect without paying very close attention. After a long while, they were still not sure whether the Shinigami had left. He should have left. Then someone spoke in a very low voice. But the others still didn't dare to speak, they were already frightened by Otonashi Chiya's methods. After a while, they finally relaxed their long tensed bodies, let go of their hanging hearts, and slumped in their seats, feeling relieved. Having just walked through the gates of hell, they were thankful to be still alive. At this time, Otonashi Chiya transferred directly to the side of Reese and Shenyu through the Kamui space. As for the bodies of the 5 armed men, he planned to deal with them later. As soon as I appeared, I saw Lacey confronting someone. The middle-aged man in military uniform seemed to be quite powerful. I have already done what I wanted to do. Are you sure you want to die? Otonashi Chiya said to the group of demon hunters in front of him. Quick, a few of you go in and check the situation, and the rest of you come with me to stop these 3 invaders. Don't let them get away. Victor seems to be a bit stubborn. He is so stubborn even though he knows that his opponent is almost unbeatable. Otonashi Chiya was a little speechless, but he still recognized Victor's spirit of refusing to surrender even at the cost of his life. It's great that you have the guts to challenge me, but that's all I can praise you for. So I should let you face reality. As soon as he finished speaking, the third form of Susanoo suddenly appeared. A blue-green giant several dozen meters tall looked down at the group of demon hunters as tiny as ants.